This on Air. The powerhouse behind incredible and engaging in-store radio. Getting on air couldn't be simpler. We'll look after all the relevant music licensing and broadcast hand-curated music tailored to your brand. Promote your special offers and upsells with minimal effort. No expensive equipment is needed, and there are no upfront installation charges. To find out more, simply visit sonair.io/go live.
Racing, 8 minutes plus 1 lap, big sweep across from Riley Cranham to start this one.
Welcome to Lark Hall, event 3 of the Vera Tools British Karts Championship.
Gilbert defends the outside,
Bishop
Bishop around the outside. That
oh
is
my
outrageous.
goodness me! Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to day 2 of BIKC 2024. My name is Russ Mabley. I'm joined by Tom Gibson and by Jen Tomkins. And we are once again, like yesterday, going to take you through the whole BIKC story of 2024. We have already had one day of fantastic racing with the cadets and the juniors. And as you can see, what's on screen, we are already well into the qualifying session of the lightweights, and this really does look like it's going to be an absolute belter. There are so many names on our list here and on the track that are already, I think, BIKC legends. So here we go. So we are already in qualifying. Let's have a quick look. We've got about 10 minutes to go in qualifying. And as ever, on the live stream, don't be afraid to put any comments in. We will try very hard to sort it all out. There's a lot of people saying, yeah, hang on, everything paused. Yeah, we did have a small technical hitch.
Just a small technical
hitch, but it's all over now. I'm blaming the decimator, Joel, if I'll be absolutely honest.
Yeah, the decimator decimated.
it decimated. That's what it does. I don't know why he brought it, if I'll be honest. There's no point. So, right, and I also need to say that if anybody wants to see their favourite driver, okay, then just let us know. We just need to know their number on the live stream. Any reason why you want them to go onto the big screen, and we will endeavour to make sure that happens. But at the moment, and it is worth saying, we said it, we literally dwelled on this yesterday, that we are in probably one of the most important stages of the actual competition, and the fact that the qualifying is super important, because the qualifying will result in the grid positions for the first race in the heats. It's the finishing positions in the first race of the heats that will then decide the second heat. But if you qualify poorly, you'll find you're near the back of the race in the heats, have to do all the hard work, and then when you get there, even if you get 4 or 5 positions, you're only halfway up, and in heat 2 you've got to do it all over again. So this is one of the most important parts of the competition, which is why you can see the drivers absolutely going for it. And at the moment, we've got Joe Greenhill is out there on a 51.502 ton.
Yeah, so we've got lightweights today. Lightweights to start off with, a little bit of a difference from yesterday. We've only got one grid going out to start with. So the first set of the lightweights out on circuit, and as you say, Joe Greenhill is out in front on a 51.502. And we say this every year that these grids are getting bigger and better, but yeah, we look through this sort of grid, and there's about 5, maybe 6, even 7 names that you can quite easily put at the front of any of these groups. They're all completely and utterly stacked.
Yeah, there's a lot of Club 100 regulars as well that are on the grid at the moment. So obviously some stand-up names from Group 1. We have Jamie Sherman-Chase, who's from Birmingham. Joe Greenhill from Gosport. We have Joe Simcock from Birmingham as well. A lot of Birmingham drivers through in the lightweights. We see, let's have a look down my list, Harrod Ahmed from Trafford, previous podium finisher at BIKC. We've got Kai Newman, who is a DRS vice champion in juniors, so very, very skilled driver there. And then we've got Callum Oatley, who races pro karts as well, so a lot of owner karting there. He was a wild card from one of the Bristol, for the Bristol Regional. And then we've got Luke Evans, who is the NKC podium finisher, and he also came 3rd here as well a couple of years ago. He's in this group and was the wild card from the Reading Regional.
Yeah, so a lot of very accomplished drivers in this one, and this time, as with many of the categories, we have all 3 of the champions from last year back due to the way the weights have changed this year. The lightweight champion, Alfie Hale, moves up into middleweight, so we won't see him, but we've got the 2nd, 3rd, 5th seeds from last year, including a driver we'll see later on, Ben Sproat. This is his 5th time in the BIKC National Finals. And we've run this 5 times, so to be able to qualify for every single final is quite a feat in itself, let alone be able to perform quite well. Driver who has been on the podium previously within the BIKC. But we look at the first group, halfway through qualifying now, is still Joe Greenhill, who's fastest at the moment, 51.389. Cam Molitor is there in 2nd with Max Kilby, Kai New and Max Thorne. As well as Joe Simcock running in P6, Harris Armour, Callum Oatley, Callum Leader, Elliot Chewsley, driver who finished finished second last time out, the highest seed remaining within the lightweight division. Luke Evans, Bobby Kristovic, then you've got Phil Randall, Shea McCluskey, Jamie Sherman-Chase, and Ryan Bentley are the 16 runners and riders that are out there at the moment. There's already calls for to see the pole sitter of kart 37, who we will try and locate. I believe he'll be up on the top section of the circuit, is going to be my guess. So Joe Greenhow we look for, currently running a 51.389 he is. And you've got the 39 on the screen at the moment. That is Kai Newman, a couple 100 driver. 37 of Joe. Looks like he's going into the third hairpin now. And we'll see if he can improve on that pole time. We did see a lap record yesterday. These lightweights are about 4/10 off that at the moment. Over the line he comes, and it's a 51.5, so not an improvement in time, but even that lap time would have been enough for pole position if he didn't already have the 51.3 to best Callum Oatley. Callum, that's his first time in BIKC, and to be second in qualifying on a grid of this quality, that's quite impressive already.
It's really, really good, and we've got a few requests for drivers. Driver number 35, Bobby Kristovic. 35, please, gents, he says to the
so Bobby, another first-time driver in the national finals, 20-year-old from Liverpool, just down the road. So let's see what they are able to do. 35 on our screens now, wearing the colours of Liverpool University there, and a very distinctive helmet. It's almost like Nicky Lauda colours or like Nelson Piquet colours there as well. We saw some really good F1-inspired helmets yesterday with Senna, with Charles Leclerc out there, Lewis Hamilton as well. But Bobby now's coming under the bridge. Let's see what the Liverpool driver can do. Through the chicane, keeps the kart nice and balanced. Currently on a 52.1, which isn't a slow lap time around here by any stretch of the imagination, but shows the pace of this field already, that a 52.1 is currently only good enough for 13th. So let's see what Bobby's got as he comes over the line this time. We wait to see him break the beam, and let's see if he can improve position. A 52.206, so a little bit of work there for Kristovic to do, as he's now just been bumped down into P14 thanks to Ryan Bentley improving. So
also
top 12.
Tom, P3, Kai Newman, first ever BIKC, first ever, running third at the moment. That's really promising from Kai.
Yep.
Jen, who you looking forward to seeing racing in the lightweights today?
Well, I got quite a few of the Cardiff guys through. We got 3 through, I think, from the Reading Regional, along with Kieran Eve as well, who I think is racing in Group 2. Yeah, I'm correct, he's in Group 2, so we'll see him later. So currently I'm looking forward to seeing the battle between Harris Ahmed and Luke Evans. Obviously they're very experienced at BIKC, so we'll see how they do in qualifying. They're currently 5th and 10th. So
I'm looking forward to Luke Evans. He's got such history in BIKC. He's had good days in BIKC. He's had not so good days in BIKC as well in the national final.
In years he's been spun out more times than he'd want.
Yeah, last time we saw Luke, he was P3 in this division back in 2022. We didn't see him in 23. So let's see if he can add a second podium to his repertoire as we go looking for kart 28, Max Thorne, who we were talking about earlier. He's got a very distinctive helmet. In theory, he shouldn't miss him. He's bright pink out there.
It's definitely one of the more interesting helmet combos I've seen on track. He's racing for one of the Welsh teams today. Rasio Drag is the name, racing Dragon in Welsh.
That's fantastic.
So you'll see
there
more
we go.
of these guys today as well.
You're definitely not going to miss a gold yellow race suit and a bright pink helmet out on circuit.
So they're nicknamed the Cheese Strings.
The Cheese String. That's a fantastic nickname there. So we watch to see what Max Thorne can do now. I'm pretty sure this is the first time we've seen him as well in the BIKC finals. Again, a lot of first-timers here. Thorne goes over the line. He's currently P8, and that lap time keeps him in P8. It's a 52.024 on a 51.7 outright. But just looking at how close these times are at the moment, the whole field is separated by about 9/10. The top, 10 are covered by just under 4. So it just shows exactly how close this division is already. That being said, of those 4/10s, 2.5 of them are in the favour of Joe Greenhalgh, who's ahead of Cam Molitor.
And it's very tight at the moment. 51.389 for Joe, with Cameron 51.59 for Kai Newman, as I said, in his very first BIKC national final. 51.624 so far, and he's only literally about 2.5 tenths away from the fastest lap time so far. But we're in the closing stages. There's 2 minutes to go, so one would expect that the tyres are now at their full operating capacity. this is the time where you're more likely to get the hot laps go in. But yeah, as I said, I'm looking forward to Luke Evans with such a different variety. You don't know which kind of luck-wise what's going to happen to him.
He's been at the back, he's been at the front, we don't know.
Yeah, another driver who's at the front is the driver we're following right now, Elliot Chesley. He's the second place seed, he's vice champion last year, currently down in a scarcely believable for them 12th position on the grid. Now, if qualifying ends like this for Elliot, he's going to have a very, very busy day on his hands trying to fight his way through the pack. We've seen it done. We saw it done yesterday in the form of Ben Hamilton moving from 10th to 5th in his first heat. So even in the 10 minutes, it is possible to get yourself up there. However, Chesley's going to really have to try and pull a lap time out the bag right now. He's on a 51.952, so he's about 6/10 off the pole position time. His last lap was a 52.1. Let's see what he does this time over the line. He goes 52.0, so it's not an improvement there. He's got a minute on the clock. He's going to find a lap time to move himself up the order. He's going to have to try and do it now. He's running out of time.
Okay, we're going to follow car 20 by request on the live stream. That's Ryan Bentley. Also in his first BIKC National Final.
So Ryan Bentley,
14th.
the 22-year-old from Farnborough. Again, like you say, first time in the BIKC finals, down in 14th at the moment, a 52.0. Again, it's not a slow lap time around here by any stretch of the imagination.
But Tommy's in car 20, car 21 yesterday.
Yeah, it did seem to go quite well.
It
did seem to go quite well yesterday. So let's see what can be done in the hands of Ryan Bentley.
Indeed.
See, he was out testing yesterday, and let's see what he ended up with. I'm pretty sure he did quite well, actually. I can't see him on my list now. I did see him on there earlier. He's about the top half of the field, so he seems to be doing okay. As the clock now expires, so drivers coming over the line for what will be the final time. It doesn't look like we have any improvements coming through, so Greenhalgh is still on the front row with a 51.389. Cam Molitor was a 51.5, 51.6 for Kai Newman. Callum Oatley was a 51.6, 51.6 for Harris Ahmed. And with Max Kilby, let's see what Ryan Bentley can do over the line. He needs an improvement here. And it was a 52.6 last time over the line, so not an improvement there for Ryan Bentley. So, as if by magic there, we've got the grid for the Group 1's first heat. So, Greenhalgh, Molitor, Newman, Oatley, Ahmed, Kilby is your top 6. Third place last year, Jamie Sherman Chase will start from 7th. So of the drivers who were on the podium last year, they're both in the same group. And Sherman Chase is ahead of Elliot Chesley, who's got a busy day from 12th.
Top 13 are in the 51 seconds.
Yeah.
Philip Randall, only just 51.999.
Inside is inside in the same way as Russell got his first podium in Belgium. A podium is a podium. A 51 is a 51. It doesn't matter how close you are.
Indeed, absolutely. So, yes, there you go. And we've got, obviously, we've noted down the lap times. We'll see how they go in the second of the practice qualies. And then, after the 2 practice qualies, we'll be going through and we'll be starting the heats.
I like this format. It's really punchy. The day goes really quickly. You get straight through
Absolutely.
qualifying, half an hour of qualifying, go
heats.
straight into heats and get down to racing, which is at the end of the day is what everyone's here for today.
Yesterday, when we mixed the cadets and the juniors, we literally went through 5 qualifying sessions before we even saw any racing.
Yeah,
but not today.
A very long day yesterday for the qualifying. So in the next group now, we're going to see Ben Sproat, Kieran Eve, and we are going to see some of the Stockton boys, which are getting some love in the chat as well. So it's going to be a good session, this next one. Obviously, if you guys want to see certain carts, write into the chat and we'll get that going for you.
Yeah, we certainly will. We can't get all of them in, but we'll get as many as we can.
Yeah, 15 minutes. It goes very, very quickly when you go searching for carts, and the team behind us really hate doing this part of the day. However, we absolutely love it.
They secretly love it behind us. Secretly.
It's just when they keep getting shouted, it's like, this one, I want this one, I want this one.
Right, here we go. So that's the first of them. Already we've got the second. And before we start, we've got to start talking about the Joker Lap already.
Yeah,
we've got to mention it because it is a major change. We ran it yesterday and it made an epic race.
It was absolutely fantastic. Both me and Jen at the end, we didn't get your official opinion, but both me and Jen agreed after yesterday, going into it, on paper, it could have been interesting. It could have been good. It could have been bad. We both agreed it was absolutely amazing.
Oh yeah, it changed the racing completely. I think the main thing was the worry of the red flag. And obviously, it's difficult because it can happen, but it's best not to assume it will.
Let's just explain exactly what it is. So basically, when we get to the grand final, only in the grand final, each driver has to do what's called a joker lap. They can do it at any point in the course of that race, but they have to do it. They have to drive into the pit lane. As they drive into the pit lane, the car will automatically trigger down to what we call speed 1, which is yellow, just very slow speed.
It's effectively what the guys were doing just then.
They will drive, they will drive down the pit lane. They have to come to a halt, and then they'll be allowed back onto the circuit. So basically, the way I described it yesterday, it's similar to like an undercut potential in Formula 1. If you're behind a driver and you can't get past, you can do a run through the pit lane. And then if you get clear space, because we calculate you should lose about 14 seconds, I believe, on track.
Yeah, it works out as about a 14-second loss. So we were watching throughout the course of the day, throughout that race, and it worked out that there was a good couple of pockets of nice clear air where if drivers were fighting, you can get back out into it. But what we did end up seeing is when drivers went into the pit lane behind to try and get that undercut, the driver in front normally looked over, spotted they'd done the joker lap and tried to go straight in to cover it.
There's definitely a lot of panic between drivers. So as soon as someone went in, they were like, we've got to get it all done.
And you were saying, Jen, earlier on, you reckon probably the best strategy is to go as late as you can to avoid, especially if you're at the front, to try and avoid getting yourself into a fight with potentially slower traffic.
Yeah, so the one thing that I've experienced, especially when I've been in events that's had joker laps or pit stops, is if you go early and someone else goes early, they're just going to defend you the rest of the race as for position. Or if you catch the back of a packed back markers, they don't have to let you through. You have to overtake. That's time lost overall. So going as late as possible, letting everyone move out of the way for you, traffic diving into the pits, that's clear air for you to get some good laps in.
Yeah, so it becomes not only a game of racing, but a game of strategy as well, and you've got to really think about it. And having a quick walk around as well, the few people I spoke to who were watching the junior final, they agreed that it worked quite well, and it was really entertaining. I think it worked quite well having some very, very closely matched drivers in the form of Jake Anders, who took the championship, and Bobby McGurr, who, even though he was here, still managed to wrap up the Club 100 championship yesterday thanks to drop scores. So he may not have defended his BIKC title, but he still walked out of here at the end of the day a champion.
Yeah, I mean, for me, the joker lap it did what it was designed to do. We had the first and second drivers battling it out, and then obviously the driver behind went for the joker lap, and so the leader went in for the joker lap a lap later, and it was all touch and go. They came out onto the circuit, and it was really, really tight. And it was also what we had. We had a driver just stay out right to the end, and the leaders caught them up. And that backed the first and second drivers right into each other, and we had an absolute titanic battle for the race. And Jake Anders won it, and he deserved to win it, and he's a BIKC champion. And I'm hoping it's going to generate that kind of excitement as all day, because we've got it in all three of the weight categories as we go through today. We've got, however, on track now, we've got Thomas Shaw on a 52, so slightly slower at the moment. 11, still a long way to go, so perhaps there's a little bit of tyre temperature to get, tyres need to get there still, I think, but Thomas Shaw, 52.134, remember at the end we had literally, 11 drivers or 13 drivers in the 31s, so 52.134, Ben Sproat second on 52.152, very tight. Kieran Eve third at the moment on 52.170, Theo Rafter 52.235 in fourth, Lawrence Seagrave is 52.259, and Brandon Barker is sixth. That's your top six, 52.265. But hopefully we'll see a lot of drivers chop and change. They need to put their foot down. They need to get these lap times in. They need to make sure that they end up with good grid positions. That will result in so much easier. It's so much, Jen, it is so much easier to win races when you start from the front of the grid.
Yeah, believe it or not, yeah. Obviously, we saw a couple of drivers yesterday getting jump start penalties, which meant they were trying to outrace their penalty from a lot of the race.
Yeah, and then even in the cadets, you still managed to see some of the drivers putting in enough of a drive that they could, in the end, outrace those penalties. I think we saw one driver manage to outrace a 10-second penalty, which we've seen like 2 and 3 done. But to outrace a 10 is very, very impressive. Now, about 5 minutes gone in this second qualifying session, and currently we've got our eyes focused on Lewis McGill. The Scottish drivers had quite a trek down here at the moment, and running a 27, he's 9th on the track as it stands, a 52.455. I think these guys probably have a little bit more time in these karts and in themselves, so they're going to end up maybe breaking down into that 51-second bracket. I will say these karts are sorted into sets effectively, so you'll have one set that runs all together, another set that runs all together. You may find the outright pace between the two sets is a little bit different, and as I say that, the 51s start flying in very, very quickly, but all the karts in those sets are designed to run together. There may be a few tenths between the two, but it should work out quite well, and that last time over the line was enough to put Lewis McGill up briefly into 4th place. He's now down into 3rd, now he's down into 4th thanks to Thomas Shaw breaking into the 51s.
Okay, on the live stream we've got Joshua Cross that says kart 8, which we are picking up at the present time. Yes, we have just about picked them up.
This is Lawrence Seagrave.
Lawrence has been karting for 8 months. He's a beast.
Yeah, so this will be, what, 8 months? He must have
8 months.
started, what, about April, just before
Wow.
BIKC started? That's impressive to be going that quickly, to go from only just starting karting just before the BIKC sign-ups opened to now be going over the line and sitting in 2nd place in a BIKC qualifying session. And look at the top of the timesheets. Look how close that is. There is 0.02 between the top 3, and the top 2 are on exactly the same lap time.
That is
as
stunning.
Theo Rafter and Aidan Dancer, both on the same lap time. But Theo's up at the top as Theo did it first. Jen's there like, yep, these are my guys. This is mine.
Cardiff 1 and a Bristol 2 at the moment.
Cardiff 1, Bristol 2. You're very, very happy then.
Okay, really good stuff. So, yeah, as you said, Theo and Aidan with exactly the same lap time. And it is much closer all the way down the field. So I'll be absolutely honest, we've literally got about 3 tenths from all the way in the top 10 there. So this is probably a little bit closer.
Yeah, it's a 10th and a half down to the to what, 7th place there in Ben Sproat.
Yeah.
Just under a 10th and a half.
Ben
Let's see
Sproat,
what
there's
Lawrence
another,
can do now. Goes over
another
the line.
BIKC legend, Tom.
Yeah, one of the only drivers to have competed in every single BIKC final. The only other driver who's done that, we'll see them later on. I can't mention the names, we'll get accused of favouritism by talking about them now. Because we always get accused of favouritism by talking about that specific driver. So we'll mention them later on when the middleweights are out. But Theo Rafter, Aidan Dancer currently sit on the front row on exactly the same lap time, a 51.918. Last time over the line, they were separated, but literally by 1,000th of a second between the two of them on their last laps over the line as well. I can't wait to see those two racing. That's going to be interesting if it stays like that. Lawrence Seagrave is 3,000ths back in 3rd place. Brandon Barker, Thomas Shaw, Lewis McGill is in 6th place. Ben Sproat in 7th, Kieran Eve, Nathan Lodge, Ryan Fisher, Dan Webber, Will Thompson, Noah Lockwood, Daniel Owen, Blaze Worsfield, and Jason Sharp down at the bottom of the field at the moment. And we are getting shouted at for kart 21. So Noah Lockwood, the guys will go searching for kart 21, and we'll see where we can find them. He's just gone over the start-finish line now, so he should be going down through the bottom section. There's the 44 of Jason Sharp. I think the 21 should be just behind him. There we go.
So now we're getting to the similar pace to what we had in the first quali. So the fastest lap in the first quali was 51.728, and the fastest here is 51.849. So we are really tight, but let's not forget there's another 6.5 minutes to go in this quali, so there's plenty of time for these drivers to improve on those times, and we already have 6 drivers in the 51s. Last time we had a 51.909. This we've got 51.998 from Thomas Shaw. But yes, they could surely beat that as we go through.
Lewis McGill's gone fast. Lewis McGill's gone to the top as well now. He's on a 51.849. So it's that's his 2nd time in the finals. Let's see what Lockwood can do. It's a 1-place improvement up to a 52.466.
We've got Noah Lockwood and Will Thompson directly behind him. I'm just dying to say Will Lockwood.
Yeah, same last name.
Will is here. He does the
yeah, we'll see
microphone stuff.
Will later on.
We'll
Clearly
combine
no
the two.
relation.
We'll combine the 2 names. So here we go. So yeah, 5.5 minutes to go. Lewis McGill still 51.849 in there. Thomas Shaw 2nd fastest so far, 51.851. It does look like both groups we have here are quite well balanced, as what would say, in speeds We did have a little bit yesterday. We got a new fastest lap. Lauren Seagrave, 51.741. That's the fastest lap time we've had so far this morning. It has to be said with the lightweights, will we get a lap time that ends up in the 50s? Because that's what we had yesterday.
I think they'll struggle to get towards it, but I think it's possible. We've got had a few shouts for Kart 2, which we've got now is Brandon Barker, the Sheffield driver, on their first entry into the British Indoor Karting Championship finals. And he's going to come through the top end of the circuit, and let's see what they can do. Brandon Barker, 6th place at the moment. He's about 3/10 off the front. Let's see what they can do as the front of the field is separated by a single thousandth of a second.
Look, we've got another
8 and 16, Lawrence Seagrave, Tom Shaw, separated by 1,000th of a second.
And we did have 2 drivers there on the same lap time again, but somebody's just gone quicker, and it's not the same now.
It's literally by 1,000th of a second difference.
Focusing on 14 at the moment, Theo Rafter.
Yeah, another one of the Ratio drivers, the Welsh team with the gold suits. And Jen's like, yes, another Welsh driver. We like the Welsh drivers around here. As the 14 of Rafter goes up on the top section. He's P5 at the moment. There's very nice blue gloves and the blue and gold. It's a little bit of a stranger combination.
Gloves, to be honest, I haven't seen those before. But he's a very inexperienced driver, Theo. He did the BIKC last year in the junior class and didn't get through locals. This year he then won the local final at Cardiff, and then he won the regional final at Reading. So it's his first time at nationals. He's won everything so far, so he can do it again.
Yeah, there's a couple of drivers I think have been through a similar sort of run where they've come back from previous years and they've maybe not made it out of either qualifying or the locals, and they just seem to be getting better and better. This really is a championship that I think takes maybe a year or so to have a run at it, simply because of how big it is. Simon was talking about to Motorsport UK earlier yesterday. He was saying it's the single biggest championship worldwide with 5,300 entries. And we've managed to take those 5,300 down to 158. Now we only have 66 remaining who are going to be playing today.
Yes.
It's great to see so many inexperienced drivers who've never been to nationals for challenging like 5-time visitors and podium sitters as well. So it's really good to see inexperienced drivers pushing their way up.
And there was a trend. There was a trend yesterday, Tom, that of the, especially in the cadets, that the previous year they all made it to the national finals. They all got to the final, but they all finished either 10th, 11th, 12th, something like that. And this year went up and driving second place, Harvey Ball came 10th, was it last year? Finishing second
He was
this
12th last. Harvey Ball was 12th last year. That being said, the championship yesterday for the cadets was won by Amansi Nwosu on their first attempt.
Really? Wow. But yeah, it can be done then. It shows it can be done. Okay, 2 minutes to go to the end of quali. Lawrence Seagrave still with that outstanding lap time of 51.741 with a massive margin over Thomas Shaw in second of 0.001, 51.742. Thomas Shaw running second at the moment. He's going to want to try and pip that and get that top lap time. Lewis McGill on a 51.849, but both those first and second have faster lap time than what we saw in the first quali run.
So now we've had a few people looking for Kart 38 of Aidan Dancer. They're currently sat in P4, 51.899. It's a driver we've not seen in BIKC, but it's a name I seem to be familiar with. He's done done a little bit of racing, let's say, beforehand.
He's raced quite a lot around rental kart tracks around the UK. He's a Vitici driver. A couple of them have been racing as well. Callum is in the other group, but also races for the same team. He's an experienced driver. He's never been to nationals before. Very quick overall, so we'll see what he does.
Sweet as.
How many years do you think he's been racing, Jen?
I think
17?
2 years. Yeah, maybe.
Okay.
17 years, maybe.
So here we go. Lawrence Seagrave, 51.741. Still there. It's still there. They're all literally. I'm surprised, actually. Those lap times went in a few laps ago. And yeah, nobody's really beating it. So perhaps that's the absolute ultimate pace that is out there at the moment.
Yeah, but looking through it, I don't think anyone's actually improving their times. There's a few people going quicker than what they did on previous laps, but it seems like everyone is currently down on what they've got. Maybe it's just a few people trying to find a bit of space before going for a last chance a lap, as we've got about 40 seconds on the clock now. before the checker flag is going to come out on the second qualifying session of the day, and the last one for the lightweights. The 38 of Dancer's going to come through the top end of the circuit through the third hairpin as Nathan Lodge improves there in P8 to 52.013. Let's see if Dancer can improve on fourth place. Goes over the line of 52.000. And even looking at Seagrave at the top, they're currently running around in the 52s as well, so they're about half a second off what they did.
But only 6 drivers in the 51s.
Yeah, only...
So faster lap times at the top, but only 6 in the 51s.
Yeah, top 13 covered by 8/10 at the moment from what we can see here, but that's probably got to be the closest gap I've ever seen for pole at 0.001 seconds.
Well, they've broken the fastest lap that was set last year in the lightweight, so it was set by Jimmy Chase. It was a 51.774, so they're already faster than last year.
Underneath that.
And that was speed 4 last year, if I'm
Yeah,
correct.
back down to speed 3. The karts have had a few little changes. The checker flag comes out. So they've got to start being technical. They've got stickier tyres at the back and a wider rear track as well. So give you a little bit more grip. So instead of the kart fighting you through the corners, it ends up working with you. Just tends to make the kart understeer a little bit more, a little bit safer, but also easier to control as well.
So less painful then.
Yeah, in theory.
So another great qualifying, and we are now going to, I can't believe I'm saying this, it still feels like we've just started. We're going to be lining up for the first of the heats. So each driver gets 2 heats, obviously to score as many points as they can to go through to the semi-finals, and the grid positions for the first heat are determined by the qualification times that we have just had now. So basically there is an awful lot to play for. BIKC champion of 2024 is coming up. We'll get through this in, what, a couple of hours, I think, Jen, the way that we're flying along.
Yeah, if it's something like the regional, will be done by around about 12, I hope.
There's a lot of talk about karts on the, so we can tell you that they've all been tested. And we're using, I think, in the adult fleet, 36 karts. And the difference in speed between the fastest and the slowest is 0.3 of a second, which is pretty outstanding, it has to be said. So there is no doubt, and we have all the paperwork and the data to prove that, there is no doubt that any driver here that climbs into a kart will have something underneath them that will be capable of doing the business, so to speak, and winning.
Definitely so. It's definitely worth mentioning for everyone who's watching at home what the prizes they are racing for is this year.
Indeed.
So it's for a full season of Club 100. So the
Wow.
main one they're racing for is the Sprint Championship.
Yep.
There's a lightweight and heavyweight division of it, and it's a total of 9 rounds that you're racing for. So you visit all the tracks across the country. There's Buckmore Park you go to, Wilton Mill, and other circuits around the country as well. Very, very popular ones.
No, brilliant.
So yeah.
Great prizes, because the Club 100 is a great championship. There's no doubt about that.
I've driven a Club 100 kart once. It was very, very fun.
Is that right? Well,
Yeah.
that was recently, wasn't it, Jen?
Yeah, I went to a BIKC test day at Wilton Mill.
Yep.
And it was wet. It was terrifying because I don't drive a lot in the
Wilton
wet.
Mill in the wet.
Yeah, I don't do it very often, and I'm not very good at pushing the boundaries. I did one time, one corner, spun out on a mud patch, and it was disgusting because my kart was just covered. So yeah, a bit of a skill issue there. Hopefully no spins today.
Now, there's a lot of talk on the chat about the karts not being within 0.3. Let me tell you, they are. The amount of work and effort we put in over the last few days is absolutely huge. So yeah, I'm sure you have done a 53.2 and a 51.7 and that kind of thing. Yes. Am I yawning? Anyway, however,
Different drivers, different skill.
okay, it's team sport. Every day is different, and we literally have tested them, and we wouldn't be using them if they weren't within that performance tolerance, is what I would say. So.
The other part of it as well, as you can see just going around the circuit at the moment, when they do have issues with karts, they're getting our crack technical team on them to fine-tune and fettle them as quickly as they can, and then giving them over to, I would say, good test driver, but it's one of our lads, Harvey, so yeah, he's a bit hit and miss. So they put a semi-competent driver into it, and then see what it's like, stick a clock on it, and see if it gets within tolerance, and then only at that point there will they put a kart back into the fleet.
Exactly. It's definitely worth giving a shout out to some of the tracks that have gotten drivers through in the lightweight class. I know our chief instructors at track are very proud of the drivers that they've trained and coached through. So we've got Crawley got a driver through. Birmingham, Trafford, Basildon, Gosport, Cambuslang. I think it's the only Scottish driver in the lightweight class is Lewis McGill. So I see John in the chat, very, very proud of his driver at the moment. We've got Victoria.
Yes, because they had Stockton at their regional this year as well, instead of just having the 3 Scottish
Stockton drivers through. So we got Coventry, Nottingham, Cardiff, Farnborough, Victoria. Obviously, they're all very happy. They know they're getting karts soon. We've got Eastleigh. Obviously, the inexperienced driver of Lawrence is currently sitting pole. So that's a really, really great start for your first BIKC.
As I say, if you're going to come in, walk in, stick it on pole, go home.
Exactly.
Well,
there must be
win the
something
heats.
right down there. And then you've got Trafford, Dunstable, Mitcham, Liverpool, Sheffield, Basildon, Bristol, and I think that's about it. That's all
I
the
think it
tracks.
works out pretty much every track has at least one driver competing over this weekend.
I think the only track without one is Edmonton.
Yes. I didn't want to say it, but
You know, got to coach them up a bit better, you know?
Okay, another little more chat about Speed 4. So we're not running Speed 4, we're running Speed 3. Now, the reason we're running Speed 3 is because that's where all these drivers have been practicing over the past few days. And secondly, Speed 3 gives much more boost potential. And what that means is that we have altered the boost on the kart, so it's deployed every 46 seconds. And it's deployed for 5 seconds. So that means that it's basically once a lap. And that means that when they do hit the boost is considerably more than what we were running on Speed 3. And also, we ran Speed 4 last year, and because the drivers weren't used to it, I do remember one of the practices, and
yeah, it was heavyweights last year.
It was a nightmare.
Sadly, I don't remember the name of the, well, happily for the driver, I don't remember who it was, but there's one of the heavyweights went out on cold tyres and then span at the exit of the pit lane. Then it turns 1, 2, 3, 5, 7. While we had definitely didn't have the cameras tracking them the whole time, and I'm pretty sure I remember you shredding them a new one there as they were going through. Jen's pointing to me, he's like, I know who the driver was. I know the driver.
I won't expose them, don't worry.
Also, I want to go straight to the, if you look at the karts, look at the angle. Okay, that
we
Thomas
did
Shaw,
see them resetting
it's
them
not Thomas Shaw,
yesterday.
sorry, that's the results of
That's Cam Molitor that's sat there pointing. You can see all of them pointing right onto the inside of the apex.
I can literally see his right hand rear wheel.
Moved.
Yeah, so the marshals were going through and resetting the kart like that, because you can argue if the kart is within the line of the grid box and it's angled, that's probably okay, but the rear end of the kart, at least the one on the second row there, is probably got the back end of the kart outside the grid box.
Yeah.
So if you can angle it within the grid box, in my eyes, that's fine.
I think that there's been a race director instruction here, because they're all doing it. Because we did see yesterday that the drivers on the outside probably had it slightly tougher than the drivers on the inside.
I think the drivers have asked the question, it's like, can we do this? And the race director's probably gone down the route of,
why not?
If you can keep the kart in your grid box, then I don't see a reason why not. However, I think you might have to go and have a chat with Wolfgang Amadeus Hislop to find out exactly what the score is.
We'll put it on the chat and see exactly what comes back.
Yeah, so we did see some of the juniors were going too far, and they were resetting them.
So the common theme I saw with the grid starts yesterday was the second place was squeezing third towards Barrett as they were trying to fit in. But if they just kept the sort of racing room for that driver, they would have the speed around the outside to keep the inside line for turn 2.
Yep, there you go. You can see them resetting them, so they're not allowing it. Silky's there just pulling them back into line. It's like, no, you will put the cars in a straight line.
He could literally pick the entire cart up, I think.
He could pick the cart up and move it in his own in his own way.
I'm going to delete my chat on the...
delete the message, because that's just our question answer for us. So Grid Marshal Silky's going down and double-checking the grid is all correct. And then we will be getting ready to go racing here. So Joe Greenhow will lead them away. Cam Molitor, Kai Newman and Callum Oatley's row 2. Harris Ahmed, Max Kilby's row 3. Row 4 is Jamie Sherman Chase and Max Thorne. Joe Simcock and Luke Evans is row 5. Row 6 is Callum Leader and Elliot Chewsley.
Here we go, lights are on. Lights are on, it's red, it's 5 reds, and let's race! It's away in the first of the heats, and once again we've already got Kai Newman has gone straight up into second position, and that's driver number 4, Cameron, who's really having to defend to keep what was second is now third as they all go streaming through. But driver number 35, Joe Greenhalgh has made a fantastic start. He is leading at the present moment in time with Kai Newman, who is really tight up in second position. Will they string through? Will they get through? Oh, wait, no,
we've got one
30's
already.
He's in the barrier. That's Bobby. Bobby Kristovic.
He's
in the
turned
barrier.
around, seeing the camera just as we cut to him. It's like, yeah, it's me. And off we go. Remains to be seen if he got some assistance down there. The light's yellow at the moment. As soon as they're good, they get them going green again, and Joe Greenhalgh will lead them away from Kai Newman and Cam Molitor, who's in third position at the moment. That's Harris Ahmed tucked up under his rear bumper, so Callum Oatley's lost a position off the start of there as well, as they all file back through. Down through the chicane for the first time. I was about to say it was a relatively clean start. We saw some very messy ones at the start before we turned around and saw Bobby facing the wrong direction. There's already a bit of bumping and barging there from Cam Molitor on the back of Kai Newman as they go into the third hairpin to put the first lap in the book. The first racing lap of the day for the lightweights over the line. Joe Greenhalgh leads them from Kai Newman, then Cam Molitor, Harris Ahmed, Jamie Sherman chases up to 5th position, so he's already on a comeback drive. And Elliot Choosley has lost a position. He's down into 14th, so not a good start for the 2023 vice champion in the lightweight division.
And 15 is slow. Kai is slow. He's now holding everybody up. That's the way it kind of looks. He looked behind him there. He's still within striking distance of Joe, but still, he looked really slow at one point on that lap. Perhaps he made a bit of a mistake there. But either way, Joe, the gap looks much more than 0.9 of a second at the present time, with Cameron Molitor in third. Harris Ahmed is in 4th place. We've got Jamie in 5th, Callum Oatley in 6th, Max Kilby. Max is here, not his first BIKC national final. Max, so good to see you back. You're in 7th position. Luke Evans, the legend that is Luke Evans, is running 8th at the moment. Joseph Simcock is 9th. Max Thorne is 10th. Philip Randall is 11th. Callum is 12th. Then Shay, Elliott, Ryan and Bobby bringing up the rear. Yeah,
Position gain for Max Thorne on that lap, so the Ratio Drag driver moves up into 9th place. And then it's still Joe Greenhalgh with a 6/10 lead over Kai Newman. Newman seems to have been able to pull away from Molitor, who's in 3rd position, with Harris Ahmed just behind him. 2 Manchester drivers from the opposite circuit. Molitor out of Victoria and Harris Ahmed out of Manchester Trafford. It's quite literally a Manchester derby for 3rd position on circuit at the moment.
Don't mention Manchester derby.
Look how quickly Kai Newman's caught Joe Greenhalgh there. The moment he stopped defending, he's literally cruised back up onto the rear bumper of Joe Greenhalgh straight away, turning down into 3rd hairpin, and Cam Molitor's being left behind there, really.
I literally think he made a mistake, because now he's suddenly got
he's right on the rear bumper.
Bags of pace now, absolutely bags of pace. He's looking, gap is now 0.1, and there's no doubt he's gone the other way.
He's
the 35 Joe
pushing here.
Greenhalgh is holding up Kai Newman at the moment, and Kai Newman now looks a little glance behind him. You don't have to worry. Do not have to worry about what's behind him at this particular moment in time. I wonder if Joe Greenhalgh is thinking, right, if I just drive super defensively, then in a second Cameron Molitor will be all over Kai Newman, and suddenly Kai will have the same problem that Joe Greenhalgh has got at the present moment in time.
Yeah, look over the shoulder, he knows Newman's there now. So he now knows the 15 car's caught right up onto his rear bumper. They've got about a second over Cam Molitor and Harris Ahmed, who Cam Molitor's just going a little bit defensive. And that's starting to bring Sherman Chase, Callum Oatley and Max Kilby into this fight, as well as Kai Newman is trying to throw everything they've got at the back of Joe Greenhalgh. And it looks like a black and white is being readied for someone there. I could just see it in the hands of the marshal. It goes over, it's Max Thorne. I think that looked like Max Thorne there. He's like, yep, that was me. I know what happened there, and carried on.
Indeed. And once again, Kai Newman looking behind him again. Yeah, he knows that he's got to get this done now.
Closed now.
If he's going to make a move, it needs to be now, because he's now got the rest of the pack absolutely breathing down his neck. And if anything, this is going to help Joe Greenhalgh with 5.5 minutes. There's loads of racing left to go in this heat so far, so this is going to be exciting all the way to the checker flag.
Yeah, over the shoulder he looks. Joe Greenhalgh will now see a massive train of karts. I think is stretching all the way down to Max Kilby in 7th place. It looks like Luke Evans has his handful with Max Thorne, who goes side by side with them. But Kai Newman is just on the rear bumper of Joe Greenhalgh, trying to find a way past them before Cam Molitor and Harris Ahmed can join the party.
Oh, he goes wide, he goes
very
really
defensive
wide
there from Joe Greenhalgh. Kai Newman tries to take what I call a standard racing line, maybe try and go for a cut back down here. He's not quite close enough. As he looks over his shoulder, you can see Cameron Molitor is just getting a little bit closer every time they go round here. And now it is literally a 7-kart train fighting for the lead here.
He needs to send it, Tom. He needs to send it.
We were saying this yesterday. At times, this is going to require a decisive move and it's going to probably have to be a little bit of a risk. We saw a few drivers go for these decisive moves yesterday. Some of them worked really well, some of them didn't pay off. But if he wants to go for the lead of this heat and then pole position for the second heat, because remember, where you finish heat 1 is where you start heat 2, it's going to require some decisive action from Kai Newman, and it's going to have to be quickly.
Indeed, really, really defensive driving there from Joe Hull at the end of the main straight, the fastest point of the track there. Joe Hull, I thought he might have a chance if he took the racing line. He would have had a great overspeed, but it's trying to get around the outside of the next hairpin. It's always going to be very, very difficult. But yeah, he's looking behind. They're all checking behind. They're literally all checking behind because they know they're absolutely bumper to bumper. There we go, there's a move.
That's Jamie Sherman-Trace trying to go down the inside of Harris Ahmed, the third-place driver from last year, trying to get past the Manchester Trafford driver, but it didn't look like that move paid off for him, and all that move has done is lose them a lot of time. So now Molitor looks over his shoulder, he realises Harris Ahmed is nowhere near him. Now he can just focus on trying to attack Kai Newman, who in turn is still attacking Joe Greenhalgh for the lead. Half a second covers your top 3. They are properly nose to tail right now, but if in a lap or 2, Molitor's going to have his hands full again of Harris Ahmed, as you can see how quickly they're closing up based on how hard they are fighting at the moment over the lead of this first heat.
Tom, if you were Kai Newman now, where would you try? Where would you try it?
Looking at where he's quicker, he's a little bit quicker through this section here, but you've got, again, it's going to take decisive action to go up the inside of the ramp, and we've already seen that move not work. I think his best option is possibly going to be a cut back out the third hairpin, or if he can get a good run through this next couple of corners, he might be able to make a move down the inside at the first hairpin.
Let's see. Let's see, here comes a Joe. Let's see how defensive Joe Greenhalgh goes at the end of the main straight.
Right, he's quicker here. He just closes up on the rear bumper. Greenhalgh this time doesn't try to defend. Molitor does behind. And it's going to take a bit of...
that's confidence.
Yeah, it's confidence,
really.
The
speed that you took that corner, that you knew he'd have great speed on that section.
At the risk of quoting touring car drivers here, the best defence is to just drive quickly. The moment you start defending, you see the field come up behind you, and they'll just start stacking up behind, and that just brings more and more drivers to try and have an attack at you. If you can just put the laps in and keep your speed up, you're going to find it a little bit easier to keep them behind. It's only when they're on the rear bumper and the last possible moment is when you want to start defending, because you just make your day harder if you keep defending.
Totally, and the first two have just edged away there, away from third place. Jen?
Yeah, so you can see that obviously they're defending and trying to attack at the same time. It's definitely one of the most difficult driving techniques to have to handle, because you want to be quick, but you also want to get past. So you've got to make sure you're covering off your own position while trying to get forward as well. Obviously, they're doing a great job at the moment. I'm surprised seeing defending this early, to be honest, the first race. So I thought Joe would have broken off into the lead, but Kai's keeping pressure on.
I tell you what, the race directors are taking absolutely no prisoners today. You see the penalty board go out. That's for Jamie Sherman-Chase. It's a 5-second time penalty for contact, which I'm assuming is going to be the move up the ramp that we saw the back end of with Harris Ahmed. They are taking absolutely no prisoners today. We saw them be very strict with drivers yesterday with penalties for loading, for contact, for jump starts. And they're setting the standard early.
We saw 10-second penalties, didn't we, Tom, yesterday?
There was 10. I believe there was a 15 in there as well for what is technically termed as a take-out, where a driver loses multiple positions. They are taking absolutely no prisoners today and setting the standard very early.
We've got another penalty coming through as well for car 36 for loading, 3-second penalty.
Now loading, that's Max Thorne. Loading is basically just being on the back bumper, pushing the car in front almost out of the way. Here we go, it's going to be a checker flag. Then we've got one more lap. This is going to be the final lap. They're certainly getting their money's worth, there's no doubt about that. It's going to be way after the time is finished. Joe Greenhalgh's leading, he's got to hold on. Joe was like, oh, please check a flag. Can't be another lap of this. Kai Newman in second, and he's been there all the way through. Can he make a final? It would be great if we had a move on the last lap.
So, because of these guys fighting, Luke Evans, Joe Simcock, Callum Leader, Elliot Choosley are now starting to just crawl onto the back end of this pack. And at the end of this race, there's going to be about 10 or 11 karts that are in that are nose to tail. Just thinking about Elliot Choosley, the vice champion, he's currently running in, I believe it was 10th position thanks to penalties. But as they come through the top end of the corner, the first heat of the day after a fantastic defensive drive is going to go the way of Joe Greenhalgh. He comes over the line, punches the air. He worked hard for that one. And but Kai Newman comes home in second place. Cam Molitor third. Harris Ahmed in fourth. Callum Oatley is fifth after penalties are applied for Jamie Sherman-Chase and Max Thorne. And then that is Matt Kilby 6th, Luke Evans in 7th, Joe Simcock 8th, Callum Lead in 9th, and Elliot Choosley P10 after starting down in P12.
Now, what I'd say, right, that was a great win for Joe Greenhill, don't get me wrong. But the important thing here is we didn't see anybody drive off into the distance, and we did see now and again a bit of that yesterday, especially in the cadets, and now and again in the juniors. So what is great news for us is that at the moment the drivers look very, very evenly, it's very evenly balanced, put it that way. And that can only mean fantastic racing. I just think when we get to the final and when we get to the whole undercut situation with the Joker lap, that we might see some, if they're that tight and we have the Joker lap in there, we're going to see some fantastic strategical thinking. It could be a strategical masterstroke that wins BIKC. Yeah. And that would be a first. That would be, that we're all into hardcore racing. Racing these days is all about strategy. It is an extra element. And now we've added that element in. It would be amazing to have a strategical move that means that we have a new BIKC winner.
Yeah, it's definitely nice to see that you don't have to just defend your way to the win. It's nice that actually a strategical element obviously is going to play into how the results play out in the grand final. Obviously, like I said, pitting late, I think, is personally the way to go, but let's see how many drivers actually do that, because obviously when that chevron flag's out, you don't want too many people in the pit lane. Yeah,
could get quite interesting, let's say.
Indeed. Loads of drivers yesterday did it on their very first lap. They literally, loads and loads of drivers came in there and
so
did it early. Just got it out of the way.
So we are going to go for a little bit of a pause in proceedings, but when we come back, we will be getting ready to go racing for the second heat of the competition, second heat for the lightweights.
Hi, my name is Hugh Chambers. I'm the Chief Executive of Motorsport UK, the governing body for motorsport in this country. The British Indoor Kart Championship is one of Motorsport UK's official British titles. It is run in conjunction with TeamSport across their 35 tracks, and with 5,500 competitors each year, I think it is fair to say that it is the largest motorsport championship anywhere in the world. The British Indoor Kart Championship is incredibly important to Motorsport UK. We recognise that indoor karting is the access point for most people in the community for their first taste of getting the thrills of driving a motorised four-wheel vehicle around a track. And the accessibility of that with 35 centres across the UK means that we're opening the doors to literally hundreds of thousands of people a year to be able to find out whether they're really excited about motorsport. And putting at the top of the pinnacle of that indoor karting a championship with the BIKC in partnership with TeamSport allows us to find that talent and inspire that talent as a pathway into other forms of motorsport and other forms of karting. So the BIKC is really, really important to us.
I really enjoyed the instructors. They were a lot of help and helped me to improve a lot as I was going around. I just want to try and get as quick lap time as I possibly can, obviously staying safe as well. So I'd like to thank BizKart for this opportunity and TeamSport, as it really has been an amazing time, and I look forward to doing more events in the future as well. I can't put into words how nuts that is. You just go through turn one and it's just fourth gear flat. Oh, just thank you very much for Biz, TeamSport and the BIKC. Best experience.
was amazing. I've never driven anything like that before. It really was incredible, just the cornering speed, the acceleration, the braking, it was unbelievable. I've done a lot of laps of this circuit on my computer with my wheel. It's been amazing to just see the comparison, but it is actually really close racing them. And I think BIKC especially has just really pushed me forward to learn this a lot, to learn racing a lot better. So I'm looking forward to next year with BIKC and any other racing that I do. Thank you very much, Biz and TeamSport, because it really was an amazing opportunity, and you should definitely try it out next time if you have the opportunity.
Quickly, so red line, line up with that red line there and just push it on, so you'll probably see better than me. So do you want to go try and push it on? Is that central? Yeah? Cool. And once that clicks, that's all then ready to go, but we'll probably do that for you. Just put on the brake and just push it down. With the lever, you can't really hold it, so like, you know how in a road car you might like hold your hand on it all the time. Yeah. If you do that, then it can basically feel it's like a bit of tension, and then it'll be like trying to pre-select it for you. So literally hand on the wheel, pull back on the wheel again. Don't try and hold your hand around. If you do that, all it'll do is go like jump forward and then not go into the gear. So you'll know if you've done it. All right.
BIKC, obviously you're a BIKC legend. Let's be honest. Talk me through the first year. What made you enter BIKC? Because it was quite new. It was a new concept. It wasn't, maybe it wasn't credible at the time because no one had done it before. But what was it in that first year that made you enter, and how was the experience?
Well, as I already knew of TeamSport's own championship through Kart Champs, I was naturally going to enter anyway the following year, and obviously they rebranded. I thought it was very interesting to see what it would be about. I quite liked the look of the format as well. I like the fact that you have to travel around as well. I think that was pretty good. So yeah, as I said, I think in that year I did Gosport as my local, Crawley as a regional, and then Warrington or something along those lines. Yeah. And I just wanted to enter it. I thought, it's another new challenge. It's a cool championship, concept. It's called British Indoor Karting Championship, which is they can very much call themselves because it is literally all over the UK. People are fighting to be part of it. So it was a good year.
Did you ever think you would win it in that first year?
I always believe in my abilities, for sure, especially after winning Kart Champs 2019. Well, obviously, I was quite new to indoor in the 2019, but I feel like I was able to get used to it. Yeah, because outdoor, indoor, very different, completely different skills, especially as through the locals and regionals, and there was a mix of petrol and electric as well, because it was at Stoke that year, first time at Stoke. So, I really enjoyed BIKC 2020. I think when I got to the final and I could see the setup, the effort
it's a lot bigger, isn't it? It's a lot bigger.
Yeah, the effort put into the live stream, the organisation, the fact they got new karts just for it as well. I thought, this is pretty good. This is a lot of people can enter this and battle good drivers. So.
And then we went on to the second year again, probably less nervous because you've been through it, won it then. What was the third year, last year like? Because obviously we had record number of entries at the final. When we were at the final, and it was just an incredible atmosphere. It was just full of people. How was that?
Yeah, it was really good, especially as with 2022, I was able to have a bit more support as well. Usually I go to like BIKC 2020, 2021, I was kind of on my own a little bit. Didn't have anyone who came with me either. Kind of out of choice a little bit. I like to kind of be in my own place. But 2022, I was definitely around more people that I knew, and I felt very comfortable there. Obviously, we want to come first again, and I thought after the practice sessions, it went really well as well. Obviously going into 2022, I could see how much it was evolving, and could see obviously the competition drivers were hungry to win. Just had to stay calm, relax, and just do what I can do.
Do what you do.
Yeah.
My name's Adam, I'm TeamSport's Technical Manager. We'll talk to you a little bit about the cars we've got here and the prep we're going to do. So this is the Biz EcoVolt GT. It's the latest in the electric kart range from Biz Karts. The great thing about the electric karts is it's so much easier than a petrol kart to get them even. You plug it into a laptop, you make sure all the settings are right, the torque values, the power output values, so the karts are super even. Well, obviously the petrol, you have issues with wear on the engine and they come out of the factory different. There's a lot less of that with the electric karts. 44 karts. It's no mean feat getting a fleet test done for all these. We got that done yesterday. Literally 0.2 of a second between the entire fleet. The electric's given us a new lease of life of keeping the karts even. So we've got the two different types of karts here. We've got the adult and the junior. They're very similar under the bodywork. Biggest difference is the adult's got 2 batteries and the junior's got 1. You've got the boost feature on the adult cars, which you don't have on the juniors. Gives you a few hundred RPM extra going down the straight, a bit like DRS in Formula 1. Multiple speed settings available on this. One of the great things about the electric karts is you can plug them in. You've got 4 different speed settings on each kart available. We're going to be riding in speed 3 for the juniors today. For the seniors tomorrow, we're going to be up to speed 4. Junior karts are going to be running at speed 4. It really makes it sort of tunable to your audience. The Biz EcoVolt GTs running at the finals of the British Indoor Karting Championships here in Warrington. The future of motorsport, absolutely fantastic karts and a great place to showcase the future of motorsport.
Okay, dear ladies and gentlemen, you rejoin us. Let me just explain to you where we are in the day at the moment. We are running the lightweight BIKC finals, and we are up to the end of the first heat. And so far, we have seen some absolutely fantastic racing so far. Now, we are going to talk a little bit about some of our sponsors. So Biz Kart is one of our major sponsors. They provide the majority of the karts that we have in the business, and their products are absolutely magnificent. The amount of innovation that there has been with BizKarts over the year. I can remember BizKarts actually from the 1990s, and the whole industry has gone on, so it's incredible. If you'd show me a BizKart now from what we had when I actually started out in the industry in the 1990s, absolutely, just a space age is how I would call it.
Yeah, especially with the new F1 style steering wheel, where we've got it. It's just gone into Stoke, I think it is. You can literally have all of your results up live on the screen, so you can see exactly what you're doing and see where you're up to and where you're up to with your mates and everything.
Yeah, and the great thing is the technology that's coming in is fantastic. We will have, there's no doubt, in the next, I would say next 12 months, we'll be trialing systems that go like automatic sector yellows and things like that that are already out there that we are currently trialing in certain tracks that will remain.
Is this where you're giving away scoops and potentially losing your job again?
Absolutely. So there's a lot of really good stuff that's really exciting. And we're really hoping that we're going to bring the sector yellows into Warrington, in actual fact, simply because of the fact that it would be such a massive lap, Warrington. If we can run automatic sector yellows, it would make the racing for normal drivers, normal everyday drivers, it would make it much more entertaining and everybody will get more out there experience. So that's a shout out to BizKart. They are absolutely extraordinary. Jen, have you got any more information?
I personally love BizKarts. At the sites I work at, we've got Biz. At the moment, we've got the petrol fleets and looking forward to the electric ones in the future. So yeah, I think they're very solid carts, fun to drive. So I have nothing bad to say about them. I think they're great.
Yeah, they're good. They are good fun, and they've put on a very good show over the last couple of years with BIKC, and the fact that we have two of their guys down to look after the fleet and help us with anything that we need is absolutely great.
Yeah, what they're great at is we actually can simply ask them to do stuff, and it just gets done to the carts. The technology is really, really fantastic. Okay then, ladies and gentlemen. We are racing. We're just pausing the whole event at the moment. It is, of course, Remembrance Sunday, and we are very much going to show our respects with a 2-minute silence, which will start absolutely on the stroke of 11 o'clock. We are very much remembering, everybody who has fought for the country. There are poppies on the carts, and it is very much something that we want to show our respect for. So we are going to pause the event, and we will commence the 2-minute silence in memory of everybody who has fallen. Okay, then, ladies and gentlemen, so just a recap of where we are on the day. We've had the practice quali, we have had the first of the heats, and we will very, very soon be lining drivers up for the second race in the heat. So overall, there's going to be 4 heats, and then we'll go through to the semi-finals. There will be 2 semi-finals, and then we will be racing once again in the grand final, which includes the now infamous, after yesterday, Joker lap. So there is a lot of racing yet to come, and has to be said, we are looking at some fantastic racing. I can't wait. I can't wait till we get to the... it was exactly the same yesterday. We had 2 drivers yesterday, okay, Jake Anders and Bobby McGurr, and they were the absolute class of the field. And it went, we just wanted to see them race each other. We just wanted to see them go at it, literally. And we were literally hoping, and it didn't look like it was going to. And then with the Joker lap, and then it happened. And we had about 5 laps or so of them absolutely tearing chunks out of each other. And it was brilliant. It was absolutely fantastic. And both Bobby McGurr, who was champion last year, Jake Anders, champion this year, it was stunning stuff. And that's the kind of spectacle that we're really looking forward to.
Yeah. Sorry, I was going to say we definitely should have had a podium for the defending masterclasses from yesterday. Obviously, Navarro, McGurr, and Anders, all amazing defending throughout the event.
Yeah, the bit you got to remember is the drivers we saw yesterday are the youngest ones we'll see in the competition. So we saw the cadets put up really good fights throughout the course of that. We saw the juniors put up even better fights, and they're all under the age of 16. So drivers that are potentially right at the start of their racing journeys, moving through both TeamSport and our various projects, but also moving through Motorsport UK and the karting pathway, which is where the likes of Club 100 feeding very, very nicely. And even though, we've said it a couple of times already, but even though Bobby didn't manage to defend his BIKC title, thanks to the way drop scores work, Club 100 at Butmore Park this weekend for the Cadet and the Junior Championships finale, and it worked out that he sealed the the lightweight junior championship. The super lightweights are racing today, where a couple more BIKC drivers could end up doing the business. But that being said, I was watching the feed, and their junior championship runs from 14 to 18. I'm pretty sure I saw Max Kilby was down there yesterday at Butmore Park, racing in Club 100. He's now up here today, racing in lightweights.
That is a long drive.
That is a very long drive. I remember there was an event down there last year, and I was like, oh, shall I go down? It's only one day. It's a lot of big trek. It's about 5 hours or something like that to get down there. So if it is the same driver, I'm pretty sure it is. That's an impressive feat to be racing Club 100 on one end of the country and then coming to BIKC on the other.
On the practice days, there was one of the drivers in the juniors who I knew drove from Warden Law up in Scotland down to Buckmore Park for racing up to Warrington the next day for practice.
Wow.
So
when you think about all the tracks that the drivers go to over the course of a championship, it is a lot of miles, isn't it?
Yeah, that's part of the reason why the Club 100 are going down the route of a Northern and a Southern division next year. So the Southern Championship has 8 rounds, Northern Championship has 5 rounds, and really one of the big things, especially for me being a Northerner, they normally didn't come up above Birmingham, but they've got tracks like GYG in North Wales, beautiful circuit, and Warden Law and Rowra on the calendar this year. So some really good fun circuits for potentially our champions to go and have a play with.
yeah, it's definitely worth mentioning some other series that Club 100 do outside the Sprint Championship. So obviously the Sprint Championship is what you're running for the ultimate prize, but they have the SP40 lightweight and heavyweight split, SP60, the lightweight and heavyweight split, and the Club 100 Experience Championship as well, which has a lot of BIKC drivers in it too.
Yeah, and the one that I always find crazy, considering how tough, how physical those karts can be to drive, is the Endurance Championship. It's 2-hour endurance races in Club 100 karts, and even the SP40 and the SP60, they're 40 and 60-minute races themselves, and you're doing them on your own. They are quite long and meaty races, let's say.
Yeah, I definitely can see that a lot of drivers here have bought rib protectors with them because this track is also very, very physical. There's some drivers that I know have also purchased them just for this event.
If I was racing, I would have one.
Yeah, I bought one for this track too.
Yeah, I always try and tell people to have the best kit that you can afford, and especially when you're moving up through the ranks and moving through Motorsport UK's karting pathway, having that sort of stuff is going to help you, not just when you go through from BIKC into Club 100, but when you end up joining Motorsport UK's licensed divisions and even the British Championships and stuff like that. We've even seen ex-BIKC drivers going on into the Motorsport UK British Championship and coming in very respectable places. I believe it was Ed Spain, the cadet champion from a couple of years ago, finished 3rd in the Motorsport UK Honda Cadet Championship this year. So he was BIKC champion 2 years ago, and he ended up winning on the biggest stage in the country. So quite interesting to see how they get on there. And
here's a question for you, Tom. Right, yesterday, how many people were watching us? How many people watched the live stream at some point?
I don't know, Russie. How many people did watch us yesterday?
I will tell you, 15,000. Look at that.
There isn't many championships at this sort of level that has that sort of exposure.
I feel like everyone's forgotten the numbers from this morning as we all look to the crew for help.
Yeah, we all just turn to the guys at Revolution Audio who are currently basically making us look like we know what we're doing. Just to give us, just to bail us out with all the information. But now we can look at some beautiful pictures of some racing. So Silky's just double checking the grid, and while he does that, I'll read the grid out. So Lawrence Seagrave, Thomas Shaw, Lewis McGill, Aidan Dancer, Theo Rafter, Brandon Barker, Ryan Fisher, Nathan Lodge, Ben Sproat, Kieran Eve, Dan Webber, Noah Lockwood, Will Thompson, Daniel Owen, Blaze Worsfield. As the 5 red lights do come on, we watch them going green. Very short hole. That's caught some of the drivers out. Oh, no. That's not worked.
That's a false start. First false start of the day. And yeah, they haven't got power.
Yeah, it looks like everyone's on the pit limiter.
Yeah, everyone's on speed 1. We should run it at speed 1.
I was going to say, we should do the first lap. Do the first lap on speed 1. It'd be the closest race you ever see in your life.
We're going to regrid. Yeah, that's what always has to happen if this goes like this. Yeah, the kart 16 still isn't going.
No, I think I saw 16 going under and playing with some buttons, and I think what he's just done is completely disable his kart.
That's a black flag already.
Yeah,
he got nudged
that's
there.
why we remind drivers not to press any of the buttons that are under the NASA panels of the karts, because
they could go backwards.
Because you can completely disable them, and as it's been pointed out behind us, that is definitely a 5-second penalty for Ocon.
Oh, my favourite thing about that was
Ericsson.
A lot of the drivers.
I think Ericsson hit us.
Yeah. No, my favourite thing about that was a lot of drivers were confused, throwing their hands up, like, what's going on? It's like, we're not going to let you race this situation, guys. Come on.
Really funny if we did. Imagine how close it would be. The only issue would be getting up the ramp might take about 3 calendar years going up the pit limiter. That being said, when they go through the pit lane on the Joker lap on the pit limiter, like we say, it's like 14 seconds that you're going through there at a walking pace. It feels like the longest 14 seconds of your life, because you just sat there trundling through the pit lane as everyone is flying past you on the circuit, and then you feed out onto the circuit at race pace and try and find a little piece of tarmac for yourself while everyone else tries to have that piece of tarmac off you.
Didn't we call it the pizza stop yesterday because it was so slow you could have a bit of food?
Yeah, go in, refuel yourself, grab something from our brand new F&B menu, and fuel yourself before going back out on and fighting for the national championships.
All right, they're gridding up again
I wonder
now.
what they're going to put in front of us today. They brought nacho. They brought us nachos and a pizza earlier. Literally partway through a race, just put it down in front of us to the point where Russ had to abandon his position and run and grab some pizza before.
You have all this food, and because you're commentating, you can't go and grab any. So yeah. Also, we've got some great merchandise being sold today, all for charity, including TeamSport hats that look fantastic, if I'll be absolutely honest. And we've got programs that feature a picture of me in it. That's worth.
That could be why why they're all still on the desk.
Yeah.
Yeah. So talking through the program real quick. So obviously, if you want to buy
you're going to have to be really quick.
Wait, never mind. We'll talk about it later.
We're looking like we're going to go racing.
Yeah, Silky's happy with the grid, and let's try the second time lucky, as the drivers will all look to the lights. And as soon as the race director's happy, the 5 red lights will come on. And as soon as we're good to go, the lights will go green, and we will go racing for heat number 2 here. The first heat for these drivers, and immediately Lewis McGill goes into second place at the expense of Thomas Shaw. And then round the top end of the circuit, you've got 16 running very wide. That's Ryan Fish. He's going to try and hold it down the inside. He's got Ben Sproat just behind. So it looks like they've lost a position at the expense, I think. That is Nathan Lodge that's moved up in front of them in the 14. As they go up over the start-finish line here, it is Seagrave that leads, McGill in second, Tom Shaw, Theo Rafter, Aidan Dance as your top 5. And you can already see the 21 immediately of Seagrave is going very, very defensive as they all get through. This time, very clean start as from the back of the grid. I think that's Jason Sharp's made 2 places already in the bright red as the field all files through the top end of the circuit into the hairpin. This is the concertina effect, the pinch point on the circuit if you so wish. But this 10-minute heat's going to go through very quickly as Lawrence Seagrave has Lewis McGill, the Scottish driver, on his rear bumper. And I have a feeling that Lewis isn't going to sit there for very long if he can find a way past the busy Cobalt GT that sat in front of him and try and get himself up into the lead of this race. Remember, where they finish in Heat 1 will decide where they start Heat 2. So it could be the difference between starting first and starting second. You don't really want to be on the outside of the grid we've seen so far. And if McGill can get past him, that'll give him the whole shot into the first corner for heat number 2. But the 9 versus the 21 up onto the top end of the circuit as Kieran Eve now moves up into 9th place at the expense of Nathan Lodge further behind. So looking at the running order, it's Seagrave, McGill, Shaw, Rafter, Dancer, Barker, Sproat, Fisher, Eve and Lodge are your top 10 drivers as they come down the ramp for the second time.
Okay, fantastic start from everybody. The way they snaked around on the first few laps with, I thought we were going to have some, interesting incidents. We've got some defensive driving here. This might kick off. We saw some stunning overtaking moves yesterday. Really stunning. A little bit of contact, but he's going to defend that. In actual fact, he might really leave himself exposed here. They're side by side going underneath the Dunlop Bridge, bit of nudging. Who's going to come out on top? Brandon Barker goes up into 5th place.
Sprout round the outside of Ryan Fisher there as well, so very good driving from Barker and Aidan Dancer to go side by side through the top end of the circuit and getting ready to go up the ramp once again.
Okay, right, so I'll take you around. So Lawrence Seagrave is driving really well. The first 2, but Lawrence and Lewis are starting to pull away. Yeah, Lewis has a good look behind. Where've they gone? Like, where he's looking behind going, hang on a minute, I'm sure there was some drivers behind me. This is very much now a 2-horse race to see who wins. And there's no doubt that Lewis McGill has got the faster car at the moment. He's the faster driver. He is the one. I'm saying that. Look at that as a commentator's curse. I say he was faster, and then suddenly he's dropped back. Suddenly it was like bumper to bumper, and as if by magic, 0.7 is the gap. Let's see what's going on if he can suddenly, if it was just a stunning lap from Lawrence Seagrave, which could easily be, or if Lewis can somehow pull some of that back. Perhaps he looked back and he thought, right, I'm comfortable here, and he kind of just lost a bit of focus because he was focused on defending so much, and suddenly he realised he didn't have to do any of that defending. But Thomas Shaw is bringing up the start of like the second pack, so to speak. Kart 12 is 2.5 seconds behind the leader, and then we've got Thea Rafter 2.9, Aidan Dancer 3.2, Brandon Barker 3.4, Ryan Fisher 4.1, Ben Sproat 4.3, Kieran Eve 4.4, and Dan Webber brings up your top 10. 4.7 seconds behind the leader, Lawrence Seagrave at the moment. But Lawrence Seagrave now up to 0.7 seconds is the lead. And yeah, he looks behind. Everyone's almost looking behind, a little bit surprised almost, about how the gaps are growing and coming down in such a short space of time.
Yeah, we've definitely seen the lap times fall off a little bit as well. There's the fastest lap is 52.041, so nowhere near what the first group was setting.
Yeah, so looking at the lap times there, the front 2 running 52.4s, carts behind them running 52.1, 52.2. So that gap on paper is closing. You can see visibly it's closing as well. Tom Shaw seems to have broken away from Theo Rafter in the 43, and it seems like he's going off in pursuit of Lewis McGill and Lawrence Seagrave, who are up at the front of this one. He still has a couple of seconds to catch up if he wants to get back on terms with the leading 2 drivers. Over the line they come once again. Personal best for Lawrence Seagrave. He's trying to move a little bit further away from Lewis McGill as Tom Shaws gets that gap to just over 2 seconds with Theo Rafter, Aidan Dancer, and at the back of the field, Blaze Worsfield has moved up into P15. So chopping and changing throughout the course of the field at the moment. Fastest lap does belong to Kieran Eve. It's that 52.041. Driver currently in 9th place, has a bit between his teeth trying to race through the pack here. He probably qualified a little bit lower than he would have wanted or he would have even expected this sort of event. A very quick driver is Kieran Eve, but he didn't show it in qualifying. He's going to have to race for it now. As Seagrave goes through the second hairpin with Lewis McGill still very close, and looks like Tom Shaw is visibly closing. As we look through the pack that's been led by Tom Shaw, as Rafter's now got back onto the rear bumper of him again. Over the line they come once again. Gap at the front is 6/10. Gap to third place stays the same, as fastest lap now goes into the way of Nathan Lodge as the first driver into the 51s here.
Let's have a look at Lewis McGill, because on the previous lap, yeah, it looks like he's just slightly understeering a bit. She's going around the corners. He's really having to flick the kart in, and he kind of, it goes well, and then suddenly he gets it slightly wrong, and then he loses a little bit of ground on Lawrence Seagrave. He's literally wringing the neck of that kart, is Lewis McGill, trying to catch up with Lawrence Seagrave. And look at that, Lawrence actually decided to go a little bit defensive there, just a touch defensive. So he's still aware that number 9, Lewis McGill, is there. And this is at his closest. As soon as drivers start driving defensively, as soon as they start driving defensively, that's it. It's suddenly the lap times absolutely fall off, and suddenly the drivers behind can pull straight back up again. But really exciting stuff.
Yeah, interesting enough, out of the top 5, 3 drivers are their first appearance at the BIKC National Final. So there's a lot of inexperienced drivers at the front who look like they're keeping their cool and they're holding it as they're going around the top section now. So yeah, it's looking good.
Yeah, we were saying before, the Seagraves, this is their first year in karting, let alone in the first year in the BIKC. Lewis McGill's been around.
Yeah.
Lewis McGill's done quite a bit of racing themselves.
Yeah.
Let's see if they're able to use their experience to get ahead of Lawrence Seagrave. That gap does look like it's come down a touch. It was 7/10, it's now 5 as they come over the original start-finish line where the start-finish grid is.
This is where he closes up.
McGill's really close. He's got so much more confidence on the tarmac section, but he just starts to lose a little bit up towards the tight, twisty part. As they go over the line, let's see what the gap is this time. It's going to be about 3/10 over the line, as Tom Shaw is also closing in as well. He's had a couple of tenths out of them. Looks like the pace for the leaders is about the same, but Lewis McGill does set a personal best lap. Tom Shaw's about 1,000th quicker than him.
And he's closer at a part of the track where he usually is a little bit slower.
Yeah, so let's see if he can he needs to hang on to him up through this top section. I think if the move is going to go, he's doing more than hang on actually. He's getting right on the rear bumper here. So if he can do if he can get towards, I'd probably say he's maybe a little bit too far back on this last lap. It's that last double left-hander where Seagrave makes the gap, and that tiny gap is enough to give him just enough breathing room into the first hairpin. McGill isn't really close enough to go for it unless he wants to try a move from 3 or 4 postcodes back. But you can see that he's close enough to try and get back on the rear bumper as they go over the line. The gap's going to be about the same this time, 4/10, so up 1. So Seagrave had a really good run through the top end off the ramp, and he's been able to pull a little bit of a gap, but Tom Shaw has taken 4/10 out of these guys again. So Seagrave's starting to defend, and it's starting to bring that group of Tom Shaw, Thea Rafter, Aidan Dancer, Brandon Barker back into this fight for second.
Okay, here we go. So this could be the final lap of the race. We're going to have to wait and see. If it is the final lap, then it is a little bit further away than what it was last time, but he's close enough that Lawrence will take surely his defensive line. It doesn't go anywhere near the barrier.
He's just going down the middle then. I don't think he needs to. I don't think he needs to defend at this point. We were saying earlier that the best defense is a good offense. So driving your line as quick as you can be enough to keep a driver behind you. But if you start defending, it's just going to bring the rest of the pack into it. Gap is 3/10 this time. So this is the closest Lewis has been throughout the entirety of the race. So on the last lap here, he's going to go for it. He's going to have to try and find something. He's lost quite a lot out of that bottom corner there.
Look at the understeer he had there. The car was bobbling.
Yeah, he just lost a lot out of that right-hander.
Nowhere near the apex there. But saying that, he looks a little bit closer here. But it's that final corner. It's this corner here that, again, he's just a little bit too far back.
Stretches the gap a little bit as he looks over. Tom Shaw's really closed in. If this race was a couple of minutes longer, this could be quite an interesting battle. But Seagrave's going to defend into the first hairpin. I don't think he'll need to through the second one, but he's going to go the inside anyway. It's going to leave McGill on his rear bumper, but Seagrave comes through the third hairpin now, comes under the Dunlop Bridge for what we think is the final time in his heat. Checker flag fries. Lawrence Seagrave takes his first heat win of the event. Lewis McGill comes home in second place with Tom Shaw Pole third. Closed that gap down to just over a second from 2.5.
Wow.
Again, if this had been one of the semi-finals in terms of length, a 12-minute race instead of 10, then that could have been a very different story on the podium.
What we aren't seeing, there's very few overtaking maneuvers. We need more bravery from the drivers to make those moves. We saw it yesterday. All right, it went on, but as the day went on, more and more people got comfortable enough, got more, composed to have a go and make those overtakes. And we saw some belters, but we'd yet to see an absolute A-class overtaking
maneuver.
maneuver.
There's nothing to review on the gem pad.
Exactly,
so
the gem pad.
Are we trying to insinuate that these drivers need to lower their driving standards a bit to make our job a little bit easier?
No.
Not lower.
We don't want to give the Clarks too hard of a time on this one. Don't want to give them too much to review.
We do have the gem pad, so when we do see stuff that is worthy to go back and have a look at again, then we can do that and we can analyse.
Not always the bad stuff.
Indeed,
we've seen some good overtakes that we've reviewed back.
It won't make any difference for the stewards, okay? It's really just us, and we can have a look. And that is the end of the first set of heats, it's worth saying. So now when we go to heat number 3, they will be racing. The grid order obviously will be different. They'll be on the finishing position of their first heat. And then we will be away for the second set of heats, and then into the semis, and then into the final with the Joker lap.
Yeah, it's a quick point of note there that we were saying the pace was a little bit slower in this group. 51.797 was the fastest lap of that last race from Noah Lockwood, right towards the end of it. So the pace is there, but it just wasn't the outright pace wasn't quite at the front of the field. It was in the guys who weren't fighting.
I think the one thing that people are definitely seeing is they're seeing people like Kieran Eve and Ben Sproat behind them, and they try to just defend to keep the position there because they know there's a lot of experience behind and they don't want to lose out.
Yeah, there is a lot of experience in this field. I think this is probably the field that has the most returning drivers in it, or at least the most drivers that have been in the finals before. So if you look through it, Harris Ahmed's a former podium finisher, but was out in the regionals last year. Luke Evans has been on the podium here. Ben Sproat has been on the podium in this category, and then obviously Elliot Choosley and Jamie Sherman-Chase have both been on the podium in this category as well. And you've got a few drivers that have moved up from juniors as well. So Max Kilby, he's moved up from juniors this year. He was 11th and 14th the year previous. Ryan Fisher's also on his first year up from juniors. Callum Oatley is on his first year up from juniors in his first year in the finals. Ended up speaking to him briefly yesterday, and he was saying even though he's done quite a bit of racing himself, he's coming into today with zero expectations, going out to see what happens, go out, have a bit of fun, and if he walks away with a good result at the end of it, then that's a bonus. And I think that's a really good mindset for an event like this.
Yeah, there's definitely two different things you can think about going to an event like this. It's either expectation of what you want to hit, but that can put on too much pressure onto a driver, which can force mistakes, especially in qualifying, and frustration. The littlest thing on track will just cause a driver to lose their head then, if obviously they put the pressure on themselves to perform a certain way. So it's best to go in, no expectations. If it goes really well, it's great. If it doesn't go very well, you got here in the first place.
Yeah, it's easy to forget when we watch this that these drivers haven't just entered this race like many others. You have to earn a right to be on this grid. And chatting to, as James said in the interview, all of the drivers that are here over this weekend are here on merit. They're here because they deserve it, and they've earned the opportunity to be on this grid. So they've been through qualifying and beaten drivers at their local circuits. They've been through the local finals and beaten the same drivers in a straight race. They've then gone to a regional final on a track they may not have driven before, and they've beaten them there as well. So it's not an easy event to be part of, and just to get on the grid, you must have beaten about 1,000 drivers. We've got 5,300 total.
Here we go.
16 of those drivers are getting ready to go racing.
Here we go. So we are on the grid for heat number 3. And let's have a look. We're going to go for red lights. We're just doing some very final checks.
Joe is very far over in that grid box there.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, he's
really.
right on. His wheels must be right on the edge of that grid box.
Has to be said that the box seat there is either pole or third. Here we go. Lights are on. 2 lights, 3 lights, 4 lights, 5 lights. Let's race. Here we go. And let's see what happens. A great start from the second position driver. We haven't seen that very often in this weekend. And
Yeah,
he
Newman's
holds on to that second. That's
what
Kai
contact
Newman.
towards the second
Three
hairpin
abreast,
there.
look, 3 abreast. This is, here we go. Fire the gem pad quickly because we're going to need it. They've all got there. Oh,
They're
they all
still
get through.
3 wide.
I almost want something to happen. I almost want a crash. Here we
That
go.
was Jamie. That was Jamie Sherman Chase looking like they're trying to come through. Remember, they had the penalty in the first heat. The vice champion from last year. Sorry, third place driver from last year, having to come back through the field after picking up a penalty. The vice champion Elliot Tuesday went off P10, and it looks like he's, I think, made a position. That being said, he's just slid wide there with Max Thorne right on his rear bumper, and now Jamie Sherman Chase. But up at the front, it is still Joe Greenhow with Kai Newman and Cameron Molitor tucked up under his rear bumper. Callum Oatley with the driver we were talking about. It's his first time in Nationals. He's currently running in P4, having managed to get past Harris Ahmed, the podium finisher from 2 years ago. He's now running in P5s. Over the line they go. Greenhow, Newman, Molitor, Oatley separated by 1.1 seconds. Luke Evans is up to P6 with Callum leader. Max Kilby is down into P8 with Joe Simcock in P9. Again, Joe's a driver who's been quite quick over the test events here, but he's come into the Nationals now, and he hasn't really found his pace just yet. I wouldn't have expected him to be down in towards 9th. But Joe Simcock, a driver I could definitely see making some moves early if he can find the pace himself and in the kart. As Kai Newman looks like a driver who wants to make some moves very, very quickly as they go in towards the first hairpin. He spent the whole race looking at the back of Joe Greenhow's kart. I think if he can find a move, he's going to go for it early in this one.
Okay, brilliant stuff. So Joe Greenhow is leading, and this field just slightly starting to spread out. There's definitely a gap now forming in 2 bunches almost where we're in. There's the first one, and here comes the second one, but Joe Greenhow is keeping it very, very smooth. And what we are definitely seeing, every single race is a proper race. We're not seeing just drivers just venture off into the distance. We had a lot of that yesterday. Yesterday we had like 2 or 3 drivers that were just a class away from the rest of the field, and they just led the way all the time, and they were just pulling off into the distance, and then we got the big fight at the end. At the moment, every single race is absolutely nip and tuck all the way through, and we can see with 7 minutes to go, we are 0.3 seconds between Lindy's drawing alongside. He's going to have a look maybe to try and cut back. Is he going to try and do a slingshot coming out of the 3rd hairpin? He had a look at it. He wants to try something. There's no question about that. That's Kai Newman, who's been driving brilliantly. This is really a bit of a repeat of the first time that they raced a few minutes ago, with Cameron Molitor currently running in 3rd place, Callum Oatley in 4th, Harris in 5th. Luke Evans is up into 6th place. That's the highest we've seen Luke Evans so far in the heat, so well done Luke. Callum leader in 7th, Max Kilby in 8th, Joseph Simcock in 9th, and Max Thorne brings up your top 10 with 6.5 minutes left in this heat.
Yeah, DRS vice champion, the DRS 100 vice champion Kai Newman is trying to get on terms with Joe Greenhow, a very experienced karter in his own right. He doesn't even look over to the rear shoulder. He's not focused on where Newman is. He's just trying to sense where he is and put the kart in the right place. There's the look. He looks over to his shoulder to see if Newman's got an overlap. He doesn't, so he just drives his line as normal. Off he goes down the back straight once again over the start-finish line, and these two still managed to drop Cameron Molitor and Cam Oatley down towards the bottom end of the circuit. Harris Ahmed and Luke Evans are still nose to tail here, as it looks like Newman's feeling very racy here. He's just giving a tap on the rear bumper to say, look, I'm here, and let's try and put Joe Greenhow off. Maybe trying to force a mistake at this stage. He's tried just about everything he can think of so far. Is he at the point now where he feels like he has to try and force a mistake off the leader?
3rd and 4th, Cameron Molitor and Callum Oatley are starting to pull back to the leading pair, and if they can join this fight, then it'll just change how it all works, because then suddenly Kai Newman will be looking behind him as well as in front of him. But at the moment, Joe Greenhow is soaking up all the pressure at the moment. The thought is there to go around those hairpins, and then we have seen it in every single year. We have seen great overtakes around that section of the circuit, but at the moment, the idea is there, but the execution is not quite there just at this moment in time. Kai Newman, closest he's ever been there, 0.2 seconds, literally right on his rear bumper. Will he make an attempt somewhere? This section of the circuit is just really to set up where the action is going to be slingshotting past the pit lane and down to the fastest point of the circuit. Let's have a look. He is quite close here. He is quite close.
Yeah, as they go in towards the first hairpin here, Newman doesn't really have an answer for what Greenhouse shows as our race control chat pops up with a warning for the 31 of Max Kilby, as it looks like Harris Ahmed now is looking very, very racy on the back of Callum Oatley, as Cam Molitor has broken away a little bit. You can see the marshal ready with the black and white flag to show it to the 31 of Kilby. That is for, well, I believe it's going to be loading. That's what most of the warnings we've had so far over the course of the day have been. But the 30 Greenhouse still leads over Kai Newman, Cam Molitor, Cameron Oatley are your top four. Just looking further back, the vice champion in third place from last year, Elliot Choosey and Jamie Sherman Chase, are together on circuit once again. But instead of fighting over second and third, they're currently fighting over 11th and 12th. Which probably shows the skill, let's say, in this field. Despite having many drivers in that we haven't seen before. Thinking about Molitor, though, he finished 20th last time out. He's currently running at the front of the field versus the guys who seeded second and third. They are running down outside the top 10. If this was a semi-final, they'd be running the risk of being knocked out of the competition at this point. As they go through the start-finish line once again, 3.5 minutes remaining, so that's probably 4 laps left to run. As Greenhouse still just holding Kai Newman at arm's length, with Molitor breaking away from Cameron Oatley, who's got Harris Ahmed, Luke Evans trying to get into that fight as well. Cameron leader Max Thorne, Max Kilby, Joe Simcock is now your top 10. So Kilby's managed to make a position against Joe Simcock to drop him down to 10th position. And Greenhouse and Kai Newman still just nose to tail.
And on the live stream, Tom, right, we've had a comment saying, can we rename the hairpins the Hale hairpins after his epic overtakes last year that won him BIKC title? See, that's what we want to see. That's what we want to see. And this is, they're absolutely as close they can possibly get here. Is Kai Newman going to try? So he goes to the inside. That's what we want. He went for the gap. The gap was there. That's an overtaking move. That was, in my book, that was good. We're gonna fire up the gem pad.
We've got something to analyse now. The guys, the action's finally coming thick and fast. I think the race directors may take a look at that, as there was some side-to-side contact to the inside of the corner. So we may see something with that. But
the gap was there, currently, and he sent it.
Yeah, the gap was open, so Kai Newman saw a kart-sized gap, and he decided to put his kart into it. And now he's put his kart into first place.
It's because I mentioned the Hale hairpins. As soon as I mentioned the Hale hairpins, we had an overtake. It was literally that comment made it. That comment made the overtake.
Yeah, so I think we've just named the first 3 hairpins as the Hale hairpins now as a result of that
one. We'll have to rename it the Kai hairpins now. As soon as we name it the Hale hairpins, you might have to change it.
So hairpin 2 could be Hale hairpin,
and Newman hairpin for
turn 3.
We'll see what the racetrack is saying.
Yeah, so if that stands, turn 3 will now be Newman's hairpin, and turn 2, where Alfie got that move, can be Hale's hairpin. There we go. We're naming all 3. We need someone to make a really good move down at turn 1, so we can have a good name for that one as well. But it is Kai Newman who leads here at the moment.
That could be crucial, because if that overtaking move stands, okay, I think it should. Then we're talking very fine margins about the top drivers racing here today. And the fact that he's got one over Joe Greenhouse, he's got that extra point over Joe Greenhouse, will mean that has quite big. That would mean big things when it comes to the point score, when it comes to how they line up in the semi-final.
Newman is stretching that advantage a little bit, as we're now looking for the fight of third place. So Cam Molitor, Callum Oatley and Harris Ahmed are currently fighting over that gap. I haven't seen a penalty board go out there as you go on to what I believe will be the final lap. They'll be pushed to get another one out of this one. So Molitor, Oatley, Ahmed fighting over third position. Luke Evans is about 2 seconds off that gap. Off that fight, with Max Thorne right behind him. So those two could be very, very close getting through this one. We see the fight over third place, the 2 Manchester drivers, along with Callum Oatley, who's had a bit of a trek up here from one of the southern circuits. I forget which one it is exactly. So Bristol. Callum Oatley, Bristol's one of your drivers there. So let's see how well Bristol were trained in overtakings. He's currently sat in 4th position. Let's see if he can do anything about Cameron Molitor, who's sat in 2nd place. Molitor runs wide. We talk about overtaking right round the outside they go, as the leaders will be coming towards the start-finish line line for what we believe will be the final time. Callum Oatley tries it over the line. Kai Newman takes the win with Joe Greenhow, Cameron Molitor, Callum Oatley, Harris Ahmed are 3rd, 4th and 5th. Luke Evans holds off Max Shaw and Callum Leader. Max Kilby comes over the line. Joe Simcock in 10. Elliot Choosley down in 11th place with Jamie Sherman Chase in 12th. 2nd and 3rd seeds not having a good start to their BIKC national finals. You'd have thought they would have been towards the front end of the field, but maybe not their day just yet. Bobby Kristovic from the back of the grid finishes 13th. Phil Randall in 14th. Ryan Bentley and Shane McCluskey are your 16 runners and riders.
There was a comment on there about why are our penalties so harsh? Well, they have to be in a national final like this because we want to see quality racing. But it doesn't mean it can't be done, because it means that the best drivers will always find a way to do it.
Yeah.
And I'm talking directly to Dad and Lad Racing, right? He says he's more than alongside. I'm with you. We'll have to see what the race directors think and what Jen thinks when we fire it up a little bit later on the whole Jen pad. But I thought that was a fantastic move. It can be done. But the best drivers will always find a way to make the moves. It's motorsport, that's how it works. Yeah. So, but great racing, really, really. That's my favourite one so far, has to be said. We had some excitement there, and a lot more of that to come. Because after the first heat, the drivers will realise, hang on a minute, I can't just stay in the position. I can't just be defensive. If I just drive defensively, well, I'm not going to become BIKC champion. You've got to make the moves. You've got to make it happen. And that is definitely what we saw in the last race from Kai Newman, and brilliant.
Decisive action was required, and decisive action was taken by Newman on the inside there. That was literally a cart's width and nothing else, and he managed to find a way past to take the win off Joe Greenhalgh. That means those two are tied on points. So I think the way that works, because even their finishing positions will be exactly the same. That'll come down to a fight for fastest lap between the pair of them over the course of the heats. So yeah, that's going to be very tough to split them. So expect to see them most likely in the same semi-final and probably starting next to each other on the grid, would be my guess. But we get the last of the heats for the lightweights. We're flying through this at the moment. Up, ready, and on the grid. So as we get the karts on the grid, we'll talk you through where they are going to be starting. So pole position for this one is Lawrence Seagrave with Lewis McGill alongside. Tom Shaw and Theo Rafter is row 2. Aidan Dancer, Brandon Barker, Ryan Fisher, Ben Sproat. Kieran Eve will go off 9th position with Dan Webber alongside him. Nathan Lodge and Noah Lockwood, Dan Owen and Jason Sharp, Blaze Worsfield and Will Thompson will be your 16 runners and riders. And the last heat getting us ready for the semi-finals. So for anyone who's not seen a BIKC final or didn't watch yesterday, the first question is, where were you? Because you missed a lot of really good racing. But at the end of the heats, we'll have a few minutes where we can go through. We'll do a little bit of analysing, speak to some random people. We'll most likely have some microphones shoved under the nose of drivers to find their reactions, and we'll have the opportunity to go into the semi-finals. During the semi-finals, we will be looking for the top 8 drivers. They will move forward into the main event. If you finish outside the top 8, well, that's unfortunately going to be the end of your day. So the drivers just get up on the grid. And you can see everyone's furiously reading live chat to see what we've got there. Furiously working away on things to analyse.
Let's have the elevator saying it should be more championships. That would mean we could commentate more than once a year.
Oh, yes, I'd love more championships.
We could do it twice a year.
Yeah,
we would love
twice,
that.
3 times a year. I mean, we've got an internal championship as well that runs that's running towards the start of January. So we're begging to try and get involved in that one. But I think Joe wants a massive check to do that one.
Here we go. Last race in. I can't believe I'm saying it. Last race in the heats. Before we go to the semi-finals, lights are on the screen. We just moved some final checks. Just moved some drivers.
Some cars back into the grid boxes. A few drivers trying to angle the thing to the inside to make sure they can try and get the best advantage. We've seen the outside isn't the favoured position as we have 3 lights, 4 lights, 5 lights. We wait for the greens. Long hold this time as the lights go green this time. And Lawrence Seagrave gets the whole shot with Tom Shaw moving into 2nd position at the expense of Lewis McGill. He's going to try and fight it on the inside. As down the inside there goes Theo Rafter to try and hold on to 4th position. Aidan Dancer there in 5th position with Brandon Barker right up behind him as they go down into the bottom section of the circuit. There's a spinner already. That's Kieran Eve. That's a big shock. And the 14 there, Dan Owen, is in the barrier. Shake of the head. They're not happy with however they managed to get there. But Kieran Eve the wrong way. Aidan Dancer's backwards down at Dunlop 2. So that's the 17 in the barrier. Yellows are on at the moment. So lots of carts littering the circuit at the moment. We said we had had nothing to analyse. Heat 2, we said they should have a little bit more action. We weren't expecting this. Both heats now, we've had carts backwards.
I'm worried the gem pad might run out of memory here with the amount of,
We've got 2 installed at the moment on gem pad.
Yes, there's 3 drivers there already on a recovery drive. We'd like to go back to green. So Dan Owen, Kieran Eve, and Aidan Dancer from 5th position. We'll have to see what happened there. We saw him getting quite feisty with Theo Rafter, so we'll have to see if a time penalty comes through. As it does, there's a 5-second time penalty on our screen for Nathan Lodge. So that's the driver running in last place. I'm assuming that's probably how Dan Owen ended up facing the wrong direction at the bottom end of the circuit down there. But a 5-second time penalty for the 43 for contact, so we'll assume that was down at the start, and we wait to see what happens. 10-second time penalty for 17 for spinning under yellow. So Aidan Dancer did it on his own.
Wow.
Under yellows?
Did it on his own under yellow. I'm assuming what's happened there is he's seen the yellow lights, come round the corner, realised they were yellow and hit the brake pedal as hard as you can, which if you do that in these can be a little bit like pulling the handbrake on a car on Tesco's car park. Not that anyone's ever done that before.
Indeed. Unless he's trying to warm his tyres up and got a bit carried away. I've seen that happen as well in Meb. Oh, we've got 14 round the barrier.
So there's 3 of them up there. The 14. That's just a couple of cards. Aidan Dancer's involved in that one again. So you got the 14, the 38. Then
that was
in
that
one as well. You've got the 2 of Jason Sharp recovering in there as well. The 16 and the 38. So I'm going to take a stab that something's gone on around about the top 9 at the top of the ramp. One of them's got up there, has tapped the brakes, the car's has spun, and then everyone else has ended up in sympathy.
And there's some real winners here. Like Blaze has moved up dramatically. He's running in 10th.
So he was running right. He was right at the back of the grid. He's now P10 thanks to everyone else's troubles, let's call them. As down the inside looks Lewis McGill to try as they restart once again. Tom Shaw now sits in the box seat in 2nd position. Theo Rafter in the 10. Down the inside goes Ryan Fisher on Brandon Barker.
Great move.
So that's a decent move there at the 2nd hairpin, at the Hale hairpin. And it looks like the penalty board's being readied. I'll see if we can see who that is. We don't have anything on our chat, so I'm assuming that's going to be the board handed out for the previous indiscretions as they're going up the top end of the circuit.
No, great stuff. Here we go. So Lawrence Seagrove, I'm going to pick it up. Tom Shaw currently in 2nd place. And once again, Lewis McGill, he always seems to have a lot of work to do. He always seems to make it a little bit hard for himself at the start, then has to somehow pick his way through. But at the moment, the first 2 starting to move away from the rest of the pack because Lewis McGill has got his mirrors full of Theo Rafter at the moment. Oh, look, massively defensive. He's going to be a bit of an overspeed coming up.
Seagrave to the inside against Thomas Shaw. Shaw's trying to get past and into the lead of this one. McGill fighting hard over 3rd place with Theo Rafter. And they go under the start-finish line. 6 minutes remaining in this heat. We've got a lot to think about in this one. These drivers are throwing absolutely everything they can at each other.
Look at Blaze,
to make sure.
8th.
Yeah, from
Blaze
the back of the grid
fire.
up to 8th. Oh, wow. I wondered how long that would take. Proper dad jokes hours at this point. It's too early in the day. We've not even got to midday yet, and you're making dad jokes. This is going to be very, very long.
There's going to be more of them coming.
Yeah, it's going to be. I think this is going to be one of those days. As looks like Lewis McGill's actually caught right up onto the back of Tom Shaw. So it did look like they were going 2 by 2, but that gap for 2nd and 3rd seems to have closed quite considerably. I'm assuming that's going to be thanks to Lawrence Seagrave defending for his life against Thomas Shaw, especially through the first couple of corners. He defends hard through the first corner, sticks it in the middle of the road through the 2nd
Here
one.
we go.
Down the inside goes Tom Shaw. He came from absolutely nowhere there.
First to third for Lawrence Seagrove.
That was
disaster.
That was a really good move from Thomas Shaw. Seagrove just didn't see him coming. He turned in as if you could see him turn in as if the cart wasn't there. Looked to the inside and he realised Tom Shaw was fully alongside him. By that point, he committed to the corner.
And that was an early Christmas present for Lewis McGill. That was an early Christmas present.
That was a very early Christmas present, and it's given him 2nd place and a shot at the lead with Tom Shaw leading them over the line the last time round. The top 3 all nose to tail as Theo Rafter's in this. Ryan Fisher is now on the back of them. I don't think Brandon Barker's too far off this fight as well. And Ben Sproat in P7 on his 5th appearance here at the BIKC finals. He's going to want to try and make some moves if he can. His first target is Brandon Barker, who's just in front of him. Through the left-hander of turn 2, through the 3rd hairpin, where Tom Shaw made that fantastic move a lap ago. And the top 2 now starting to stretch the legs. As a black and white comes out, we'll consult race control to see where that came through. It looked like that was going to be for Seagrave. Off the top of it is for turning in, most likely on Tom Shaw. Looks over the shoulder, he can see that Lewis McGill is there, but Tom Shaw just looks like he's starting to scamper away, I'd say, from Lewis McGill, who also is starting to pull a bit of a gap from Lawrence Seagrave, who's got Theo Rafter and Ryan Fisher tucked right under his rear bumper, with a bit of a gap now towards Brandon Barker in 6th.
Okay, fantastic stuff, great racing, and now we're getting the moves. You know what I mean? It's like, it doesn't matter how high our penalties are. If the move is on, the move is on. And that's probably my favourite move so far, in actual fact. That was so clear-cut.
Came from absolutely nowhere.
Totally. Here we go.
Oh,
Here's the move.
Fisher's down the inside.
Can he hold that?
He's going to have to should be able to defend it there.
Yeah,
the Ratio drag driver just holds off Ryan Fisher.
That is the overtaking point at the moment. That's where it's all happening. Hairpin number 3. So, just over 3 minutes to go. Tom Shaw, after that fantastic move, is moving away, and poor Lawrence Seagrave was driving so defensively, and now he's gone down to 3rd. He is struggling to hang on to the flying Thomas Shaw and Lewis McGill. It just shows with Lewis, he's got so much speed that is tapped up there. That it's just finding he needs to work on finding the overtaking manoeuvres, because he's certainly got the speed. But yeah, Tom Shaw, who did do the overtake manoeuvre, the best one so far we have seen today, no doubt, absolutely flying and deserving to win at the moment. He's going to hang on for a few more laps, because Lewis McGill definitely has not given up as we go around the infamous hairpin now, where all the overtaking has happened so far this morning. But Tom Shaw still leading the gap, 0.288, which means he is absolutely virtually on his rear bumper. And Lawrence Seagrave backing off a further about 1.1 seconds behind from Lewis McGill there. Lewis McGill, he's starting to use, he knows he's got freedom of not having Lawrence Seagrave directly behind him, so he's starting to do some more extrovert racing lines, I would say, to try and find some extra momentum, to try and do to Lawrence Shaw what Tom Shaw did to Lawrence Seagrave. Can it happen? We're going to come round. I think we're going to be probably penultimate lap. They're about to start. A couple more laps left. This has got to run.
Yeah, so through the top end of the circuit, Tom Shaw actually has the fastest lap. I think he's the only driver in the 51s, so 51.940 there with Lewis McGill, 52.0 just behind him. They're opening that gap against Lawrence Seagrave, who's got Theo Rafter right behind him. Ryan Fisher and Brandon Barker aren't too far away from there, and Ben Sproat is trying to get past all 3 of them as they go up the top end of the circuit for the penultimate time in this heat, the last heat of the lightweight division. Up on the top end of the circuit, you can just see Tom Shaw's got his head down. He's not really focused on where Lewis McGill is putting his kart. He's just worrying about what he's got to do. Looking back, Kieran Eve, after that spin, he's had a really quiet drive. He's had a quiet drive from our point of view, but he's managed to get himself up into P8, not only thanks to the penalties for the guys in front of him, but also for the misfortune of others after he had his spin. So good recovery drive from Kieran Eve there to start in P8. So looks like he's had a good run there, as Theo Rafter's looking very, very racy for 3rd place as they go under the start-finish bridge once again. Checker flag flies for Tom Shaw. He takes a win as Aidan Dancer once again ends up facing the wrong way round. He's going to really want to forget this heat as Tom Shaw takes the win from Lewis McGill. 2/10 was the margin in the end. Lawrence Seagrave 2 seconds behind the leader, with Theo Rafter right behind him. Ryan Fisher in 5th place, then Brandon Barker, Ben Sproat, Kieran Eve does end the race in 8th position after that spin at the start, with Dan Webber, Blaze Wordsfield from the back of the grid ends up 10th place. That's a very impressive recovery drive from him there.
Has to be said, that was a virtually perfect drive from Thomas Shaw's. He would have, you start 3rd, got to 2nd on the first few corners, harried the leader, and then made it happen, took his opportunity when it came in beautiful fashion, it has to be said, and then held on from extreme pressure from Lewis McGill to win by 0.290 of a second. That is the kind of drive that wins BIKC championships.
Definitely looks like he got very heated in that race there.
Very heated in that heat.
Very heated in that heat. Very good choice of words that was.
And that's not a dad joke. Is that what you're saying?
I think
you need a mute button as well.
We're all doing it now. We're all doing it now. I think after this terrible humour and after that amazing race, I think we need to go for a quick breather. So we're going to go for a break, and when we're back with the semi-finals.
Hi, my name is Hugh Chambers. I'm the Chief Executive of Motorsport UK, the governing body for motorsport in this country. The British Indoor Kart Championship is one of Motorsport UK's official British titles. It is run in conjunction with TeamSport across their 35 tracks, and with 5,500 competitors each year, I think it is fair to say that it is the largest motorsport championship anywhere in the world. The British Indoor Kart Championship is incredibly important to Motorsport UK. We recognise that indoor karting is the access point for most people in the community for their first taste of getting the thrills of driving a motorised four-wheel vehicle around a track. And the accessibility of that with 35 centres across the UK means that we're opening the doors to literally hundreds of thousands of people a year to be able to find out whether they're really excited about motorsport. And putting at the top of the pinnacle of that indoor karting a championship with the BIKC in partnership with TeamSport allows us to find that talent and inspire that talent as a pathway into other forms of motorsport and other forms of karting. So the BIKC is really, really important to us.
I really enjoyed the instructors. They were a lot of help and helped me to improve a lot as I was going around. I just want to try and get as quick lap time as I possibly can, obviously staying safe as well. So I'd like to thank BizKart for this opportunity and TeamSport, as it really has been an amazing time, and I look forward to doing more events in the future as well.
Can't put into words how nuts that is. You just go through turn one and it's just fourth gear flat. Oh, just thank you very much for Biz, TeamSport and the BIKC. Best experience. That was amazing. I've never driven anything like that before. It really was incredible, just the cornering speed, the acceleration, the braking, it was unbelievable. I've done a lot of laps of this circuit on my computer with my wheel. It's been amazing to just see the comparison, but it is actually really close racing them. And I think BIKC especially has just really pushed me forward to learn this a lot, to learn racing a lot better. So I'm looking forward to next year with BIKC and any other racing that I do. Thank you very much, Biz and TeamSport, because it really was an amazing opportunity, and you should definitely try it out next time if you have the opportunity.
Quickly, so red line up with that red line there and just push it on, so you'll probably see better than me. So do you want to try and push it on? Is that central? Yeah? Cool. And once that clicks, that's all then ready to go. We'll probably do that for you. Just put on the brake and just push it down. With the lever, you can't really hold it. So like, you know how in a road car you might like hold your hand on it all the time. Yeah. If you do that, then it can basically feel it's like a bit of tension, and then it'll be like trying to pre-select it for you. So literally hand to the wheel, pull back on wheel again. Don't try and hold your hand around. If you do that, all it'll do is go like jump forward and then not go into the gear. So you'll know if you've done that. All right.
Welcome back to Warrington for the finals. It's middleweights, lightweights. I've done that the wrong way around. Lightweights, middleweights, and heavyweights. What a day yesterday.
Oh, it was great.
I want to mention that real quick.
I mean, that junior final will stay with me forever. That last 20 minutes, that last 6 to 8 laps. Jake, Ben obviously being third, but he was chasing. Bobby in second, just didn't give up. It was an epic race.
I thought the Joker lap as well really played into that final. That final 3, 4 minutes left on the clock. Kart 15 pulls in, causes carnage.
Yeah.
What an epic finish.
Exactly. You had that car, I think it was Frederick in that car, in front, but obviously not for race position. So it added something. And because it was the first ever time we've done a Joker lap, no one really knew what to expect, and no one really knew when to use it. I think today, I've spoken to a lot of the drivers from today, they all watched that race because they wanted to see when's the best time to use it. So I think we'll see a lot more strategy today.
Yeah, and you know what? The mixed feedback on it as well. Some of them are going to enjoy it, and I think they're going to be strategic about where they're going to do it. I think some of them still undecided, so all to play for.
Absolutely.
To get involved in the BIKC, you need a membership from TeamSport. You can find out all the information at team-sport.co.uk/membership. But there's 3 tiers, Will.
There is 3 tiers, but there's 2 really that you're looking for. So the first option, 16 plus, you're looking for the Elite Race Academy membership, and that's going to get you free race on your birthday, 2 weeks either side of there.
On your birthday?
Discounts when you book online.
Really?
Yeah.
Absolutely. We look after you at TeamSport.
Oh, that's amazing.
And a whole host of other stuff as well. And then if you're a junior, 8 to 15, you're looking for the Race Academy membership. And again, lots of really good benefits there. Definitely buy it, $34.99 for the year, not a month. That's a yearly subscription, and you're going to get a whole host of benefits. So yeah, head to the website.
team-sport.co.uk/membership. We're also, as always, giving away free karting thanks to TeamSport. Dead easy question. So it's one of 10 vouchers that we're going to give away over this weekend. We're going to give 5 away today, pick them at random, and the question is, what is the next TeamSport venue to open? What is the next TeamSport venue to open? Send your answer to win at bikc.co.uk before 7 o'clock tonight. If you do it afterwards, you'll be charged and won't be counted. There's no charge. Just put that
There's no charge. It's free. Yeah.
We're probably going to have a little look around the track while we've got time. Look at these guys. Let's go speak to these guys over here. Hello. I knew that you hate me for this, don't you? I'm just going to give the microphone to you. Tell me about your day.
My day's really good. I had breakfast.
That's very insightful.
Yeah. What else?
What did you have?
Breakfast wrap meal with ketchup. You got to have it. Yeah, it's the best.
We have started a little campaign on social, actually. Because what we noticed is all the hotels around here, they don't serve breakfast until 8 o'clock. We need to change that for next year, because breakfast is really most important meal of the day.
Yeah, hashtag bin the breakfast box.
Yeah. Or hashtag make breakfast earlier. Yeah. I think we'll probably end it there.
Thank you. Yeah.
How's your day been? Good?
Thanks.
Yeah? Yours?
It's been alright, thanks.
Yeah? Well, you just got here, right? So days have started. Are you looking forward to an exciting day?
Yeah, I'm just ready for a good day of racing. You know, hard racing, competitive racing, just what it's made of.
Good start. What track are you from?
I'm from Newcastle.
Newcastle. Well, best of luck, my man. Best of luck.
Should we head in there?
Let's do it.
See if there's anyone we can attack on the bridge.
Yeah.
There's usually a lot of people.
Yeah.
We'll see.
You want to go first?
I'm going to go first. Oh, I always hate being the person that goes up the stairs first.
That's why I made you go, because if I fall, I'll look really silly.
Yeah, you will. Oh, there's a load of people here that want to be involved in this live stream. Where are you guys from?
Trafford.
Yes, Trafford. Who are you supporting?
Ricky C.
Yourself?
I'm in middleweight.
Way, okay. What's your plan? What's your plan of attack for the weekend?
I feel like I'm going to do a lot of overtakes because I feel confident with this track. Qualifying, I'm not the best, I'll be honest, but I've been this track a lot. I've definitely overtaken quite a lot back when it was petrol. I've done a fair few races in electric, but I just feel confident. As I say, last year I was getting pushed about at regionals, but now I feel like I've learnt my lesson to do the pushing back and just go for it 100%.
So petrol versus electric, make sure you say the right answer. What are you enjoying the most?
I would say petrol, but I'm going to say electric.
Good answer. Thank you.
And by the way, these guys were in this exact same spot yesterday. Well, did you stay here all night?
So we had a cadet and a junior. So every single time they race, I was just in the exact same spot.
So you're just actually just a really supportive human being.
And then because we've got 3 lightweights, every single race I've been here for the entirety of the lightweights.
You know what? Fair play. Well done.
Is it pineapple on pizza?
Oh, God. See, I would never have pineapple on pizza, because who would? But, well, the cameraman would.
Cameraman would.
Cameraman's...
I'm definitely a fan as well.
Would you?
He's behind the camera.
That's why, yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Pineapple on pizza?
Absolutely not.
What's your favourite pizza topping?
Pizza topping. To be honest, onions. Onions and sweet corn. I'm not aware of that.
Sweet corn. I can't do sweet corn at all.
I can do sweet corn.
Come on, we need to go because we're going to get told off by TeamSport for blocking the bridge. Which we don't want. Hello.
Hiya, mate.
How you doing?
Not bad, yourself?
Very well, thank you. Yeah, go on, tell us what you're doing here. Go on. Who are you supporting?
Supporting Chris.
Hello.
Hello.
Tell us about yourself.
My name's Christopher and I'm racing middleweight.
Which track are you from?
Dundee.
Oh, wow. Are you feeling confident about the day?
Nah, not really.
But you know what?
It wasn't looking good.
Just embrace it. Did you have a little bit of practice yesterday?
Yeah. I think I should have done more though. I should have done came the week before on the weekend and then, but I only had time for it yesterday.
Look, it is what it is. Do your best, and that's all that we can ask for, right?
Thank you.
Best of luck. He's going to win. He's going to win. You've heard it. He's going to win.
Awesome. That's all. And who are you supporting today then?
We're supporting Lewis McGill and Hugh McDonald.
And where have you travelled down from?
Scotland, in Cambuslang.
Cambuslang, brilliant. And how many drivers have you got over the weekend? Is it just the 2?
4. I have 4, 2 in junior and 2 in adults.
Awesome. And just for some insider knowledge, has any of them told you what they're going to do with the Joker lap if they get to the final?
No.
Interesting. To be decided. Follow me, let's go.
Yeah, go down there.
Hello there. Yeah, I'm good. Who are you here supporting?
I'm supporting my son, Ben Paynes, who stood just over there, chatting to his friends over there. But yeah, Ben Paynes, Connecticut Racing, all the chaps from there, and all the chaps from Cardiff and Bristol.
We've just actually
quite a big
seen
contingent here. So yeah, excitable. First finals to come to. Watched it live last year on the City, so it's brilliant to be here.
Ben Paynes is the one in the mini track video that we were playing before.
Oh, there you go. And
yeah. It was a great day. I was there.
He's over there. He's over there. He's probably
there. He is. We'll catch up with him in a second.
Yeah. Thank you.
Take care.
I think they're coming for you now. Yeah, they can.
Oh, Mr. Paynes. How are you?
Good, thank you.
Good to see you again. We've been playing your video that time that you went round in the mini. How was that?
That was probably one of the best days of my life. Yeah, I really enjoyed it.
And what's your plan of attack for this weekend?
Just take it steady, enjoy myself, and if anything happens, it happens.
Anyone else you got your eye on?
No.
Just yourself. Lovely to see you. Thank you.
Nice.
Who have you got down there, Will?
So I'm joined with...
These were begging for something to say then.
Yeah, let's talk to them. How are you feeling? Today?
Yeah, good. Yeah, really good. Good racing so far today. Tough competition, really tough competition. But yeah, so far so good. Solid start. Just try and keep this momentum forward now for the semis and make grand final hopefully.
And how have you found the whole BIKC journey? Obviously, it started a couple of months ago. How have you found it?
Yeah, I found it really good. It's gone really well for me. I've won locals and regionals. My teammate Max, he came second at regionals, so it's good to have a 1-2 for the team. And yeah, it's just been really good for us. So, yeah.
Feeling good?
Yeah, feeling good. I had a bit of a rough start. 3-second penalty and a black and white flag, but we've come up from 11th to 6th, 7th in the last heat. So we just hope for a 9th or 10th in the semis and run forward from there.
Best of luck, guys. Well done.
Akhil, we've actually found Lewis McGill. We found his fan club at the bottom end of the bridge, and here he is at this side. Lewis, great to meet you. We've just heard all about you from your fans at the bottom. So you're feeling confident for this weekend?
Well, yeah. I mean, I've had a decent quali and 2 heats, so you know
Yeah.
So we asked your fans at the bottom if they knew what your plan was in the final, how you were going to use the Joker lap.
Honestly, I've not even thought that far through yet. I've honestly got no clue. I'm just going to cross that bridge when we get to it.
Love that, that's awesome. And last question, so up until now then, getting here, whereabouts have you been for your qualifications?
Well, locals, I got a clean sweep first from practice right through to the race, and the same at regionals as well, clean sweep that. So yeah, overall it's been a good journey.
I think this is definitely one to watch out for today's racing. Good luck.
I think we're going down to Lex.
Yeah, let's go down to pit lane and have a little chat with everybody down here. I think all kinds going on over there.
There is lots going on, isn't there?
Starting to fill out now. There's a lot of people starting to turn up.
Yeah, it just feels a great atmosphere as well, doesn't it? It just feels a great vibe, a great...
Hello, Ben. How are you, mate?
I'm good. How are you?
Very well. Weird questions. Pineapple on pizza?
No. Absolutely not. It's just not a thing.
Tell everyone what you do.
So I'm one of the course clerks. I do the regionals for the North, along with my BIKC team. And then I'm helping with Darren and James up in the race director's box. That's my role.
Excellent. And who is it that sings that song?
Which song?
Yeah. Right. James.
I thought we were going to ask for a karaoke. I thought we were going to break out in karaoke. James, great day yesterday. 2 great champions crowned. 3 more to go today.
Yep.
How are you feeling?
Tired.
Still got a whole day to go, mate.
Yeah, no, it's good. And the racing this morning has been pretty good as well. We've seen the lightweights sort of getting their elbows out. So, yeah, it's keeping us on our toes.
And how good was that junior final? I mean, I've talked to everyone about it, but how good was it? That last 8 laps.
It was just so entertaining, wasn't it? I mean, we could see it in race control. We could call it when we saw Navarro out front and he hadn't done his pit stop. We thought, look out, because he's got a loose association with Bobby. So we thought, okay, what's going to happen here? This could be tactics coming into play. This could be the stuff you see on F1 tracks. But yeah, once Bobby got onto the back of Jake, nothing was going to take him away, was it? So yeah, fantastic.
And that was the first ever time we've had a Joker lap, pit stop, whatever you want to call it. Do you think the lights, middles and heavies would have been watching that and thinking, actually, that might help them decide when to use it? Because we all got a little bit of a feeling. There was a bit of unknown yesterday. We're starting to see, actually, there's a couple of places you could use it.
Yeah, undoubtedly, yeah. Actually, when we announced it, there was a lot of chat about it, and it became a bit controversial. But I think we saw yesterday the capability it has to liven up a race. And I think the juniors yesterday were a little bit conservative. They didn't quite know how to approach it tactically. Obviously, the seniors have had 24 hours to process that. I know from speaking to some of the drivers that were racing last night in practice, they've been trying to figure out how to use it as well. So, yeah, watch out.
And grid starts, think that worked quite well yesterday? Because I did.
Yep, absolutely. It certainly made it safer, which is why we changed. We've got less or no concerns about the pickup of the karts compared to the petrols that we had previously. And it's just made for some really good race starts, yeah.
Right, James, enjoy the rest of the day. Will?
Awesome. Look, I'm joined with an absolute bit of a TeamSport legend, actually, Jason. So, Jason, tell us about your journey. How did you get to Warrington?
So this is my first BIKC. Local final, I managed to win. Regional, I managed to come second. So that puts me here among the best in the country.
Fantastic. And how's qualifying been so far today for you?
Touchy subject. I don't think I had the greatest car in qualifying, not to make excuses, but the pace just wasn't there. That did put me last on the grid. Nothing to lose at that point, so it was just full attack for the first heat.
Full attack for the first heat. Good plan. Now, if you do get to the final, I'm interested in this. How are you going to plan the Joker lap? So if you get on the final grid, what's your kind of plan? Are you going to pit early? Are you going to wait till the end? Are you going to kind of midships? What's your plan?
The plan would be, if I got stuck in traffic, then I would just use my Joker lap. I want as much time as possible in clear space. You're behind people, you're just losing so much time. So as much time in clear space as possible. If I'm held up, Joker lap.
I like that. That's good. That's the first definitive answer I've had, by the way. Yes, brilliant. And what advice would you give anyone that's looking to get into BIKC for next year? No, because this time next year we could have a whole bunch of new people on the grid.
Plainly, just do it. I mean, karting is not an accessible sport, and that's what makes this competition so good.
TeamSport, there's nearly 40 tracks in this country. Come down, everyone's friendly. Do your best, you will surprise yourself. I've made it this far, I didn't expect to. People will help you along the way, just drive your heart out and the rest will sort itself.
Super, that's great advice. Thanks again for meeting us today. Best of luck over the weekend. Hope you do really well.
We're with the BIKC poster boy right now. How many programs have you signed?
None yet, but I'm open.
He's won more championships here than programs he's signed. That's quite impressive.
Last year was impressive. That's still in your head?
Yeah, I mean, you know, it was a controversial one, but I still very much enjoyed the fact that it made for good TV. Yeah, hopefully won't pick up a speed under yellow's penalty this time. It wasn't intentional, but still managed to pull a gap enough to win, so happy.
Sam, so we're introducing Joker laps, pit stops this year. Very unknown. You probably might have watched the juniors yesterday to get a feel. How do you think that will impact your race?
Well, I think when you take defending into account, it kind of takes away the element to be able to do that now, which I've heavily relied on in the past, I'll be honest. So, you know, if you're leading and you've got second on your back, you've got to be very careful, because it could end up that you're defending them and third place jumps you both. So I think it adds that tactical element, but I've got to admit, in previous competitions, I've actually kind of thrived under those conditions. So I'm confident if I'm not on the front row for the finals, that I could use that to my advantage.
And final question. Obviously, you look very chilled now, very cool, but you are bidding to be the most successful BIKC driver ever with your 4th championship. Pressure starting to get to you, or are we thinking whatever happens, happens?
Yeah, it is. There's an element of whatever happens will happen. This year I did win the Mighty Minis Racing Championship in cars, so for me I've ticked a box this year, and if I can get this box as well, then happy days.
Best of luck, mate.
Right, as you can see, drivers have been walking past us and right in front of cameras as well. But let's hand back to the commentary. Russ and Tom.
Hello there. Well, there's Sam Slater there. I thought Akhil picking out Sam Slater, a little bit of favouritism. I think they're keeping into the...
Oh, he's gone straight with it.
He's
there.
only been in the building 2 minutes. You know, I mean, what's going on there? Right, here we go. We'll be seeing Sam a bit later on in the middleweight, but tension is starting to build. Not just because the chief financial officer has walked on site of TeamSport. That adds
who I didn't know.
Dimension. Jen didn't know. Jen knew who it was.
No, I'm sorry.
But because we're going to go racing in the semi-finals, and they're just getting ready in the pit lane, and we are going to be looking for the top 8 in each race. The top 8 will go through to make the grand final. And this is going to be epic. There's no doubt about that. It's going to be absolutely epic. We are waiting. We're probably about 2 minutes away from the start of the first of the semi-finals. So let's go to anything interesting in the... Matt Cheney says Joe Gruhal, FTW. I can only think that means future Tiddlywinks winner.
For the win.
So I don't know. I'm not aware, Matt, of how good he is at Tiddlywinks. But if you think he's going to win at Tiddlywinks, then so be it. So be it.
At the moment, it's kind of all to play for. We've got a lot of drivers at the front that have done well. We've had some overtakes. Obviously, the tiebreakers then go on best position and fastest lap. So.
Yeah, and I'd argue there's quite a few drivers out of position as well. So if you look at some of the drivers that have been out there, so this first semi-final, you've got Jamie Sherman Chase is going off P13. You would have expected him to be a little bit further up the order than that over the course of the day. Kieran Eve is probably going to be just outside the top 8 would be my guess. And remember here, as we're looking for the top 8 drivers to go through to the semi-finals, also looking at Elliot Chewsley. You can just see him pulled over to the side there. That's because he's going to be waiting to start in P11 for this semi-final. So to quickly run through the grid, Kai Newman will start on pole. We wondered how that would get split. Kai Newman's on the pole for this one. I'm going to assume that Joe Greenhill will be on pole for the second of the semi-finals. Tom Shaw, Lewis McGill, Theo Rafter, Callum Oatley will start 5th. Brandon Barker, Max Kilby and Callum Leader are the top 8. So if it was to finish how it started, they would be the 8 that went through. Max Thorne, Dan Webber, Elliot Chewsley, Noah Lockwood, Jamie Sherman Chase, Jason Sharp, who we spoke to earlier, Ryan Bentley and Shay McCluskey are the drivers they're going to be taking to the track in this first semi-final. Now, the semi's a little bit longer, 12 minutes. in duration before we decide who will be starting the main event. The main event itself is longer still at 20 minutes. Remember, with the mandatory pit stop, the Joker lap, where just about anything can happen, and it surely will.
It's mad to think there's only 3 races left.
Yeah, then we're into the light and the middleweights and heavyweights then.
Indeed, so we've got a whole day worth of racing here and top quality racing. And
What is that driver in second doing with his feet?
Probably just stretching himself out, getting himself limbered up. You thought you'd do your pre-race stretches before you got in the car, not wait till you sat on the grid and waiting for everyone else to form up behind you.
And not pointing in so much, the driver there in second place.
I think they figured out after the first heat that was a little bit almost pointless, because the team would just come around and just reset them. Silky just manhandling the carts back into the correct position. So the drivers don't set it correctly. They just end up putting it back into the correct position for them. Looks like there's a little bit of conversations maybe about a cart that is there. I think the driver may be pushed back into the pits.
Can we just say, Tom, just a huge thank you to Megan Gascoigne, who has given myself, Tom and Jen a lovely present with Megan Gascoigne Racing written all over it.
The sticker is really cool on it.
And 10 cakes that we're going to love them. And Megan, a big shout out. You did so well yesterday, and thank you so much for that. It is genuinely appreciated. We would also welcome anybody else to give us presents as well.
Yeah, if you want more time being spoken about on the stream, snacks and bribes are accepted. It's the only part of BIKC that does accept bribes is the commentary team.
Indeed, absolutely.
Hence why we're not the race directors.
Right, here we go. We are almost ready for the start. We've got the lights are up on the screen. We can see. We're waiting for red. Here we go. Oh, we're paused on the stream, but here we go. Right, 2 lights, 3 lights, 4 lights, 5. Let's race. Wow, that was a long wait for the green light there.
Very long hold.
As ever, and this time, okay, Lewis McGill has actually made, looks like he's going to make, no, he's held off. Look at that. I thought he was going to go through into second position there, but he backs out of it and holds into third. And so far, going around, there's lots of drivers side by side, but it all looks very gently driving at the moment.
Sherman Chase very sideways there.
A little bit. I thought Lewis McGill was going to go through into second, but Tom Shaw, brilliant stuff, held on to that position. We saw what a great overtaking manoeuvre Tom Shaw did in his last heat. Can he do the same on Kai Newman?
Contact there, Sherman Chase. I think that may have been on, was that Max Kilby? We'll have to double check the numbers as they come through there. You see the 2 yellow Ratio drag drivers coming through the top end of the circuit. Sherman Chase, there's a spin,
Pushed all the way round, that's 30, that's Ryan Bentley.
So Ryan Bentley assisted round. I didn't quite catch the number of the cart that assisted him there. It's Marshall's, I think that's Matt up on the top section. Gets him pointed in the right direction, gets him released back into the race, and sets off in pursuit of the rest of the field. And we'll see where the drivers are as they come over the line. So it is Newman that leads, Tom Shaw, Lewis McGill. The top 3 are where they started. Thereafter, Max Kilby's up to fix, Max Thorne. Elliot Chewsley's into 7th, so from 11th on the grid. We said he had some work to do. He's managed to get to 7th already. Brandon Barker in P8, Callum Oatley, Sherman Chase is 10th, and knocking on the door of a place in the main event. Dan Webber, Noah Lockwood, Shane McCluskey, Jason Sharp, Callum Leader, and Ryan Bentley, the runners and riders. I think
got a 5-second penalty for Callum Leader.
So Callum Leader with 20. I thought that might have been the one that assisted Ryan Bentley round, but Callum Leader, a 5-second time penalty will effectively reverse those positions. But Kai Newman starting to run away at the front. He's got a second lead over Tom Shaw, as over the shoulder looks Thereafter can see Max Thorne just behind him, as he's managed to get past Max Kilby. So Thorne's on a charge here and is up into 5th position at the moment. Over the line they come once again. Chewsley in 7th. He's got about 1.2 seconds to catch to get on the fight for 6th place. As they go up on the top level once again, look over the shoulder from Newman. He knows he's got a decent lead over Tom Shaw here. And remember, these guys effectively are fighting for which row of the grid they will start on. Finish this one first. You'll start in the front row, and then your fastest lap decides which side of the grid you'll be on.
Okay, so at the moment it's great driving for Kai Newman, and Thomas Shaw is met with a slightly different problem here, in the fact that he needs the lap times, because at the moment he is dropping back slightly on Kai Newman. There's no doubt that Kai Newman has got the pace, and the pace is very hot here, and Lewis McGill is also struggling to hang on to the back of Thomas Shaw. So it's the speed. Whereas we've seen a lot of defensive driving, we're seeing in this semi-final drivers absolutely going for it. Because as well as this, there's 2 semi-finals, and your position in the grid will also be determined by your lap time of all the firsts and seconds and thirds and fourths and so on and so fifth. And so fifth. Fifth as well. Fifth as well. Max Thorne is in 5th. So here we go. Kai Newman leading at the moment, and the gap is getting slightly bigger again. It's now 0.9, was 0.8, and Lewis McGill 1.8 seconds now behind Kai Newman, who is leading.
Yeah, Newman's got the fastest lap of the race, 51.628. Tom Shaw, similar sort of pace. Lewis McGill 51.7. So these guys clearly pressing on at the front of the field here. As we watch the leaders, Tom Shaw has now got Lewis McGill right in his rear bumper. So over the course of the last lap, Lewis McGill has really caught up to Tom Shaw. That gap at the front is now 1.4 seconds. So Newman stretching the advantage as McGill now takes the fastest lap on a 51.479. That's why he's been able to get on the bumper of the 11 car, and he's already trying to look to overtake as the 11 goes defensive. This is just going to let Kai Newman run away at the front of this one. It's going to bring Rafter and Thorne, who are working together to try and press on towards the top 3 back into this one, still holding on to a qualifying position of Kilby, Tuesley and Barker, but 9th place at the moment for Jamie Sherman Chase. He only needs to get one more kart, and then he can get himself onto the back row of the main event, which, considering how they qualified, to be able to get themselves inside the top 8 together, that'll be a good recovery drive for Tuesley and Jamie Sherman Chase, providing they can keep it clean.
And I have to say, this is a repeat of the last of the heats for 2nd and 3rd. Thomas Shaw, who was leading but is now in 2nd place, and Lewis McGill, a complete repeat of what we saw in the final few laps of the heats. But Lewis McGill has got to do. I haven't really seen Lewis McGill do the car bobbing all over the place there at the top of the ramp there. I haven't seen him do an overtake. He benefited to have an overtake in the previous from that move that Tom Shaw did. There's no doubt he's racing in 3rd place. He's got the speed. No doubt he's got the speed, but at this level he needs to find the overtaking prowess as well, because he's running in 3rd place, and that will he will sail into the grand final by finishing in 3rd place. But in order to really trouble the podium positions of this event, you really need to be finishing in either 1st or 2nd position. I would say that's where majority, if not all, the winners of BIKC have come from over the years. Takes a very, very different line going underneath the tunnel. Tom Shaw keeping it very, very tight. Lewis McGill taking much more of a kind of a flowing racing line through there, and he's literally all over the back, hopping again a little bit at the top of the ramp. He did that a little bit better than the previous lap, and he's right on the rear bumper of Tom Shaw, with Theo Rafter in 4th place, Max Thorne in 5th, Max Kilby, who he's been racing BIKC for a few years. Elliot Tuesday, made a mistake. Tuesley in 7th, Brandon Barker 8th. We've got Jamie in 9th, Callum Oatley in 10th, Noah Lockwood in 11th, Dan Webber in 12th, Shea McCluskey is in 13th, Jason Sharp 14th, Callum Leader 15th, Ryan Bentley at the back at the present moment in time. That is the running order with about 5.5 minutes to go in this semi-final number 1.
Yeah, Rafter and Thorne have been catching over the last couple of laps. This lap is the first time that they've been slower than the Shaw-McGill battle that's just in front of them. So that gap stabilising at about 1.1 seconds at the moment. But if McGill is going to do anything about Shaw and maybe try and get on terms with Kai Newman, he is starting to run out of time to be able to catch up. He does hold the fastest lap, and they are running a similar sort of pace to Kai Newman. So Newman's not stretching his advantage as much as he might want. There's only a couple of attempts in his favour. But still watching a little bit further back to see if Sherman Chase can get himself into a qualifying position. They're just coming through the chicane. You can see that he's just knocking on the door of 8th position, and about half a second in front of them is Elliot Tuesley, vice champion from last year. Over the line the leaders go. Kai Newman's 2 seconds still ahead. Change between Thorne and Rafters. The two Ratio drivers have switched position, and now it looks like Max Thorne is building a bit of a gap over Theo Rafter, who's now been dropped back into the clutches of Max Kilby. First time Kilby has been in the senior categories. He's been in the juniors the last couple of years and has finished in the top 15. Always made the main event when he's appeared at BIKC, and it looks like he's going to do the same again, this time in the senior categories. Down the ramp they go once again. Tom Shaw, Lewis McGill, he's just looking over his shoulder. The one thing I love about drivers having clear eyes, you can see the concentration face, and you just see that Tom Shaw's eyes are locked on the circuit in front of him. He's not thinking about what's behind him right now. He's just focused on what's in front of him and trying to get away. And it looks like Max Thorne has actually caught up quite quickly. That gap has been cut in half over the last lap or so. So the gap there is about 7/10, half a second between Shaw and McGill as a black and white goes out to kart 18. So that's Jamie Sherman Chase been given a warning, most likely for pushing Brandon Barker as he's trying to get a position by almost any means necessary. But what you don't want to do is go for a silly move, end up pushing a driver wide and getting hampered with a penalty like we saw Jamie Sherman Chase do earlier on.
The Billingers have been on the live stream saying, come on, Dan Webber. Did I get your name right? I still have sleepless nights over last year, if I'll be absolutely honest with the whole name thing. But there's a little bit of a shout out there for Dan Webber, who is currently running in 12th place, 8.9 seconds behind. Won't be enough, unfortunately, if it stays like that to see him through to the grand final, because it is the top 8. So the cut-off there is Brandon Barker at the moment, has got the last position in this semi-final that will see him through onto the last row of the grand final, but still a massive achievement just to make it through.
Sherman Chase has just done him, so Jamie Sherman Chase has just managed to get past Brandon Barker. The 18 and the 39 have just swapped places. That now gives Jamie Sherman Chase a place in the main event, and after qualifying, I think he'd be happy just to get himself into the main event, let alone be able to do quite well. So they're just coming through the top end of the circuit. We're still watching the fight over second place as Tom Shaw, Lewis McGill, Max Thorne, Theo Rafter, Max Kilby, Elliot Chilsey and Jamie Sherman Chase are the drivers inside the qualifying positions for the main event with 2 minutes to go. And this fight for second is now a 3-kart fight as the Ratio Drive driver of Max Thorne has caught up very, very quickly to Tom Shaw and to Lewis McGill. He's been running around about 3 to 4 tenths of a lap quicker than these guys. And McGill still has the fastest lap of a 51.4, but they're now running in the 51.8. Kai Newman, leader, is running the 51.9, so he's got a 2-second gap. So maybe just trying to conserve his energy a little bit. It is a very long event these guys are competing in. So they've got the 15-minute practice quali, 2 10-minute heats, 12-minute semi-final, and then a mammoth 20-minute final to contest for the British Championship. And I reckon these guys are going to be coming round to start the final lap of the semi here. So Max Thorne on the rear bumper of Lewis McGill as the drivers file through the top end of the circuit. Shaw, McGill and Thorne are that close there. Raft is not too far away, so if this all comes to blows, he could quite easily pick up the pieces here. And Kilby on his first attempt in the senior is running in sixth ahead of Tuesday and Sherman Chase as everyone comes over the line once again to start what we think will be the final lap. A big gap now between Tuesday and Sherman Chase.
Great performance because he's targeting a top 10 finish. Yeah. That'll put him about 11th or 12th on the grid.
That looked like a bit of a punt there. And
he's let him go.
So Max Thorne immediately knew that move wasn't on. He knew he made contact. He knew he was probably going to get a penalty, so he's let Lewis McGill go. It has cost him a little bit of time, so it remains to be seen if race control do take a look at that one.
Might still get a penalty.
Yeah, they did earlier on. They were penalising stuff like that, where drivers come from absolutely nowhere to push someone wide and cause them to lose time. But it has brought Theo Rafter into this on the last lap. So potentially the Ratio Drives going to try and attack Lewis McGill. But over the line they will be Kai Newman to receive the checker flag in what can only be described as dominant fashion in the first semi-final. Tom Shaw in second place, McGill, Thorne, Rafter, Kilby, Tuesley and Sherman Chase. Look how happy Jamie Sherman Chase is to make it into the main event and finish in 8th place. You've got to say after qualifying he wasn't even thinking about getting into the main event. Now he's on the back row of the grid, but he's going to have a lot of work to do if he wants to try and get a good result from this. You can see what that means to him there. He's so relieved to have made it in.
Main thing for me in this one was the pace of Kai Newman. That's very rarely we've seen a gap for the win of 2.2 seconds. He really showed there that he had consistent pace to be able to pull away from, obviously we saw Tom Shaw win the last of the heats, and we've been talking about Lewis McGill's pace all morning, but Kai Newman absolutely had it there. And to finish that race in that kind of style, yeah, I think suddenly he's moved himself into perhaps one of the favourites for the grand final.
Yeah, very, very good performance from Kai Newman. Remember, they're the rows the drivers will start on. So first place starts on row 1, second starts on row 2. So as we go through the top end, as we go through into the second of the semi-finals, the drivers will end up coming out onto the grid very, very shortly.
Interestingly enough, if you look at the drivers in the top 5, we have all 3 British nations. We have Welsh, Scottish and English.
What a great observation there, Jen.
So talent across all the fields. Obviously, fastest lap in that went to McGill with a 51.479.
Yeah,
Everyone
so
has some
advantage
good
Scotland
laps, though.
in that sense there.
Definitely, yeah. I think, to be honest, if we go off the trend that has been happening, second groups are usually slowest. So we might see some tiebreakers being won from Group 1.
Yeah, it could be interesting to see how the grid does end up forming up. You remember, you want to be on the effectively the odd side of the grid, so starting in the higher numbered position, so first, third, fifth, etc., because that really does seem to have the advantage on the inside with such a short run towards the first corner. You can see the grid marshal Silky, the grid official, calling the carts out onto the grid for semi-final number 2. We're getting so quickly through. I forget these are semi-finals and not the heats.
It's mad, isn't it? We're absolutely charging through. We're used to yesterday with the whole event taking like 6 hours, or was it?
Yeah, something like that.
But no, we're getting through it. But the excitement is building because obviously we're going to be introducing the Joker lap in a minute. And just to cover it very quickly, because it is new for this year, as are the grid starts. We haven't really talked too much about the grid starts today, but the new Joker lap is only running in the grand finals of each of the weight categories today. And basically, it's very similar to what potentially could be an undercut in Formula 1, in the fact that a driver can do a stop whenever they want. They have to do them whenever, obviously, whenever they want. It's about a loss of about 14 seconds. And the idea is that they could take it, get some clean track in front of them with no drivers there, put some lap times in, pump some lap times in, and then when the drivers in front take theirs, they could come out ahead. And it was so tight yesterday that they had a huge effect on the final that we ran yesterday, the juniors, because we had a driver that stayed out and did that very, very late and was able to back the second and third drivers into each other. And we ended up with an absolute grandstand finish, which was the kind of finish that we were hoping we would get all the way through the racing, and we got it. It was fantastic. And also, they had to cover each other off, just like what we see on a Sunday afternoon when we're watching Formula 1. So the driver in third place took it, hoping to get a few laps and then get that position. The driver in second place had to cover that off. And it was good stuff. It's strategical, just an extra tactical element, which I think is very welcome. I think there's strategies in all forms of motorsport.
Yeah, of course. Obviously, hopefully, we get to go see the gem pads soon. We have 4 clips now, thanks to that semi-final.
4 clips.
Might get even more from this semi-final here.
Yeah, the semis have been action-packed all over the course of the day, and yeah, I can't wait to see how the Joker lap comes out. Big question of strategy. Only all the drivers seem to be keeping their cards close to the chest. There's only the likes of Jason was willing to talk about it earlier, but we have the grid complete. The command is given from our grid marshal Silky. He will clear himself, and as soon as we are ready to go, we will be able to get off and running. We look to the lights as soon as we have 5 of them. Very quick start
quick,
from
wasn't
there.
it?
Lights go to green. Look at the back of the grid. They're trying to go 3, 4, 5 wide very early on, but it is Greenhalgh that leads. Cam Mollett has moved into second place at the expense of Lawrence Seagrave. I think Harris Ahmed's just managed to hold on, and Ben Sproats in there as well. Ahmed hasn't managed to hold on. There's one round. That is the 14 of Lawrence Seagrave. So Seagrave, who's put in a fantastic drive all the way through the heat, ends up spun around at the start of the semi-final. Look how upset he is with that one.
That is
Marshall
harsh.
runs over, gets him pointing in the right direction, but if that's how Lawrence Seagrave's BIKC journey ends, then...
the problem there, he didn't get a great start, and he lost a lot of momentum going on the outside around the first corner.
Yeah, it looked like he just started to get swallowed up by the pack there.
Just made him vulnerable. And then it was just a little bit chaotic, and obviously he ended up getting turned around. We'll have to wait and see what the race directors make of that. They'll be analysing. We've got VAR. I mentioned
it's
it.
the first time we've actually mentioned
I know.
VAR all
We've got
day.
VAR, so we've got
That was
experts.
all that was mentioned last year, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was all the time. Everyone was like, oh, we'll review this, we'll review this, we'll review this. But yeah, so far, drivers have been relatively happy with all the decisions that have been made so far. I don't think we've had any protest lodged to have stuff reviewed. But as the drivers come through the top end, we'll confirm the order. But at the moment, it is Joe Greenhalgh that leads. I believe it's Cam Molitor in second place. It is over the line goes Ryan Fisher, who's jumped right up the order. Ben Sproat in fourth from about 8th on the grid. Yeah, Ben started 7th. He's gained 3 positions. Kieran Eve started 8th. He's now 5th. Luke Evans is 6th. Joe Simcock and Aidan Dancer from the back of the grid, from down towards the end of the grid after a couple of spins in the semi-final in the first of the heats. Aidan Dancer currently running in 8th place. Nathan Lodge, Daniel Owen, Harris Ahmed in 11th place. He's fallen right down the order from 4th. Oh no, there's a biggie in there. There's quite a lot of drivers up there. So that is Nathan Lodge, the 43 is up there. So that's Bobby Kristovic, Harris so the 5 of Dan Owen.
He's gone in there quite heavy. That is a fast corner anyway. And
yes, there's 4 drivers up there at the moment. The marshals just double checking, and a few more hands are going to go up to.
One's leaning forward, one's leaning back, kind of thing. But yeah,
I'm not sure if they'll look into the driver in 14 as well for hitting the car when the light was already red as well. Obviously, there was a blockage on track. I'm not sure whether you were seeing the light beforehand or not.
It's around the middle. So we've got, was it Dan Owen, Harris, and Bobby Kristovic.
I'm not sure that driver is with a yellow helmet there.
And Philip Randall is 3.
So we'll double check. The marshal's just making sure all the drivers are okay. As a restart order just comes through for us, I believe it will be the last completed lap over the line. So everyone managed to complete 1 lap. So as soon as the marshals are all happy that everyone is okay, and if anyone does require any attention, we'll get it up to them. And
they look okay.
Drivers do look all good.
It's just a bit of a shake-up, I think, is the...
So they have their rib protectors on, eh?
Yeah, it just shows how important having the correct kits can be. And
there you go.
Yeah, all the drivers kitted out. They're just making sure that everyone is okay. Then they'll double check the carts are all good to restart. And then as soon as they are ready to go, then
magic sponge
drivers
time.
will be able to.
Magic sponge time, I think. They'll be fine on that, I think. It's I've seen a lot worse than that.
Yes, the cart's coming down onto the grids. They've got the restart order ready to go. So it will be the last time over the line. So it will be the order that you can see on your screen.
But obviously, ladies and gentlemen, the times, everybody's the grid start again. Everything that's happened, apart from the positions of the carts, it's not an aggregate race or anything like that. It is a straight race once we go green once again.
So while the marshals have been dealing with the incidents up at the top, the race directors have been going through and double checking all the starts, and a 5-second time penalty has been assessed for cart number 2. That's Ryan Fisher.
Have been told drivers are fine.
Nah, that's good to see. That's good to see the drivers are all good. The other driver that was involved in that was Nathan Lodge in the 10. So they're all going to head round onto the grid, get them all back in some semblance of a position, and as soon as we are ready to go, and the time penalty just pops up on our timing screens as well. That is for number 2, Ryan Fisher, for the incident at the start. So the incident that saw Lawrence Seagrave pointing in the wrong direction, that's exactly where they are going to be sitting. And for Lawrence now, it, in theory, gives a second chance because he was quite a few seconds off the back of the pack.
Yeah, look at Ben Sproat. Ben Sproat starting 3rd. What, 10th or something? He started the race?
The original start, he was on 7th on the grid. So Ben Sproat's made 4 places up. Kieran Eve has made 4 places up. Cam Molitor has made 1. Joe Greenhalgh has held position. Aidan Dancer has also made up 3, which is going to be partly where all that the incident was. Harris Ahmed, by contrast, has lost 6, and Lawrence Seagrave has lost quite a few in that one. I don't dare say the number is, it's quite large. But Silky now just double-checking the grid is correct as per the restart order. It was the end of the first lap for the restart. And as soon as he's happy, he gives the command over the radio to the race directors. They're in control of the lights, and as soon as they are happy, the 5 red lights will come on. Once we have all 5, watch the lights go green, and we are racing once again in the BIKC. Greenhow gets a good start this time.
Ben Sproat straight to second.
Like Ben Sproat is going towards... That is Ryan Fisher that's up into second place there. But remember, he is carrying that 5-second time penalty. Cam Molitor is third. Ben Sproat, it looks like, is dropped to 5th on the road, but 4th in the standings, thanks to that penalty for Ryan Fisher. That drops him all the way down the order. Now let's see what he can do in terms of outracing that penalty. But up they go, up the bridge they go. The 12 of Luke Evans is 5th, Joe Simcock in 6th, Aidan Dancer, Daniel Owen, Harris Ahmed 9th, Nathan Lodge, Blaze Worsfield, Bobby Kristovic, Phil Randall, Will Thompson, Lawrence Seagrave are your runners and riders. Remember, Ryan Fisher, he's running 4th on the road. However, he is carrying the 5-second time penalty for the previous start as they go through the chicane, looking at the 27 of Cam Molitor, who's running 3rd at the moment, but has a lot of pressure behind from Kieran Eve, who come right up through the order. He has managed to get past Ben Sproat there as they go through the right-hander of the 3rd hairpin and head down towards the bottom end of the circuit. Looks like that's the penalty ball being shown to Ryan Fisher on the first racing lap, just so he now knows that he is carrying a 5-second time penalty for his part in the original start. But even after just 1 lap, that 5 seconds now leaves him in 13th. As you've got another, that's Luke Evans facing the wrong direction.
Oh, no.
So Luke Evans facing the wrong direction. You can see how annoyed he is. That's probably going to end his chances of making it into the main event. One of the Cardiff drivers, I believe, one of the Cardiff contingents that Jen has been cheering for so well. But Joe Greenhow has, there's no other word for it, checked out at the front of this one. He's got about a 1.8 second lead over Ryan Fisher in second place, who now, there's no other word, is defending for his life. Cam Molitor thinks about a look down the inside. He's nowhere near close enough, but he has to be careful of Kieran Eve. Kieran Eve is a very experienced driver, and you've got to think the moment he sees a chink in the armour of Cam Molitor, he's going to find that chink and he's going to exploit it and get down the inside and get past the Manchester Victoria driver.
Okay, and Luke Evans drops all the way to the back.
Oh, no.
That is heartbreaking. But look at Lawrence Seagrave, right?
I have
that
a feeling
Luke is
actually in the pit lane.
Also heartbreaking. You know what I mean? To start so high up and running as 14th, but that is racing. It happens. Joe Greenhull is leading by 2.2 seconds. Cameron Molitor is in second. Kieran Eve is third. Ben Sproat is in fourth. What a race Ben Sproat has had, it has to be said. He's been absolutely everywhere in it. Joseph Simcock in 5th, Aidan Dancer, superb 6th at the moment, Daniel Owen in 7th and 8th. Harris Ahmed is at the moment in that last grand final position. Nathan Lodge is doing his absolute best to try and take that off him, but he's 0.8 of a second behind at the present moment in time. So here we go. So we need to remember that Ryan Fisher is racing with a penalty. So that is what is dropping him all the way to near the back of the race, even though on the track he has got a fine position. But we've got 6.5 minutes to go. There's still a fair way of the last of the semi-finals before we will be lining up and going live on the grand final, and we will crown another BIKC British Indoor Karting Champion 2024. So Joe Greenhull leading. The gap is still going up, extending. And in fact, he's got this absolutely in the bag.
This
now,
mirrors his regional final performance like perfectly. At Bristol, he was pulling gaps all day, every day. He almost came to lapping a lot of the drivers on the grid at the regional too. So he's a very, very quick driver in open air.
It's impressive in such short races to be able to get that sort of an advantage over drivers who also have been through the exact same qualification process to make it to the regionals itself. A very impressive performance from Joe Greenhow, a very experienced driver in his own right, as Ryan Fisher is still defending for his life against Cameron Molitor. As they're up on the top section of the circuit, Kieran Eve is still trying to see if he can find a way through and get himself one more position up onto the main event. Joe Simcock, I said I wasn't expecting him to be outside the top 10. He's now running in 5th place, and he's right behind Ben Sproat. And Aidan Dancer, Daniel Owen, Harris Ahmed has now managed to get himself into the top 8. And that's currently, we'll see him just into the main event. So a good recovery drive after the incident at the start, at the first start. And Harris Ahmed potentially now into the main event at this race.
So at the moment, as it is, Tom, it's looking like Joe and Kai on the front row of the final.
Yeah,
like,
they were fighting the whole way through the heats, and now we're going to get now potentially, if it finishes like this, we're going to get them on the front row once again and fighting against each other.
Because Joe is also proving he's got the pace. I know that Cameron is doing a lot of defending at the moment, but still 4.7 is the biggest lead we have seen so far this morning in all the racing.
Yeah, there's a lot of love for Joe in the chat as well, and you can see that Gosport are looking forward for their first win potentially. Obviously, 6th place was the best finish in 2020, so a long time since we've seen anyone near the podium.
Yeah, Cam Molitor, looking further back, Cam Molitor, Kieran Eve are really, really being held up here. So Greenhow, the Gosport driver Greenhow is currently running at 51.5. Last time over the line for him was a personal best. The other guys are around about a second a lap slower. That is how hard Ryan Fisher is defending and trying to make sure he can stay in position.
See, I think 51.5 will give him pole.
I think it would. It'd be very. Yeah. If it wasn't, I'd be very, very surprised. However,
we didn't take our notes again.
However, Ryan Fisher now, effectively what he's doing.
50-6.
Ryan is actually talking himself out of a national final finishing qualifying position here, because the longer he defends, the bigger that train of carts gets behind him. And currently the last cart in the train is Harris Ahmed, who currently on the road is 9th, with penalty corrected is in P8. And because of how slow they're going and how easy it is for everyone to catch up, it means that Ryan Fisher, when the results are done, will drop behind Ahmed, Lodge and Kristovic as well, who's currently down in P11 on the road, as Kieran Eve now feels a need to go a little bit defensive against Ben Sproat, or potentially trying to find a way past Cam Molitor. You can see that gap in between Molitor and Eve has opened up a little bit as Joe Simcock tries to get past Ben Sproat. Down the inside, Simcock goes, gets the position. Sproat's lost 1, 2, maybe even 3 places. I think Dance has got through, as has Daniel Owen by the look of it. No, he's just managed to hang on, but it looked like Ben Sproat was about to lose a handful of positions thanks to Joe Simcock making a very decisive move. The Connecticut driver makes the move and gets through, and is now setting after Kieran Eve in front of him.
Okay, fantastic stuff. We have 2.5 minutes remaining. Okay, and we've got a lot of analysis to come at the end of this. We haven't seen anything of it so far, but we will get to the gem pad, and we will have a look at the very defensive driving. It's like just a variety of racing lines there going into the corner at the end of the main straight there. And let's go on the outside. We've got that side by side here going underneath the Dunlop Bridge. And yeah, we've got Kieran Eve goes into 3rd place. Here we go, Joseph Simcock in 4th, Ben Sproat is currently running 5th, Aidan Dancer 6th, Dan Owen 7th, and Harris Ahmed is in 8th at the present moment in time. 2 minutes to go, which should be this lap probably, and another one on top of that as well. And look at the gap, 8.3 seconds. Very rarely do we see a gap of that magnitude in a BIKC. Look, absolutely on his own. Miles and miles in front, lapping 51.46 seconds. 4. That is easily pole position.
Yeah, 51.4 is probably the quickest time we've seen, but I'm looking at the lap times of everyone else. They're currently running in the 53s at the moment. So they're 1.5 seconds now a lap slower than Joe Greenhow, thanks to Ryan Fisher defending. Cam Molitor has now been released. It's going to be interesting to see what his actual pace is. He's a 51.9, so Cam Molitor clearly has some pace in that kart that can rival what Joe Greenhow has. But you can see the Greenhow is currently about to think about coming off the flyover as Cam Molitor comes up. 8.7 seconds is a lot in this race. Is now Kieran Eve is going to try and dispose of Ryan Fisher in front of him and try and see if he can chase after Cameron Molitor. But it is all starting to come together for Joe Greenhow. He's coming through the top end of the circuit. As look at that, Matt. Look how big the gap is between himself and Molitor. That is absolutely huge. He's going through the 3rd hairpin. The rest of the field is coming through the 2nd. As over the line, Greenhow is going to come to take the checker flag in. There is no other word, dominant fashion from Cameron Molitor. Let's see what the gap is this time. Ryan Fisher is 3rd on the road, but because of how hard he's been defending and how close everyone is behind, Ryan Fisher drops all the way out of the main event later on today. Oh, there's a big spin at the end of that one. That looks like Kristovic's involved in that one, and looks like the 3 of Philip Randall. So action aplenty throughout the course of this heat, of this semi-final, and now we know the 16 drivers that we're going to be taking forward.
Fantastic. So the grand finalists there, Joe Greenhow with a superb win over 9 seconds. Kieran Eve, Joseph Simcock, Ben Sproat, Aidan Dancer, Dan Owen and Harris Ahmed are your grand finalists from this semi-final. And that's the semi-finals done.
Yeah, semi-finals done. We've got a lot to talk about through that one. However, before we do, we've got a quick message from Hugh Chambers at Motorsport UK.
Hi, my name is Hugh Chambers. I'm the Chief Executive of Motorsport UK, the governing body for motorsport in this country. The British Indoor Kart Championship is one of Motorsport UK's official British titles. It is run in conjunction with TeamSport across their 35 tracks, and with 5,500 competitors each year, I think it is fair to say that it is the largest motorsport championship anywhere in the world. The British Indoor Kart Championship is incredibly important to Motorsport UK. We recognise that indoor karting is the access point for most people in the community for their first taste of getting the thrills of driving a motorised four-wheel vehicle around a track. And the accessibility of that with 35 centres across the UK means that we're opening the doors to literally hundreds of thousands of people a year to be able to find out whether they're really excited about motorsport. And putting at the top of the pinnacle of that indoor karting a championship with the BIKC in partnership with TeamSport allows us to find that talent and inspire that talent as a pathway into other forms of motorsport and other forms of karting. So the BIKC is really, really important to us.
Okay, we've got some analysis to do, haven't we, Jen? So without any further ado, we have a few minutes before we set up for what is going to be an amazing grand final. We have got a fair few incidents to review. So without further ado, over to you, Jen.
Yeah, so the first incident we have isn't really an incident, it's just a grid start. The one that was quite chaotic, let's see what the label is on it. Heat 2 of Group 1, so look at it through.
Let's have a look.
I think they went 3 wide at one point. There we go. Quite a lot of contact, a little bit of loading there.
Loading going into the back there, and one car just getting stuck towards the back end as Sherman Chase just trying to fly his way through and make his way into the main event, which I believe he has now done.
Oh, that was driver inflicted at the back there.
Yeah, it didn't look fun at the back of that one.
I think this is where we saw Callum Leader have a little bit of a spin straight after the clip was taken. Oh no, he survived. Don't worry. Yeah, that was the first.
Lived on to fight another day there, but yeah, very just shows how close these drivers are with these standing starts. We saw it with the rolling starts, but the only real difference we found so far is that with the standing start, they're just carrying a little bit less speed into the first couple of corners.
Yeah, you could definitely see that we were running dry on clips towards the start of this, so that's why we had the grid start there. This was the move for first in one of the heats from Kai Newman.
This was the decisive move, the third hairpin that very nearly named the third hairpin, the Newman hairpin.
Yeah.
Absolutely
That's
beautiful
move. That is good, isn't it?
Yeah, I'll watch it back a little bit slower.
It's worthwhile just admiring.
So again, the point here is you want to start looking where they're going to commit to the corner, and it almost looks to me like Greenhow turns in, and you can see the point he turns in. He's definitely got the enough of the kart in there to be entitled to a space. I just don't think Greenhow was expecting him to come from that far back and be able to get the move down the inside.
He knew he had the speed, and he just predicted that he's going to move over.
You can see he set the move up there. Yeah. So before he's even got towards the corner, he's got the nose of the kart pointing at the apex, and the steering stays extremely straight. So he's just aiming the kart towards the corner throughout the whole thing.
This is definitely the way that indoor karting overtakes need to be set up, because obviously you look behind you, start defending, covering off an inside line. It makes the overtaking so much more difficult. In this situation here, he's played to his weaknesses of the driver in front. He's obviously watched him lap on lap, going wide on this corner and set it up for himself. Obviously he's blind because he checked over his shoulder, didn't check again, and then he made the move.
Yeah, just Greenhow did not expect him to be that far alongside, and you can see by the rear of the kart that by the time they got towards the corner, the 11 was more than halfway alongside. It was a probably robust move, but it was a very decisive one as well.
Yeah, so this is a very similar overtake. We'll play this one through at full speed for everyone.
So this is the fight at the front.
Oh, here we go. Yeah.
Shaw got through and ended up giving.
See, that was fantastic.
Yeah, that looks pretty much the same. So Shaw's gone through onto the inside, and I don't think.
He just made it further up as the thing. He literally got completely alongside.
At that point there, he's aiming for the apex, whereas the leader Seagrave is just going towards the outside and trying to set the kart up for the corner.
Yeah.
And you can see he's going right towards the outside of the track to take the quickest line through the corner. But at the point that he's at there, Shaw is like, I'm going down the inside. I'm going for this part of the track is now mine. And then as it moves a little bit forward, you can almost see Seagrave turns in, and then then looks over to his side, sees the kart alongside, and is like, oh no, there's a kart there. I'm going to have to back out of this one.
Yeah, I definitely don't think it was a driver's fault. I think it's just inexperience, to be honest. Just in a situation like this, obviously most drivers would have covered an inside line or checked over their shoulder because obviously he's doing down the main straight.
Again, he's come from so far back. I just think it's caught him. It's just caught him off guard. So if you pull it forward, you can see him turn in for the corner. At that point, he sees him, and at that point, he's ahead.
To be honest, he would have done less damage if he just turned out of the contact, because he would have not lost the second position there to McGill.
Yeah, so
and McGill just sailed through. That was just a gift.
Yeah, that was a very good opportunistic move from McGill. He saw the opportunity coming his way and was smart enough to be able to take it. It almost became 3 positions that Seagrave lost instead of just 2.
Yeah, Rafa tried up the inside, but you can see it wasn't close enough to make the position.
He's, in terms of like the racing rules, he was probably just halfway alongside at that point. I'd probably say that is perfectly halfway alongside.
Yeah. He's lucky he didn't spin the driver out, to be honest.
Yeah, but at that point there's no chance that Seagrave can see him, especially you can see where the edge of the helmet is. It's almost like a horse wearing like blinkers. You can't really see what's behind you unless you make a conscious look, and there's no way Seagrave would have known he was there.
Exactly. So we'll move on to the final move now. This is the one that Max made on the up ramp. That didn't pay off, and he gave the position back. But to be honest, opportunistic, I must admit.
Right idea, but the door just closed, and I think he knew that if he'd kept that, it was a bit of a 50-50 move.
Did you see the finger wave there? I think he just went, no.
It was like, no.
We'll have none of that.
Do that.
Can you? Let's watch out for the finger wave.
He's down the inside. Contact's been made. He's pushed him wide. He looks over. He knows what's happened.
Come on, let's see. Let's see the finger wave.
He's let him go.
Here you go.
As he's turning, he's like, no. No, I think it's
more.
It
was more of a thank you. It was.
Cheers. I think that's more of a cheers, mate. You did the right thing.
Yeah.
I think even at this sort of level, to see that level of sportsmanship is actually really refreshing, because quite a lot of the time,
saved him a penalty as well.
Yeah, but there's 2 schools of thinking with a move like that. You either hand the position back and make sure you don't get the penalty, or you try and be smart enough you try and be fast enough to think, the penalty will probably only be 5 seconds. I think I can get 5 seconds ahead of this person. And you just hold the position and deal with whatever comes after it.
Yeah, I think this is definitely handed back in the correct way. I think, obviously, Max coming into the move was obviously there was too much contact, pushed him offline, and would naturally just give the position back rather than risking a penalty.
Yeah, you could argue that he was maybe entitled to the space, but with the amount of contact that was made there, he would definitely have been pinged for that one by race control. And with how brutal they've been being with some of the penalties we've seen over the course of the day, I'm not entirely sure it would have been 5. It probably would have gone down the route of 10.
Yeah, honestly, it's not worth risking it. I think, obviously, with doubling penalties, if you got one now and then got one later, it's better if you're going to risk it, you might as well risk it in the grand final and get your first one there.
Yeah, and that's something we haven't mentioned, actually, during the course of this event, is to try and tighten up driving standards and make sure things are as clean as they can be. It's not a case if you are involved in multiple incidents that do get penalised. It's not like you just keep getting the same penalty. Your first penalty is whatever is warranted for that offence. Your second penalty, whatever it may be, is the correct penalty doubled. So if your first penalty is for speed, let's say, gaining under yellows, and you receive a 3-second time penalty, if your next one is advantaged by contact that's deemed to be 10, then the penalty you receive is 20. Once you've had your double, the next thing you get is a black flag. And a black flag here is a come into the pit lane, go up to race control, and say you're very, very sorry, and you won't do it again.
Yeah, exactly. I think obviously a black flag or disqualification would ruin your BIKC completely through the heats.
Yeah, and at the point if you get it in the if you get to that in the semi-finals, that is basically a one-way ticket back to the car park.
Exactly. Yeah, obviously we saw that with the penalties as well. You don't want penalties in the semi-finals if you can't outrace them.
Yeah, and it's with how big some of the penalties can be, but
yeah, I think over the whole of BIKC, I think I've only seen one disqualification from a race overall. That was at, I think it was the Leicester regional I was at. I think that's the only black flag we've handed out this whole regional, regional run. So.
It's one from Rob versus karting. Years 2024. Still haven't found a way to put mirrors on karts. You know what? That would. I've done a bit of sim racing. Obviously, you've got mirrors.
Yeah.
And actually, I drove a kart. I hadn't driven the kart for a good 6 weeks or so, and I instinctively went to look in the mirror.
Yeah, having done a bit of sim racing myself, I actually find it harder to race with mirrors because in karting where you don't have them, you can just focus on what's in front of you and sort of block out what's behind you. But if you're in sim racing, especially like GT racing or even touring cars, you end up with someone in your rear view mirror flashing the lights at you perpetually and just trying to make themselves as big as they can and effectively trying to intimidate you off the circuit.
I would definitely mess up if that was a situation for me.
Yeah, or you end up coming out of the pit lane, you end up taking the pit limiter off, giving it a boot full of power and spinning out halfway through a 10-hour endurance race. I definitely have never done that before.
Indeed. Anyway, we await the grand final. And it is, we've got to mention it, and we have mentioned it a few times, but it's so different, and it's so influential and potentially influential on the final result that we do have to talk about the Joker lap a little bit more. Just to remind everybody what that is. It is a Joker lap. It is every driver's got to do, and at any point in the course of the race, they have to drive into the pit lane. The car will automatically go down to speed 1 as they drive in. We'll hold them. They have to stop in the pit lane and then get released and rejoin without going over, very important, any of the white lines that we have on the circuit. So what this means is it becomes a little bit more strategical. A little bit, we're talking about how the kind of undercut works in Formula One, and we saw it absolutely being used to that degree yesterday, where we had the first and, in fact, it was the second and third driver, I think, were battling it out, and basically the driver in third place thought, right, I'll do it now. I'm literally boxed in. I'll take it. The driver ahead then was forced into taking it the lap later, and we had another driver that didn't take it till right at the end and caused the drivers to really bunch up and give us an absolutely grandstand finish to the junior grand final. And to say it spiced things up, I think, is a dramatic understatement. And then we only did one Joker lap, so we didn't run it for the cadets, but obviously we've got a Joker lap for each of the lights, the middles and the heavies today. And so we're going to be talking a lot about that. We have all the cameras set up that we're going to be looking at the drivers when they come into the pit lane, and we are going to be focusing, because effectively we will have a position where we might have drivers who are technically in the lead of the race who have not had their Joker lap. And so we'll be focusing on the drivers who should emerge so we can see if there's any undercutting when they come back onto the race. It's all very complicated for the team, for the audiovisual team. They're doing a fantastic job here. But there's no doubt we've got it sussed, and it'll be fantastic.
Yeah, and the fact that we're able to try and do it is probably testament to the technology baked into these fantastic busy EcoVolt GTs that we are playing with.
Yep.
And the fact that with electric cars, you can control the pace a little bit easier. It is possible to do with a petrol, but it's not ideal. But the fact that we can change speeds and alter the pace of karts to make sure that they are ready for BIKC. I remember back in the day when we had petrols, we used to try and turn them up for used to try and turn them up for the cadets and see how we could try and balance them. But I think the fleet we've got today is actually has proven that it's produced quite a lot of really good racing. I'm going to be honest, usually an event like this, you normally see a whole stream in the race control chat of kart complaints. I think I've seen maybe one. Indeed. Over the course of today being fed back to the technical team. Yep. And I think that's just a testament to the reliability of these busy EcoVolts that we've got to play with.
And the team here, if I'll be honest, because I know there's been a huge amount of work that has gone on with the fleet. And I know for a fact all the karts we're using, from between the fastest and the slowest, is 0.3, which is absolutely nothing. That's the gap between the absolute fastest and the absolute slowest. The other 34 karts are all in that mix. So, yeah, there's no doubt we have a fantastic fleet here. and which is a great testament to the product, to Biz Karts and to the mechanics here, because it is a tough old circuit.
Yeah.
Warrington. The karts lift off at several points on the 2 points on the circuit, I should say. We've got
it takes a very strong
high grip.
product to deal with this circuit, and you find that it can be quite difficult. One thing I also like as well is it is possible, you can see the charging lights on the front of the karts, it is possible to sync them to the marshal lights as well. That's something that's just been introduced as like a brand new innovation into Formula E. So when in Formula E they go yellow and red next year, you'll see the yellows flashing up on the back of the cars, you'll see the reds flashing up on the back of the cars as well. That's something that we can have baked into these karts that we've had quite a few times. Thinking about karts, we've got some drivers and some karts ready to head down onto the grid. So I think it's over to our very own Martin Brundle and down to David Coulthard as well.
Yeah, cheers, Tom. We've been definitely called worse.
Who's David Coulthard? Is it you or me?
Oh, I thought you meant in general then. I was going to kick you out.
Oh. Well, no, I just meant who's David Coulthard in this scenario?
Let's not go there, to be honest.
I fancy myself as maybe a Jensen Button.
You've got some notes in your hand. What's that about?
Well, I've just got the order. So we've got Joe in pole, Kai second, Thomas third. So it looks to be a good race again.
Should be some fun. Just an opportunity to mention as well, like we always do, giving away some free karting, because that's what everybody wants. Dead easy to win it. All you've got to do is answer the question. What is the next TeamSport track to open? Send it to win@bikc.co.uk before 7 o'clock. And they'll be chosen at random. And then we'll let you know on the live stream, and we'll also give you a little email as well.
Awesome. And don't forget, if you do win, if you are a winner, you can come here and you can use them vouchers at this very track to get practicing for next year's BIKC finals.
That's right. So we're just waiting for the drivers to come out. We're doing this new thing yesterday. We tried it with the cadets and juniors, where the karts are put on the grid first, and then they march out all cute and stuff. And
should we walk down?
I mean,
just
yeah,
to
if you
show
want
kind
to.
of
Look how long it actually is. We have done a track walk on. I don't know if we played it today, but there is a track walk with you.
There is a track walk.
There is a track walk, yeah.
Myself and the fabulous Tom Gibson did a track walk. I mean, it's 1,000 meters here, so it took us about 12 minutes to walk around. Yeah. But it was a really insightful walk, and it is on our YouTube channel and our socials as well.
I think what's really kind of important to notice on here, so if you just pan back this way, just to look at this kind of S-bend, this is one of the fastest points on track. You are flying past here at some tremendous speed, really kind of hipping, kind of clipping the apex there, and then on the exit, and then following all the way down here. And this is where the action really kind of gets exciting. We see a lot of overtakes on here. You take that line right, and you can be gaining them positions. Yeah, I mean, it's phenomenal. I mean, just to walk down here actually it really puts it into perspective, just the size of this track and just how big, and fierce it actually is.
Absolutely, yeah. Sorry, I'm just looking to see if the drivers are coming. So the drivers were in a briefing, and I think that was being briefed on the Joker lap, the pit stops. Obviously, that's very new. And what I have noticed as well is there's been a lot of middle and heavyweights that have come down as well. And I think they've come down particularly early today to watch this final, because they just want a bit more insight onto that pit stop Joker lap. So it will be interesting. It does seem, though, Will, that the general consensus is if you're out in front, you use it as late as possible, because you try and get that gap. Potentially, if you're further back, maybe use it early, because you might then make some time up.
Yeah, that's it. Unless you get stuck in a bit of traffic.
Yeah, I mean,
in which case someone said, we're going to hang fire and we're going to use it in between, so we don't get stuck.
Anything could happen.
You just mentioned about how quick it is coming around here. I think we should have a little look with Tom Gibson when he done a hot lap around this track. It's really cool. Check this out.
My name's Tom. I've got a beautiful Biz Eco Vault GT to play with. I'm going to take you for a lap of TeamSport Warrington. Through this first one, you want to stay nice and wide on the way out here. Bring the car over to the right-hand side. Use that red line as your turning point. Stay tight to the apex, middle of the track on the way out of here before you turn into turn 3. Nice and tight to the barrier, get all the way on the way out through here, through the S's under our trademark Dunlop bridges. Stick towards the curbs, use these as your markers as we go under the BIKC start line into second Dunlop, as we now stick over to the left-hand side before we turn into this tight right-hander. Stay towards the right-hand side of the track, as this left-hander is going to come at you very quickly as you go through the left, through the right, staying towards the middle of the circuit, now to the outside. Here's the new part you're going to have to get used to as you come up the ramp. Right-hander As the kart crests the top, you're turning into this double right. It looks like 2 corners, but treat it as 1. Thread the kart through the barriers here, up the middle, and then these 2 come at you very quickly. It's very easy to get caught out, but nice and tight as you go through those will sort you out. Here's one of the places most people can make a lot of time on this ramp. As you just bottom out about here, that's the point you brake and turn in. Nice and wide as you come through. Again, 2 left-handers here, you're going to treat them as 1 corner. You're going to go nice and wide as you go out, and look what awaits you. A nice, fast flowing section as you come down the ramp. Almost straight line this, just getting to your left-hand side. Stay over to your right as you now come through a corner that's been likened to Eau Rouge. It's just flat if you get the kart in the right line. Just thread the needle. That's a bit of a slow lap. Let's try and hook a quick one. As we now go into turn number 1, use the power of the kart to get you through the corner. Brake in towards turn number 2. Nice and tight on the way out. Turn 3 is where I'm going to start using the boost. Get the kart in a straight line. Hit that power as you now thread the kart through the S's, one of the longest flat out sections on the circuit. Stay left as you come through Dunlop 2, then throw the kart into the right hander. Back end stepped out as you now go into the left. Again, try and thread the kart through here. A little bit of a lift just to get that rotation. And now flat out as you come through the left hander as you're on the ramp. As the kart crests, turn in, treat this as 1 corner. Stay up towards the middle of the corner as you come up the ramp. Right-handers, see how quick they come at you. Very easy to lose a load of time. Remember, as the kart bottoms out, turn into the right-hander. Use all the road on the left-hand side. Treat this as 1 corner as you gain speed coming through the fastest section on the circuit. This is absolutely amazing. Turn at the 6, throw the kart in, use all the curb on your right-hand side. And that completes a lap here at TeamSport Warrington. This thing is absolutely electric. If you haven't got booked on, you need to get yourself down here and try these. And remember, turn 3 is where you go boost, boost, boost under the Dunlop bridges. Get yourself down here and try this circuit out.
He's such a natural, is Tom, when he's in that car. You know what I mean? It was something really funny actually. Russ and him had a race last year, and I don't think we've shown it yet. So we're gonna pop that on a little bit later on. But right now, I think the drivers are coming out. It's time. Let's do our best and get the microphones in the faces. Go on, Will. Who've you got at the front there?
Yeah, let's go. Cat number 35. Right, you're in the final, BIKC 2024. In 1 word, how are you feeling?
Chill.
Chill. Look at that, chill. Fantastic. So you're confident you're going to take the podium?
Man, we'll see. I'm interested to see how the Joker lap will go. Whether defending, my plan is to defend, I think, but how we get on after that.
Okay, and is it going to be an early, a late? You're going to kind of play it by ear, see what happens?
I'm going to react, I think. I'm not going to be proactive. We'll see.
There you go. There you have it first. Reaction, Carter. Cat 35. Good luck.
We're here with Lewis getting ready. Lewis, how you feeling?
Yeah, I'm feeling good. Starting P5, so just going to see what happens in the race, see how it unfolds and go from there.
Have you thought much about when to use the Joker lap pit stop?
Honestly, no. I'm literally just going to see how the race goes and just decide there.
Fair enough. Well, best of luck. So we see the drivers getting ready.
Check this out as well. Look, here's Silky, right? Look at his method on his wrist on how to get these karts on the track. What's that about? Why? What's that?
So what it was, I've got it like first, second, third, fourth. But I'm like, oh, which side do I go for? So, yeah, that's how you remember it.
Did you have a nice night last night?
What do you say?
Nothing, doesn't matter. Moving on.
It's also great for sustainability.
Anyone
doing your bit for the
Who
environment.
we got down here, Will? Go and have a chat with him.
Well, I'm actually looking for kart number 11.
Number 11.
Driver for kart 11, Joe.
Do you want to get him number 11? Are you sure?
To get number 11, fair enough.
I think this is Joe.
It's on his way.
Getting his seat insert. It's all very...
I thought you were going to talk. Will was looking at him then as if like, do you know who I am?
No, I'm waiting for Joe to come down, but it's not.
Well, we can talk to Kai. Kai's in second position on the grid. How are you feeling?
Yeah, I'm feeling good.
Have you got a strategy for that first corner?
Hopefully try and keep it around the outside, but anything can happen. We'll see what happens on the track.
Have you thought much about the Joker lap pit stop yet?
Not yet, no.
Just gonna go with the flow. Wow. Best of luck, mate. Best of luck.
Right, he's finally here.
He's
First on the grid, last to arrive in the pits. Joe, in 1 word, How are you feeling right now?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, love that. She's starting on pole. Confident?
Yeah, relatively. It's going to be difficult with the Joker laps, a new aspect, so it's interesting. I'm guessing my opinion will change depending on how this race goes, but I'm looking forward to it. It's going to be fun.
Okay, last question before we kick off. What's your strategy for the Joker lap?
I'm not saying.
Not telling us. Awesome. Good luck.
Thank you.
I think that's it. I just stood on you. I do apologise. That's probably about it. We'll hand back to Russ and Tom, and yeah, let's get this underway.
Okay, then, ladies and gentlemen, a lot of love for a lot of drivers going on in the live chat. Oh, I want to shout out though, Robin Stimson. Will Lex and Akhil need to race? That would be something that we would like to see.
Only if we could do it on the pit limiter, because I think that's the only way it would be safe.
And also, just a shout out to Robin, right? Because she is, she's passed her NEBOSH health and safety qualification last week. She got the result through. So congratulations, Robin. She's celebrating by watching BIKC. That is what we like. So here we go then. There's a few questions that have come in about the whole Joker lap. What happens if you don't do one? Well, if you don't do one, you're going to get disqualified. So basically, I would advise doing one. And if you're half quick, okay, and you don't do one, then yeah, you will cross the line in first, because it is a 14-second penalty approximately when you actually make the Joker lap. Another is what happens under yellows. Well, if we go to yellows, we close the lane. So if we're under yellows, you cannot come in and do a Joker lap. However, if you're already in the pit lane and you happen to be very low, we don't see very many yellows, has to be said. But if you happen to be in the pit lane, then you've just lucked out. You will gain a small advantage, I would say, and that's the way it is. What happens if we go to reds? Well, if we go to reds, we will restart the race and it become an aggregate race over 2 mini races almost. But don't worry about that, because we got the technology that will mean that we've got somebody behind the scenes, Callum, I believe. That's Emily. Look, Emily doing the dancing on the big shout out to Emily. She is our drama queen at TeamSport. If there's any drama, yeah, she's in there, kind of thing. She is the drama queen of TeamSport, just doing a bit of a jig, kind of thing. Come on, Emily, do it again. Yes, that's what we want. Forget the racing. We'll just look at Emily jigging. She's waving now. Yeah, excellent. Yeah,
Sam McNally of last year.
The Sam McNally of last year. Yeah. Big shout out to Sam McNally, who, after last year, ruled out coming here this year. No. So Sam did a great job yesterday last year in the pit lane. So here we go. They're all streaming out onto the start grid. And so, yeah, so red, if it's reds, it'll be 2 aggregate races, but it doesn't matter because the technology that we have behind the scenes will just make up for it, and the leaderboard that we will see on our screen will be the overall leaderboard of the event. So
that's the theory, at least.
Yeah, we get to really
that's
test
the theory, at least. Yeah. Hopefully, these guys will behave.
We and reds and
that being said, racing drivers behaving.
Yeah, that's a good point, indeed. But a lot of confidence there. Joe Greenhill, you should be confident after the way he drove over a 9-second victory. He's got to be confident, has to be said. And interesting from the driver in second place there for Akhil, the fact that he's hoping to go around the outside of the driver. So he's absolutely ruled out tucking in.
He's got the idea right from last week, like yesterday, I mean.
Yeah, yeah. So that's already potentially his strategy. There's going to be a warm-up lap on this one, I believe, because there was yesterday. So unless they've changed the rules overnight.
Haven't noted that one yet.
So they will have a chance just to get, and I think that's good because that just relieves a little bit of the tension as they're driving around. We've got, oh, look at that, we've got Ed White. Hello, Ed White out there. There's a legend from the past. Of course, you used to call him Ed White Lightning. They probably still do, if I'll be absolutely honest, Ed. But I remember those days. They seemed to be long ago now. But he was a stunningly fast driver. I was about to say back in the day, probably still is a stunningly fast driver, but in the whole TeamSport Brighton days, used to be GM of TeamSport Brighton back in the day. Here we go, right, so This is the warm-up lap. Lots of opportunity to warm tyres up. Let's hope we don't get any Lance Strolls out there.
It's okay, we've got no gravel traps. So,
indeed.
There's no gravel traps for them to stick a cart into and
indeed.
and end up facing the, well, could end up facing the wrong direction, but there's no gravel trap for them to get stuck into.
Yeah, indeed. There's Alex Minto in marketing, who's looking very worried on the right-hand side of the screen there.
I mean, to be fair, these guys have actually done a really good job of giving us some content. So.
Marketing, stressful. Right, here we go. So, yes, we are just making our way around. Futuro's trying to warm tyres up.
I definitely think it's worth a mention of what the prizes are racing for.
Yeah.
So obviously Joe in pole position there. He could, if he wins, he could win a full season of Club 100 in the Sprint Championship. That is in lightweight and middleweight, lightweight and heavyweight division with 9 rounds across the country. So really good prize there. Obviously second place then will win 3 rounds, I'm assuming, or I think anyway. 2 rounds, sorry, it was 3 rounds I think last year, but 2 rounds this year with a test day as well. And then the third place driver gets 1 round with a test day included as well.
Okay, brilliant, thank you, Jen. Yeah, so they started to come down and form up on the grid. They're driving very slowly. I thought they'd be a bit quicker than this, trying to
I think
warm
the
up.
lead is going really slow to make sure that he doesn't have a massive gap between the carts that are
He's looking
out
behind,
there.
it's like, where are they? It's like, I'm sure there's some rule about keeping up with the
yeah, I think the guys at the front, are going to be trying to go almost as slowly as they can to make sure that they have the smallest gaps the carts behind them. But the guys behind them are going to be trying to go as slow as they can to make sure that there is as big a gap and the tyres can cool down. So here's all the drivers forming back up on the grid, and yeah, it just adds a little bit more pressure, a little bit more anticipation for what is, again, for some of these drivers, one of the biggest races of the year for them, and the opportunity to win a fantastic prize in a full season drive in Club 100, part of the Motorsport UK karting pathway, and on the route up towards the upper echelons of owner driver karting and into the world of cars themselves.
Okay, here we go. You can feel the tension. So the big questions are who's going to win. The big questions are who's going to take the Joker lap and when. Will it make a difference? It made a huge difference yesterday, no doubt about it. Didn't actually change the result, but it made it stunningly exciting. It really, really did. Here we go. We're on. 4 lights, 5 lights for the BIKC 2024. We are go! And it's a good start. And yes, let's have a look. Kai is trying to go around the outside, and I think he's locked out. We've got 35. Thomas Shaw has already gone through and made it into second position. But Joe Greenhill, it's a fantastic start, and it's 3 abreast there. That's not going to work. Let's have a look and see the order go through. But Joe Greenhill has made the kind of start that he wants to make. Kai Newman, they're going to settle in here. And let's see, will anybody take the Joker lap on lap 1? Yes!
Yes, Shaw's gone.
Look at that!
Shaw's gone straight away. 2 of them have. So Shaw's come straight in. 4 has come in. That's Max Kilby's come in as well. So there's a couple of drivers already going in straight away. That's a very different strategy to what we saw.
That is bold.
What we saw yesterday. So 2 of the top drivers have already come in. So that was Kilby from 11th and Tom Shaw from 3rd. As the field streams through past them, it's going to feel like the slowest moment of their lives as they're going through. You can just see in the background them get them coming up towards the top end. There's the 4 that's come in. There's another one there behind them. I'll try and get that number in a moment.
I think that one's Daniel Owen, kart 32.
Yeah, 32. So 3 karts have already taken their Joker straight away. So over the line they come once again as the karts all file out onto the circuit. Now let's see roughly what the gap is to Kilby. I think to Tom Shaw, sorry. He's the lead driver who's been for the Joker. In comes Lewis McGill to cover. So the 36 comes in. The 18 comes in of Elliot Tuesley. So there's a couple of drivers doing this very early.
So they want a clear track. They want a clear track. They think that just racing is going to hold them up. They do it early. They fight. They manage to get some clear track, but that will go wrong if so many drivers take this on lap 1. They're going to come out and end up in traffic for all the people that have gone in and done the Joker lap on lap 1. But here we go, as it stands, Joe Greenhill has made a fantastic start. He is 0.9 seconds ahead of Kai Newman. And the driver to watch is that, well, all the drivers to watch, I think, who've gone in early. We've got to keep track of them. because it's Tom, I think, for me, that is the driver to watch, because he made a great start, but he's literally, that's proper strategy there. I think perhaps he knows that, you know, they're very fast drivers that are out there.
Here comes the 25. That's Theo Rafter coming into the pit lanes. That's another driver diving into the pit lane. So Rafter from 6th place. You can see Tom Shaw still the lead driver who's been through the pit lane. He's got a few seconds in hand. Crucially, though, for him, he's got about 9 seconds of clear air to the back of Haris Ahmed, who's currently in 11th place. So this could end up working out quite nicely for him.
But Thomas Shaw has got no traffic. So literally, he's got about 9 seconds of clear air at the moment in front of him.
So here's the 25. So let's see where they come out. So the leaders are going through the top end.
So 52.1.
So there goes Shaw. There goes McGill. He's come back out behind Max Kilby by the looks of it, and in between, basically in between Max Kilby and Elliot Tuesley, from what I can see there. As they come through now, there goes Kai Newman. Newman comes into the pit lane now. This is one we're going to have to watch very closely. That's the 37 in the pit lane. He's the highest placed driver who has come in so far, and he's left Joe Greenhalgh all on his own, with Cam Molitor just behind him. Molitor's yet to pit. That looks like Max Thorne is behind him, so I think Kieran Eve might have come in as well. So 2 of the top 4 on circuit through the pit lane.
But Tom, the strategy's going wrong, because if I look at Tom Shaw, he's slower at the moment. He was slower. He's in the 50s. He's just nudged into the 51s. But if that strategy's going to work, he needs to be setting lap times that are quicker than the drivers at the front of the field.
So 37 comes out. I think he has managed to get. He's got back out in front of Tom Shaw. So 37, Kai Newman is the lead car that has been through the pit lane. That has really not worked for Tom Shaw. He'd have hoped to have undercut him, but that really hasn't worked for Kai Newman. The pass between Max Thorne and Kieran Eve has happened on circuit as well. So Kieran Eve behind. There goes Joe Simcock. There's the 20 coming into the pit lane now. He's the next driver to file through the pit lane. That's about half the grid now has taken their joker. Only 5 minutes into this. Through the junior race, to be fair, we did see quite a lot of drivers taking their pit stop before the 10-minute mark, so the halfway stage of the race. Cam Molitor looks behind him. He can see that he's got Max Thorne, Kieran Eve. Ben Sproat's not too far away from this. Jamie Sherman chases 6 on the road. But remember, everyone in the top 9 at the moment owes us a pit stop, as Joe Simcock ends the longest 14 seconds of his life, looks over his shoulder. So there goes the top 2. There's Tom Shaw. There's Lewis McGill. Comes out behind Tuesday. There's Matt. There's
the driver to watch, Tom,
is
Kai Newman. Kai Newman he needs to be the one, because he's already set the fastest lap of the race on the 51.4. If he can produce that kind of performance, and he's got a clear track in front of him.
Dummy there. So Kieran Eve was going to come in, but he saw Cam Molitor come into the pit lane. Kieran Eve raised his hand to say he was coming in, and then Cam Molitor dived to the pit lane, decided to stay out instead. So I think he was feeling that Cam Molitor was holding him up in the 15. And so let's see what Max Thorne and Kieran Eve can do.
Kai is faster than Joe at the present moment in time. They are about 14 seconds apart on track, but it is Kai Newman that's putting in the lap time, 51.6 as opposed to 51.85 for Joe. And with such fine margins, I think Joe Greenhalgh needs to make his stop very, very soon indeed, because he's got something breathing down his neck and he's not aware.
This has definitely played into Thorne's hands here. He's put the pressure on the driver in front, so Molitor. Now he's pit, he's got clean air to keep going all the way to the end of the race. He could overcut them all.
Yeah, it looked like Kieran Eve dummied there effectively, put his hand up to say he was coming in, saw Molitor take the stop, and then dive straight in the pit lane. So far, it seems like everyone's relatively happy Clark-wise from what's happened in the pit lane. I haven't seen any penalties pop up. Remember, there's a few juniors got pinged for touching the white line on the way into the pit lane. Remember, they're not allowed to touch the white line coming in or leaving the pit lane. You just see the blend line on the exit of the corner towards the last of the grid slot. So I reckon it's now 6 drivers that owe us a pit stop. So Greenhalgh, Thorne, Eve, Sherman, Chase, Sproat and Aidan Dancer are the drivers that need to pit. The lead driver who has been through the pit lane is Kai Newman. And the important point there is he was about 13.5 seconds behind Joe Greenhalgh. Now, we think a pit stop is worth about 14. So at this rate, it could end up seeing Joe Greenhalgh come out behind.
13.7 is the gap. And on that lap, he did a 51.7. It's very tight. Joe did virtually a 51.7, 6.95. So they're lapping absolutely at the same pace. They are literally operating virtually the same piece of tarmac, so to speak, but they're behind.
So on track, Rafter and Simcock are very, very close together. Here's the 11. That's Greenhalgh coming through, coming into the pit lane there.
Here we go.
Let's see where he comes out. This is effectively for the race lead. We watch to see where he comes out. There's Newman. Newman's done him. Newman's overtaken him in the pit lane. So there is a jump. That shows the Joker lap coming into play. Kai Newman is now the lead driver who is pitted. Joe Greenhalgh is importantly behind him in the 11 cart.
Kai Newman has used the Joker lap to absolute perfection. Here we go. Right, okay. So we're focusing on the leader, that's Max Thorne, but they have not pitted. So effectively, that's not the leader. We need to be picking up 37. 11 and 37. In fact, it's got on the screen that Joe is in fact in lead. Let's have a look as they come through.
So 11 and 37, I reckon, are up at the top end of the circuit. The timing screens are lagging a little bit, so they're not fully updating all of the time. So 12 minutes remaining on this. There's about 5 drivers now who owe us a pit stop. So Thorne, Eve, Sherman Chase, Sproat, Dancer all owe us pit stops. Kai Newman now does confirm into P6.
So Kai Newman is effectively leading this race at the present time because he's made his stop. And Joe Greenhalgh is approximately 1.3
There's the
seconds.
gap, so we can see it now over the line. Shaw and McGill are net third. Theo Rafter gets a 5-second time penalty for advantage by contact. Kart 25, that is. So he's been dumped right down to the back end of the order, as we still have just a handful of drivers owing us a pit stop as we get towards the halfway stage of this race.
See, I even wonder if Kai even knows that he's technically leading the race, because he hasn't got anybody directly behind him. Like, has he clocked who it is behind him? It's like he's just racing. He might not even know that he's technically leading the race at the moment.
I think he'll have spotted Greenhalgh coming through the pit lane and known that Greenhalgh was up towards the front. So there's a good chance that he knows where he is. He probably just doesn't know how many drivers in front of him are left to come through the pit lane here. So Newman is about 9 seconds behind. I think if Thorne was to pit now, it'd drop him out behind Lewis McGill. So from what I can work out here, the top 4, once the pit stops are completed, will be Newman, Greenhalgh, Shaw and McGill. That being said, Shaw and McGill are once again going at it. We've seen those two fighting all day. And now in the main event, it is coming down to that with 10.5 minutes to go, just getting towards the halfway stage of this longer 20-minute final to decide who will take home the lightweight championship.
And as we said, Kai has timed his stop to perfection because he's still got a lot of clean air in front of him. He's still got about 7 seconds gap between himself and Aidan Dancer, who is technically ahead of him on the track, so to speak, but of course is yet to serve the Joker lap. So he's still got time to put those laps in and without being held up, because we saw drivers being held up yesterday as they caught up the slower drivers.
Yeah, so the board you can see being shown there is just a 10-minute warning to the drivers, just so they can actually work out the strategy and get an idea of how far into the race they actually are. I think the likes of Max Thorne, Kieran Eve and Sherman Chase are going down the route of Jen's pit strategy of leaving it as late as physically possible in the hope of trying to stay in some clear air. Because for Max Thorne, he's really on his own. He's on his own in terms of track and in terms of having clear track in front of him. Kieran Eve and Jamie Sherman Chase are within 3/4 of a second of him. You can just see them going towards the third hairpin now, and they'll be coming over the start-finish line in a moment. Ben Sproat and Aidan Dancer are pretty much in clear air with just over 10 seconds to Kai Newman, but Newman is lapping very, very fast. He's about half a second a lap quicker than everyone else. So
see, Newman's always had the pace all the way through this race event. There's no doubt about that, and he's really showing it now. At the moment, he is absolutely in the box seat to become the next BIKC champion 2024. So here we go. Really, really exciting. And Joe's going to have to look at this and think, wow, you know, it's the Joker lap element that has been caught out. It's the strategical thinking of Kai Newman, who has timed his stop to absolute perfection and is still nowhere near. The only kind of hope I can see at the moment is he catches up with Aidan. Aidan maybe slows him down a little bit, but the gap at the moment, you know, is 1.5 seconds. And to have that gap at this point in the grand final of a BIKC event that's a big margin.
So looking at the timings, Sherman Chase is currently running about the same sort of lap time as Kai Newman. but he's tucked right up under the rear bumper of Kieran Eve. I think Sherman Chase is going to cash in his pit stop very, very soon in the aim of trying to get out from behind Kieran Eve and Max Thorne, who, for no other words, are fighting very, very hard with each other. It's just hemorrhaging time to the likes of Kai Newman, to Joe Greenhalgh, Tom Shaw. I think if he comes out, it would be in between McGill and Molitor, would be about where Sherman Chase would come out. So that would be, in my eyes, a net 4th or 5th on the road. As in comes Kieran Eve. So Eve has been stuck up behind Max Thorne. Let's see where he comes out, as that's probably going to be where Jamie Sherman Chase does. So there goes Joe Greenhalgh. There goes McGill and Tom Shaw. He comes out right behind them. So
he had to go.
Yeah, he thought about it. So McGill and Shaw are fighting. Kieran Eve is going to come into this. That puts Kieran Eve at the moment net 4th on the road. So as they come through, I think Sherman Chase is probably going to close up onto the back of Max Thorne, or maybe even just do the opposite of whatever Max Thorne does over the next lap or two. So if Thorne drops in, Sherman Chase will stay out. If Thorne doesn't come in over the next couple of minutes, or once Sherman Chase has got onto his rear bumper, then he will be into the pit lane himself.
If Shaw keeps defending this way, I think Max might jump into 3rd place here.
Yeah, it's looking very, very tetchy for these guys, because Shaw is about 12.5 seconds behind, 13 seconds to McGill, 15 towards Molitor. This could, if he keeps defending and opens up that gap, it could, just like you say, give enough space for the likes of Max Thorne to drop in to that nice space of clear circuit that has been created. But at the moment, nobody has an answer for Kai Newman, who's currently about 2.5 seconds ahead of his nearest competition on circuit, which is Joe Greenhalgh, who you've got to say has spent the whole day driving very, very well. It's just in this final, he hasn't quite had the pace to deal with Kai Newman.
Absolutely, it's the pace and it's the timing of that stop that he was able to go in and come out with lots and lots of clean air in front. He came out with Tom Shaw pretty much about a second or so behind, and then he's been able just to push on from that particular moment in time. So it's really, really good. So at the moment, it is Max leading
There's
Kieran.
Ben Sproat through the pit lane.
Ben Sproat, that's another one off the list.
It's going to be
Max,
in.
Kieran, Jamie, then Aidan. But they all need to come in and do their joker lap.
Sproat comes out. He's going to come out behind the Kieran Eve battle. So he's right in the middle of Kieran Eve and Cameron Molitor. So good stop for Ben Sproat. It gives us an idea where Sherman Chase will file out when he owes us his pit stop. He is tucked right under the rear bumper of Max Thorne. So you've got to think of the next minute or so, we'll see the 3rd place driver from last year through the pit lane.
Okay, great stuff. So yeah, and the gap between Kai and Joe, it is very stable. It was 1.5 seconds about 2 or 3 laps ago, and it is still 1.5 seconds. They are lapping at the same pace. I still question whether Kai actually knows that he's actually leading the race, kind of thing. Or if Joe knows that he's actually not leading the race and he's actually currently running in 2nd. He probably does, obviously, because he'd be able to see him 1.5 seconds. He could be able to see him on the straights. And I'm sure he will be aware that, hang on a minute, he's got a race on his hands here if he's going to become BIKC champion. But Kai Newman, you have to say, fantastic stuff. The strategy that we put in, he's played his ace at exactly the right time, and that is why we are potentially, as it stands at the moment, there's still 4.5 minutes to go. Anything can still happen, but it's still looking good that he's going to be looking at being champion.
Yeah, so with the timing screen on our screens has seemed to have frozen a little bit. There are 3 drivers who still owe us a pit stop in the form of Max Thorne. Aidan Dancer still owes us his pit stop, and Jamie Sherman Chase also owes us a stop as well, as they're going through the top end of the circuit once again. We wait to see if any of the top 3 come in on the pit lane. As we see, Kai Newman is currently up at the top end of the circuit. He's going to come through to put another lap in the book. And we wait to see if the top 3 will come into the pits anytime soon. I really think Sherman Chase is going to have to owe us his pit stop very, very soon, because Max Thorne is slowing him down a little bit. As they're up on the top end of the circuit once again. Side by side, Tom Shaw. Here comes Kieran Eve, sends it down the inside. So Lewis McGill went down the inside, tried to go.
He's going to lose out big time.
He's lost 2 positions, so Sproat's gone through there as well. So it will look like Tom Shaw tried to go for a move. Lewis McGill tried to go for a move on Tom Shaw, so Kieran Eve ended up managing to capitalise. That allowed Ben Sproat to come through the pit lane, to come through as well. We still wait for the top 3 to come through the pit, but Thea Rafter in the 25 is closing in on this fight as well. You can just see Joe Greenhall in front is pulling away from this battle. These guys, we believe, are fighting for 3rd overall when the pit stops all play out. But as they come through the top end, the more these guys fight, the more chance Jamie Sherman-Chase, Max Thorne and Aidan Dancer have of coming out in front of this battle. And you can see Tom Shaw is defending for his life at the moment against Kieran Eve. And on the top end of the circuit, Ben Sproat and Lewis McGill are just up behind him. And Tom Shaw putting a really good defensive drive here, but you've got to think this may end up ruining his chances of finishing on the top 3 at this point. As Sherman-Chase comes into the pit lane, this is what we wanted to see. Let's see where Jamie Sherman-Chase comes out now with all the fighting. He's behind Joe Greenhall. He's managed to jump that entire pack. So Jamie Sherman-Chase, from absolutely nowhere on the grid, he only just squoze in, is currently running 3rd on track. He's taken his Joker lap at the correct time here, and the 3rd on track might end up being his best result here once again, but there's still, I believe, 2 drivers that owe us a pit stop here, as our timing screens currently aren't playing ball at the moment. But that is a strategic masterclass from Jamie Sherman-Chase, if we've got that one right.
Okay, so
Russ forgetting the mute button. Russ forgetting the mute button there in all the reaction. We've got about 2 minutes on the clock here, but I currently believe here comes Max Thorne, the 39. We saw Sherman-Chase manage to jump. Let's see what Max Thorne can do. So Kai Newman's already gone through. Joe Greenhall goes through. Max Thorne comes out. This is important for Sherman-Chase. Sherman-Chase goes around the outside. Will he be able to get him? He's just about overcut him. So well done, Jamie Sherman-Chase manages to get the undercut on Max Thorne there. Strategy playing out to perfection. So currently, as they go on the road, Aidan Dancer still owes us a pit stop. He leads on the road. He's got Kai Newman just behind him. But Jamie Sherman-Chase uses the Joker lap to his advantage to move into 3rd place on the road at the expense of Max Thorne. These two have been out in the front and have left their pit stop to the last possible moment. Jen, you said this is what you would do. These guys have done it, and they've managed to play it to perfection here.
Exactly. So when the pit stops are going through, obviously on track, you don't know what's going to be happening around the drivers behind, obviously, who have stopped. So the minute defending starts happening, because obviously you lose racing for position with the drivers at the back of the grid, it opens the field then for the drivers leading at the front with a clean air.
So Aidan Dancer now serves his pit stop, puts Jamie Sherman-Chase up into 3rd position as we go on to what we think is going to be the last lap here with 30 seconds on the clock. No, the checker flag goes. Checker flag is out, so as the timing screens fail to update on our end, Kai Newman is your British indoor karting champion from what we believe down here.
That is Sheffield's.
That was absolutely amazing racing. Jamie Sherman-Chase once again gets himself into 3rd position. You can see how hard those guys have fought, and you can see how much it means to them. Well done, fantastic racing from everyone involved there. That was an absolutely manic final in the end of that one. The Joker laps really playing to perfection. Kai Newman ends up taking the win. Joe Greenhall comes home in 2nd place. Jamie Sherman-Chase, where did he qualify in this? Where did he start this race? From 15th on the grid. Jamie Sherman-Chase makes up 12 positions to come home in 3rd. That's got to be the drive of the BIKC finals, not just today, but full stop.
Oh, definitely. That's most of the positions made up ever. So he's now matched his best position for last year. And then following on that as well, we've got Sheffield's first place result since 2020. So in 4 years, it's taken them to get another winner. And then Gosport, their best finishing position was 6th place in 2020. So now they have their first ever 2nd place position.
That was a fantastic final. I'm absolutely speechless with that. Let's get the reaction down in the pit lane. Over to you, Akhil.
Wow. Jamie, I'll give you a few seconds to just sort yourself out. Let's give them a round of applause. All 3 have done absolutely fantastic. Another awesome final. There's some emotion there. Jamie. That looked like prime Michael Schumacher coming from the back of the grid to the front there, wasn't it?
Well, I would have never thought starting P15
you know, I end up I don't know. I have no words. I really don't.
Talk to me about the race. Like, what was going through your mind? Where did you feel there was opportunity? Did you ever think you would be in the race?
No way. No. The competitiveness of the drivers. I knew starting at the back, it was either make or break in terms of a pit stop. I was going to pit early, and then I decided against it because every time I was going to pit, someone else pitted in front of me. And then I ended up behind Max Thorne, very good driver. I knew that me and him would have loads of pace together. We worked together. We carried on. Some signals from all the guys telling us to keep on going. I saw the 5-minute board. A few laps later, I decided to pit because I didn't want to pit the same time as Max. If it was ended up the last lap and both haven't pitted, then it screwed me over. So I pitted a bit before, had an absolute mega out lap. I think that's the best lap I've done in my life. And obviously got them on my exit with the overspeed. And yeah, now I'm here and I don't know what to say.
Yeah, well, you've done really well. Enjoy it, take it all in.
Yeah, I'd like to thank everyone who's come down. So I got my family, dad, granddad, mom, my girlfriend Cordy, and everyone from Birmingham and Team KRT, Connecticut Racing Team.
Well done, mate, well done. Let's get... You got a smile on your face. You look like you enjoyed that.
Yeah, I'm still happy. I did what I could. Yeah. Kai was just on another level. It was insane. So I'm really happy with my performance. Yeah, I'm happy.
I mean, you were confident at the start, but you were very chilled out at the start as well. Talk to me a little bit about the race.
Yeah. So kind of the start happened. It was still a bit of a train, so I didn't want to do a joker lap too early. I didn't want to lose time in battling. And then Kai pitted. And I thought maybe I should pit, but I left a couple 2 laps late, and maybe that cost me. But in the end, he had so much pace, so I tried everything I could. I pushed it so much, but that was really it.
Oh, you certainly did. You gave us an absolute epic battle as well. Do you think the joker lap it added something to the race though, as a driver?
Yeah, definitely. I think obviously I lost the chance to be able to defend, but then again, Kai showed he had the pace, so he was able to use the joker to his advantage. So it's kind of gives and takes.
Mate, I think you've been a great sport, great race. Well done. You should be proud of yourself. Kai, well done.
Thank you.
How was that for you?
Yeah, it was a good race. Obviously, my first year doing it. I'm quite happy with that result. It's the best it could have been. So. Yeah.
You really used the joker lap pit stop to your advantage. Was that planned? Were you thinking roughly at the start, I know when I'm going to use it, or was it a little bit opportunity, or what was going through your mind?
Well, I was going to dip in on the first lap, but the person in front of me went in, so I stayed out, and because I knew I was going to catch the guy in front, as soon as I caught up to the back of him, I dipped straight into the pit lane, because I knew I was faster, and then I just got away with it, and I was ahead of him by when he went in.
And tell me a bit about your karting journey. You said it was your first one, your first nationals. You know, you must be very proud, but tell me a little bit about your journey. What's brought you, what's got you here?
Well, I started off at Midland Karting, and from there I went into the Daniel Ricciardo series in the juniors. I got vice champion this year in the juniors, and then we thought we'd do BIKC in the winter to get out in the kart, and that's what we've done, and now we're here when we've won it.
You won it. And a word for your support. I noticed you've got lots of support there. All been very encouraging, obviously. Anyone you want to thank?
Yeah, I'd like to thank my mum, my dad, Richard, just everyone here from Sheffield. And yeah, thank you very much. And Charlie as well.
Well done, mate. You've done yourself proud. Very well done. And that was an epic race, and we are back to the commentary box.
Yes, we're just setting up the podium trackside, and our man Mabley will let us know as soon as he's ready. But we said this yesterday, the Joker Laps were going to be really good fun, Jen, and they've just shown us again why they've been added in for this year.
Oh my, they were incredible. Honestly, it just brings so much racing strategy out there on track for the drivers. The rule of thumb usually is top 4 usually stay out as late as possible, and then the bottom 4 pit early. That's usually what I'd see in most of the racing that I do. But again, it's BIKC. Who knows what's going to happen? Any incident can happen on track at any point. So.
Yeah, and this time, you say traditionally you'd expect the top 4 to go long. We found the top guys go very early this time. So we saw the first carts come in. I think it was Tom Shaw basically started it all off and came in very, very early. Ended up managed to stay ahead of some of the other guys like Lewis McGill, and then defended like mad, which effectively gave the chance for Jamie and for Max to get back out in front of him. So it just goes to show that having carts in front of you fighting, getting back out without traffic can really either hamper or reward drivers in these Joker Lap finals.
Yeah, definitely. I think if you're at the front of the grid and you know you've got pace, much like Kai and Joe, then you might as well pit early anyway, just to make sure you have the clean. Obviously, Joe was leading the race, he didn't need to. But Kai pitting early would have been a great strategy as well, because he can put the lap times in clear air. Obviously, sometimes drivers drive better with people in front, so...
Yeah, so with that one, the leaderboard did end up going down. So we'll just confirm the full result for those that were asking. So Kai Newman is your 2024 lightweight BIKC champion. Joe Greenhalgh takes over the vice champion mantle, and Jamie Sherman Chase comes home in 3rd place. Max Thorne came home 4th after that race on the exit at the pit lane. Tom Shaw came home in 5th. Aidan Dancer, after that very, very late pit stop, came home in 6th. Ben Sproat in 7th on his 5th appearance at the BIKC finals. 8th, Kieran Eve. Lewis McGill, after a good show throughout the course of the day, came home in 9th place. That's his best finish at the BIKC finals. Cam Molitor in P10. Elliot Hughesley, last year's vice champion, finishes P11. Harris Ahmed in P12. Joe Simcock comes home 13th. Then Max Kilby comes home in 14th to equal what he did last year in the juniors. Theo Rafter in 15th, and Daniel Owen was the last running driver, and the driver rounding out the field. And that was a very experienced lightweight category, some very good drivers in it. We've got some very interesting drivers coming in the next one. It's a very stacked grid in middleweights and heavyweights.
Yeah, there's a lot of expectations coming to middleweights and heavyweights coming up next.
Yeah, middleweights always puts on a show, and just looking at the sheet I have in front of me of all the drivers we've got in this, you've got 3 former champions on the grid and 2 former vice champions, and that's just 3 vice champions on the grid. So there's 5 big names in there already, and then you start adding in some of the drivers who are here for the first time, who aren't exactly newbies to the world of karting either. And then heavyweights is also a stacked grid in the end with, I think it's the top 5 from last year are all back for this one. So I'm really looking forward to that one as well. So we're just waiting for the word from our man Mabley down on the grid, and we'll be able to hand out some beautiful trophies. And remember, all the top 3 do take home some various racing with our partners, Club 100, into the fastest arrive and drive championship in the country. And Club 100, you say you had a bit of a play with those Rotax carts with relatively sticky tyres at Wilton in a wet Wilton mill, and it's very probably a baptism of fire is a wet Wilton mill in a Club 100 kart.
Yeah, it was an interesting experience. I've done a bit of wet racing before, and I've driven D-Maxes obviously around the Daytona circuits and stuff, but obviously Club 100 is a lot different. Obviously those karts are made for that series completely. So yeah, overall it was a great experience to drive a Club 100 kart. They're very, very quick in the wet and in the dry. It would have been nice to do it in the dry, but looking at the Club 100 regulars that we have on the grid, who hopefully we get to see again in this coming season. We have Jamie Sherman Chase, who is a Club 100 regular, now come 3rd. Joseph Simcoe is a Club 100 regular as well. We see on the grid as well, that's mainly it actually for the lightweights in terms of the experience of Club 100 drivers. Obviously a reminder that the winner, Kai Newman, even though he's a vice champion of DRS, now wins a full season of Club 100.
Yeah, and I think it's time to go down and crown some champions so they can receive their prizes. Over to Russ.
Okay then, ladies and gentlemen, how are we doing? Right, what a fantastic race. Unbelievable. First of all, can we have a huge round of applause from everybody for all the drivers who raced in the lightweights this morning. Stunning racing, great overtakes, exactly what this is all about. However, before we get to actually hand out the prizes, we're going to have a few words for some very important people, it has to be said. So first of all, representing TeamSport, the CFO of TeamSport, Dominic Wilkinson.
Thanks, Russ. Well, I have to say, I've been absolutely blown away today. This is the first time I've managed to get to the BIKC final, and the atmosphere has been absolutely phenomenal. Really, really impressed. The other thing I'm quite pleased about is this is the closest I've ever got to a podium, and probably will be the last as well, so I'm going to make the most of it. So just really a big roll call of thanks. So first of all, a big well done to all the drivers. This is the largest motorsport championship in the world, and we at TeamSport are really proud to manage this with Motorsport UK. It really is quite an incredible event. This year we've had over 5,500 participants. It gets bigger and bigger every year. So for all those people that have managed to get here today, it really is an absolutely phenomenal effort in what has been a really hard-fought competition. The other thing we've been really pleased about over the weekend has been the significant increase in female participation. A big part of that has been the Discover Your Drive program that we've been running. So it's been really great to see that increase in diversity coming in to motorsport. A big thanks also to all the parents, carers, supporters that have been cheering along today. It really has made for a great atmosphere, as I say at the beginning, but I think also recognition of the hard work, traveling all over the country to the different events. And without all of you, this wouldn't be the event that it is. So a big thank you to everybody that's been here throughout the competition. Also, big thanks to all the TeamSport crew. It is a huge event, and you can see them all around today. Not just today, but throughout the competition. So a big round of applause for all the TeamSport crew. I think to deliver a program like this to time and safely really is an incredible feat. A lot of the people behind the scenes as well that we don't see, but it really has been a phenomenal team effort. And finally, I would just like to thank all our partners and sponsors who've helped us put on the event. Starting with Motorsport UK, as I say, our headline partner. And then we've also got Biz, our main kart supplier, Sonair, Revolution Audio, and Club 100. And a special thanks to Club 100 as our headline sponsor this year. So on that note, I will hand over to Will from Club 100. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Tom. I'm Will from Club 100. I just want to reiterate a couple of things they've said. Congratulations, first of all, to everyone who's got to this final. To do so out of 5,000 or so drivers is an impressive feat, and congratulations to the top three in particular. Just to say, Club 100, as you all know, I'm sure, is the highest level of arrive and drive you can do in the UK. We have a Northern Championship for 2025, and Warrington's in the north. So if you're from here or even more north, please come and race with us. Come and try us out. It's a 5-round championship in 2025. We look forward to seeing as many of you as possible. Registrations are open now on the Club 100 website. But yeah, congratulations once again. I can hand over to Russ.
Thank you very much, Will. Thank you very much, Dominic. Here we go then. We have got 3 winners. I want to say before we start, it was a confusing race because we had a bit of a technical problem with the live stream. However, our timing was absolutely bang on, and commentating it, this is the result. In 3rd place, I don't know where to start with this driver. Started 15th in the race, 15th. And ends up on the podium. Ladies and gentlemen, your 3rd place driver, it is Jamie Shimmer-Chase. Whoop, whoop. Fantastic, what a drive. We're just gonna do a little bit of filming. Here we go, 2nd place, the runner-up in BIKC. He led away from pole position, but comes home 2nd. It's Joe Greenhall! But the winning driver, who played his Joker lap to absolute perfection, took it, had loads of space in front, really got the lap times in, took the lead. Your BIKC champion for lightweights for 2024 is the one, the only Kai Newman! Whoop, whoop. Okay, we're just going a little bit of paparazzi here. We'll be on social media probably about now, actually. Okay, now we also have some bottles of champagne that are armed and loaded. Here we go. This is a bit everybody does. Dominic, if you could stand a bit closer at this point. Here we go! The champagne! Fantastic. Ladies and gentlemen, your winners of BIKC Lightweights 2024. There they are. And now, ladies and gentlemen, I am going to hand you over to the hosts, to Lex and Will.
Bit rude. And Akhil. I know, yeah. Completely forgot about Akhil. Never mind. Fantastic. What a race. That went so fast. That was unbelievable.
It was
Thoroughly enjoyed that. Look at all these guys up here. Give us a wave. No, wow. full of the joys of spring here at Warrington.
I think there we also just got even more reconfirmation that the Joker lap, the pit stop, does work well.
Really good.
Car used it to perfection.
Really good.
Yeah. And I thought they were all such great sports as well, by the way. It was a fantastic race.
Brilliant race, yeah. I mean, really, do you know what? I said yesterday that the juniors was probably the best race I've seen in 8 years in team sport. That's up there. I'm not going to lie. Yeah. That is up there.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Absolutely. It just shows the level of racing. Every single final is competitive. It's great. Another champion's been crowned. Yeah,
that's pretty much it for lightweights. We will be back very shortly for middles and heavies, but that was it. That's your top three.
We've got to clean all the champagne up now.
Yeah, we have.
Get your brush. Your mop.
This on air. The powerhouse behind incredible and engaging in-store radio. Getting on air couldn't be simpler. We'll look after all the relevant music licensing and broadcast hand-curated music tailored to your brand. Promote your special offers and upsells with minimal effort. No expensive equipment is needed, and there are no upfront installation charges. To find out more, simply visit sonair.io/go live.
Racing, 8 minutes plus 1 lap, big sweep across from Riley Cranham to start this one.
Welcome to Lark Hall, event 3 of the Vera Tools British Kart Championship.
Gilbert defends the outside,
Bishop
around the outside. That is outrageous.
Goodness me!
have absolutely no comms, and I don't know where anybody else is. Welcome back to BIKC. Hello, how are you doing?
Very well. Very well. Just talking, we were getting a couple of the previous winners, podium winners, on interviews for social media. That's where I was.
Okay, cool. What was he doing?
He was, don't know what he was doing.
Well, I've just had a quick chat with Don Wilkinson, who we are definitely going to get an interview with later on this afternoon. He's our Chief Financial Officer for TeamSport, and he's here today handing out some of the awards.
Yeah, of course. He was giving out the presentation. He was in the presentation, yeah.
Yeah, so anyway, all weekend we're giving away some free karting. I keep saying it, but it's on you really, isn't it? You know, you can get some free karting. How'd you do it? On the spot. What was the question?
Oh, what is the question? What's the question, Akhil?
The next TeamSport venue to open.
It is indeed. And if you know the answer, if you can go on our socials, have a check it out. You can email us at not one crew. That's the wrong one.
win@bikc.co.uk is the one. Make sure you get your answers in before. These are terrible at this stuff. They can talk to drivers, but no way do they know how to do it.
I was here. I think he was talking finances with obviously our Chief Financial Officer, and all the numbers. They're in there
but
somewhere. He's lost it.
Who was here? Who came running in afterwards? You know what I'm saying? Anyway, moving on.
Because I was doing my other job, Lex.
Right, look at these carts. Look, they're lovely. We're about to start. Middleweights and heavyweights, they're going to go on together, side by side, essentially. Not all together, that's a bit weird, but you know what I mean. Looking forward to this one, Akhil.
I am as well. And then also, Will.
What's going on?
He's disappeared. I am looking forward to it. There are a lot of ex-champions back here today. Obviously, we've got David Harvey in the heavies. Sam Slater, of course. Sam Slater is bidding to be the most successful BIKC driver ever.
I think he's on for his 247th BIKC championship, hasn't he?
It does feel like that. And if you remember the middleweight final from last year, it was the epic one with Chris Ball as well. There's a penalty.
5-second penalty at the end.
Yeah,
that was close.
We kind of, Sam won it literally on the line. So that was an epic final. And then we'll see, David Harvey walked it last year. Let's see what happens this year.
Right, let's go over there.
I was just eyeing up for Sam Slater, actually, to see if I could see him.
We've got the drivers coming on.
How you doing?
In this group.
You okay?
Yeah.
So you're starting off your heats now. In one word, how are you feeling?
Confident.
Confident, I like that. And where did you qualify from?
I did my regional at Gosport, but I got a wild card, so I had a bit of a horrible regional. So.
But you're here. You're here today.
Here, yeah.
Wild card.
Yeah.
Love that.
Exactly.
And which kart are you in for this next session?
18.
Kart 18. Kart 18 wild card. Watch out for that one.
Yeah.
Good luck.
There's Mr. Paynes. He's coming on. Is he going? Are we getting him? Oh, he's getting weighed.
Getting weighed. Should we check in? Just hang on there, Mr. Paynes. Let's just see what you're weighing in at.
Don't show his weight.
He's on. There he is.
He's very excited. So look, keeping it fair.
That's an 85.8 there.
Go on, Will, stand on it.
Oh, no, it'll break.
No, do not stand on it. I can't say nothing.
Awesome. Can I just get a quick chat with you there? So just behind you there we go. Oh, we're going 360 there. So which track have you qualified from?
Stockton. From Clydebank.
Right, all the way down from Clydebank. Fantastic. Big shout out to Gary McFadden and Chris up there.
Yeah, big shout out.
Awesome. So you're about to start your racing. Tell us how you're kind of feeling in one word.
Excited.
Excited, I like that. Okay, and are you confident?
I think so, a little bit. You never know with the track because done all the practice, been okay, but when you get on, you never know what kart you're going to get. So.
Awesome sauce. And which kart are you in on the next session?
I'm not sure. I don't have my number yet.
Don't have your number? Go get your number. Good luck. Oh, I've got a couple more there. Still getting weighed in.
Hey, how are you feeling?
Yeah, pretty good.
Yeah, confident, excited. What's your plan?
Well, I ain't got one.
Yeah, I've got one.
Get out there and just drive it and hope that it'll come out somewhere near the top.
If you could race any racing driver in the world right now, who would it be?
Sam Slater.
Oh,
But
nice.
we had a group.
Oh, that's a shame, isn't it?
Hopefully I'll see him at the final.
Oh yeah, we'll set something up.
Nice.
Right.
You
Go get 2 pizzas.
You pretending to be important?
I'm pretending. No, I'm not pretending. I'm important.
Everyone weighing everything they should?
At the moment, yeah. At the moment, I think there was one that was close. That was close.
Okay. Who else
I
have we
think
got?
we've actually got Alfie here, he won the lightweights last year. Let's just have a quick word with him. Let's try not to fall over as we go past. Good luck, guys.
Copy.
Good luck, guys. Good luck. Alfie, back again. We obviously had a chat with you last year because you were the winner of the lightweights. So you've obviously gone into the middles this year. How do you feel?
I mean, if you look at everyone in this category, it's stacked. Everyone's really good. Obviously, you've got Sam. You've got so many winners from all over the years. They've all just seemed to come in together this year. So we'll see what happens.
And how have the regionals been for you, and how were the locals as well?
Locals was fine. Regionals fine. First in all of them. Just got to. Yeah, I'm happy to be here again. That was my main aim, was to come here again, and then I know the competition's hard and see how well I can do. I don't have any expectations for myself.
Just enjoy it, eh? Cool. Well done, mate, and good luck. And I think
that's pretty much it. I'm over here. Hello. Yeah, we're going to hand back to the commentary. Let's get this thing underway. It should be some fun. It's Tom and Russ.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, deep breath, I think, after the huge excitement of the lightweights, which really, really delivered. What a grand final. It all goes back a step, and we are in the middleweight and heavyweight division. And we go back to the practice quali, which, as we have discussed several times today, is in fact one of the most important elements of the whole competition. However, the field of drivers that we have, okay, is so competitive here that Tom has got some very interesting statistics.
Yeah, so middleweights and heavyweights are always really good fun. And you always end up with middleweights being effectively the career karters. This is where the guys with loads of experience and loads of ability end up. And as Alfie was saying just there, we've sort of ended up in a perfect storm. We've got 3 former champions on the grid who between them share six titles. We've got defending middleweight champion in Mr. Sam Slater. We have defending lightweight champion, Alfie Hale, who's moved up thanks to the altered weight classes this year. And we also see the return of double junior champion, Charlie Ratford, on the grid. So just in those 3, there are 6 championships involved in that. Looking a little bit further down, there is double vice champion, Zach Venn, who we just spoke to there, and also double vice champion, Matty Bolton, on that grid as well. Add to the fact you've got 3rd place finisher from last year, Taylor Barnes, in there, and you start looking at drivers who are in their in the rest of the grid there. You got vice champion from last year in the middleweights, Chris Ball is back, a driver who this year has been very well travelled, let's say, has raced in multiple different countries. Add on to all the new drivers that you're seeing coming in, or drivers that have been here before, maybe haven't shown their best just yet. So looking down the order, Joe Peters from Cardiff, he was 10th in lightweights last year. You've got Danny Hale, brother of Alfie, who's wearing a very nice marble effect helmet that apparently he gets a load of stick for. But he was 14th last year. You got Christopher Bruce has moved up from lightweights. John Bolter is a very quick junior, has moved up from juniors. There's a lot of really good drivers in this field, and I'm looking forward to getting them all on track, which we shouldn't be too far away as we see drivers all getting into their karts.
It's almost like a who's who of BIKC.
Yeah, it's a who's who of BIKC and a who's who of just rental karting in general. And then if you look at the heavyweights, there are 2 former champions on that grid. Defending champion Dave Harvey's back for another year, and we've also got 2022 champion Johnny Elliott is back for another shot at the title. In heavyweights, you have the top 5 seeded drivers from last year. So David Harvey, John Yuger, Russell Endine, Ross Sandwell, Hamid Durat, they're all back on the grid this year. Harvey Sugden Scott, who was 8th last year, he's back as well for his 2nd attempt. Then you've got drivers who've moved up from middleweight. So Colin Marshall, we spoke to him earlier, and he's moved up as well. Ethan Bloodworth's moved up from middleweights. And a few new drivers that we haven't seen at the finals. again, that may end up causing a bit of an upset. But as you can see, for the first time in the middleweights, drivers are all out on the circuit. Remember, these guys are split into 2 groups as per the previous sessions. Only this time we'll be alternating middleweights and heavyweight over the course of the evening.
And it's worthwhile pointing out a lot of, on the chat. PB Karting has said Alfie, lightweight champ last year, is going to end Sam's streak because obviously the weight categories, the whole weight has moved a little bit from last year to this year. So drivers that were in lightweights last year would qualify for middleweights this year, which also makes that extra added element of how competitive this field is going to be, because Alfie was last year technically a lightweight. So yeah, it's going to be really, really exciting. Then we're literally crawling around the track at the moment. We are on speed 1, but at some point the carts will get released. And it'd be great if somebody crashes at this speed, wouldn't it? That would make it. We'd be on the gen pad.
I still think it'd be hilarious.
We'd be on the gen pad.
I still think it'd be hilarious doing a race like this. You think it's close at full speed. Imagine how close it is while everyone's going at a walking pace. You
How
could
much
literally
slower would lap times be? Oh my.
I know, you'd probably be in the 3 to 4 minute sort of range of lap times, but you could literally commentate on each other's race from a kart and effectively start having a bit of fun from it that way. You will see a yellow and you will see a red very early on in this one with nothing coming off, because it'll be a quick lights test for all the drivers across the 4 qualifying sessions that we have. But yeah, lots to play for here. And remember,
I just want to say, we've got Jala Propane rooting for Chris Ball. He's rooting from America.
Ooh,
We've been all around the world now, haven't we?
Then you remember last year, Chris pulled the American.
Yeah.
To be fair, Chris himself has been all around the world this year. He's raced in, let's see if I can get this right, he's raced in Germany, Belgium, Holland and Poland, as well as racing in Britain earlier on. He's been doing a few regional championships as well. Now he's here to be the BIKC to end the season off. So
He's also the Club 100 winner of last year as well. So he won the full prize for last year.
Wow.
Yeah, of course, because Sam's already claimed that prize once so far. So it is worth saying that if someone has already claimed the prize drive before, so we know there's a couple of multiple champions on the grid, they're not eligible to be able to win it again. So yeah, it's going to be quite an interesting day over the course of this one.
No, it's fascinating stuff, it has to be said, and it's going to be watched all over the world, because yesterday we had 15,000 people tune in at some point to watch the BIKC live stream. We've had 5,300, although Dominic, head of finance, in the previous presentation did say 5,500. It's not like a finance guy to exaggerate the figures, is it? Has to be said.
Oh man,
you're really
pushing things.
That is how the TeamSport finance department operate.
Are you working through all the execs to see how many of them you can wind up and annoy over the next little bit?
How much have we taken? How much do we want to take? Oh, we'll have that. So Dominic, yeah, fantastic. But yeah, good to see him at BIKC. It's the first time he's been here on the BIKC finals, and that's fantastic. Right, okay, so we are very early days on we're looking at the qualifying. And
Still waiting on live timings to come through.
we
for
are
us.
still waiting on live timings. We did have a bit of a technical issue in the grand final of the lightweights. Not that we have a technical issue, but the technical issue is what was being broadcasted. So let's just wait and see. Good, we need some lap times. These lap times, Jen, because we've then got something to talk about. We're just watching karts go around. And as well, if any driver out there you particularly want to see, we can do this during practice quali. So if anybody you have your favourite driver, you want to see him on the big screen, it's no problem. Let us know. Whack it in the chat.
There we go.
will.
Now
In
we've got
fact,
some times.
AJ already was in there with kart 15. So are we watching kart 15? We're not watching 39. Kart 15, please.
There we go. Technology's back with us now.
Look at that. We got lap time. We can talk about it. So Matthew Bolton's fastest so far. Well, as soon as I said that, he got overtaken Harley Smith, 51.847. Very early days, though. Very early days. So yeah, we're going to tune into kart 15. Oh, the carts are
Right,
flying.
so that is Jamie Burke that we're starting with here, the Nottingham driver, the first appearance on the BIKC National Finals here, and first time over the line. Jamie has been able to pop themselves into P11, 52.578 so far. So looks like maybe a little bit of work to do so far as the lap times just keep going lower and lower and lower here. Let's see how many we get into the 51s this time, see if Jamie can make their way into the 51s to go over the line. Improvement to 10th, but not quite into the 51 bracket, as looking towards the top of the timesheets. Tom Fox is currently holding the pole position time of 51.825 from Harley Smith. Alfie Hale is already up there. Matty Bolton is up in P4. Chris Ball in P5. So the battle of the vice champions, Matty Bolton is currently winning that one against Chris Ball. Alfie Hale fastest so far out of the champions. Only got one of them on the grid here. So Ratford and Slater are going to be fighting it out over the course of their heats. Taylor Barnes, third place last year, is 7th. Jamie Foster's in 8th. Zach Venn's just been bumped down into 9th position, with Luke Mallard, Luke Shard-Maple, Ricky Crozier, Jamie Burke, Sam Hill, Joel Metcalf, Robert Trey, who just moves now up into 14th place, getting himself off the bottom of the leaderboard.
A lot of aggressive driving going on out there. We just saw a driver at the end, didn't catch who it was, right at the end of the fastest point of the track, just stand on the brakes and flick the kart in. In fact, I tell you what, it has to be by default kart 15, doesn't it? It's the one that we're tuned in on. So, so yeah, it was Jamie Burke just absolutely standing on the brakes and flicking in. Let's see what else we've got. Can we? Mystic Elephant says kart 25.
25. Jamie Foster from Birmingham. This is his third time in the national finals, and he's very consistent when it comes to the nationals. In 2022, he finished 6th. In 2023, he finished 6th. So let's see where he is now.
Is he running 6th?
He's 11th.
Oh.
I was hoping he was 6th
I
there
was
for
so
a
hoping
second.
that
But the
would be great.
perpetual 6th place finisher. We all know 6th is the perfect position for anyone who's a fan of Super GT, and it seems like Jamie Foster's exactly the same in that sense. So he goes through the top end of the circuit now. Let's see if Jamie in the 25 can improve on the time they've got so far. It's a 52.145, so just waiting to break into the 52-second bracket. So Jamie will complete their lap, and let's see.
Matusa wants kart 31. So kart 31 coming up.
Foster's time wasn't an improvement then. So kart 31 we now look for. This is Taylor Barnes, third place last year. Second time we've seen him in the nationals. So last year he was third place. He was third place out in the regionals in 2022, but back in 2020, the first edition of BIKC, he was in the Rising Stars category for 17 to 18-year-olds, and he managed to finish P6. So Taylor Barnes at the moment is P10 of 52.138, as in front. Matty Bolton improves back to 4th position, and we wait to see what Taylor Barnes can do, as it looks like we're looking for kart 35, Rob Trey, I think it is. So we'll see if we can find him, as Taylor Barnes is on a decent lap from what we saw so far. We're up on the top end of the circuit. There is the 35.
Fast lap time so far, 51.6 on the board
Danny
already.
Hales managed to best Tom
Last year's lap
Fox.
time as well. So
Yeah,
last
that's
year's
quick.
lap time was
Very quick.
So we're seeing the class lap records fall very quickly, despite now being on speed 3 versus speed 4, which I always find really interesting and slightly funny around here. That speed 3 is just that little bit more drivable versus speed 4, which gives you a lot more torque. So it means the back end of the kart's a little bit harder to control, as we saw good effect last year.
49, please.
And the numbers are coming in.
Lauren wants 49.
49? Are you sure, Russ? The adult kart only got up to 44. You were doing this yesterday.
Lauren, what have you done to me?
What you've just done there is...
I've just called for a car that doesn't exist.
What you've just done there is you've done... So there's an old marshalling joke that people tend to put... That really horrible people, definitely not myself, have pulled on inexperienced marshals and start calling black flags for karts that don't exist.
She meant 39, and that's where we're going to...
39, the vice champion last year, Chris Ball, currently sat in P6. Shouldn't be too hard to miss him. Dayglow Orange, and one of the tallest people on the grid. He's about 1.5 foot tall, must be about 2 feet taller than Lex when he's interviewing him. So it's right at full stretch. But Chris Ball is coming through the top end of the circuit. He's P6 at the moment. Can he improve this time? No, looked like he was on a cool-down lap, actually, a 54.7. So a decently slow
Donna
lap
Clark
time
says,
this time.
have they started?
Have they?
No, they haven't. It's tomorrow. We're in the first practice quali of the middleweights. Yes, we have started.
So Chris goes through the top end of the circuit into the hairpin. So he's got a very distinctive driving position. He gets quite a lot of heat online for having his hands on the top of the steering wheel, but it seems to work really well for him. And it seems to be pretty quick for him as well, as he's the vice champion heading into this meeting. And he'll be looking to try and go one step further and see if he can dethrone Mr. Sam Slater, who is the currently 3-time champion, going for the opportunity to be the only 4-time champion.
We're going to find 28.
BIKC.
Joel Metcalf is where we're aiming at.
Yeah, Joel's a Leeds driver, first-time appearance on the grid this year. So where is he in the qualifying order?
There he is. We caught him up.
There we go.
So Metcalf P10 at the moment. So 52.1 is his fastest. Last time over the line, he was in the 52.6s. So a little bit of a slower lap for him last time round. Let's see if he can pull a quick one out this time. He's got no traffic in front of him as he's up on the top end of the circuit, into the hairpin and through the double left-hander, comes down the ramp, and he'll come into our vision very, very shortly.
We're going to go car 18, Harley Smith, as requested.
So Harley Smith, he's a Bristol driver, one of the wild cards, one of the 5 wild cards in this event. And the Bristol driver files through the back straight to second appearance. He went out in the semi-finals last year, so works out P18. So he's just knocking on the door of the semi-finals of the main event. Finished 9th in his semi-final last year. Let's see what Harley Smith can do this time. A 51.841 he was previously. That was a 51.9 this time, so it wasn't quite close enough to be able to go for a move.
We're now going to go near the front. We're going to go kart 37 as requested. Tom Fox.
Kart 37, Tom
51.746, running second at the moment.
So Tom is a local driver, Warrington based. He finished 16th last year, so last of the runners in the main event. I tend to describe Tom Fox as quietly quick. It's a sort of driver that has a habit of going unnoticed throughout practice, heats, but always when you're trying to look for a result, he'll always end up pulling it. He's done quite a lot of racing this year, and he's got a very experienced driver in Zap Venn just behind him. But the 37, he's second fastest at the moment, about 1 1/4 tenths to find if he wants to go to pole position. And we've seen you really want to qualify on the odd side of the grid. During this one, he's on the top end of the circuit, and yeah, a very experienced driver, but a quick one as well. But he's not the sort of person that goes and shouts about it.
Definitely made an impression last year in the regional finals as well, and this year. He won both times.
We're going to go kart 1, Sam Hill from Ryan Howitt. Sam currently running in 15, 52.462. And just a reminder here that this qualification, it's not just practice, not just ease yourself in. This is one of the most important parts, if not, dare I say it, one of the most important parts, bar the grand final, I think, because effectively this will give you the grid positions that you'll have during the heats. And if you mess this up and you end up starting way back, it's going to be virtually impossible.
You say that, but Jamie Sherman Chase managed to do it.
He did it in the final. He did.
Yeah, the final
and
with
he
the Joker
utilised the Joker lap. That's the key. We'll come to the Joker lap.
And Ben Hamilton managed to drive forward in his first heat as well. Remember, he qualified P10 and ended up P5, and I think that's partly what set him up to his podium opportunity in the juniors. Yesterday. Sam Hill, driver we did see last year, the Leicester driver, ended up going out in the semi-finals. His best result was 13th. In the semis. He's going to be hoping to make it into the main event and get into the top 16 drivers in the main event.
Looking for kart 11.
Kart 11, Zap Venn, a driver that we know very, very well.
BIKC and kart champs. That was a few years ago now.
Yeah, kart champs a precursor to BIKC, but Zap Venn, his best result of the national finals is second twice to the now 3-time champion Dante Dillon when he was in the featherweights and the lightweights. In 22, he went out in the regional finals. A big shocker when we saw that result, but Zap managed to get himself back this year. It's great to see him having qualified for the national finals. You'll notice he's got a different name on the back. It doesn't say Zap Venn, it says Shepherd on the back of it. He's had to borrow a race suit for this meeting, as I believe he has a fitment issue with the one he currently has. But through the top end of the circuit, Zap Venn currently running P10 at the moment. Now, you'd expect him to jump up the order here. Let's see if he's had a decent lap following Tom Fox. He hasn't been able to make an improvement, so 52.3. So it looks like Zach is going to be one of the drivers who has maybe out of position at the start of this one and has a bit of work to do in the heat to try and move forward.
No, it's good stuff. So we're just calling out karts at the moment. We're going to switch to, let's go to the fastest driver so far in kart 32, Danny Hale. So we're going to try and pick up kart number 32. But
Danny
yeah,
Hale, the pole sitter at the moment.
But still, 51.621 hasn't moved. It's like, we did see this a little bit earlier on. In fact, the tyres got hot and then the lap times went in and they just stayed kind of static. They hit their kind of peak. Yes. Will that 51.6 get beaten?
So Danny Hale, brother of Alfie, who won the lightweights last year. Danny's on his second appearance here at the national finals as well. Last year he was, let's have a look. He was 14th last time out. So Danny Hale, a very quick driver in himself and has a very different design to his helmet. We saw some very good ones the other day. This one, it's dipped in.
The spinner. Look at
that's
that.
Alfie Hale
36.
backwards. That's Alfie Hale backwards there in the 36. So, but that, yeah, going back to that
at least
point
we know
I was
he's pushing.
Yeah, he's pushing quite hard. They say if you don't have at least one spin, you're not really working that hard. But just to go quickly back to the point I made about Danny's helmet, instead of being painted, it's a standard white helmet, but it's been hydro dipped to look like marble. So it literally looks like he's got a marble helmet up there. Apparently he gets some stick from some of his mates for it, but I actually think it looks pretty cool. It's very different.
Very unique for like obviously helmet designs and things like that. A lot of people go for like the plain white helmet, or they go for the replica helmet. So we saw that in the cadets yesterday, and we saw Hamilton helmet and a Senna helmet as well. So it's nice to see some custom designs.
Yeah, some of them also go for the nice plain jet black idea, which is exactly what 30 Matty Bolton's wearing right now as they go through the top end of the circuit. And 30 comes over the line. Matthew Bolton improved to 52.3, so not an improvement, but half a second off what he did previously. Looking around, I don't think anyone has been improving lap times this time around.
We've gone for kart 25 because nobody's requested it. He's got no friends, no mates. You've got a mate in me. I want kart 25.
Kart
on
25,
the screen.
Jamie Foster. So Jamie's currently down 11th. See if he's managed to improve since the last time we took a look at him. Doesn't look like he's been able to do much though. He's braking quite I'd probably say he's braking quite early up the ramp, trying to keep the kart on the ground. That is a point where if you don't tap the brakes, you are quite literally getting air at the top end of the ramp. And the juniors brake quite early. He's looking down there. He's not quite happy with himself, with either that kart or with the way he's driving at the moment. So Jamie Foster in the 25 is currently setting himself up for a pretty difficult evening in the middleweight final at the moment. He's got Alfie Hale right behind him. He's currently third, currently in P3. So let's see if he can improve as the checker flag comes out. And we watch to see if Jamie Foster can improve. It's not an improvement in time or in position, so pole position goes to Danny Hale. Tom Fox will line up in front of him. Hey, look who's on the inside. Look who's going to be on the inside of the second row. It's Alfie Hale. Alfie Hale starting nose to tail with his brother. Could you get some team tactics there?
Yeah.
That might get interesting.
Yeah, indeed. No, very, very good. Okay, well, a great qualifying session. 51.621 did it for Danny Hale. And that was set around about halfway through the session. So now we're going to switch, I believe, to the heavyweights first practice session. So it'd be interesting to see how the lap times actually differ from category to category.
He's got a helmet fuzzy on.
Yes.
You know that he's taking it seriously.
Oh, that's brilliant. That's fantastic. It's one of them. If you've got to come out and have a laugh. You've got to come out and have a bit of fun here. This is a big event. You've got to have a bit of fun trying to do it.
If the chicken poles it now, it's going to be a great story.
Yeah, chicken on pole. That would be quite a good story. Oh wow. So drivers head out for the first of the heavyweights. And the chicken is taking their time getting out there. So it's Aaron Mitchell-Begley's got the chicken helmet cover on. Hopefully the aerodynamics of that doesn't slow him down too much. We're talking about aerodynamics in karting, the length that some people and some teams, especially over in Europe, go to at the moment. And here in Britain, we put helmet covers on here to try and make us go quicker.
I bet he's boiling in that.
Yeah,
it might add a bit of downforce. Who knows? This might be the tactic. Bit of air disturbance going over.
I love the GoPro. I love he's got the GoPro there. So he's still being serious and recording all of his racing. However, helmet cover for a bit of fun on a national final. as the guys go for the lights test. See the hand in the air just to acknowledge the flag and tell everyone that they're stopping. Once everyone's stopped, the lights will go green and we'll get ready for some decent qualifying times. Just see the 43 there. That is David Harvey, the defending heavyweight champion in this division. So,
interesting enough, he's wearing a TeamSport suit because it's
I
lighter.
was going to say he's wearing the TeamSport suit just to make sure he's as close to the weight limit as possible.
Yeah, he said his old suit was 3 kilograms, but he's taking it off.
Wow. So he's getting himself as close to the minimum weight as he can.
Pretty much, yeah.
That's fantastic. Aaron clearly isn't worried about minimum weight there as he's adding weight to his cart.
Pretty much, yeah. So obviously Aaron is now coming down the ramp. He's coming into the first chicane down to turn 1. Obviously, this is where the grid start's going to be, and the grid start's played a lot of interesting things into the racing so far. We've reviewed it a couple of times on the gem pad, and hopefully we'll do it more today. Seen quite a few crashes and spins coming into the sort of first couple of hairpins on the race start so far.
Yeah, so the first laps coming through obviously aren't going to be anywhere near representative of what we'll see as the drivers get themselves warmed up, and it gives us an opportunity to start talking through a few of them. So, because his cards are in the way, I can't see what people are asking for. Cart 12,
move my cards?
I will move your stuff if required. It means that we can't see what's going on. So, Ben Boyle's been requested. He's P6 at the moment. Probably one of the first drivers with a representative lap time, actually. A 53.937 as the team goes searching for cart number 12. As they're going through the top end there. Flying through shot is Johnny Elliott, one of the other champions. And as if by magic, cart 12 appears on our screen. Ben Boyle's flying his way through the top end of the circuit. I'm pretty sure this is the first time he's been here. Yes, the Liverpool driver is not based too far away. Not too far away from Warrington. But the Liverpool driver is going to see what they can do and how they stack up on this relatively big grid.
First lap time 52.595, just over the line from Thomas Wiltshire. Johnny Elliott goes quicker, 52.3.
See what Ben can do.
Be interested to see how quick they get.
Ben goes up to P10 at 53.5. So this is where we start seeing weight come into factor. So you would expect to start seeing lap times a little bit slower than what we've done already throughout the course of the day, but this really shows what the difference weight makes in this sport.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, so obviously the weight limit shifted this year, so it's 85 kilograms plus for the heavyweight drivers. We're seeing the middleweights and racing at 70 to 85, so it's a little bit different to a couple of years before.
Yeah, so a lot of drivers quite regularly sit in the 80-ish kilo range. That's sort of where you normally see most other series leaving their weight limits, but currently fastest at the moment, Lewis Tomo on a 52.278, immediately bested by the chicken who's currently on pole. That is a 52.154, bested by Johnny Elliott, who now goes to a 52.017. I was chatting to Johnny not too long ago, and he said coming into this he wasn't overly confident, because when Johnny won his title, it was the last of the petrol era for BIKC, and he said he's not really got his head fully around these electric carts, but currently it seems like he's doing quite well with it.
Yeah, he held on well at the Nottingham Regional. That was electric there. He came third overall at that regional final, so obviously he's had a little bit of experience in these carts before, so let's see what gets on this.
Okay, we have Charlie wanting cart 14, Callum wanting cart 14. There you go.
Martin Rowe, I'm pretty sure again this is another driver who's on his first attempt here at the British Indoor Karting Championship, Sheffield driver. So he's gone over the line. He's currently P9, so slap bang in the middle of the field. A 52.681 for Martin Rowe. Looks over his shoulder, doesn't see another driver there as he goes up the ramp. You can see the heavyweights now not even braking when they get up to the top. You saw the lighter classes on the brakes as they get towards the top of the top of the ramp, and this is where you start seeing how the weight differs and how you can start how you have to make time in different ways. So whereas a junior or a lightweight could maybe afford to brake a little bit more and use the acceleration, those of us blessed with a little bit more success ballast have to try and carry some more momentum through the corner.
Yeah, luckily with the electric carts, obviously the pickup and speed is a lot quicker than the petrol carts, so the heavyweights aren't going to really struggle on the exit of the corners. It's more in, obviously, on the straights and getting to that top end. Obviously with the juniors, things up the ramp, they're a lot lighter. The carts are very heavy in themselves. We have no weight limit, like we have no kilogram information on how heavy the carts are, because they're just that heavy. So obviously their braking is going to be a lot different compared to how the juniors handle the carts. Obviously they're going to stick to the corners a lot better when the juniors are going to be sort of understeering quite a lot.
Yeah, so watching kart 3 at the moment, it's Bilal Khan. He's currently 14th. He's been overtaken by 38, which is Martin Cooper, currently second fastest at the moment. Martin's sort of come out of nowhere there, but kart 3, Bilal Khan, 52.941. He's currently on. He's up on the top section of the circuit, and he's sort of done a smart thing here. He's found a quick driver and he sat himself behind them, so maybe this could be a chance for him to see where I would say he's going wrong, but I think that's a little bit unfair to put it that way.
One cut 43 now, David Harvey, as requested.
So the defending champion, David Harvey, the number 43. He's based out of Harlow. It's his 4th attempt at the British Indoor Karting Championship. First time he was here, he was 12th. Then he was 3rd, and then sealed the championship last year in a really good fight between himself, John Yuga, and Russell Endine in the end of the day. So he's just let through another driver, so don't anticipate this lap will be an improvement. That looked like, I can't pick who that was. That might have been Ross Sandwell he's let through. By the looks of it, he's been chased by the 27 of Tom Wiltshire, another one of the Horacio Dry drivers with the gold-yellow race suit there.
We are on to kart 38, Martin Cooper, again, as requested. But
Martin Cooper. Martin's done a lot of practice around here. I think this is his first time here. The Docklands driver, he's had a big
Tom is
track
literally the encyclopedia of BIKC. For full history.
This is the bonus of this being my home track. You get to see everyone coming up and testing, and Martin has done that round trip from London Docklands up to Warrington a lot of times. He's very impartial to a 40-lap race, he is, but he's also a really lovely gentleman as well. So hopefully he goes well. He's currently 3rd fastest at the moment. Over the line he goes. Over the line he goes, and that is not an improvement, as the fastest time is now in the 51s with kart 17 of Saul Gregory. Another home driver going very, very well. Again, Saul's a driver who's like quietly quick. He just seems to find the time out just about anywhere.
Yeah, no, the heavyweight lap time has now been broken again, so that's every category has a new lap time, and we're not on speed 4, on speed 3. So obviously with the changes to the kart over the year since they've been installed into Warrington, changes have been made and they're much quicker now.
We picked at kart 10, which is Hugh McDonald, I believe, from the Cambers Lang track.
Yes, Hugh, driver has done, again, quite a lot
I know a bit
quite
of
a lot
there,
of racing
but
this
only
year.
because it's on the live stream.
So he's done quite a lot of racing this year. Quite a very well-designed helmet. He was at an event up at Lark Hall, and he ended up borrowing a helmet because his was soaking wet, because obviously Scotland, it rains. He liked the design of it so much he ended up copying it, and now he's got his own version that looks exactly the same. But very well done. I'm pretty sure that it's like hand-painted and like speckled everywhere.
It looks kind of like the marble helmet.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's painted. It's got a lot of handwork on it as well, but it looks really, really good. Hugh currently running in P11. This is his first time here at I was going to say Cambers Lang. It's definitely not his first time at Cambers Lang, but it's his first time here at the BIKC final, as he turns into the penultimate hairpin and then into the affectionately called Newman's hairpin, where Kai Newman made a massive move earlier on.
We're going
Hugh's
21.
Come to the line. Let's
21.
see what he can do.
Mason Hands.
Mason Hands. This one,
as requested.
This is a driver I don't actually have that much
by
on.
Alfie.
So Mason Hands, Sheffield driver.
Are you going to let us down, Tom, by not knowing the history?
I've let everyone down now. So Mason Hands, the 21, he's currently down in 15th, the 53.961. He's one of the wild cards that made it through from the regional finals, and the Sheffield driver didn't improve on that lap. But
this category this year has also equally the same amount of new drivers have entered into the national final as lightweight. So they both had 18 new drivers enter the grid.
18 new drivers on a grid of 32. Just shows how hard it is to get back, because last year, we always say every year the grid is such good quality, and you'd expect if that was the case that a lot of the drivers would come back. But the fact that only about 8, maybe 9 drivers have made it back over the course of this one.
We're going kart 5. Michael Herm, as requested.
Michael Herm, who's 53.991.
By RB
Michael
Karting.
again, another one of the wild cards in there. One of the southern-based drivers from Mitcham. So Michael comes through the top end of the circuit and heads towards the first hairpin now. Let's see what Michael can do. This needs to be a nice. Needs to be a nice clean lap from Michael. See if he can get himself off the back of the grid. He doesn't have to do much to get on terms with Mason Hands as they come up the top end of the circuit over the line. Is this an improvement for Michael Herm? It's not quite yet. A 53.991 he's still done, but Saul Gregory still has the fastest lap of a 51.980. As you go back to Aaron Mitchell-Begley in the chick in the 8. if you want to get yourself noticed, stick a helmet cover on. That seems to be the tactic to be able to get yourself noticed on this
I
stream.
had someone asked me yesterday, can they wear the pink stag suit with a pig helmet?
Oh, yes.
Do it.
You
I
said
say.
no.
No, I said yes. They haven't done it.
Oh, no, that's a
shame.
letdown. Or maybe it's in one of the other groups.
Maybe.
So maybe in one of the other groups. Hopefully they don't chicken out on that one. So Kart 2
Chicken out.
I wondered how long that one would take. So
Goodness
Kart
me.
2, Hassan Zafar, 52.106. This is definitely the first time we've seen Hassan here. Another driver who's done quite a lot of racing regionally. He's been racing up north quite a lot. Driving all the way from TeamSport Stockton. So up the top end, he's currently 4th at the moment, 52.106. He's very close to that pole time. He's only about 1.5 tenths away.
Mad. Right, so we're still on 2. Who else should we pick up? Rio Chef says Kart 3, the plastic is hanging off. So we go to Kart 3. We've got to see if there's any plastic hanging off.
Should we be? Let's be scrutineers now.
Yeah. Oh, we've got a spinner. We've got something to talk about.
Let's Kart 3.
Kart 3.
He's found
Perfect.
himself for us. What he's done there, he's just spun the kart round so we could just check all angles of it.
Yeah.
Just to make sure it is all good.
Right, where's this plastic hanging off? Let's have a look.
That looks
all right.
okay towards me on that side. Can he just spin it around again so we can have a look, at the other side? I will get a good look at it here. And that looks to be okay. It looks like someone's spotted something that we definitely can't see. That's probably why we're in here talking about racing and we're not out there doing it.
The one thing I like to see about BIKC, especially with 18 new drivers in this category, is it makes karting look so accessible. Even though there's successful people going to these regionals, there is 18 new drivers on the grid. It doesn't matter what your career background is. Some people are in the year into karting. Obviously, we saw that in the lightweights earlier. So, you know, it's not impossible. You might as well just go down the track and give it a go.
Can I also say, Jenny, you've got a stalker on the live stream. Pro Stubby Gamer is said, is that Jen speaking? And where's that track? And Jen doesn't know who you are.
For the purposes of Jen's safety, we're in Canvas Lang right now.
Exactly.
Yeah.
We're going to
we're
protect
up in Scotland. We're definitely
can
not.
we just lock the door? Is that right, Joel? Make sure that's locked.
Oh man,
I
this
don't
is already
recognise
getting
the
bad.
username.
You will be safe.
We always say the heavyweights is when the terrible things start coming out, and now we've started it. So, looking at the number 8 of Aaron Mitchell-Begley, he's currently down in P6 at the moment. So
the chicken's getting a lot of love.
Yeah,
I can't get over it.
You can do quite a lot of damage from P6 if he keeps it there, but over the line, see if he improves. Not this time. That one was a 52.5. It's still saw Gregory in the 17. That is fastest of all. Up on the top end of the circuit they go. That's Hugh McDonald just in front. The number 10.
I think he's laid down a really good lap time there, Tom.
Oh, I'm not going to egg you on anymore. Let's go into the top end of the circuit.
Come on.
Oh, this is going to be a very, very long day if he keeps this up now. So a minute and a half
This is where
remaining.
it's starting to deteriorate, isn't it? It's now going downhill.
I think I need to get a chicken joke in now.
It had to come.
Oh, you're gonna think of something at some point. It's just going to shut all of us up.
Chickened out.
Fastest time deleted for Johnny
I've
Elliott.
seen that before.
So, impeding another driver. So, we were talking about the penalty situation. We haven't seen it yet. It's taken us to the heavyweights to get to it. However, in qualifying, they do have the opportunity to delete the fastest times for transgressions in qualifying. So think of that effectively like a 5-second penalty. As we look at the pole sitter, Saul Gregory, he's on home soil here. It's his second time here at the BIKC finals, and he's hoping this one goes a lot better for him. As last year, his semi-finals ended up with him in a barrier at the start of the heavyweight semi. And he's hoping for a much better result today. Currently, pole position for the first of the heats is definitely where he wanted to start his night off.
The thing is, even if you start pole, doesn't mean you're going to win the race. Obviously, you can get a jump start penalty, you can get a yellow light penalty, you can outrace them. Or like we saw in the lightweights, Joe Greenhall, even though he won everything, still didn't end up winning the event because of the Joker lap.
Absolutely. Yeah, and we'll talk about the Joker laps a little bit more later on as the checker flag flies on this first heavyweight qualifying. Over the line then come Johnny Elliott there, second place. He will have his fastest time deleted at the end of the session, so that remains to be seen as to where it puts him. So pole position goes to the 17 of Saul Gregory, a 51.980, the only one of the heavyweights so far to make it into the 51 bracket. Johnny Elliott currently will line up on the front row with him, but we remain to see what his second fastest time was. Martin Cooper and Hassan Zafar are your second row at the moment. Tom Wiltshire and Aaron Mitchell-Begley in 5th and 6th. And there, that time gets deleted, drops Johnny Elliott down to 5th place. It was a 52.143.
I don't think he's going to like that.
No, he probably won't be too pleased with that. However, what it does highlight is that you need to be consistent in this sort of thing, just as a little bit of backup to try and make sure that if you do have any issues, you've got a decent lap time to fall back on.
Yeah, maybe we'll get some more information from race control in a bit about why the lap time got deleted.
So he's impeding another driver is what was being said. So what my guess is he's finished a lap or something like that, or he just parked it on the apex of a corner or something along that line. I feel like that's one of the CLOs will have a very stern word with the race director to find what the cause was and make sure that everything is done correctly.
So the difference in speed there between middles and heavies was about 0.3.
Yeah, something along that line. In theory, it's around about 15 kilos between the drivers.
Yeah.
So
that's much tighter because it's electric. I think if it was petrol, it would be a little bit more there.
So I seem to remember back to a video that TeamSport
Talkie electric
did.
Carts. That's what we're talking. That's why it's...
I seem to remember back to a video TeamSport did with...
I'm serious, I'm not actually joking.
I think it was WTF1 they did it with, where we tried to figure out how much weight makes a difference, where they stuck a Formula 2 driver in a cart and put 20 kilos on to see what the difference was. I think even the 20 kilos was only about 2 or 3 tenths, so that sort of backs up what we've seen here in the electric carts as well. But back down to the middleweights now, and we've got another 15 drivers that are going to be out on circuit, and there's some big names in this field.
Yeah, indeed. So, are we allowed to mention him this year? I don't know.
He's on tracks. We might be able to mention him.
Well, we get accused of things, all kinds of things. But yes, cart number 35, Sam Slater, is on the track.
Even the director behind us is telling us off right now. So even the director behind us is telling us off for mentioning the name of the 3-time champion.
The things we got accused of.
It makes people feel any better. We have absolutely nothing to do with the outcome of the event.
We don't. We're just sit here chatting.
Again, that's why we're here talking, because we can be bribed with either food or money, whereas the race directors can't. There's nothing in this world that will. Well, maybe some tickets to Coldplay. We'll do that. We'll do for Darren.
No, James Hislop loves Coldplay. That's the person who loves it the most.
So if anyone wants to start on pole for the final, it's 3 tickets to Coldplay at Wembley that will get you there.
So we're going to start watching Sam Slater first. No, we're not. We're not. It's Kart 1 Owen. That is who we are trying to find.
Owen Stern. Let's have a look through our notes. One of the wild cards from Harlow.
Oh, no. He's on the screen.
So you said we weren't following Sam Slater, but it ends up that Owen Stern is now in front of Sam Slater. So Owen Stern we watch for, the number 1, who's now behind Sam Slater, just so Sam can get out of the shot and we can focus on the drivers we actually want to talk about.
It's hilarious.
So Owen Stern, it's his first time here at BIKC, the wild card from Harlow. He's going through the top end of the circuit. We wait to see the proper representative times as double junior champion Charlie Ratford currently has the fastest. A 52.7 is definitely not going to be where the pole time is. Take a second off that, and I think that's probably closer to where we will end up.
Arthur says 2 burgers to give Ben Paynes the rocket next session. Then we don't get to say. And there's 3 of us.
Here's what we'll do. We'll take the 2 burgers. I'll go out, put a SpaceX logo, no, a NASA logo over the front of whatever cart Ben Paynes is in, and therefore can say he's been given a rocket. That works, and we get fed.
Yeah.
So Owen Stern is currently the 5th fastest driver on a 52.3, and you think that the times are definitely going to start coming down.
We're going to go kart 25. Don't you know who?
25. Charlie Ratford.
Legend.
Double junior champion is Charlie Ratford.
And goes second. As soon as we mention his name,
a 52.077. Charlie's done quite a lot of racing. After BIKC, he ended up in the Daniel Ricciardo series, which were the prize sponsors for the first year of the juniors. He's done quite well in that. DRS 100 champion for last year. And I'm pretty sure he went out and raced in the Easy Kart World Finals as well, a prize he got for winning the Daniel Ricciardo series.
He's also the BSKC Vice Champion when we were partnered with them.
Yes, British Schools Karting Championship. I remember running that event. It was really good fun. He won that with a cup with 3, I can't remember the other 2 drivers.
We're going to go kart 18
one of them.
because they reckon it's got a puncture. That's what's
so
going on the
Kart
live
18,
stream.
Josh Short. A 52.916.
Does
If that
it have a
car only
puncher?
has 3 working wheels, then a 52.9 is a very, very good lap time to pull in from a kart with a puncher on it. And to be fair, the driver will probably feel that very, very quickly, as it'll be easy to turn one way and horrible to turn the other. As the rear end does look a little bit low, but I wouldn't say it looks anything too far off there. And we'll see what the lap time is from Josh Short, see what he can do. And that was a 52.945, so similar to what he's been running. Low 52s potentially. He'll feel it immediately if that kart does have a low rear tyre. We test it. The karts get tested every morning, and I know when you're in a kart that's they get effectively a safety test. So run around the circuit to make sure they're all correct.
There's many different reasons
Yeah,
why
it
a car
feels
could be
very
hopping.
weird.
This is a very bouncy circuit, and also on the tarmac, if you take so much speed into a corner, the cart's naturally going to hop on its own anyway.
Yeah, you sometimes find as well, you'll see drivers, especially in tighter corners, try and lean to try and make the kart hop. You effectively want to jack up the rear inside wheel, because karts have a solid rear axle, so you can make it turn a little bit quicker. But the 18 is coming through the top end of the circuit. Let's see what Josh Short can do as he comes over the start-finish line. Let's see where this one ends him. Over the line he goes. That is an improvement to 52.889. Still leaves him P14 at the moment. I will say one thing. One driver's a lot lower. I know we're not normally allowed to mention him, but he's currently P10. And I'm quite surprised that he's in P10. Is Sam Slater, the 3-time champion. We've seen before Sam either goes really well in qualifying or he has a really bad day in qualifying. Back in 22, he ended up finishing 4th, and that was because he had a very bad day in qualifying. He ended up 7th. Right now he's 10th. On what I would probably say is an even more competitive grid than a couple of years ago now. So
Ryan Kirk has asked if there are any drivers from Scotland. Yes, there are. There I can see 2 drivers racing from Dundee in the middleweights.
Yes,
for John Bolter and Christopher Bruce.
And they are both out on track now. It's the 15 of John Bolter. So we'll look towards John first, as he's done a little bit more within
and in
the
heavies,
BIKC.
Colin Marshall from Clydebank in the heavies.
Colin Marshall and Clydebank,
2
we've
drivers
seen
from
already.
Cambers-Lang.
So there's three Scottish drivers in heavyweights, and there's 2 in the middleweight.
You
so
are well
John
represented.
Bolter from Dundee in the 15s, a very quick, again, another quietly quick driver. 2022, he was out in the regionals and the juniors. He finished 13th in the juniors last year, and this year he's moved up into the heavyweights as a former junior. Let's see what he's able to do in his first. In his first chance at a senior championship. Funnily enough, John has been when he's been racing, he changed his alias, so you can, when you go on, you can see put racer names and aliases down to come up on the screen. He changed it to just a completely different name in the interest of keeping secret what he was doing during testing and when he was down at the circuit.
To be honest, everyone that I know from my tracks do that as well.
So I can't remember what he changed it to. I don't want to sort of release the secret. However, in testing last night, he was the 4th fastest driver out of everyone. The time he ended up setting was a 51.709, which would have been enough right now to go onto pole position. That being said, the fastest driver in testing last night is currently on track right now. He's sitting in P2 at the moment. So as it comes through the top end of the circuit.
Wow. Sorry, there's big news going down in the background, but with the focus on 37, have been for a while, Carl Evans. Reason for that is Carl Evans, as pointed out on the live stream, has only been karting for a year and is driving in the BIK National Final, which is
another driver is
impressive.
pretty early into his career, and he's already finding himself on a relatively big stage. So 37, Carl Evans, first time here, the Eastleigh driver. And putting on a decent performance to be in
had a good
4th
performance
place.
this year.
Eastleigh do tend to go quite well over the course of this one, and they normally are quite well represented. I'm pretty sure they've had a couple. They might have had a title or 2 in their time. Let's have a look. Eastleigh.
Quick question for you, Tom. Who would you say has practiced the most between the regionals and now?
Who's practiced the most between the regionals
and
now? So there's a few names I've seen quite a lot. Bolter is one of them that I've seen quite a lot, and in heavyweights, Martin Cooper is another one I've seen quite a lot. What I find quite impressive, actually, is drivers that you haven't seen a lot coming into here. And I think one driver I've only seen 2 or 3 times is currently driving the 11 car, which is Gabe Quinta, or Quinta, as it's said if you go down the full Portuguese route. I asked him at one point, what would you prefer? Do you prefer the anglicised way, or would you like me to say it properly? He just went, Quinta will do.
Yep.
I think he was being nice to me there.
Oh, yeah.
But Yeah, he was the fastest in practice as well last night, actually. A 51.3 he managed. A few attempts off what they're doing right now, but we're currently looking at the 32 as they get ready to come over the line. This is Alex Pink. The first time Alex Pink saw this circuit was last night in practice.
Really?
That was the first time he'd seen it. It was a 53.814 he managed. He's already a little bit quicker than that, 53.494. He was given the wild card, driver from Basildon. He was told last week that he would be racing in the BIKC finals and has managed to get himself down for a Saturday night practice just beforehand. So for all intents and purposes, he's going into today blind.
Yeah, this is not an easy track to master either. It takes at least, I'd say, 4 or 5 sessions just to really get like a good feel for the track. So I think as the day goes on, we'll probably see him get much, much faster and find his own sort of rhythm on the track.
Okay, we're back with Charlie Ratford, who's gone around in 51.727, and that is the fastest lap time so far, with about 5.5 minutes to go to the end of this qualifying session, which is the second qualifying session of the middleweight. We've got Gabriel Quinta in second, we've got Dylan Edwards in third, Carl Evans in fourth, John Bolter in fifth, Louis Draper in sixth, Joe Underwood seventh, Sam Slater. Sam Slater has moved up. He's in eighth place. That was a better lap off him. He's still about half a second off the pace. A few people have questions like why we're talking about Sam Slater. It's nothing really. It's just we got accused of
There's one year we got accused of favouritism for talking about Sam Slater all the time and not talking about any driver.
But he had a bad day and he stormed for the field and then won. So effectively, he was worth talking about on that day.
Yeah, had a really good drive in the same way that Ben Hamilton had a really good drive yesterday through the heat, and in the same way Jamie Sherman Chase had a very good drive over the course of that race. What are we looking for now,
30, Christopher Bruce, as
one of the other Scottish drivers out
by
there.
Lewis McGill and Jack.
So Christopher Bruce on their second appearance here at the BIKC finals was 29th last year, so went out in the semi-finals having finished, I believe that worked out, finishing 15th in the semi-finals as Christopher Bruce wearing...
I love that helmet.
I love that helmet as well, black and pink there, wearing the... Oh, I can't remember what that team is. The X on there is the team.
Oh, I don't remember.
It's one of the Scottish squads. I should know it, but it's not Saltire.
It's like on the top of my head, but I can't quite remember.
Yeah, I've seen that team race quite a lot in owner driver stuff, so I just can't quite, the arms are in the way.
We've gone 31.
It's Saltire Motorsport, I'm pretty sure.
We've gone 31 because it just hasn't been requested.
So over the line, Chris Bruce goes. Can they improve? Not that time. So 52.6 last time over the line. We're looking at Ivan Yankov, the 31 driver, over up towards the top end of the circuit. I have a feeling that Ivan might be a Ferrari fan. I don't know what gives that away, but he's also wearing a Birol Art race suit through there, so hopefully he channels the Italian energy.
Later on.
Well, hopefully he doesn't. It's in fact no, it's a Charles Leclerc race suit. So hopefully he's trying to channel the driving ability of Charles Leclerc and not the strategy of the team itself. He's down in 11th at the moment, and as we look now, this guy's been described in the chat as the Portuguese rocket. Gabriel Quinta is up on the top end of the circuit. He's second at the moment by 0.4 by 41/100th of a second there, as on a 51.769 versus Charlie Ratford's 51.727 as he goes down at the top end of the circuit. The bright orange race suit to BSI. You're definitely not going to miss those guys out on circuit as they come up towards the final 3 corners before we'll see if Gabe can go that little bit quicker. Turns into the second hairpin, into the third one. We'll see what that time was as we go looking.
Kart 18 from
18.
Liam Archer, and a whole essay.
Josh Short.
Kart 18, Josh Short driving with 3 wheels, member of the greatest karting club, Quick Finishers.
I always love endurance races when you always see the daftest names. There's a group that always do the Teesside 24-hour with a really inappropriate name from Cheshire. So if anyone's ever seen that name, you'll have seen it before.
And Switchback, there's your shout out for the Quick Finishers group member Josh Short, who we are currently watching. Have we found him? But if he's not on screen, he will. He's not on screen just yet, but he will be very soon. There he is. We've got him. There you go. So we'll leave him on the screen for half a lap.
So the 18 Josh Short, Newcastle driver again, his first time here at the BIKC finals. He's got 28 Joe Underwood just behind him, the Gosport driver. That in my notes as we were chatting, Jen, apparently he almost as well lapped the field towards his regional as well. Apparently he did really well,
yeah,
from what I've been told. But Yeah, so the 28 is P7. You would expect him to be a little bit further up the order. So we now go searching for Nathan Odell. Let's have a look at my notes for Nathan Odell, a Farnborough driver.
At Bristol Regional, he did really, really well there too. I think the regional final stage is the most interesting one of the competition. It's one of the hardest because you go into a new site, you have not a lot of time to practice. Again, it's like 2 hours away from obviously where you live. And it's just always a challenge. You're going against other people on different tracks. Again, there could be different types of carts, whether it's petrol or electric. You just got to get on point and in tune with what you're doing.
Yeah, you always see who's good at adapting quickly, and that's normally what the good drivers can do. And even in an event like this, where you're driving multiple karts over the course of the day, you'll end up having to try and adapt very quickly to the karts as you file through.
So Charlie's fastest lap time, 51.7, slightly slower than the fastest lap time we saw in the Group 1, which was a 51.6, but still, it's very tight, isn't it? It's literally what we were saying about the lightweights. Lots of drivers. I mean, yesterday in the juniors, we had a couple of drivers who were just Jake Anders and Bobby McGurr, who were just kind of head and shoulders above everybody else, and we got to see a titanic tussle between them in the grand final. But like the juniors today, this is looking much more like we've got 5-6 drivers who are in the mix here, and too early to call, but it looks like it's going to be super competitive.
Yeah, so there's about half a second separating the top 11. So that's down from Ratford down towards Ivan Yankov, and then it's about 1.6 covering the whole field. As the checker flag does come out, the drivers complete their times. Ratford doesn't improve that time over the line. Joe Peters doesn't improve either. He's down in P9 at the moment. Joe's a driver I'm pretty sure we've seen before.
Yeah, he was
Cardiff
last year
drivers.
for
Lightweight's 10th place, so he's the 10th seed going into this. His second time at the BIKC finals. You'd have expected him to be a little bit further up.
Great qualifying though. Very, very tight for that top position between Charlie and Gabriel. Dylan Edwards about a couple of tenths behind there in third place. Carl Evans, very, very close to the third place Dylan there. John Bolter in fifth on a 52.018, which is literally a blink of an eye behind the driving fourth. Louis Draper in sixth on a 52.118. Joe Underwood on a 52.197. Sam Slater on a 52.202. So he did recover a little bit, but he'll be really disappointed with that for BFC. But he does, unlike the rules changed slightly between last year and this year in the fact that that will not be his grid position for both of his heats. It'll be his grid position for first heat, and then wherever Sam Slater or any driver finishes in the first heat, to make that clear, then that means that that will be their grid position for heat number 2.
We've definitely seen that benefit drivers throughout the competition so far. Obviously, we saw Ben Hamilton yesterday struggling qualifying, then making it way back up to the podium eventually through obviously climbing through heats. And then earlier we saw Jimmy Shimon Chase again, making his way up through the heats, scoring those all important points to start higher in the semi-finals, and then eventually made his way into the grand final.
Yeah, it's very important to be very consistent in this event. Just looking at live chat there's one there for you, Jen. From Chris Howes. My 8-year-old has had their first experience of karting in Cardiff last weekend and already has the racing bug.
Well,
this is your home territory.
Yeah.
Jen
well, I am the chief
Cardiff.
instructor / membership manager of that track. So again, if you want to learn, pop down to one of the race academies. They run at track every Monday after school and Sunday mornings. £10 takes a session, gets you on track for your first race academy, gets you £10 off your membership as well. So.
Yeah, and he's like, let's start saving money. So yeah, membership's definitely the way to do that. So go and have it when you're next down towards Cardiff. Go and have a chat with Jen. She'll get you your membership sorted out, and you'll be able to start saving on some karting. You never know. In 12 months' time, your son may end up on track at the BIKC finals if all goes well.
Who knows? Has happened. There's lots of drivers here who are in. Who started karting this year. We had the driver, I can't remember the name there, but started in April this year, and we have
the EC driver, I think it was.
EC driver, yeah. That and it ends up racing in the BIKC for 2024, which is fantastic. Right, we are racing. We're not racing, qualifying, but we are green light conditions. We're going to have a light test. There's already been a confusion with that. There's an overtaking manoeuvre between 9 and 10, and then everybody.
He's realised what he's done. He's let him go.
They get used to that, wouldn't they?
He realised what he'd done. He let him go. That was, I think, Harvey Sugden Scott's in the 10. That's Hayden Harris in the 9. And they're going to be the first drivers to go up on the mez and start getting the karts warm, see if we can put a representative lap together. And again, in this one, there's some decent names. There's some good names in there. So vice champion last year, John Yuger, is in kart 27. And Yeah, he's currently out on circuits as well. Good mix of drivers who've been here before. Good mix of drivers who are here for the first time as well. So looking towards the fight at the front. So 9 and 10 going through the first hairpin here. Hayden Harris has already been requested, and thankfully it's the guys that we are already watching. So you've got Harvey Sugden Scott, the 9 of Hayden Harris. Behind them is Stuart Andrew. Quite funnily, I'm pretty sure it's father and son, Stuart and Kai, both on the same grid together, both in heavyweights. So if one has a really good day, one has a really bad day, that's going to be a really tough car ride home for whoever's had a really bad day.
Exactly, but at least we could have a conversation about what went right and what went wrong overall.
Could you imagine if they came together on circuits? There was an incident like that. Could you imagine if that happened?
Well, it happened last year between two teammates at a regional final. That's how we ended up losing Zach Van last year due to an incident at the regional where they whipped each other out, so it could happen.
Yeah, I think Dad and Lad may end up being a little bit more heated than teammates. At least teammates potentially don't have to go home together.
That is true.
Kart 16 has been requested. Russell Endine, currently at the back, but it has been requested. We are
Russell
locating.
Endine, a very experienced driver. He's done a lot of karting.
Very classic driver.
It sounds quite derogatory to say he's been around a while, but he's very, very experienced. The second time we've seen him at a BIKC final, he was third last year, and I hope he's probably going to be hoping to go a little bit further than that. He's been dabbling in the world of owner-driver karting as well as Russell, so going to be interested to see what he can do. He was doing BRKC earlier this year. He's done quite a bit of Club 100, I seem to remember as well. And the 16 goes up on the top level of the circuit. And we'll see what Russell Endine has in store for us this time out.
Switching to 2, Ben Paynes, as requested.
Ben Paynes, the team boss of Connecticut, spends a lot of time in his YouTube videos. Does Ben Paynes? It'd be interesting to see what happens with this one over the course of the day. But first time we've seen him at a national final. He was out in the regionals last year. Was Ben, but the Cardiff-based driver is heading through the top end of the circuit, and we should be getting towards the point where we start seeing some representative lap times from these heavyweights. With 3 minutes gone in the session, you would expect to see some relatively good times. We'll see what Ben has in store for us here. He's going to come through the third hairpin, go under the Dunlop bridge. He's going to break the timing beam, and let's see if he can improve on his 7th place. And he sets a new faster time, but it isn't enough to move him up a position. In fact, he's just lost a place at the expense thanks to Harvey Sugden Scott. So 7th place, Ben Paynes at the moment in this qualifying session. As I can hear the director shouting orders over my ear. We look for the vice champion of 2023, John Yuga. Let's see what we can find here. So the 27 of 52.344, and John Yuga is up at the top end of the circuit. Like I say, second time we've seen him at the finals. On his debut, he finished second overall to David Harvey, who's in the other group. So these two, over the course of tonight, are going to be separate until we get to at least the semi-finals.
Okay, so at the moment, Andrea Peruda at the moment, 52.010 is the fastest lap time. Colin Marshall second on a 52.029. John Hugo is 52.344 in third. He did have the fastest lap time, but it's got pipped and solidly pipped by 0.3 of a second. Anthony Whippich, 52.360 in fourth. Hamid Dorat is 52.392 so far in fifth. Harvey Sugden Scott, sixth, 52.4. Ben Paynes, we just had on screen, 52.448. Russell Endine. Russell Endine was running last, popped up into eighth. That's a great lap time. Fantastic stuff. So
it's exactly the same time as Ben Paynes, but Ben did it first, so that's why he's in front.
We're going to look. I think we'll go Kart 5 again requested.
Ollie Mbogay, so a driver from Watford. I believe he's the only Watford driver out there at the moment. 31-year-old is on his first appearance at the BIKC finals, and he's currently running in 14th place.
And he's a wild card, says Stacey.
Yeah,
I don't know if he's technically a wild card, but
was-
Stacey thinks he's a wild card.
He was out testing last night. 52 flat was what he was running, so he's a few tenths off that at the moment. He was so able to match the time he did in practice yesterday. Would actually be enough for pole and beat Andre Perehuda, who's up at the front of this one. He was the 1, 2, 3, 4. He was the 5th fastest heavyweight in testing yesterday. So very impressive result for a driver who I'm pretty sure this is his first, maybe second time here. So another one going in fairly blind. And we look at our pole sitter, Andre Perehuda, the driver coming all the way down from Cambuslang. 22-year-old was out in the regionals last year. He's done a little bit of running here. He came down, we run a double members event on Thursday, basically to help test for this. And it's probably the toughest format that we have, which is Top Gun. So it's an hour straight with no practice, no qualifying. Just go on the grid and go for an hour. And so we ran 2 of them. And Andre was a very sane person. He decided to do both of them back to back. He started towards the back of the first one. He ended up winning that first one by an absolute mile. And the second one, he ended up coming off with about 5 minutes to go. And he still looked like he could probably go out and do another hour, which 2 hours pretty much straight on this circuit is no mean feat. So I expect to see him doing quite well.
Can't just say, Damon Brown, yeah, you wanted 38 or 17. We've had them both. You've had
17, Colin Marshall.
17 is on the camera now.
17, Colin Marshall. I was chatting to Colin last night, and he's been to the Nationals a couple of times. He's never had a good day in the Nationals. He's been in middleweights the last 2 times. He finished 10th in his semi-final last year. He finished 14th the year after that. This time he's in heavyweights, and he's hoping that move is going to make him, going to give him a little bit of a better day. Another driver who's done quite a bit of racing this year, and the driver of 17 is currently running second. So it's a Scottish 1-2 at the top of this one at the moment.
Indeed, we're going 21. Sorry, Jen. No, Tracy wants kart 21. Joe, go, go, go. So yeah, we are looking for 21.
21, Joe Powley. Let's have a look where Joe...
That's a combination and a half.
That's a very distinctive combination.
Out. Yep.
The yellow, the black, the orange, a little bit of red in there as well.
Looks like he's on fire.
And the Senna gloves as well. And the Senna gloves as well. So channeling the driving standards of the legend. Let's see what he can do. The Mitcham driver is on his 2nd attempt at the BIKC finals. He was 21st last year. And let's see what he can do. He's 14th at the moment. That last lap was a 52.558, so enough to keep him 14th. Let's see if he can improve as he slows right down going up towards the ramp. I think he's trying to build himself a bit of clear air at the moment. So this lap's not going to be an improvement for him. So let's see what he can do in a couple of laps times.
Okay, I'm going to go kart 12 for Keith
Allen. So Mike Allen, let's have a look here. The Cardiff driver. This is his first time here at the national finals. So we'll see what Mike can do. He's P10 at the moment, just behind Kai Andrew and Russell Endine. I mean, to be that close to a driver with the experience of Russell on your first time here at the BIKC finals, that's quite impressive.
Yeah, no, Mike's a very good driver. He did BIKC last year, won the local final at Cardiff. Didn't make it through at regionals last year. Obviously quite a tough crowd up in Coventry. But this year he's done really well. He got through, we had a top 3 in the Reading regional of Cardiff drivers. He's one of 3 that have made it here. And yeah, we hope he does really well this year.
Okay, David Wood wants kart 10. Can we see Harvey? Yes, we can. There he is.
So Harvey Sugden Scott from Stockton. He was 8th last year on his first attempt at the national finals. I'm talking about regionals there. First attempt at the national finals, finished P8. He's currently, let's have a look, he's P7 at the moment in this group. He's really going to hope he can get inside the top 5 if possible. Must be.
That is quite a scary helmet, I must
admit.
The
full Joker helmet. It does look quite good
Looking
out
over
there.
your shoulder and just seeing that while you're racing.
Maybe it's a scare tactic, using that to try and scare the drivers around him. That looks like Perehuda there. It's just
odd.
Driven off from Dunlop 2. I don't know if he was stopping there to try and let people go. He's looking over his shoulders to try and see what's behind him. So I don't know if he stopped there deliberately to allow drivers through, or maybe stopped there by accident facing the wrong direction. So let's see if he ends up improving. So running order at the moment, Perehuda is the fastest qualifier out there, the only driver inside the 51s. Colin Marshall is in 2nd place. Anthony Whippich on his return to the BIKC finals. The driver of kart 7. The driver of kart 7 has finished 7th twice at the BIKC finals. So maybe 7 is his lucky number at the moment. As we look at Stuart Andrew, he's currently losing the family battle he's got with Kai. He's got Mike Allen separating him at the moment. So probably the best. Mike can just keep them both at arm's length to make sure they don't start fighting if things do get a little bit heated on circuit. But Stuart Andrew, 11th at the moment, a 52.457. Plays Kai's 52.443. So, yeah, the father-son battle, it's currently advantage to the son.
Yeah, there's a lot of Birmingham drivers this year I've seen as well. We've got 3 Birmingham drivers in this category alone.
Yeah, so Kai Stewart and Anthony, who's up in 3rd place at the moment. So Birmingham very well represented in this one. So you can hear the shout for Kai Andrews. So we're going to go from dad to lad as Kai's up towards the top end of the circuit. And he's got the 27 behind him. So John, the vice champion, backs out of that and allows him to go away. Let's see if Kai can improve on this lap. He's already done a 52.443. That one was a 52.7, so it wasn't an improvement for him there. But Kai Andrew fighting his way through. Again, this is it's his 2nd time here at the finals.
Take note of that lap time, 51.8.
That's a very quick time from Perehuda.
Like the middles in the previous with 51.7. And
that's a very quick time
in
for
these
Andre.
karts. It's linked to electric. That they have so much more torque that heavy drivers can still compete and get there, because that is literally a 1/10 behind the fastest lap time on the previous qualifying session, which obviously was the middleweight. So we've got just over 3 minutes to go at the present moment in time. It is Perehuda in currently the fastest on 51.879. Colin Marshall second, 52.029. Anthony Whippich at 52.231. Ben Payne's having a good run there, 52.297. John Hugo is 52.344 in 5th, with Hamid in 52.392 in 6th. Harvey Sutton Scott. Oh, look at this. There's a bit of racy rally. Look at that. We like a bit of that.
That was Kai Andrew trying to get past Hamid Durat. So
sharpening their racing skills.
So Hamid's currently P6 at the moment. So Kai managing to get through. Probably says that Kai is finding a little bit of pace. Hamid is currently on a 52.392. Durat finished 5th last time out. The Leeds driver. It's his 2nd time here at the BIKC National Finals, and we look forward to seeing what he can do this year. Hamid spent a lot of time practicing around here. In fact, you asked the question. Now I think about it, Hamid's probably one of the drivers I've seen pretty much every week down here since we started qualifying, let alone in the regionals. So he races here quite a lot. He's very familiar with the Warrington circuit.
We're going to go back to Kart 2. Ben Paynes has requested several times, so we're going to go back. We were on Kart 2 a lot earlier on, but we're going to go back. And then we're going to switch to Kart 9, Hayden Harris, which is requested just
so Ben Paynes is adopting the full European driving standard with the steering wheel at the top, the hands at the top of the wheel to try and get the thing turned in. Just in front is Hayden Harris, the driver of Kart 9 that we're looking at the moment, a 53.3 that he's got at the moment. I'm pretty sure
Hayden, leaning a lot,
the Preston driver.
Driver there, Kart 9, Hayden is doing a lot of leaning, as very almost like an odd driving style, dare I say?
Yes, you've seen quite a lot of lean. You do see quite a lot of leaning. Normally drivers try and keep their arms a little bit straighter than Hayden's doing there. It looks like he's sitting quite far. He's almost leaning forward in the kart.
It looks like the kart's driving him.
Behave. So he's got about half a second to find if he wants to try and best Ethan Bloodworth, who's in 15th at the moment. I'm pretty sure Ethan we've seen before in the middleweights. He ended up 16th in his regional last year, but Hayden Harris on his first attempt at the BIKC finals. A driver from Preston is coming through the top end of the circuit. So the checker flag flies. Harvey Sutton Scott is over the line. So there's not an improvement from him there. Stuart Andrew doesn't improve. And that's no improvement for Joe Powley either, so he remains in 14th. And we wait to see if anyone else can improve over the line. Harris comes over the line, doesn't improve there. And it looks like that is the ultimate pace of the karts already shown. So 51.879.
What a great lap time.
Pole position for Group 2 for Andre Perehuda. And Colin Marshall will join him on the front row. So in all, Scotland 1-2. Anthony Whippich from Birmingham, Ben Paynes from Cardiff will line up on row number 2. Very competitive group there at the moment. So what was that?
It's interesting this year. We have a lot of new faces at the front of the grid.
That sounded American where you said that then.
Yeah,
it just came out.
All of the sort of experienced drivers are sitting towards the middle. Oh, I feel violent now.
Oh, no.
Right. Okay, here we go. So that's all the qualifying done for BIKC.
Yep, so you can see the grid marshals are already out on the grid. And we're going to be getting ready to go almost straight away from the heats.
Okay, really, really good. So just to run down on the format. So we're going to keep switching between middleweights and heavyweights. And we're going to go straight through to the heats. The grid positions will be determined by the qualification times that we have from what we have just been watching for the past 45 minutes or so. Then after the heats, we will go through 8-minute heats, I believe. Then we will go through into the semi-finals, and then we'll be after the top 8 in each semi-final to go through to the grand final. When we get to the grand final, each grand final will have a Joker lap. And we'll get more to explain the Joker lap, but basically it is a free lap where each driver has to do it, come into the pit lane once, stop the kart, and then drive off. And that is making a 14 seconds. 14 seconds, they'll be further down the track. And it's resulting, it altered the result of the previous race, because it's like an undercut, basically, in Formula One. You have the opportunity to undercut another driver, and it was used to fabulous use, it has to be said, by the winner, Kai, of the previous race, the lightweight BIKC final. And it got a lot of people watching, because a lot of people who watched that final are here now, and they were watching it to see, right, hang on a minute, okay, what's the best way of doing this? And the answer is there's several different ways, and lots of drivers had different successes earlier on, and they all did it at different times. So there's a few drivers went very, very late, a few drivers went very, very early, and both did well. It just means you have to pick it very, very shrewdly, is what I would say, and that's exactly what happened in the lightweights earlier on today. Tom is just literally just flicking through the program. I just want to take note
really
that
good pictures in here.
The only photo they could get of me in the program, I happen to have a pint of lager in my hand.
I think that says a lot, really.
Hard day of work, what can I say?
I mean, really? Now people see listening to this, they're probably quite surprised to know that you don't have one in your hand right now. But just looking through, there is some fantastic stuff in here, including some relatively flattering pictures of the crew. They're currently for sale at site for £12, with proceeds going to Mission Motorsport, fantastic charity that works with former servicemen and women, and they're currently over at Anglesey doing their annual Race of Remembrance, a 12-hour endurance race with a fantastic remembrance service in the middle. But there is a Meet the Team section in there as well, and it almost looks like, for everyone who's not part of the marketing team, they've picked the most unflattering photos ever.
So what do you look like, Tom? Goodness me.
So that is a really old photo of me. That's from when I became a full-time duty manager about 5 years ago. What you can't see is we staged like a full-on handshake, sign the contract picture just for a bit of fun. And then you've got Justin Bieber up the top there. You've got Wolfgang Amadeus Hislop at the top. And then what was it we went down the route for Darren?
I had one of the suggestions was Ash Ketchum, yeah?
Yeah, Ash Ketchum, he's got a Pokemon tattoo.
And Cleveland Parton, wasn't it?
And Partland, there we go. As now we get shut up by the lights coming up on the grid. We've got the middleweights ready to go for the first heat. First time of asking for these drivers, and we watch towards the lights. As the lights come on, 3 lights, 4 lights, 5 lights, and the lights are green. We're racing for the middleweights as Tom Fox looks like he's been done already by Alfie Hale. Danny Hale leads the way, so it's a Hale 1-2 here to BIKC.
All hail the Hales.
All hail the Hales as they go through the Hales hairpin. This could get really interesting.
That's a lot of contact there.
Yeah,
a lot of contact.
A lot of bumping. All that looks like Zat Ven's been has been hung out to dry there. A lot more contact there. Look like that's Zat Ven backwards. So he looked like he got hung out to dry.
I think that's for the gem pad.
Yeah, so he got hung out to dry at the 3rd hairpin and got sent backwards
down the
run through Dunlop 2. He's
turned
it round
all the way round,
and he's carried on. So Danny Hale and Alfie Hale are 1 and 2. Zat Ven's got a lot of catching up to do here as they're up on the top level of the circuit. It looks like Tom Fox there in 3rd place. I think that might be Harley Smith. That might be Martin Bolton in behind him in 4th place. So Harley Smith behind him and Chris Ball in 6th as the team file through the fast chicane down by the pit lane and turn into the first of the 3 hairpins. So Danny Hale leads Alfie. I think it's the wrong way. It's the wrong way round in terms of the drivers from last year.
Sam Hill has got a 5 seconds
So Sam Hill, 5-second time penalty already. He qualified in last place on the grid, and that's not going to do his chances any good of moving up the order. But it looks like the two Hales are moving away at the front as Tom Fox has to deal with Matty Bolton, with Harley Smith and Chris Ball just behind him. As they head up on the top section of the circuit, this fight over third place is very, very close between Fox, Bolton, Smith and Ball, with Ricky Crozier not too far behind, with Luke Sharp-Maple just behind him. Jamie Foster, Taylor Barnes down in P11, the driver who finished third place last year. You'd hoped he'd been a little bit further up. Thanks to the conflagration at the start, Rob Trey's moved up from last place on the grid. He's now running in 13th. So watching Tom Fox as he tries to hold off against Matthew Bolton and get back on terms with Alfie Hale. He was about 8-9 tenths behind at the end of the first lap. I think that gap's come down a little bit as Alfie's dropped off the front. So the gap to second is about 6 tenths, and Alfie Hale is now about 1.1 behind his brother, who leads the way at the moment.
It's the Hales separated by 1.1 seconds, with Tom Fox, who's doing a very cunning drive there in third place, 1.7 behind the leader at the moment. Matthew Bolton 2.1 behind in fourth place with Harley Smith, and it's all relatively after the little bit of chaos on the first lap that continued all the way up onto the raised section. It seems to have calmed down quite nicely now.
Don't jinx it.
You've said
well,
that
we got the Gen Pad on the go. The Gen Pad, by the way, is we have a way we can replay incidents, and we can look at them, and we can come to our own conclusions. I need to point out that are not the conclusions of the race directors. They'll come to completely different conclusions. But our own conclusions, and people can chip in as they were earlier on the live stream with their own opinions on it as well. So it's a really helpful tool, and we're going to get that instant stored from the first lap, and we will be taking a look at it when we possibly can. So, but it is Danny Hale leading Alfie Hale by 1.2 seconds. Tom Fox is third, 1.6, slightly closing up on Alfie Hale. In second, Matthew Bolton is in fourth place, 2.06 seconds behind the leader. Harley Smith is 2.8 in fifth, and Chris Ball is sixth place at the moment. And let's see, because if it goes like what we saw earlier on, it was relatively static in the first set of heats. And then in the second set of heats, we really saw some quite brilliant overtaking maneuvers, which were all quite memorable, if I'm be honest. They were brilliant, and it was all mainly round hairpin 3 down the other end of the circuit of what we're looking at now. But however, they were brilliant overtaking moves. But we were literally talking at the end of the first round of heats, going, oh, you want to see some overtakes? And boy, did they come. And let's see when we really start getting the overtakes from the middleweights and the heavyweights. But at the moment, Danny Hale is leading by 1.4 seconds.
Yeah, up towards the top end of the circuit. Alfie Hale's really dropped back into the clutches of Tom Fox and Matty Bolton, who have in turn have pulled away from Harley Smith and Chris Ball in sixth place. So the gap between fifth and sixth is about a second. The gap between fourth and fifth is about 8 tenths at the moment. That being said, Alfie Hale looks like he's pulled a little bit of a gap away from Tom Fox in third place. And Matthew Bolton, twice he's been vice champion here, both in the junior category in 2020 and 2021. We'll see what he can do now he's in the senior category, but up on the top end of the circuit. He doesn't quite have an answer for Tom Fox right now. We've seen many, many times now that in races like this, where drivers are so close, as in qualifying was half a second separating the majority of the field, it takes really decisive action to be able to move forward and to be able to move forward quickly. It can be done, but it requires, like we say, a decisive move and effectively sticking to your guns here. You don't want to go for a half-baked move down the inside and end up picking up a messy penalty, as the 25 gets a black and white. That's Taylor Barnes as they're trying to storm through the field. They've already picked one place up into 10th place, but they've also picked up a black and white in the process, as Tom Fox, Matthew Bolton are right back on the rear bumper of Alfie Hale. As Danny Hale is currently running away with this at the moment.
Loading.
He's 2 seconds
loading
clear.
What? Didn't even say he was loading.
Oh.
Boom, boom. Danny Hale leads, Alfie second. Perhaps we should shopping.
You just do a Basil Brush reference there.
How do you know about Basil Brush? You're way too young to know about Basil
No, I love Basil Brush. It's a great TV show.
Oh, no.
Alfie Hale in second, talking to Basil Brush.
Tom Fox is third. Oh no.
Oh no.
Matthew Bolton is in
I
fourth.
can't wait for the chicken jokes the next one if Aaron's still wearing that
Yeah, what happens if
helmet
there's a
cover.
fox and a chicken in the same race? What happens then? It's going to kick off. If there's a fox and a chicken in the same race, goodness me.
Oh, Tom Fox is currently defending for his life now against Matthew Bolton. He's going really defensive at the second Dunlop corner. That's allowed Alfie Hale to get a little bit of breathing room on him, and it's brought Harley Smith back into the fight for third place behind. Zach Venn is already starting to pick drivers off. So Sam Hill has obviously he's got his time penalty, but now he's behind Ricky Crozier as well. So Zach Venn's already picked up 2. He's got Rob Trays' next target. I was going to say victim there, but he's not quite caught him just yet. So look over the shoulder. Tom Fox now knows he's got a little bit of breathing room, and this top 6 really have broken away quite massively over Luke Maple, who seems to be defending for his life and is building a bit of a train of Taylor Barnes, Jamie Foster, Luke Mallard, and maybe even Jamie Burke. They're about 8 to 9 seconds off this group that we're watching at the moment. And just see Chris Ball in the background is about 3 seconds behind Harley Smith. As over the start line now, Taylor Barnes has managed to get past Luke Maple. He's dropped a couple of positions. He has, so that train of about, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 carts that are now fighting over 8th place, as Taylor Barnes has got himself a couple of seconds clear of that fight after that move. It'd be interesting to see what sort of inroads he can make into Chris Ball, but with 2 minutes remaining, I think that's probably about as high as Taylor Barnes is going to get.
It all looks pretty spread out at the moment. Nothing apart from this little battle. They're not even bumper to bumper, absolutely, I would say. It's, yeah, after the chaos of what was lap 1, it is very, very calm, and we really want to see some great overtaking manoeuvres. But we want to see some good overtaking, don't we? And different line there, very, very different line. That's more than racing line.
Very defensive.
On the
Matthew's trying to go down the inside from what we can see there. It'd be interesting to see if he made the move. He's not been able to do it, but Matthew Bolton's lost out. Harley Smith now goes down the inside for 5th position, as Zach Venn gets another place. He's now up into 13th on that lap. So it's really interesting to see how quickly Zach's making places up after that spin at the start. Just makes you wonder what he could have done if he had stayed where he was. It's a danger of qualifying in the mid-pack when you're relatively quick. You could end up getting caught up in someone else's accident, and that's partly what I think put Zach as far down as he did. But we can have a look at that a little bit later on, as onto the last lap Danny Hale will go. Alfie Hale in 2nd place. Tom Fox still fending off the challenge. Oh, checker flag comes out, so Danny Hale takes the first heat win of the night for the middleweights, and Alfie Hale follows him home in 2nd place. Tom Fox 3rd. Harley Smith versus Matty Bolton ended up with Harley Smith coming home in 4th place. Chris Ball comes over the line. There goes Taylor Barnes, and that is that pack of carts for 8th place that ended up being headed by Jamie Foster, and that's the pack that Taylor Barnes did so well to get out of. So Luke Maple, Luke Mallard, then Jamie Burt, Joel Metcalf, Zach Venn ended up 13th, Rob Tray, Ricky Crozier, and Sam Hill round out your runners and riders. And based off what I can figure out there, Sam Hill, even with the 5 second penalty removed, still probably would have been in the same place that he ended up finishing.
Yes, indeed, absolutely. But that was a good heat. Settled really, really well, and now we move on to the heavyweights for their first heat. So, yeah, but that was a good race, I think. Everybody, it settled beautifully, really, didn't it? It's, but we just want to see a little bit more drivers going for it. And I don't want to put drivers off. The driver that did go for it in that race actually lost out, actually ended up losing a position for being bold enough to try a move and overtake. So it is
risk
difficult.
versus reward. We saw this in the juniors yesterday, again in the heats, where it was Rudy Cruz that was trying to get past for, I think it was 2nd place. I can't remember the driver he was fighting with. No, it was with Frederick Navarro, and he ended up trying to go around the outside of the 2nd hairpin, and tried to squeeze Navarro to the inside. Didn't quite leave enough space, and ended up spinning towards the outside of the circuit. He went for decisive action, but in that case, it probably would have been better to maybe stick behind and just bag the points. Instead, it ended up with him out of the semi-final and not even making it to the main event, which is a real shame to see, because he'd been such a flamboyant and aggressive driver over the course of the day. And he'd been doing quite well up until that point.
Okay, super. So we're just setting up the heavyweights to leave and join the grid at the moment. So also there is a TeamSport question out there that people are answering. The TeamSport question is, what is the next TeamSport track to open, is the question. If you know, you can enter as per the instructions that Will and Lex gave earlier on. So that is the question, just a reminder. There we go, look at that. Perfect. Look at that. How
I didn't know this was a thing. I was about to answer for them.
Yeah.
Oh no.
So yeah, you haven't got long to get your answers in for that. So lines close at about 7. Lines close for that at 7 o'clock. Send your answer to win at bikc.co.uk, and they've got 5 sets of karting vouchers to be won for answering the question of what is the next TeamSport venue to open in the UK.
Win at bikc.co.uk before 7 o'clock today, the 10th. So yeah. So we're giving away lots of karting tickets that you can
so
use.
there's 5 given out yesterday, and I believe the question there was what was the most recent track to open up, which was in High Wycombe in a shopping centre. And I still can't believe how we managed to get a biz cart to drive around the shopping centre for the promo video. Which
that looked a lot of fun, didn't it?
That did look like a lot of fun. It calls back to the old Top Gear one, the Ford Fiesta and the Corvette racing around a shopping centre.
Or the peel in the offices of BBC.
Yeah, it's just one of those things that you don't see many like companies advertising in that way. And the fact that we've got partners that allow us to do stuff like that is quite impressive. I can't imagine it was very easy to organise to get a cart to drive around the Eden shopping centre.
And if everybody hasn't seen that promo video, I'm sure we'll be showing it later on.
Yeah, it's been shown a couple of times. It's absolutely hilarious just watching a biz cart driving around a shopping centre. But if you head down to our track in High Wycombe, you too can go down and have a race around a shopping centre. I believe they're trying to name the ramp that's up there. They're asking for suggestions for a name of the
ramp, which is it's brilliant. If I'll be honest, it's very, very fast and it's very, very steep.
I've seen it described as a roller coaster so far.
Yeah, I'd probably say that's a good description of the circuit.
I thought Joel had the best one. In actual fact, he thought you should call it Damon Hill.
Damon Hill's quite a good one.
Damon Hill's pretty good.
It's quite a good one for the name of the ramp at High Wycombe. But yeah, there's lots of new sites coming online. There's a few in the pipeline. And if you're really, really struggling to find out which one we are opening next, the answer is embedded in our social media pages somewhere. So go and take a look through there and you'll find the answer if you want to try and win some karting.
Also, I told Jimmy Carr comes from High Wycombe, the comedian. So we could call it Jimmy Cart Hill.
Jimmy Cart
Jimmy Cart Hill.
Yeah, I think that might go a little bit interesting if you try and get him around there.
Indeed. So yeah, we'll just take a little bit of time to get the heavyweights together for the first of the heats.
We have a good look for the Daniel Ricciardo Series drivers, so that'd be Charlie Ratford in the lightweights. I don't think we have any heavyweights that compete in that competition, so.
Indeed.
Oh, lightweights, middleweights, sorry. It's a long day.
It's a long day. So we wait for the next race in the heats. Okay, so
maybe the fox got the chicken.
Maybe.
Yeah.
There's a few people confused what we're talking about. That obviously haven't been watching quite as intently as what we kind of think. But there is a driver that is wearing a chicken
helmet fuzzy.
Helmet fuzzy, yeah. In a BIKC national final.
It just proves in karting, if you want to get noticed, if you want someone to start talking about you need to start doing something different, and that's exactly what Aaron's done in that sense. So.
And there's a few calls on the live stream about what speeds we're running, and we're running speed 3. Why we're not running speed 4? Because speed 3 is a bit more racy, basically. What we mean by that is when we use the boost button, the boost button does a little bit, because when we're running speed 4, we just extend the revs a bit, whereas on speed 3, it actually gives you a proper power boost. And that boost happens every 46 seconds, so basically around about once a lap. So
the other fun part as well is speed 3. If you're going to come down and you want to have a crack on this kart, if you want to come and have a crack on this track, Speed 3 is what you will use on a standard session.
Yep.
So if you want to see how you compare to some of the best drivers in the country, this actually gives you a pretty good idea of how close you can get to them. As karts now do start filing out onto the grid.
Also, it's worth mentioning, we did do Speed 4 last year, and in the practice, it wasn't pretty.
Yeah, especially in heavyweights. There was a driver who span, I think it was about 7 times.
Yes.
He managed to spin before he'd actually made it fully out of the pit lane. So roughly where the kart, you can see the middle of the circuit is stat. And there was a kart backwards already before that point.
And also, all these drivers have been practicing for the last few days, and obviously they've been practicing on Speed 3. So it would make a lot of sense to continue to run them on Speed 3. What happened is they were kind of dialed in to Speed 3 last year, and then suddenly we make the karts faster, and they're trying to make the kart do the same thing with the same kind of throttle control, etc., etc. And that, I think that's what really was. Add cold tyres in, and suddenly you've got the what kind of we saw last year. So that is the reason
Definitely
why.
makes the event more accessible as well. Because
Yes.
the only time you can race on Speed 4 will be on the elite members events currently. So obviously other drivers that can't always come down on a Thursday have all the time in the world to practice.
Absolutely. And also talking about karts, they've been tested and tested and tested over the last, absolutely, the amount of testing that I've had. There is 0.3 difference between, there's 36 karts we're using, and there's a 0.3 second difference between the fastest and the slowest kart. So if you take the other 34 karts, they make up the 0.3 seconds. So they're very tight, very tight. Anybody jumps into any of these karts will have something underneath them that can drive them to victory. So here we go. Okay, lots of opinions on the karts, but there we go. But we like boost buttons. That is the future of karting. It's all this tech. There's a lot of tech that is coming in to TeamSport via BizKart. That surprise for the karts, and they do an absolutely brilliant job. They got some wonderful latest tech that we will find hitting TeamSport tracks. There's something being trialed at the moment in a mystery track out there. Where we have sector yellows. But here we go, we're on for the racing because the lights are up. We're just making some final checks before we release. Here we go, we're watching, we're waiting for the first red light. Here we go, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 lights. Oh no, we got waves, somebody's waving, we're holding it. Somebody's waving their arms. They've stalled. No, that can't happen. There is an issue. We're holding the reds.
Here comes Silky.
Here we go. Thank goodness we got Silky on the scene. Steps over the barrier. Well done. That's well done. So here we go. And we're going to go back. Not sure what that was, but here we go again. It's going to be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 reds. Let's go. We are racing. Great shot there of the green lights. Well,
here goes the chicken.
Well done. Here we go. So we are off and we are racing. There's already contact down there. So, ooh, is he going to go for that gap? That driver in black? No, he edges his way. Very, very gingerly takes that corner. But here we go. It's driver number 8, Sol Gregory, leading the pack away on the first lap, and it should be, let's have a look, there is driver number 8, and yeah, 27, Hassan has already gone up into second place. So it's Hassan running second, and it's Martin Cooper running third. At the moment, early days on the first lap.
Yeah, up on the top section circuit, Saul's just broken away. It's a very different way for him to start BIKC compared to last year. I think he's definitely going to be preferring the way this one has gone so far, and he's got Hassan Zafar right in his rear bumper for company. The top two have moved away, as Aaron Mitchell-Begley is in third place with Martin Cooper just up under his rear bumper. And it looks like they're going to go and try and go for a move almost immediately. I think that's Tom Wiltshire behind this in P5. And over the line they come with, I think that is Ross Sandwell just tucked up under behind Tom Wiltshire. So Lewis Tommel, David Harvey's up into P8 at the moment. Hugh McDonald has made a couple of positions as well. He's in P9. Dan Evans is in P10. Martin Rowe has fallen to P11. Mason Hansbell, Carmichael Hearn are your top, or your 14 runners and riders in this first heat. For the heavyweights, as they turn through the left-hander, Saul Gregory is still holding off Hassan Zafar. and they head down the bottom end of the circuit. Through the chicane they go, and Hassan is really closing in already as the top two have a bit of a gap. Mitchell Begley's going defensive for third place. I have a feeling if Hassan gets a half a chance at this one, he may end up trying to go for the move very quickly, as Martin Cooper is on the rear bumper and he's trying to make his way into this as well. So up the top end of the circuit, Saul Gregory still leads, Hassan Zafar still second. Gap is 0.4 of a second at the moment. Aaron Mitchell Begley's 1.8 further behind. Martin Cooper with him for company. And Saul just starting to control this race a little bit. He's almost trying to just hold the gap at maybe half a second. So Hassan's close enough, and he's going quick enough that he can keep Hassan behind, but not going too far to try and stress himself or stress anything else. So he doesn't end up making a uncharacteristic mistake.
So 0.4 seconds is the gap for the lead at the moment, with Saul Gregory leading Hassan in second place at the moment. Let me have a look. We've got a lot of action obviously going on the live stream as well. Danny says no Sam McNally screen time this year. No, he's banned after last year, basically. Danny, we couldn't take another year of Sam McNally. Goodness me. Literally banned from TeamSport Warrington for this weekend. Okay, back to the racing. Sol leading, Hassan second, Aaron is third, Martin Cooper is in fourth place, Thomas Wiltshire is fifth, Ross Samuel is sixth, David Harvey is seventh, Lewis is eighth, Hugh is ninth, Dan Evans is 10th, Martin Rowe is 11th, Mason Hands is 12th. We've got Bill Carlin 13th, and Michael Herm is in 14th and at the back. Right, here we go. Things are generally quite well spread out at the moment. That gap looks more than 0.8 of a second.
That was Martin Cooper looking for a move down the inside of the chicane. That's not really an overtaking point, but he can feel the pressure from Tom Wiltshire behind him. So I feel like he feels like he's going to have to try and make this move in a place that Aaron Mitchell Begley is not expecting. So Sandwell is still tucked up behind them. David Harvey has got past Lewis Tomo. He's now in 7th. So the defending champion is fighting his way through the pack here and is up into P7. He's slap bang in the middle of the field at the moment. But Aaron Mitchell Begley in that very distinctive helmet, let's say, as Martin Cooper just behind him. But the gap is just starting to stretch out a little bit between the pair of them. Tom Wiltshire is trying to get himself up towards the top 5. The top 4, as he's already in the top 5 there in the 14 cars, as Martin Cooper now starting to fall away a little bit as he knows that Wiltshire's behind him and trying to make a move if the move exists. So through the chicane they go one more time. Gregory still out in front. Gap does look like it's come down a little bit. Basically him and Hassan Zafar are trading fastest laps at the moment, but Saul Gregory is there on a 52.003, very close to making it back into the 51 second bracket.
Just out of camera. Let's see if that came off.
Was that Dave Harvey trying to go
still
on
going for
Ross Sandwell? So Harvey's
pack.
right up on the rear bumper of Ross Sandwell and trying to make inroads and get into the top 6 as Dan Evans picks up a place and Martin Cooper looks down the inside. So the 5, the defending champion from 2023, has a lot of work to do if he wants to try and hold on to his crown. However, we've seen how quick things can change. All he's got to do effectively is book his place into the main event later on this evening. You never know what might happen, especially when you get into the strategic elements of the Joker lap. We saw that work really well for Jamie Sherman Chase in the lightweights. He moved from 15th to 3rd during the course of that final.
Bit of a slide there, bit of a unruly slide from driver of car 14, Thomas Wiltshire. There, really on the limit, really hanging that cart out at the end of the main straight there. But here we go, it's still driver number 8, Saul Gregory's not on screen. We are watching kart number 9, the chicken helmeted. God, would ever say that in the BIKC National Final. But yeah, there's a lot of debate about how much lap time that chicken is costing him. Is it 0.1 of a second?
Surely
Who
it's
knows?
impeding him, because I've worn one of those before and it can block your peripheral vision. So checking for drivers behind, all you're seeing is fluffy yellow.
He doesn't need it.
He's just so confident in it. It's almost like showboating. But it's clearly not helping his pace, as he's about 5 seconds behind the guys in front.
But still doing well, 3rd place.
He's still doing well. He's just dropping off a little bit. So he's running 50. His last lap over the line was a 53.1. versus the leaders are running 52 zeros. So it's definitely not working for him. As a move down the inside, that looks like that's Lewis Tomo getting back past David Harvey. So Harvey's challenge has come to naught there. Oh no, it was Dan Evans. Dan Evans has had a very good start in that one. He's up to 7th place. Hugh McDonald's also now into 9th, and he's going to be the next person to maybe make an attempt at the back of David Harvey and make a position up into 8th place. But still, the leaders are just extending their advantage. They were about 1.3 seconds a lap quicker than Mitchell Begley, who's defending for his life at the bottom section of the circuit here. You can just see how big that gap has gotten already. Normally, just over the last couple of heats, we've only seen one driver stretching away at the front. The fact that we have 2 drivers is quite a different challenge, as a black and white flag is going to go out this time to the number 5 of David Harvey. Looks like it's for contact, so he's caught the attention of the race directors, and they're not 100% happy with the manner in which he is driving, so they're going to tell him to be careful and get him try and get him to calm down. That being said, he's just lost 2 positions as Hugh McDonald gets past him, so I think there may have been something gone on there off camera, but Hugh McDonald now up into 8th place at the expense of David Harvey, who's also lost out to Lewis Tomo there as well. So McDonald into 8th. Tomo 9th, Harvey back down into 10th place, which is pretty much where he started. But with 2 minutes remaining, Hassan Zafar is starting to have a proper look at the back of Saul Gregory and seeing if he can try and make a move. You see how big the gap they've got is already, so they can afford to start fighting with about a 7-second advantage over Aaron Mitchell Begley in the chicken costume, as he's out there. He's definitely not chickened out of that move.
Cup, then.
In the chicken cup. That's is that a different category there?
Yeah, the chicken cup.
So if he doesn't end up if he ends up on the podium, you're going to have to present him with some form of chicken award for
sure.
we had the best dressed driver yesterday. We were talking about Amansi Nwosu in all of his race gear. Does Aaron Mitchell Begley's chicken helmet rival that? I don't think
different
so. It's
level.
a different type of
different
best
type
dressed. But
closing stages though, with just 1 minute and 20. This probably one more lap, I would have thought. Let's see what happens.
It'll be closest to whether they let them go back round again.
Very, very tight. But Sol is leading at the moment. Hassan really has been stuck there on the rear bumper, lap after lap after lap. Hasn't really made any real stab or attempt to go through. Lots of kind of, and the checker flag does go out. So Sol Gregory, well done. That is a maximum points haul for him in the first heat. That will serve him very well in collecting as many points. And eventually, Aaron managed to get away from the rest of the pack. Rest of the pack led by Martin Cooper with Thomas Wiltshire in 5th.
Can we just say he's had a excellent drive?
Excellent drive, Jen. Oh dear.
That's it. I'm out.
One in there.
Oh no.
I couldn't imagine being one of the drivers chasing down the chicken in front.
Imagine losing to that. That's the thing. Could you imagine losing?
Yeah.
Not necessarily being chased down by it. It's finishing behind it. But
Exactly.
Someone who's able to have a little bit of a laugh, a little bit of a giggle, and you'd almost argue that he's not taking it that seriously.
See, I want to see in the next group now, like a pig helmet pop up. You know, I want to see like the shark helmet fuzzy pop up.
Is this where if we get?
He looked a bit cooped up though, didn't he, in 3rd place? And eventually he got away. That's what I say.
Speechless.
We're going to end up with no viewers at the end of this.
Oh no! What was it?
It's like 15,000 yesterday.
I feel a collective sigh of 15,000 people as soon as you said that one. Oh wow! So their middleweights now already sat in their carts, ready to go for the next one. They're going to get them unplugged and out on the grid very, very shortly. You see all the drivers jumping up now and making their way out of the pit lanes. That was a very good race, but a few drivers going to be disappointed. Going to be very disappointed, actually, with some of the results they've got in there. So David Harvey, that's not how he wanted to begin his championship defence, with 10th place in the first of the heats. But I think Saul Gregory is going to be very happy with that one. He won that heat over Hassan Zafar, and he... I've just read that last one in the
It's
live
great,
chat.
isn't it? Motorsport Magpie, we like you.
Wonder how stuffed he is.
We need a prize for best pun. It won't be us, that's for certain. But
No,
we need a prize.
no.
That's really punny, that is. Oh no, that wouldn't go.
No.
Note to the guys in the pit lane, we have carts on track so we can talk about racing and
Indeed.
stop this
We need
terrible,
it.
terrible humour because it's really not working for us.
We only have one review so far from the middleweights, so
One
if
review.
we want to look at it now, we can do.
Can we?
Sweet. So to put everyone out of the misery, we're going to go to a quick ad break, and then we're going to come back with the Gem Pad.
Hi, my name's Adam. I'm TeamSport's technical manager. We'll talk to you a little bit about the cars we've got here and the prep we're going to do. So this is the Biz EcoVolt GT. It's the latest in the electric car range of Biz karts. The great thing about the electric karts is it's so much easier than a petrol kart to get them even. You plug it into a laptop, you make sure all the settings are right, the torque values, the power output values, so the karts are super even. Well, obviously the petrol, you have issues with wear on the engine and they come out of the factory different. There's a lot less of that with the electric karts. 44 karts. It's no mean feat getting a fleet test done for all these. We got that done yesterday. Literally 0.2 of a second between the entire fleet. The electric's given us a new lease of life of keeping the karts even. So we've got the two different types of karts here. We've got the adult and the junior. They're very similar under the bodywork. Biggest difference is the adult's got 2 batteries and the junior's got 1. You've got the boost feature on the adult cars, which you don't have on the juniors. Gives you a few hundred RPM extra going down the straight, a bit like DRS in Formula 1. Multiple speed settings available on this. One of the great things about the electric karts is you can plug them in. Got 4 different speed settings on each kart available. We're going to be riding in speed 3 for the juniors today. For the seniors tomorrow, we're going to be up to speed 4. Junior karts are going to be running at speed 4. It really makes it sort of tunable to your audience. The Biz EcoVolt GTs running at the finals of the British Indoor Karting Championships here in Warrington. Future of motorsport, absolutely fantastic karts and a great place to showcase the future of motorsport.
Hi, my name is Hugh Chambers. I'm the Chief Executive of Motorsport UK, the governing body for motorsport in this country. The British Indoor Kart Championship is one of Motorsport UK's official British titles. It is run in conjunction with TeamSport across their 35 tracks, and with 5,500 competitors each year, I think it is fair to say that it is the largest motorsport championship anywhere in the world. The British Indoor Kart Championship is incredibly important to Motorsport UK. We recognise that indoor karting is the access point for most people in the community for their first taste of getting the thrills of driving a motorised four-wheel vehicle around a track. And the accessibility of that with 35 centres across the UK means that we're opening the doors to literally hundreds of thousands of people a year to be able to find out whether they're really excited about motorsport. And putting at the top of the pinnacle of that indoor karting a championship with the BIKC in partnership with TeamSport allows us to find that talent and inspire that talent as a pathway into other forms of motorsport and other forms of karting. So the BIKC is really, really important to us.
Okay, here we go.
Hi, my name is Hugh Chambers. I'm the...
Oh, we had another quick shot of Hugh then from Motorsport UK before we came back. Okay, so we are on for the Gem Pad.
Yep, the Gem Pad. So when it faces the screen, we have the race start from the middleweight first race. Well, the grid's not the race start, but same thing. So I'll play it back again in full speed like I always do, and then we'll talk through it down a little bit.
Yeah, so this is the one where it got very, let's say, messy towards the back end of the field. There was a lot of bumping and barging towards this section. Then they tried to go 3 wide into a corner that was only really big enough for 2. And yeah, Zap Venger's got ran out of road, and then he'll appear into shot backwards here. And that will be why Sam Hill picked up his 5-second time penalty for just assisting, for his a job in assisting him round, let's say.
Definitely need to see this in slow motion, yeah.
Yeah, so the grid start was originally fine on turn 1. Coming to turn 2.
It's who started pushing first for me, who...
Yeah, so Zach goes to move here. That's a great move. That was on, obviously, but then you see the outside car. I think that's Jamie Foster on the outside there, also keeping momentum. So the 3 wide going into a corner that does not total a 3 wide corner.
You can do 3. You can do 5 wide on the way into it, but you can probably only do 2 on the way out. And you see Zach almost.
It's
did he lock up, or was he assisted?
It's 32 on the inside there, who really gives the kart in front
a bit of a bop.
A real.
Yeah, but they're in front already, and that just unsettles the kart in the middle. And then, as James Hislop would say, physics then took over, and then it just ended up with Zach running out of road there. They tried to go 3 wide in a section you really can't go 2 or 3 wide, but at that point there, you can't. It's quite hard to argue who's got priority. I wouldn't say right of way. But,
yeah, this one I would say is more of a racing incident more than anything.
You've got a good chance the driver on the inside, if the driver on the inside there in the white has probably a good idea that he's got 1 kart there. He probably doesn't know the 3rd kart is still there.
Even if he did, like, he's probably understeering so much because of the speed he took on entry that he won't be able to get the kart across the right-hand side of the track fast enough before the impact's made on the barrier.
Yeah, it's just an unfortunate moment, and then obviously it ends up with Zach becoming an innocent bystander in an incident down the back there that caused Sam Hill to pick up his penalty.
Yeah, it was an unfortunate incident. I think it should have been just more of a situation where you back out, filter in, and sort of push forward. So
yeah, on a race start, it's easy to get your head down a bit and try and press on as hard as you can to make places up early. But yeah,
that's all fine and good. But now, can we read out the chicken puns?
You're desperate for this, aren't you?
My favourite is from Wrong Direction Racing. He's not a free-range chicken. He's a battery hen.
No good. Get it? Battery, electric.
Best of luck to him by Team Top Gun. There's some I can't really read out because it's...
Yeah, you can.
Well,
there's some of them that are borderline.
But even I'm drawing the line at this.
Yeah, there's some that are borderline that knowing you, if you said it, you got it wrong.
Indeed. Absolutely.
Oh, no, it's getting bad when Joel is now feeding us ones.
Oh, no.
Saying that that last race he was just winging it.
Oh. I'm sticking with the battery
That's
hen.
what you call poultry emotion.
Poultry emotion.
Oh, it's getting bad when the director's feeding us terrible joke lines at this point. Oh, can we have some serious racing now?
Thank goodness we've got karts on the grid.
Yeah, I don't know what we'd do if we had to take an even longer charge break. But on the front row is Charlie Ratford, Gabriel Quinter, Dylan.
They were ready. They were ready when they were leaving the pit exit.
You're going to make that joke during the race. I can see it. Thankfully, Silky's just about finishing the grid. So we turn our eyes towards the light. Ratford and Quinter on the front row of this one. Let's see if Gabe can try and hold it around the outside. Well, we will be going once Silky's happy with the position. Looks like one of the karts is on the wrong side of the grid. And that's why we have someone going down and double-checking it.
Here we go.
So Silky clears, gives a command to race control. He watches the lights. He turns away from the lights, turns back to the lights. We wait for them to come on. All the drivers watching the timing screens. As our timing screens come up, the lights start coming on. Once the 5 red lights are on, the lights will go out and we are racing. Charlie Ratford gets a good start. Dylan Edwards tries to go down the inside of Gabe Quinter, but it looks like he's just close enough. Gabe's managed to hold it on the inside. A little bit of loading towards the back end of the pack. But that's one of the first times so far we've seen the driver in second manage to hang on. So the top 3 are as they are over the start-finish line for the first time. I think John Bolter is still there, as it looks like, there's one of them backwards. That's the 25. That's Owen Stern, who's been spun very, very quickly. And Charlie Ratford now is about to go up the ramp for the first time. And Gabe Quinter just behind him. Dylan Edwards there in 3rd place. That is John Bolter just behind him. Lewis Draper's managed to move up. Kyle Evans in the 30s. He's gone. He's fallen down the order. I think he may have gone missing in that one, unless I just can't quite see him. As Gabe's Gabe's trying to go on the offensive round the outside. He managed to get a better run out of that hairpin against Charlie Ratford. No, Dylan Edwards has got through. So Dylan Edwards has managed to get through at the expense of Gabriel Quinter. So that's a change for second place. Edwards is already trying to look down the inside of Charlie Ratford. Dylan Edwards, the Warrington driver, looking very, very racy here in the early part of this one. We said that second place is normally not the favoured position off the start. It's just taking a little bit longer for Dylan Edwards to get up into second place at the expense of Gabe Quinter. Over the line, they do go for the first time.
Charlie Ratford, risky move there. Literally was very, very wide going into the...
yeah, almost leaving the door open, potentially.
I thought really that, something could be up there, but let's see. If he keeps very optimistically having that racing line, we might see some overtakes down in that third hairpin. Okay, Charlie Ratford leading. Charlie Ratford's had some really good days, and he's had a few days that are to forget, I think, but Charlie Ratford leading at the moment. Dylan Edwards second, 0.4 behind. Gabriel Quinter is third, 0.6 behind Lee. Look at this. This looks racy. Let's have a look what we're going to... Oh, he's almost veering. Left, right from Charlie Ratford. Yeah, they're not really... Just
Sam down the inside there. So Slater's made another place. He made one on the opening lap. He's just made another one there at the expense of Louis Draper.
You just get a feeling that the race director might not like that.
Yeah, looked maybe a little bit late, but potentially that he could get away with that. But Sam, he's coming back from an 8th place start. He's going to have to try and make moves early. If he's going to want to have a good position for the semi-finals, he's going to have to try and make decisive moves. He's going to have to try and make it quickly, even if you potentially have to run the risk of attracting the attention of the race director.
I think Charlie Ratford is doing a bit of BIKC weaving. It's just whether he's weaving enough that is deemed permitted or not.
Yeah, we know the race directors don't like weaving at all.
Yeah, no, they really don't like weaving.
Yeah, indeed. But here you go. Didn't do it then. Didn't do it then. But he's looking behind.
So
he's looking behind more. He's looking in front almost.
So look over the shoulder, and Ratford still managing to hold off Dylan Edwards. Gabe Quinter just behind him. Let's see if Gabe can use his experience here. Driver's been racing for quite a while as Dylan Edwards defends down the inside. Not quite enough for Gabe Quinter to get alongside him. As he heads up on the top, as he head around onto the top section of the circuit, another look over the shoulder as Sam Slater's trying to line up John Bolter for a move into 4th place. The top 3 have a little tiny bit of breathing room against John Bolter as they went up on the top section of the circuit. But now, because of all the fighting, you've got, I believe, pretty much the whole grid nose to tail there. So it's all the way down to Josh Short in 12th place. So if anything goes wrong in front, imagine the drivers are going to be losing maybe 2, 3, 4, 5, even 6 positions here over the top end of the circuit. And Gabe Quinter going around the outside of Dylan Edwards. He was too focused on Charlie Ratford. 3 wide into the second hairpin. Sam Slater goes down the inside of John Bolter. As a result, he's now on the outside of Quinter. Is he going to be able to pick up 2 positions at this point? He's not quite able to do it. Bolter's still holding him side by side as a 5-second time penalty comes out for Sam Slater. We said it may attract the attention of the officials, and attract the attention of the officials it has. Slater carrying 5 seconds into this one. He's 4th on the road at the moment after another robust overtaking manoeuvre on John Bolter. Disaster for the defending champion.
Yeah, so Charlie Ratford has it at the moment, 0.3 seconds in front, and it is a full-on defensive display here from Charlie Ratford. He doesn't look like he's got much intention of really trying to set some fast lap times. He's really look right over on the inside. That's the most defensive driving we have seen.
Yeah, I'd be surprised if he doesn't at least get a warning for that. The amount he's moving in the braking zones, especially because you can see he's almost getting in. He's almost cutting right across the front of the cart behind him, which is the point where you start thinking that it may get a little bit excessive.
Indeed, but Dylan Edwards is keeping his cool there in second. It's hard because he's got the driver in front who is literally a little bit unpredictable, let's say, in the braking zone. And he's got Gabriel Quinter, who's been super aggressive so far. So some brilliant driving right behind him, trying to go through into 2nd place. John Bolter is in 4th. Louis Draper is in 5th. Joe Peters 6th. Joe Underwood in 7th. Christopher Bruce is in 8th. Got Ivan Gankov in 9th, got Carl Evans in 10th, Nathan Odell is in 11th, Josh Short 12th, Sam Slater running 13th.
Quinter's got down the inside, so that really harsh defence from Dylan Edwards has actually made him come unstuck. It allowed Gabe Quinter to get down the inside, slow Quinter down. Slater's managed to get through past Gabe Quinter. So that's another position picked up for Sam Slater on circuit. It's allowed John Bolter to get through past Gabe Quinter as well there. So Quinter down to 5th on the road, 4th in the results, thanks to Slater carrying his his time penalty. Just shows how close this grid is. 5 seconds drops Sam Slater down to 13th. Now remember, where you finish your first heat is where you start your second. As there's a kart in there backwards. I can't quite pick out the number. It's 37. That's Nathan O'Dell facing the wrong direction. He's not happy with that one. As the lights are yellow, as soon as everyone's happy that he's back off and running, the lights will go back to green. It's going to be who can react to them the quickest now. As Charlie Ratford in control of the field. The lights go green, a look over the shoulder, a foot goes to the floor, and Dylan Edwards, I'd probably say, gets the better jump on him there. So coming through the top end of the circuit.
Too far behind, though.
Yeah, he's not quite close enough to go for a move. Slater, though, we've seen how far back he's attempting it so far. And Sam Slater in the 18, already up to 3rd on the road. You've got to think now what Sam's going to have to try and do over the next couple of minutes is try and build the biggest gap he can, because right now, if it finishes as it is, he'll be in 13th. We'll see what it ends this time round. I don't think it's going to be much better than that at this rate. And like I say, wherever you finish your first heat is where you start your second. But he's got a very fast junior behind him, or ex-junior in John Bolter, who's going to definitely have a crack at him. Look how defensive Charlie Ratford's going to the inside.
Isn't it?
He's just
Straight
hanging the car to the
inside.
right-hand side, bringing this whole pack back into each other. Looks like Charlie may not enjoy this kart at all. He's doing 52.778 is his fastest time. So I don't think this one's really working for Charlie Ratford's driving style. It's allowing Dylan Edwards to be all over the rear bumper of him. Dylan, a very aggressive driver. Is he able to go to the inside? Charlie moves right to the inside. It's going to allow Gabe Quinter to go down the inside of John Bolter behind. That now means the top 3 are all together. As John Bolter trying to hold off Louis Draper. I think that is Gabe Quinter's back up into 4th place. So using his experience to his benefit there as they head down to the bottom end of the circuit. It's still
going to be a strange
Edwards.
race when the fastest lap is by the driver in last place.
Yeah, because Nathan O'Dell's the only driver with any clear spaces. I just see a 5-second time penalty for kart 4. That's Josh Short pop up on our timing screen. That is also for advantage by contact, shortened down to ABC. So that's what that abbreviation means for anyone who's wondering. And Ratford now is defending absolutely everywhere with 1:49 on the clock. So I think this time they come round will be the last time they cross the line. They've got 8 laps in the book. They'll be going on to lap 9 next time. As they come through, Charlie Ratford is... Oh, Sam's done to the inside. That was a very late dive down the inside. But again, if he's going to go for anything, he's going to have to try and be decisive. Quinter's going to go around the inside. Sam just holds him at arm's length.
And Quinter's going to lose out
going to
here,
go
maybe.
side by side with Gabe Quinter. Will they be able to hold on? Fantastic racing here as a black and white comes out for a driver that we don't know who it is, but it could be at this rate just about everyone. These middleweights are tearing chunks out of each other down at the bottom end of the circuit, but somehow it's still Charlie Ratford that leads. Gabe Quinter in second. Sam Slater is 3rd on the road, but thanks to that 5-second time penalty, Gabe Quinter, 30's in the barrier. That's going to be a red. That's a straight red.
That will take a bit of pulling out there.
Yeah, that is quite wedged. And the marshal's there on the scene immediately. Some extra hands going down there, just double-checking the driver is okay. And that was the 30 of Kyle Evans that ended up in the barrier there. I have a feeling that may end up, as you saw earlier on, with this being the last lap.
It is.
That's going to be red and checker, so that's going to be how that one finishes.
So win for Charlie Ratford, 2nd for Dylan Edwards, 3rd Gabriel Quinter, 4th for John Bolter, 5th for Louis Draper, and 6th for Joe Underwood.
That is going to take a lot of digging out there.
And that's 3rd, that's Kyle Evans, who's in there.
That is a lot of digging out.
Yeah, that is.
The question here is how many marshals is it going to take to move this kart out of here? So there's 4 that are on it there.
That's good.
That's quite, fair play, guys. That's quite impressive to be able to lift that out. They are not light things at all. No, so this is still the honorary Kevin.
Oh,
That's Aidan, who is the honorary Kevin. The one checking the kart over is Harvey, who is a former Kevin. And then you've got Matt and Jude that are there as well. Jude was the victim, let's say, of over a Martin Brundle random person, where Lex stuck a mic under his nose for one of the second most awkward interview of the entire event, as they just inspect the circuit to make sure the circuit is in a good condition to be able to continue. And as soon as they're happy that everything is back in order, the drivers will be signalled back down to the pit lane, and we'll be able to get the next session ready to rock and roll. But yeah, first win of the heat for Charlie Ratford, Dylan Edwards, Gabe Quinter. using his experience there to end up third place and get into driving, racing for quite a while. I seem to remember he's a race academy driver.
Yeah, he was a race academy back in 2016. He's doing it for a long time now.
I remember hearing who his instructor was. He was instructed by some bloke called James Hislop, apparently.
Yeah, so back when James was GM of Cardiff, he taught Gabe how to race.
Yeah, so I have a feeling if he does do anything, he's going to be watched under even stricter scrutiny, let's say, to make sure he's doing it correctly.
Exactly.
We're just giving the barrier a bit of a check.
Yes, the race directors are just double checking it to make sure that they're happy with it. If any repairs need to be affected, looking towards the workshops, I think some mechanics may be coming down to do a quick barrier repair. As Ben Savory there, I don't think you're allowed to give him his nickname. I think you've used all your allocation.
The beeps. I'll do it.
So Russ has used his
I'll hand over
allocation.
to Jen for the Bieber quotes.
Yeah, the beeps.
As the good news is that Kyle Evans is back in his kart, so he's able enough to drive it back. So reminder, we wouldn't be showing pictures of an incident scene if drivers weren't okay, and just confirms that we're going to be clearing the drivers into the pit lane. As soon as we've done that, we will be able to get the next group on.
The entry.
It's a good race, though. Really,
That's
really
a
good race.
very good race.
exciting.
Very close.
And you have to say, good defensive driving overall from Charlie Ratford. I think all the top drivers, they do push the rules to the absolute maximum. And the defensive driving, it was actually quite incredible that he was able to go around the corner at the fastest part of the track, right on the inside. Literally going around with the kart tucked in right on the inside grid position.
I'm
go
honestly
around there,
surprised
still
that
hold it.
36 didn't pick up a penalty for defending in that situation. Obviously, there was 2 times moving on the defensive line behind Ratford, moved across onto the racing line, then back around the corner. So I think that might get looked at a little bit later.
Indeed, that's good
Yeah,
stuff.
so Marshall's just informing the drivers that they'll be heading back to the pit lane as it's a red and checker. The lights go to yellow. The drivers will parade their way back down towards the pit lane, and I'm sure the CLOs may be a little bit busy with that one. As Chen has been quite furiously gathering clips for us to have a look at later on. So the next grid up will be Group 2 of the heavyweights for their first heat of the evening. And I'm going to consult my list of grids, and we'll give the full grid of that race now. So Andre Perehuda and Colin Marshall will lead the Scotland 1-2, with Anthony Whippich and Ben Paynes on row 2. John Ayuga and Hamid Durat, Stuart Andrew, Harvey Sugden, Scott Russell Ending, Kai Andrew, Mike Allen, Ollie Mboge, Max Taylor, Joe Powley, Ethan Bloodworth and Hayden Harris, your 16 runners and riders in that next one.
Okay, so we're just literally watching the drivers drive steadily back round to the pit lane. Or we'll be ready for it. There's still,
there's a barrier repair going on there.
It's just slightly leaning, and we don't want that. It's got to be.
Yes, they're just going to make sure everything is secured. Hence why you can see the different kit there. The barrier's all secured by chains, and it's by the look of that, one of them is snapped. So they're going to get that all repaired. As you've got the honorary Kevin, or Aidan, who is down there to give him his correct name. Apparently everyone's been calling him Kevin all day since we called him the honorary Kevin yesterday. So he's quite upset with that one.
I think they requested to go jump pad maybe, so we can do that.
Yeah,
We've
so while
got
they're
the
doing that track
Sam
repair,
move.
if we've got the clip up to review.
Yeah, I've got the clip.
Yeah, I think we'll take a look at it. So let's have a look at this move that has potentially had a rather interesting effect on one of the drivers' evenings.
There it is. Okay, so I'm going to play it through at full speed so everyone can see what happened in the race.
That was like fast speed there.
Yep.
It just looks quite late on the inside there. That one looks okay. I seem to remember the penalty call was down at Dunlop 2.
Was it
from
Dunlop
what we
2?
called. So I saw the penalty call was down at Dunlop 2. But that move there that we thought was a little bit. We thought that move at the second hairpin was a little bit robust, let's say. But actually looking at it back, it doesn't actually look that bad. It looks like a very well-timed late move actually. So he moves to the inside, and there is a cart's width there, and there is nothing else.
Yeah, the only bit of contact comes to the rear end. So I'm pretty sure the penalty came further down. That wasn't on stream, but this is a very nice overtake.
Yeah, so good. Down the inside. So
what it's capable of.
Yeah, I'll be honest. I originally called that as a potential penalty. I thought that might have been. I thought the one what we saw in the race control chat was a actually a typo. However, that one there was absolutely fantastic. Just proves how good he can be in overtaking. But he said he may have attracted the attention of the officials, and he did. It was just a little bit later on in the lap.
Yeah, obviously late braking is a massive help when it comes to sort of indoor karting, getting those late moves done, playing blind and playing to the driver's weakness in front.
Yeah, we were saying we needed that some of the drivers needed to make those sorts of moves, and yeah, that one there at second hairpin was absolutely fantastic.
Yep.
So the team just going into the circuit and making sure that that is okay, and the drivers for the next heat are sat in.
And
their car's ready to go.
There is a lot of talk about how is that a penalty. Well, that's what we're saying. It isn't. The penalty was for something else further on in the lap. We just picked that out as an overtake manoeuvre, and we wanted to have another look at it, and it was pretty good, as we said. So we move on to the heavyweights. So this should be, I believe, the last of the first set of heats for the heavies, and then we will move into the second set of heats before moving on to the semi-finals.
Yeah, see the drivers just sat in the cars waiting to go while the team are attending to the circuit, and just in the top corner of the screen you can see what we affectionately call God Box. That is the race control area which has been making all the calls today, and that is, as you can quite literally say, the hot seat of BIKC, where clerk of the course James Hislop and the two race directors Ben Savory and Darren Pauly are running the racing from, making all the decisions. They do have a version of this live stream that they can see, thankfully for them, without the audio. They also have access to a myriad of CCTV cameras around the circuit, as well as the reports coming through from the marshals themselves. So yeah, not an enviable job is to be a race director at this sort of level, trying to make all those calls.
I'd love it, I would.
Indeed, but there's some of the best race directors we've got in the entire business are up there in the form of Ben Savory, obviously James Hislop, and Darren is also up there from Farnborough. And
it looks like carts are already going out, so it looks like the team have affected that barrier repair and have affected it very quickly. So well done to the team getting that barrier repaired and getting the carts back out on circuit. That was a very quick job, guys. Well done.
Okay, here we go. So carts being released onto the grid.
And stewards aren't very forgiving today. No, they're absolutely ruthless, and they always have been around here. They are being properly brutal with these drivers today. But this sort of level, at this sort of level, you'd expect that you would expect the driving standards to be the best of the best. So it's no surprise that they're being quite brutal with some of the drivers today.
But at least we have a decent set of rules. I haven't heard anybody say who was ahead at the apex today.
Yeah, in this championship, it's not okay to get ahead, to just throw the car down the inside, come off the brakes, be ahead at the apex, and run someone off the road, which in other forms of motorsport it potentially is. So.
Yeah, the way James tends to judge it, or the race directors tend to judge it, is off 60-40 rule. So obviously, if a car starts to rotate across the front of a bumper, that's not far enough alongside. You tend to be able to know whether a car is far enough alongside. Obviously, make sure you're in control of your car as well, by the way they bounce off the side pod of the cart. But obviously, again, you need to be at least 60% alongside the cart to do that.
Yeah, and as you say, quite a lot of the times you'll see the results of an incident where someone spins across the front. If they were far enough alongside, even at half distance, it would have been very difficult for that result to be the case. You can see again a lot of drivers just angling the carts towards the inside, and
that's going to get moved.
Muscles Liam will come up, pick the cart up, and put it back in the correct direction. You probably shouldn't be picking them up and throwing the carts where they're supposed to be. However, he has quite literally been doing that.
You can see why they're doing it, though.
I fully get why they go for it.
Very tight on the outside
run. That outside run, despite being sat on the racing line, can be a particularly bad disadvantage.
I don't think that's going to help them, to be honest. It's just going to drive them into third place.
Yeah, it is just going to drive them towards the barrier. I think what they're hoping is if they do that, they can get to the the apex first, as Silky ends up putting them back together. Oh, we nearly missed one. Driver's there. It's like, oi, what about him? And he gets him pointing the right direction there as well. So Silky's going to double check the grid. As soon as he's happy and he's got everyone in the correct position, he will give the commands to race control, who are in control of the lights, that will start this second heat. And the first for these drivers out on circuit. So he clears at the back of the grid. He gives the command towards race control, and then all eyes turn to the lights. As we wait for the red lights to come on. 1 light, 2 lights, 3 lights, 4 lights, 5 lights. The lights go green. We're racing once again, and Perehuda gets a good start. Whippich gets a very good start at the expense of Colin Marshall. He's lost 1 place. He might be about to lose another one there. But Colin Marshall just about hangs on. Ben Paynes has fallen down the order as well there. So Marshall now running in third. Anthony Whippich is right up behind Andre Perehuda as the carts are 3 wide through the Dunlop S's. This could come to grief. They've just about managed to get through. There's a bit of a bump and a bang, but they just managed to all get through, pointing in the correct direction. As looks like Harvey Sugden Scott's had a decent start as well. I think he's managed to gain at least one position there as they head up onto the ramp for the first time. It is Andre Perehuda that leads with Anthony Whippich in second. Colin Marshall now tucked into third position, but he is falling back a little bit with the vice champion of 2023, John Ayuga, behind him in 4th place, who's managed to clear Ben Paynes at this early stage of the race. And it is Harvey Sugden Scott there running in 6th position, who's managed to get past Hamid Darat, who is a little bit further down. So Hamid's fallen down the order at the start of this one. He'll come over the line. We'll be able to confirm exactly where he is. I think he's fallen down behind Russell Endine, who's now in 7th position. So that puts Darat in P8. Over the line they go. Perehuda breaks the beam. And 1 lap in the book for Andre Perehuda, who leads here.
See, the problem that Colin Marshall had there going second, right, is he left and he immediately went full lock. And that adds so much friction to the kart that slowed him up. And it's that's allowing the 3rd place driver to go in and steal that place. And you're right, it was such a big, it slowed down so much that they had problems then around the corner. He was lucky to end up in 3rd, in actual fact.
You saw it in the last race with Kinter. Obviously, he came straight forward, then turned the corner, hooked it around the outside, kept it on the inside then,
Yeah, absolutely. I think that's the kind of the learnings to take away from that one, but it's great. Andre Perehuda is driving absolutely brilliant at the moment. He does have Anthony Whippich absolutely behind him, but he is looking at the quick glance behind, but this looks like he's made a solid start. We are 2 laps in, and Colin Marshall settling a little bit for 3rd. He's looking at the back of Anthony. Here we go, but yeah, it's still stable at the moment. John Uger is in 4th, Ben Paynes is 5th, Harvey Sugden Scott is 6th, Stuart Andrew is 7th, Russell Endine is in 8th, Hamid Darat is in 9th, Max Taylor is 10th, Mike Allen is 11th, Kai Andrew is 12th, then it's Joe in 13th, Hayden, Ethan and Ollie at the back at the moment, but we've got a long way to go. We've got 7.5 minutes to go here, charging down to the fastest part of the circuit. It is driver number 6, Perehuda, who's very comfortable around that, doesn't need to do any defending whatsoever, takes the full racing line, as does everybody behind, because there's just a little bit of daylight behind each of these carts. They're not actually tucked directly behind each other's bumpers just yet, but there we go. Anthony Whippich has got a little bit closer, a bit quicker around this part of the course. Now he is, absolutely is. He's just a bit quicker around this part of the course. It's really pulling him up there, and let's see what kind of pressure that Whippich can really put on Perehuda as we once again go around this little final couple of apexes. He just needs a great exit here. It's not bad, but I don't think that's quite close enough. He might probably be hitting the boost
I don't think
button.
He's got enough just to
here.
go down the inside there.
And Perehuda doesn't even need to defend, takes a full racing line.
Yeah, so it's all holding station just now as all of these heavyweights are just building up as we get through towards the halfway point of this first heat for the heavyweights. Ben Paynes trying to line up a move. He's lined up the move. He's gone down the inside. We said they were all settling in, but Ben Paynes now gets up into fourth place with a very decisive move as Ayuga's trying to come back at him as they come up the ramp. They're going to go side by side up the ramp, and it looks like Ben Paynes has just managed to hang on. No, he looks like... Oh, no, there's a few of them in there.
Oh.
So that was sparked.
And we got a few people holding their ribs.
So that looked like it was sparked by Ben Paynes and John Ayuga going up the ramp side by side.
That's
and we've seen that a few times. The 9 is just being checked over by the marshals just to double check they are okay. Needless to say, with the circuit blocked up at the top of the ramp, the lights are on red right now.
A few deep breaths needed there. He's in a little bit of pain there.
Yeah, we saw an incident up here in a previous race yesterday.
Yeah.
And yeah, you're taking quite a lot of taking quite a lot of pace up there. So
Definitely a lot of load on the kart coming up the ramp. So anything that happens could end in a dramatic end scene like this.
Yeah, coming to a sudden stop there is not advisable, let's say. And there is, I think, only the top 4 end up getting through that one, as the rest of the field is currently sat down here. And the restart order is up there. So just to remind, once we're happy the driver's okay, and once we're happy that everyone
he's nodding. He's nodding to the marshals there. I think he's a little bit winded.
Yeah.
But
Crack Marshall team up there of Matt and Aidan are just double checking that he's all good.
What Marshall team?
Crack Marshall team.
Right,
We heard something different.
We thought you said something else then, Tom.
No, I'd only say that to the guys' faces.
That's a bit brutal.
I would only say that. I would only say that to their faces. But no, we do have a decent team here at Warrington. Quite a few end up going out on the banks properly with the British Motorsport Marshals Club as well. So some very well experienced guys up there. We'll make sure that everything is all good. And I think John's just trying to get the wind back in himself, just to make sure he is actually okay and get his head back in the game.
So Marshall's just going to sort this out.
Yeah, to get everyone to a point where they can drive off. They'll head down to
get the order right.
They'll head down to
go for a grid restart. Should be
the word from race control is John's okay and he's going to be continuing in this one. But yeah, that does look like that stung a little bit. But yeah, only the top 4 managed to get through that one. So good to see the guys are all going to carry on. But the restart order is going to be off our screen effectively. So it'll go back to see the last completed lap.
Okay, so let's see where they come around. But we're in for a line for another exciting grid start here.
Oh, there's a line in there saying if we got the camera team from the Monaco Grand Prix in this one, as they missed that one.
Oh, that's a bit harsh.
That's a little bit harsh. They've looked after it. They've looked after us for the last few days. They've been really good.
No, Tom, they're not going to walk out now.
This is where the stream all goes off and everyone gets really happy because you don't have to listen to our dulcet tones.
Right, okay, we got 3 drivers on the grid because the race directors are just at the moment just working out the exact grid position. And iPads come up with lots of strange things that Joel's probably
looks really technical on there, but the guy's getting all on the.
It's doing things
it's
that
the
we don't know.
Done it.
The
decimator is decimated.
Exactly. Honestly, they put this case on our desk. It's got decimator written on it.
Yeah, we asked Joel this morning, what does a decimator do? And he said it just fixes everything. If you have a problem, it fixes everything. So, yeah, the decimator decimates problems by the sound of it as an official title to what it actually does.
It hasn't decimated us yet.
Sadly, it hasn't decimated the really bad jokes either. That would be a really good idea. That would be a really good thing. But yeah, the driver's now forming back up on the grid, so we'll be able to get this one off and running as soon as we've got the last few drivers on. So they're about halfway through the run time on this heat. So this now an opportunity for drivers to get back. So standing restart for this one. Silky's going to double check the grid is all in the correct order. And now, as soon as he's happy, we will get going again. So another opportunity, another opportunity for positions to be made very early on.
And now
some drivers
Colin Marshall's going to be in third.
Yeah,
now,
he's
you
in
might
third
appreciate
place
that.
at the moment. So
you might appreciate being in third, not second.
And just double checking that a driver is in the correct position, or is that a driver coming back?
He doesn't have to turn the wheel.
Oh, we've got a driver in the wrong order by the looks of it. So that's Russell Endine being swapped over to the even side of the grid. And
John Uger gets a 5-second penalty.
Yeah, we were talking earlier, Jen's just passed me a note there. We were talking earlier about drivers racing around the country. So one of the juniors that we saw yesterday, who was racing in BIKC, we were saying how the Club 100 racing today down at Butmore Park. He is currently there racing at Butmore Park and was here yesterday racing in BIKC.
That is a long track.
Yeah, I was saying before there was an event down there around about May this year, and I was debating going down. And I couldn't be bothered making the trek because it was only for a single day, and yeah, for drivers to do that is some commitment to this sport.
Tell you what, though, just going back to the 5-second penalty for John Uger is when you got a grid start, like that is quite a harsh penalty. isn't it?
Yeah,
because obviously all the gaps have been brought down to absolutely zero.
Yes, and he's only got about half the race to try and outrace the penalty effectively. So they're just double checking that the restart order is correct, which is why you can see Silky's just sorting some karts out to make sure everyone is in the right order. I think some of the karts that came down were a little bit out of position.
We did have lots of drivers outrace their penalties. And
it's not impossible. It's not impossible, and 5 seconds isn't the worst place that you could be in.
Yesterday outrun a 10-second penalty.
Yeah, he just found a massive turn of speed in that cadet grid.
Car as well.
In a cadet car.
Yeah, he found a massive turn of speed in that in those cadet karts and managed to pull himself, like you say, outrace a 10-second time penalty. It was really impressive.
Yeah, really good. But it's going to be something very special for John to do that. Obviously, outraced by that was a bit further on in the semi-final stage. So outrace it, meaning he was still able to qualify for the grand final.
Lots of Ben Payne fans in the chat at the moment.
Yes, the boss of Kinetica Racing is definitely going to be making a YouTube video out of this since he got through that one.
Here we go.
We watch the lights for the restart. There's 5 minutes remaining on the clock. The lights go green once again, and let's see who can make up the positions early on. Colin Marshall does go down the inside of Anthony Whippich this time to go into second place, but Whippich is still there. Ben tries to go around the outside. Yuga's there, still trying to go for fourth place as Harvey Sugden-Scott is fighting with Stuart Andrew. Lots of hands, not penalties, being handed out over there as they head up towards the top end of the circuit once again, as they're 2 or 3 wide through this top section as they head up towards the flyover once again. Make sure you get through here clean, you lads, and we'll have a good race for the next 4 or so minutes. Up the top end, lots of chopping and changing. Russell Endine's falling right down the order. He must be about 11th or 12th there based on what he's got behind him, as I think that's Ethan Bloodworth has also lost a position to Ollie Mboge at the bottom section of the track. But it is still Andre Perehuda that leads away. Colin Marshall in second place. Anthony Whippich has Ben Paynes right on his rear bumper as they head through over the start-finish grid. And Ben Paynes trying to overtake Anthony Whippich to get into third position. Paynes is feeling very racy here by the looks of it. Ayuga's back into fifth place. As round we go, there's another kart off the top section there at 17, Max Taylor. The 12's involved up there. That is Russell Endine in the 12. I said he was caught up towards the back end of the pack, and he's really got caught up there.
And that will give Ayuga... Oh, it's
another red flag. That's 2 red flags in one heat.
I was literally about to say it will give him an opportunity to move up the order, obviously, as people are there. There's a 5-second penalty, but I think we will be going back round.
Yeah, it looks to me like that kart is buried in the first hairpin there, hence why we've had to go red, because it's not possible to recover it.
The drivers are discussing what's going on in the middle of the track. There's a lot of
it's really quiet out there as well.
Frustrated body language.
Yeah,
I think
that's the one thing I do like about electric karts is you can let's say discuss a session if you do have a red flag with your mates out there, or if you don't like the way that your mates are overtaking you, potentially hurl unsavoury language at them.
Yeah,
but yeah, that kart's been buried in that first hairpin. It looks like the marshals have managed to get it out pretty quickly. So well done to the team up at the first hairpin. And yeah, it was the 12 that was involved in that. I think that is the 3 of Hayden Harris as well involved in that one. So I said there was 3 karts up there. The 17 got themselves going, and there was 2 other karts involved in that. But yeah, that was rather interesting.
Now, Colin Marshall, yeah, he started second, dropped down to third. So he started third, dropped back to second. This is going to be another grid start. He's going to be back in his second position. So let's see what he does, because I think we've seen lots of drivers start in second, and it's absolutely fine, but you've got to get it right.
Yeah, this is a proper chopping and changing of positions here, and it's only going to end up being I think a 2-lap dash for this one when it restarts.
Yeah. But on second, you can't turn in too early.
That seems to be killing the momentum.
You've got to get momentum.
You've got there,
yeah, you've got to get that start done and then turn. And you can hold and get the inside line for the next hairpin. That's the kind of key to it. So we've been joined in the commentary box by another TeamSport legend. Lewis from Liverpool has just wandered in. How are you, Lewis? He's very well. We didn't give him a microphone.
We don't dare, just in case he says something. We risk giving you one every year. And I still don't know why people are willing to take this risk.
We've got a question in the chat saying, why are they crashing? It's a good question. I don't know.
Jen? Yeah, you are.
Desperation, I guess.
It is a bit strange.
Yeah, I think that the live chat is not a very forgiving place right now. So
we can't answer that one either for you. We're not driving the cars, so I don't know why they're crashing.
yeah, it's the very, very unforgiving live stream chat there, as the guys are all coming around in the yellows. They're going to go back on the grid once again in the order that you can see on the screens. So yeah, it'll be Perehuda and Marshall on the front row this time, Whippich and Paynes on the second row. At least these guys getting some really good practice at standing starts. Not like most of them need it.
Yeah, Colin Marshall will have P2 sorted by the end of this.
We've got
it's the second time he's gone
saying, you can't park there.
Can't park there, mate. The sad part is, there's one of the marshals that is here that whenever he goes up to someone that is in a barrier, he, by just pure force of habit, ends up saying, "Are you aware that you can't park here?" I remember on a public session a while ago, there was one driver, they were really struggling. I met them 2 or 3 times in the same barrier. It got to the point where you walk up to them and it's like, we've got to stop meeting like this.
Carteret Joss, where did the chicken puns go?
I think
we need some, don't we?
Barry R is having a workout today. It's really causing some problems.
The world was fine when we had chicken puns. Loving watching BIKC from my armchair this year. It's there, showstop for the race seat, but sat with a beer and a Burger King, nearly as good. Yeah,
that sounds like a very good. That sounds like a very good plan there to be watching.
Nothing wrong with that.
To be watching the finals with.
Okay, right. So that the final. So it's going to be fascinating. What Colin? Is it Colin Marshall second?
There's a line from
I don't
race
think it is,
control on
I don't think
that
it is.
incident.
That's Anthony Whippich.
So 27 has been handed a 5-second time penalty for their part in that incident.
Because
that's
it goes
Mike Allen.
Goes back to the previous lap. So
yeah,
I
so
think
it's basically
Colin,
the order that you can see on the screen that we've got here. So
it's not quite though. I don't think that's Colin.
It might have been from a lap previously, because I think they crossed the timing line because the crash was so close to it.
Yeah.
Yeah, so we going back a lap previous.
So Colin Marshall's lucked out. He's got his 3rd place that he likes.
Yes, so once again, Liam Silkerson's going to double check the carts are in the correct order based off the result we have in our race control chat. And as soon as we're all happy, the clock goes green, the lights start coming on. And once we have 5 red lights, we watch for the greens. And it's a green light once again. So off we go, and Colin Marshall does try and go down the inside of Anthony Whippich. He manages to get the position. Ben Paynes again. Oh, Whippich has come back at him this time. So starting
P2.
3rd. And Anthony Whippich has managed to hold on position. This time Ben Paynes is side by side with John Ayuga, and he is now running in 4th place, with Colin Marshall dropping down to 3rd. So we said Colin liked starting in 3rd place. He likes it that much. He's going to stay in it this time. So Perehuda once again leads the way. 3rd time of asking. He leads the field up the ramp as Anthony Whippich and Colin Marshall and Ben Paynes, John Ayuga and Harvey Sugden Scott are your top 5 at the moment as they head up on the top section of the circuit.
I love chicken puns, whereas some people would describe them as foul. Thank you very much.
No.
Canoe Man Dan, we just slipped that in while we're watching the racing. Perehuda is leading, Whippich is second. 0.7 is the gap as we charge down to, looks a bit more than 0.7 now. I think he's very slightly edging away Anthony Whippich. But that's how you deal with 2nd place. A perfect start there for Anthony Whippich. Really shows it can be done. You can start there, you can go around, and you can still be 2nd. So Colin Marshall is down in 3rd place. Ben Paynes is 4th. Harvey Sugden Scott is in 5th. Russell Indeen is in 6th. Stuart Andrew is 7th. Kai Andrew is in 8th. Hamid Durat is in 9th. Joe Powley is in 10th. Max Taylor 11th. Ethan Bloodworth is 12th. Ollie's in 13th. Hayden Harris is 14th. John Uger moves up 1 place. He's now in 15th, and Mike Allen is there at the back at the moment with a 10.9 second gap between him and the leader of the race. And we are in the closing stages of this one, because we've got this is good, probably one more lap after this, I would think. So we're on the penultimate lap, and it is. And Perehuda's driven brilliantly, it has to be said, with everything that's thrown in. Whoa!
Whippich tried to go for a move on Perehuda. It slowed him down. It's brought Ben Paynes into this. It slowed Colin Marshall down. And Paynes is now going for the move for 3rd place.
He's got to run.
So we were talking about Colin Marshall losing, holding on to, moving up to 2nd place. He's actually dropped down to 4th place. So Ben Paynes up into 3rd place at the expense of the Scottish drivers, who's now a Scotland 1-4. Here is a look over the shoulder from Ben Paynes, confirms times. He's got a little bit of breathing room over Colin Marshall, and he sets his sights on Anthony Whippage as the drivers head up on the top section of the circuit. It is Andre Parahuda that leads the way. Russell Endine, he's up in P6 at the moment. He's right behind John Ayuga, who is currently carrying a penalty, so he's 7th on the road, 6th in the results for Russell Endine. As they head through the top end of the circuit, Andre Parahuda is going to come through the penultimate corner, as Harvey Sugden Scott is now looking at Colin Marshall, who looks like he's falling by the wayside very quickly.
Could be another lap.
Oh, that's Russell Endine overtaking John Ayuga on circuit. Checker flag goes to Andre Parahuda in what must be the longest heat of the BIKC 2024 so far. Anthony Whippich, Ben Paynes, Colin Marshall, your top 4. Harvey Sugden Scott, Russell Endine, top 6. Stuart Andrew beats Kai Andrew despite qualifying behind him. So in the father-son battle, it's advantage to Stuart in that one. Hamid Darat falls from 5th down to 9th. After all is said and done, and your top 10 there completed by Joe Powley.
MX2000 says, hopefully the barriers get a rest now. Think about the poor barriers.
Yeah, it's okay, the middleweights are going out now.
Barriers.
Yeah, it's fine, the middleweights are going out now, and they've not hit them quite as hard today.
Indeed.
So.
Yes.
And you've jinxed it again.
Yeah.
And we're now in, hey,
so ironically,
start of a second set of heats.
So ironically, whenever, as one of my hobbies outside of running race circuits, I go to other race circuits and run them. So there's an old Marshall's tale that surrounds pastry-covered pork products, specifically the pork pie, that they attract accidents. And one of the Marshalls, I believe Liam Silkston, who is down at turn 1, did consume a pork pie before that race. So just proves that the pork pie the pork pie theory is correct, and yeah, it's that race being carnage was all Liam Silkston's fault.
Here we go. Rockshot Gamer says, commentator cursing coming. Yeah, we've done a lot of that this weekend. We quite enjoy the commentator curse.
All we do is curse people.
We love it.
All we do is end up cursing people. That's half the fun.
I think the drivers might even hear us because they got, like, obviously there's no no petrol carts going around track. They might be able to hear what we're saying.
Yeah, indeed.
So are you trying to insinuate they're going around they're going around the circuit, listening to our commentary, hearing their name, and we're distracting them and causing incidents?
Potentially, yeah.
And that's just shut the live stream down for next year. which with the way that some of the stuff has been said so far is probably not a bad thing.
Right, here we go. Carts are being released, and we're just plugging in.
Yes, the thing about having electric carts is you effectively need 2 fleets. What it does mean is as one grid is out on circuit, the other one can be sat in the pit lane ready to go, and the grid that's sat in the pit lane are the middleweights to be going out for their second heat. And on the front row, I'm pretty sure this grid is the one that has the all-hail front row, as a very apt penalty comes through on the live chat. It's a 5-second time penalty to Russ Mabley for causing a collision, by the looks of it there.
It's not me, it's the commentators. You're in this as well.
Yes, but you're the one doing all of the cursing. So,
as ever.
Yeah, the 2 brothers there look over, exchange a look to each other. They know their plan is just to try and run away at the front. However, Tom Fox is going to try and do something about it. It almost looked like you could argue they were potentially working together at the start with Danny running away at the front and Alfie doing absolutely everything he could to try and keep Tom Fox behind him. But I think that might just be the pace of them. They're both really quick drivers. It just seemed that last year Alfie had the better run in the heats. They both ended up making it into the main event, if I do remember correctly. If I switch back to my
would they work
sheet.
together? Would the driver in pole let his brother in second go into the lead?
I wouldn't risk it now.
I wouldn't risk it.
It's risky, isn't it?
I personally wouldn't risk it. What I think the only way you'd work together in a sport like this is you try and work together at the start, build a decent gap, and then with about 3 or 4 minutes to go, all hell breaks loose and it's every man for himself. But Silky's clearly happy with the grid. He clears away at the back, and he'll give the command to race control, and the red light sequence starts. We watch the 5 red lights. As soon as we go green, we'll be racing here once again. The last heat for these middleweights. Danny Hale gets a good start. Alfie Hale gets a good start. Down the inside goes Tom Fox to take second place, but Alfie Hale is still there. Sideways he goes to try and force his way back through into second place, but not enough. Tom Fox moves up into third place as Matty Bolton now moves up into fourth at the expense of Harley Smith, and Chris Ball is already trying to go on the move. I think he might have lost a place to Taylor Barnes. He's trying to do everything he can to not lose a place to Jamie Foster behind him, as Chris Ball is defending for his life, the vice champion last year, trying to make some moves here. But up at the front, it is Danny Hale who leads the way here. At the top end of the circuit, it is Tom Fox in second. So the two Hale brothers wanted to work together. That hasn't really worked at the start. You see the elbows are out for Zach Venn as he's trying to make his way back through the pack, recover from...
he needs a big race.
There as well.
Yeah, he needs a very big race here now. He needs to try and work through the field as quickly as he can to even stand a chance of getting himself into the main event later on today. Chris Ball goes a little bit defensive from what I think is Luke Sharp-Maple behind him. As the leaders get ready to put the first lap in the book. A look over the shoulder from Tom Fox confirms that Alfie Hale is behind him, but in front is his brother Danny Hale over the line. A second is the gap from Matty Bolton, Harley Smith, Taylor Barnes, Jamie Foster, Chris Ball in P8, Luke Shard-Maple, Luke Mallard, Jamie Burt, Ricky Crozier, Zach Venn up into 13th place at the expense of Joel Metcalf. Sam Hill's up one from the back of the grid, and Rob Trey currently running in the last position at the moment. Is that a 5-second time penalty I can see coming through there for kart 31? That's Matthew Bolton. So we saw some hands going up this time. It's been hands and penalties handed out as the drivers go through the top end of the circuit. Danny Hale goes down. You're just upset that you didn't get there first. That's what it is.
Matthew Bolton, 5 seconds.
Yeah, 5 seconds for advantage by contact as Tom Fox now is really close, is closing in on Danny Hale. Alfie Hale does look like he's falling back a little bit. So this time over the line, Matty Bolton will get the penalty board. You can just see the marshal getting it ready, trying to make sure it's Matty who sees it. And they go over the start-finish line. 3/10 is the gap between Tom Fox and Danny Hale. There's a race on here.
Tom Fox is really racy. Really racy.
Tom got the fastest lap of the race. He was in nearly, 6/10 quicker than Danny on that last lap. He's closed right onto the rear bumper with a 6/10 advantage.
Lap time, 51.655.
Yeah,
and he's almost pushing him around there.
With a 6/10 advantage in lap time, you would expect that it's going to be very quick, that he's going to get past him. However, to quote the late great Murray Walker, catching up is one thing, getting past is quite another. And we've seen that as a theme throughout the course.
He's right there.
The
He's
BIKC.
got to defend.
Danny's defending quite hard through here. If Tom can set him up in the second hairpin, he may be able to out-drag him out of the third one, as it looks like behind Alfie Hale has just managed to doing enough to hold Harley Smith behind him over the line once again. It is all still line astern there as Matty Bolton drops down the order by way of his penalty. So to confirm the order in the race, it is Danny Hale, Tom Fox, Alfie Hale. Then it is Matty Bolton behind him with Harley Smith, Taylor Barnes, Jamie Foster, Chris Ball. Thanks to that penalty, Matty Bolton's going to drop down to 12th position with Zach Venn currently running 12th on the road, 11th in the corrected results. As Danny Hale is just about doing enough at the moment to hold Tom Fox at bay. He had one massively storming lap on a 51.655, but now as he's closed onto the rear bumper, he's back down into the mid-52s. So let's see if Danny can do anything about Tom and maybe even try and drag away. Or are these two going to... big slide there from Alfie Hale. That was a big mistake there. And that's going to allow Harley Smith to try and go down the inside. Taylor Barnes now is going down the inside. He looks down and sees he's not quite got the pace he expects. Are they going to go side by side through the Dunlop corners? It looks like they will behind. But Taylor Barnes officially was ahead at the start-finish line against Harley Smith there. But it looks like they've fallen back into position. You can see them flying up there. So Harley Smith is just in front of Taylor Barnes with Jamie Foster. So despite that massive side-by-side action, it is all line astern there as we go back to the leaders with Danny Hale just 2/10 ahead of Tom Fox at the front of this heat. And Zach Venn still running in 11th place. Matty Bolton's penalty puts him down in 14th place.
Here we go again, right on the rear bumper.
Yeah, right on the rear bumper is Tom Fox. Like you say, it's a very quietly quick driver. Someone who can normally pull a result out of absolutely nowhere. He's got a little bit of an overlap this time. He's going to try and cut back to the inside. Yeah. He's not close enough.
I think he's wasting his time there.
He does get a drive out of the corner.
He does, but it's no way is he ever going to make that.
Yeah, it's not quite enough. And whatever Tom seems to do out of the third hairpin, looks like Danny is just about able to cover it. Maybe you can see the light on the dashboard of Danny's kart is out. So I think he's using the boost at that point there. You can just see on the dashboard there is a black circle effectively at this point here. You can normally see it light up green when boost becomes available. When that light goes out, the boost has been activated for that lap. So through the top end of the circuit they go as we see a grid for another semi-final for another race popping up. as the drivers all file through. Looks like they're getting a little bit closer here as Matty Bolton is definitely closer to Akhil Vyas. Alfie's made a couple of mistakes in this heat. Going into that second hairpin, there is a little bit of a bump on there. There's some grip paint as well to try and help the kart to turn in. I think that has just caught him out a little bit, but the top two are definitely being closed in now. So Danny Hale maybe defending a little bit more. Gap was 1.4 over the line last time. It's now just over a second between Danny and Akhil Vyas, with Tom Fox in the middle of all of that. As he looks over his shoulder, there's not a lot Tom can do at the moment. And you see the difference in driving style there. Danny's braking when he gets towards the top of the ramp, and I think Tom is just lifting enough to keep the kart on there. He's just carrying that momentum through the corner, hence why he's able to keep on terms, and maybe why the back end of his kart isn't stepping quite as much as it is for Alfie behind. But Alfie Hale is now on his rear bumper. You've got a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 kart train going through the left-right chicane up towards the first hairpin. Now it's Tom Fox who feels the need to go defensive with 3 minutes on the clock here, as Alfie Hale now is starting to feel a bit racy again, as he's trying to get back into second place to try and emulate the result that he got in his second heat. Over the line they go. Danny Hale leads from Tom Fox, Alfie Hale, and then Matthew Bolton's penalty falls him down the order, with Harley Smith running 5th on the road, Taylor Barnes running 6th, Jamie Foster running in 7th on the road, and Chris Ball running in 8th. He's definitely going to want to try and get on terms with this group. He's not going to be happy down in 8th place, the vice champion from last year, wanting to move forward here and try and go one better than he did last year, but different drivers are trying to struggle. We've seen over the course of this whole event, we're seeing drivers who've been here before maybe struggling a little bit more, and it's new names up towards the fronts of each of the classes. Obviously, Alfie moves up from middleweights, but Danny Hale was 14th last year. Tom Fox was 16th last year, and now they're running right at the front of the heats in this year's edition.
Have you finished?
Yeah, just about.
You were well in your element there.
Yeah, I was just talking to myself.
Danny Hale is leading 0.5 second. 2.5 minutes left in this row with Alfie Hale in third. But yeah, the concertina is there, and now it is one huge chain of karts. It's not two, it's one, and they're all battling out for this. Who is going to be brave enough to go for a move? If I was Tom Fox, right, I'd be thinking about it. He's been so fast. At one point there, he was about half a second a lap quicker when he closed up. Like, he's got the pace. He's kind of been almost suddenly transfixed on the rear bumper of Danny Hale's kart, whereas beforehand, as you see, if you don't get the move done quickly, then suddenly you get into a bit of a routine, you get into a rut, and suddenly it doesn't really look like he's going to be overtaking. If anything, he's got drivers behind that are really racy, that have suddenly found themselves right smack bang in the middle of the race for the lead. So here we go. We've got just over 1.5. This could be the last lap, probably the last lap, I think. Danny Hale leading Tom Fox there in second place. Alfie Hale third. Harley Smith is in fourth. Taylor Barnes fifth. Jamie Foster is in sixth. Chris Ball seventh. Luke is seventh. Luke Mallard is in ninth. Luke Chard is in eighth. Luke Mallard's in ninth. Zach Venn needed a big result, and he's made up of a few places, but he won't be happy with 10th. There's no doubt about that. Matthew Bolton as well. There's a name from previous BIKC. As we have a look at probably the final run down here in this heat to try and go through. And yeah, there's literally just like a chain of cars. Is it going to be, might be one more lap, 50 seconds on the clock. Let's have a look. No, it's checker flag. And it's a great win for Danny Hale. Tom Fox holds on to second place. Alfie Hale is third. Harley Smith is in fourth.
We got him on the line, I think. Yeah, Zach got him on the line.
Yeah, managed to get Luke Mallard on the line there.
There you go.
As Matty Bolton's penalty left him down in P9, so he was, what, fourth on the road, lost 5 places as a result of that 5-second penalty. Just shows how painful those penalties can be when you do pick them up.
Here we go. Next one we're going to call the chicken run.
Now the chicken's in his coop, ready to go racing.
Here we go. God, number 43. It's the first time we've seen this.
I wonder if he knows how popular he is right now.
I can't remember another driver wearing one of those.
You see how he's got loads of logos all over his race suit? What he's just done there is marketing genius for whoever is on his race suit right there. They're getting a lot of value out of that one.
Perhaps he's marked like chicken soup or something like that. Perhaps he's sponsored by Bachelors. I shouldn't be saying any names.
God, no.
No.
Other brands of soup are available.
Other brands Right, here we go.
We're just trying to get you out of trouble, Russ. Don't worry.
Absolutely. Right, so here we go. So this is the first race of the heavyweights in the second set of heats.
Oh,
you can
man.
understand all of that.
Oh,
But,
the comments have started already. They've started already. I'm not reading that one out. I'll make a mistake.
Let him roost.
There's some of them we can't say, unfortunately.
Come on, everyone's loving the chicken puns.
If he sees a gap, he can't chicken out for it.
In all caps. Oh, God, no, not
Yeah,
the chicken
they're-
puns again.
They're roasting him. They're roasting him here. That's what he said.
Oh,
Come on.
no.
Russ mute button. No, too late. Oh, some iPads doing really funny things. So I don't know they can.
Sadly, the mute button has been removed, and we're not allowed to mute Russ anymore.
I can see graphs and all kinds of technical stuff I know absolutely nothing about. I'm going to ignore.
Here comes the director to fix it.
He's getting Bill
John's
putting
like,
the Russ
hang on.
mute button back in.
We cannot.
Russ has
We
done a
cannot
thing, and we
not-
don't know what the thing is.
It's been like that for ages.
Oh, so it was one button away.
Oh, I didn't know what button. Well, you don't know what button it is, then you don't know what button it is.
The Russ mute button was just one button away. That's what I'm hearing right now.
Okay, right. Here we are. So back to the heavyweights in the first race, as I said, in the second set of heats. Now, usually we have seen in the second set of heats, we've seen racing which is a bit more overtaking. It's almost like drivers understand that they've got to get the move done if they're going to have a decent grid position in the semi-finals. And if they leave themselves too much to do in the semi-finals, it will effectively remove their opportunity, potentially, to become BIKC champion of 2024.
Yeah, and this obviously a very mixed up grid, and we'll go through it quickly here. So on the front row of this one, it is Saul Gregory and Hassan Zafar. You can't exclude Aaron Mitchell-Begley from third position there, with Martin Cooper on P4. Tom Wiltshire, Ross Sandwell, Dan Evans, Hugh McDonald, Lewis Tomo, Dave Harvey, Martin Rowe, Mason Hans, Bilal Khan, and Michael Herm are your
I think they should do random
riders.
weight checks. The guy in cart 43 looks as light as a feather. That's a belter, Kevin. Thank you very much.
Oh, imagine if we still ran featherweights. We could make that joke all day.
I know.
We still ran featherweights. We could make that joke all day. But thankfully for everyone's sanity, Liam Silkson's clearing the grids. That means he's happy. Looks like we're under starters orders here. So the lights come on once again. The last heat for this group of heavyweights. We're halfway through the heats at the end of this one. So off we go. We are racing once again. And it looks like Aaron Mitchell-Begley has got the jump there. It looks like one of the Ratio Drag drivers. That looks like Tom Wiltshire got a really good start. They're 3 wide going into the third hairpin behind.
big
Hugh
contact.
McDonald goes down the inside. He tries to go around the outside once again.
Cut 5.
We got the pig out there. That looks like that's Lewis Tomo has jumped in. Is that the defending champion is now in
That's
the pig
David
helmet?
Harvey with
David
the-
Harvey's in the pig helmet. So we got a cart in the barrier down at the bottom section
I tell you
of the
what
circuit.
a start from driver number 5, Lewis. Lewis was nowhere near 9th, but he was up to about 5th or 6th through those first section of corners.
Yeah, just double checking the driver is all good, and I'm assuming.
There we go. We got a pig, a chicken, and a
That was
pig.
incredible.
Right, cue the pig jokes.
Yes, we need pig jokes now.
That's really saved his bacon, Bob. I'm putting that on.
Well, to be fair,
to start the ball
I've got one on
to be
Uproad
fair,
to try it.
David Harvey is someone who needs his bacon saving from 10th place there, the defending champion. If he wants to try and take the title away, take the title back, he's going to have a really big effort to try and do this. As look at all the drivers just sat watching the lights at the moment while we wait to find out if everything is okay in the bottom section of the circuit. And the marshal's just been told they're going to going down, telling the drivers that they're going to be heading back towards the grid for a restart and waiting for the lights to change.
Okay, here we go. So there's Charlie there.
So I'm pretty sure with this being on the opening lap, this will go back to the original grid.
Oh, I tell you what, I feel for cart number 5, Lewis, driver number 5, really do, because he had an absolute
There's
belter.
the 16s. That is, I think that is the 16 off the top of from what I can see there. The lights are just
There's a bit of
obscuring the
shine,
number a
isn't
little
it?
bit. Light's just obscuring the number a little bit, but I think that is the number 16 of Bilal Khan, who's down at the bottom section of the track. So, yeah, he's the one that was deposited towards the barrier during that one. And
Brad Philpott, wow, a Larry Furley comedy helmet, because look, we are fueled by fun. This is indoor go-karting. It's up to the drivers, it's perfectly legal.
Yeah, the drivers all now being signalled to head.
What other animals can we get? We might have a whole farmyard by the end of the by the grand final.
Oh no! I think what's happened is all the drivers have seen how much airtime Aaron's getting as a result of this, and are thinking, "Oh, I know what I'll do. I'll get involved in this one as well."
This guy said his tyres are squealing.
Oh no! Oh no! We've opened a whole new can of worms here.
We have. But nobody's dressed as a worm, so you're lucky on that one.
A whole new can of worms have been opened with this one. So the drivers are going to head back down to the grid. This is going to be based off the original grid, so the order that you can see on the screen here. So it's really going to... yeah, it's going to put Aaron Mitchell-Begley back in position. Tom Wiltshire had a decent start, but wasn't able to capitalise on it. And Lewis Tomo, if he's moved up the order very quickly, it's going to put him back down to P9. So it's going to be interesting to see how this one goes once again as the drivers all come back down with David Harvey in the 38. The irony is that's a defending champion that's that's wearing the big helmet cover there. So
I'll be honest with you, the marshals make a bit of a pig's ear of this, I'll be honest.
I think, do you see all the hand gestures from Mason Hands? I think he was telling everyone exactly what happened just by the hand gestures there to say, yep, this happened, contact was made, driver was deposited towards the barrier, and that was the end of that.
King Charles says, come on, guys, these pig jokes are a bit of a bore.
Come
on.
No.
Come on.
You're loving this.
We'll get on to cat grease in a minute.
Oh, wow. So the carts being marshalled back onto the grid in the correct order. As soon as they're there, Mr. Silkston will go down the grid, double check it is all correct, and we'll be able to get off and racing once again. I've just heard one over my shoulder there saying that he's hogging the limelight.
Hogging the limelight.
Lewis Hamilton.
We love it. Dear, oh dear.
What's terrible now is we're getting worse suggestions from behind us in the gallery. Thankfully, the red lights come on so we can have something else to talk about here. No puns, no pun intended, but the lights go green and we're racing once again. The 43 once again makes a really good start. Tom Wiltshire looks like he's gone down the inside of Martin Cooper, but Cooper, oh no, no. Just as we were saying, Martin Cooper had a good start with Tom Wiltshire. Cooper's been deposited towards the barrier, and there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 carts that are in there. I tell you what, Barry R's getting a proper workout today, as Mr. Silkston no longer has taken them on the grid, put them back on the grid.
Put bad luck into the year.
Indeed.
Oh, I'm really glad the guys behind us don't have mics, because these are even worse than anything you guys have been suggesting. But this time, instead of going red for this one, it looks like this one's being covered under yellow. So as soon as the circuit is clear, we'll be able to go off and running. So Martin Cooper very not happy with that one, but it did look like it was a bit of a squeeze from Tom Wiltshire. So I'm assuming that race control will be having a good look at that one. And thankfully, it was in vision this time, so we may be able to have a look at that one ourselves. As the lights are back to green, Saul Gregory's got the drop on Aaron Mitchell-Begley. And Hassan Zafar still in third place. That is, I think... Oh, no, we've got another one in there.
Goodness me.
Oh, wow. We've got another one.
Look, the pig's in space.
Dave Harvey's involved in this one as well. I think that's the 21 of Tom Wiltshire. Is that the 21 of Tom Wiltshire involved in that one? So again, top 4 have got through that. And Dave Harvey's trying to squeeze through the gap as... Wiltshire's rescued from the barrier. The lights stay yellow this time, so we do keep racing, but now it's a very big gap. What it has done is it's allowed Martin Cooper to catch up onto the back of the pack, so he at least, once the lights go green, can have a crack at doing some overtaking here.
I think they should do pig puns in Formula 1. It doesn't have liven things up.
What, be a 5-second penalty for Oinkon? So lights are green, and we're now racing once again as Aaron Mitchell-Begley resumes in second place ahead of behind Saul Gregory, Hassan Zafar, and I think that is that Dan Evans that's there? Yes, Dan Evans up in 4th place. Lewis Tomo, you said he had a good start. He's up in 5th at the moment. Ross Sandwell in 6th place. Martin Rowe in 7th. Tom Wiltshire is falling down the order. Dave Harvey's just come over the line in P8. Wiltshire's in 9th. Mason Hands, Hugh McDonald down at 11th after being caught up in that incident with Tom Wiltshire on the top level of the circuit. Bilal Khan, Martin Cooper has already made one position at the expense of Michael Hearn. But down the ramp they go is Saul Gregory leading Aaron Mitchell-Begley through the chicane. And Saul Gregory just going to try and get his foot down now, and in the 6 minutes that remain, try and build as big a gap he can over the driver that's chasing him in the 43 kart.
It's mad, we've still got 6 minutes to go with this. It's like we've had so many stoppages.
So Martin Cooper there has been assessed a 5-second time penalty for the lap 1 collision. So the collision that ended up with him in a barrier, he's been assessed the time penalty for that one there for causing a collision. So Race Control have had a good look at that one, and they seem to have apportioned blame to Martin Cooper. So that now drops him down to dead last. See if he can outrace the 5-second penalty. He's already got one position on circuit. See if he can get anything else as they now head through the top end of the circuit. It's very close down towards like 10th with Mason Hands, Hugh McDonald, Bilal Khan, and Cooper, with Cooper and Herm in there as well. So potential for Martin Cooper to make some places and potentially gain some positions. But running away at the front is Saul Gregory on home soil here at Warrington. Heads in towards the second hairpin, and he's about 1.2 seconds clear of Aaron Mitchell-Begley. He's got Hassan Zafar, Dan Evans and Lewis Tomo not too far behind him. They break the beam once again. We get a decent representative lap time for a change of 52.347. That is 8/10 quicker than Aaron Mitchell-Begley. I think after seeing the times and how much slower he is, he may end up ditching that chicken one.
Because he lost out at the start. He had to go away. He did such a great start and have to start back to the original grid position. He's come back to the field again and he's running in 5th place. It's a great drive.
Yeah, he's got the fastest lap by about 2.5 tenths there as well. So he is definitely going quick as well as being able to
really
race
good
through there.
And he's 4 tenths behind Dan Evans in kart 8 for 4th place. So yeah, and 43 with a chicken, he's doing really well with it. He's running second, 1.6 seconds behind the leader of the race.
Yeah, but look how far back he's fallen away from Saul Gregory at the moment. I think that aerodynamic resistance of the beak really isn't helping him, but he's got the fin on the top of his helmet that may be directing the air towards Hassan to try and slow him down. But Saul is absolutely flying here. He's another 4.5 tenths clear this time around. So he is just running away and hiding at this point as it looks like the 43 of Mitchell-Begley is just holding everyone up here. He's going defensive up the ramp. It's a 4-kart train. It's a black and white comes out for, I think that was Hugh McDonald. You saw that one there. So McDonald running down in 11th on track it's the P11 on circuit from what we can see there. Just behind Tom Wiltshire after being caught up in that incident. But Mitchell-Begley in the 43 has now got 5 karts tucked up behind him. So 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th and 6th. All the way down to Ross Sandwell, and Martin Rowe isn't a million miles away from this. So in 3 minutes, he could be on the rear bumper of that pack as well.
So number 9, Sol, has checked out, I think, in the lead. He has got it absolutely in the bag. 2.8 seconds is that lead. The whole race is centering around the chicken run, let's call it, with 43. Aaron holding everybody up, holding 1, 2, 3, 4 karts up there. Hassan, Dan, Lewis and Ross. You just sense if anybody's going to make a move, it's going to be Lewis, because he has done the overtaking in this race, and he's done it before he got moved back again, and then has done it all over again. So it has to be said that he's done brilliantly, and of all the drivers who have done overtaking maneuvers, he has been the one that's done the most. So let's see if he can pull off another one. So yeah, Aaron's still there. He's got a very neat line. It's very composed, and he's not flustered in any kind of way, I would say. He's going around there, and he's just keeping it as very, very smooth, and that's the reason why we haven't really had any driver even have much of a look in to try and overtake Aaron, to be absolutely honest. And even then, he's got about half a kart width between himself and Hassan, who has got Dan Evans and Lewis absolutely right behind as we head round with 2 minutes to go. Time for another couple of laps. I would have thought maybe just one more. We shall see. So here we go. And further down, we've got Ross in 6th, we've got Martin Rowe in 7th, David Harvey 8th, Thomas in 9th, Hugh McDonald is 10th, Fred Ladders in 9th, Mason in 12th, Michael Hermes in 13th, Martin Cooper is in 14th. I think, yeah, it could be either way here. Could be either way. It could be 1 lap to go. They did hold something out there.
Yeah, so I think it's 1 lap to go through this one. So these are supposed to be 8-minute heats, but we get 10 minutes on the clock. So just means that everyone can get through and complete the times and make sure everything's recorded correctly. But it is still Aaron Mitchell-Begley who's defending like mad, really, from Hassan Zafar, who is tucked up under the rear bumper. 3.7 seconds now is the gap between Mitchell-Begley and Saul Gregory, who's up in front. He really has run away and hidden in this one, with Dan Evans just behind Lewis Tomo, Ross Samuel, Martin Rowe, David Harvey, Tom Wiltshire. He does have Martin Cooper on behind him on the road, but he now drops to 13th as a result of the penalty. You can see the gap that that big group ended by Martin Rowe have over the rest of the field, as Gregory comes to the line to seal the win in his second heat of the day. Saul Gregory, 9 laps completed and a 52.5 to finish the proceedings. Aaron Mitchell-Begley comes home in second place. He may be having fun with the helmet cover, but he's definitely a serious racer. Is Aaron Mitchell-Begley. He's managed to hold off Hassan Zafar, Dan Evans, Lewis Tomo, Ross Sanwell, Martin Rowe, Tom Wiltshire, David Harvey comes home in 9th position, with Hugh McDonald classified 10th, Bilal Khan, and Martin Cooper, after that penalty, ended up in 12th position. Mason Hans and Michael Herm complete your 14 runners and riders in this group. So we move back to the middleweights for yet another
last chance for
race.
Their last heat will be the what we will be going through. We've got 2 more heats to go. It'll be the final heat for the middles and the final heat for the heavyweights. So, yeah, that is all to come. But, yeah, really, just wondering what track that Aaron is from.
Bristol.
Because is he from Bristol?
Yeah, he's a Bristol driver.
Yeah. Representing well for us today.
Yeah, he might be,
I think he might be from Ducklands.
I didn't even know where the idea came from for a helmet fuzzy, I'm not going to lie.
So, didn't you have someone who said they were going to go out in the pink pig and
yeah, that was
the
Luke
full stag
Chardmayfall, one of
helmet?
the Bristol middleweight drivers.
It's like, oh, I'm going to go and do this. So he must have heard what Luke was thinking, and Aaron went, oh, fine, I'll go do it properly.
Pretty much.
So I wonder if we're going to see any more farm animals pop up. You know, they've obviously doubled over the last race. Will we get any more?
Yeah, I would be surprised. However, we've seen stranger things in BIKC, but yeah, good to see that even though this is a relatively serious competition, the guys are still willing to have a good laugh while doing it, which just reiterates that karting has to be fun. If you're not enjoying it, not having a good laugh, what's the point of racing, really? We all do it for the same. We all do it for the same reason, because we love this sport and we love going out and having a good, either watching a good race or being part of a good race.
Yep.
So being able to enjoy yourself at the same time is a very important part of racing these days. Quite easily forgotten.
Exactly, yeah. Obviously, we saw some questionable overtakes out on there. Obviously, some of them weren't caught on camera. We did get one, which was the race start with the penalty on, I think it was Cooper.
Yes, where it was the Ratio drag driver of Wiltshire and Martin Cooper in the second hairpin on one of the restarts.
We'll have a look back over it in just a moment's time, I'm assuming, once the racing's done,
once we get a little bit of dead space, we'll be able to have a chat, have a look at that one.
So the penultimate race in the heats is being set up on the grid. This is the last we will see of the middleweights when it comes to heat racing.
Imagine if Aaron actually wins the championship with that helmet cover on. He might end up starting a trend in
It'd be brilliant.
The karting championships. They all talk about aerodynamics, and they all try to find the last little bits. I've seen rather interesting solutions for race suits over in Europe and different helmet designs to try and gain every last tenth. And then over in Britain, we have a little bit of fun and make our helmets less
We did
aerodynamic.
have a post that somebody put. A friend of Lando Norris raced with us a couple of years ago, and he had a fuzzy helmet with big ears, and Lando commented on the post, "You're not going to win with those ears, mate." Yeah, that happened we had a few F1 drivers down. We had George Russell down in Leeds
Yeah, that wasn't too long ago.
18 months ago, January, February time.
Interesting person I've seen is Lewis Capaldi came to Cardiff.
Yeah, brilliant.
I've seen Ollie Sykes at Sheffield.
He came
at
to
one point.
Victoria as well.
Oh,
Actually,
really?
he obviously loves his karting. Yeah. Yeah, we have Peter Andre rock up a lot in I don't know how soon we've got to celebs, but we do get a lot of celebs go racing with us. That's so Idris Elba races with us a few times.
I remember one of the fun ones for me, being a massive British touring car fan, we had Tom Ingram come down at one point, and he was starting to ask me tips on how to drive the circuit. Like, shouldn't you already have a good idea of how to do this?
Indeed, right. Okay, did he bring home the bacon? Said Paul B. Yeah, not bad, they're still coming in.
Oh, no.
He did. Well, no, actually, asked the chicken. I'm getting confused between the chicken and the...
Yeah, so
I never thought I would say that in BIKC 2024. Here we go.
Out of everything we could have had, that was not what we were expecting today.
We are waiting the lights. We can see them on the screen. We're waiting for the start of the red light sequence. And I can't read out that one.
Just a good one there. So
not even going to go there on that one. Red light first.
Grid. Lights
2,
come on.
3, 4, 5 red lights. Let's race. Here we go. Okay, we are in with the middleweights on Group 2, and we've got Charlie Ratford leading away from pole position. Here we go, 31.
Dylan Edwards has lost 2 places off second place there.
Gabriel
he's behind
Quinter.
Quinter, and he's behind John Bolter as well. Slater's already getting himself stuck in to try and get himself up the order. Looks like Chris Bruce is just going towards the barriers, manages to get the kart back in a straight line as Ivan Yankov's trying to go down the inside there as well. But it is Charlie Ratford that leads the way up towards the top end of the circuit. He's got Gabe Kinter behind him. He's got John Bolter behind them. Dylan Edwards is down in 4th place at the moment behind Kinter and Bolter. He's behind Lewis Draper, actually. He's lost another one. So from 2nd place on the grid, Dylan Edwards is down in 5th position. He's been challenged by, I think that is Joe Underwood. That's just behind him with Joe Peters tucked up under his rear bumper. Ivan Yankov is just behind them, so Chris Bruce has lost out. Dylan Edwards already going very defensive. We saw Dylan being very aggressive in attack. Now we get to see how aggressive he is in defence. Slater, I think, is already ahead of Chris Bruce, so I think by my math, he's already gone up into the top 10 within 1 lap. It just shows how quickly you can get up through the field. It's going to be interesting to see how he gets up. Yes, there, P10, the Mighty Mini champion, ends up in P10 at the end of the first lap. But Charlie Ratford, the double BIKC Junior champion, is leading the way here at the top end of the circuit. And ready to try and take that off him is Gabriel Kinter.
Okay, here we go. Right. Okay, so yeah, Charlie Ratford. Let's see what kind of race we're going to see from Charlie Ratford, because is he going to go super defensive like he did in his first heat, or is he going to go for some pace? No, I think that answers that question. Straight over to the inside. Now the problem here is at some point in this competition, he's going to need to lead and set good lap times in order to give himself the correct grid position. Even if he does win his semi-final, if he hasn't got the lap time, it'll mean he might be starting from the now infamous 2nd grid slot. And he might be exposed. So at some point, but it's very strategical from Charlie. At the moment, there's no doubt it's working because he won his first heat and he is leading the 2nd heat. 7.5 minutes to go of this, and he is in the absolute box seat. Gabriel Quinter in 2nd. He's been quite aggressive, I would say, not in a bad way, but in a very much assertive way. It's very assertive to get back into 2nd place off the start line there. So it'll be interesting to see what he makes of the inside driving that Charlie Ratford is doing. But there's no doubt it's working. He's making his car very...
Oh, look at that!
Messy. Oh!
That was very messy. That was Joe Peters being spat out towards the scenery, but I think that was Joe Underwood also involved in that one. So that's going to give Race Control something to take a look at. And they're going to be very busy at the end of the last couple of races. There's a lot for them to digest in this one. But the 37 looks over his shoulder to see Gabe Kinter is still there with John Bolter, Lewis Draper, Dylan Edwards, your top 5. And then by the looks of it, it's just about everyone else is running in 6th position with how hard they are fighting at the moment. Down the ramp, down the first ramp they go through the double left-hander. It looks like Bolter's actually looks like Bolter's closer to Kinter this time round. He's broken the top 3.
Kinter is also very
breaking away. Oh, Joe Peters is there. Joe Peters is facing the wrong direction. We saw him involved around the outside of the drivers down at
it's a
second
terrible
hairpin.
race.
Yeah, this is going to be a race for Peters to forget. The lights are going to go back to green, and we're going to be able to go racing again. So Peters has a lot of work to do. That does move Alex Pink off the back of the grid. The driver only saw this track for the first time yesterday, so he's already improved his times quite a bit. He's down in the 53.5s at the moment, so he's already quicker than anything he did yesterday. As experience over the course of the day is starting to help him out. But Ratford leads his way up the top end of the circuit. The driver racing out of Harlow won 2 championships for Basildon in the junior championship. And down in the bottom section of the circuit, Gabriel Kinter, one of the Cardiff drivers, is currently trying to take that lead off him, with John Bolter making the trip down from Scotland. He was practicing under a pseudonym, so people couldn't see how quick he was going. And as they go through the top end of the circuit, Dylan Edwards looking very, very aggressively at the back of Lewis Draper. Again, we've seen him aggressive in defence, and now we get to see what he can do in attack. As they go through the top end of the circuit once again. Over the line they go. The top 3 separated by just half a second. It's getting very, very close here for the leaders. Ratford is still defending for his life. We saw these guys in the low 52s at the start of this race. Ratford is currently running a 52.6. So he's backed his pace off massively as here comes Bolt around the outside of Kinter. He's not close enough to go for it this time. Fastest lap is held by Sam Slater the last time around as he chases down Ivan Yankov, and he tries to move into 8th position. He's managed to get past Christopher Bruce, and Sam Slater now setting his sights on Yankov, who is hailing out of Manchester Victoria. The 16-year-old in his first BIKC finals is going to go up against a 3-time champion. It's going to be interesting to see how Ivan fares with that one. But we're watching Gabriel Kinter on his first BIKC final go up against a 2-time champion for the lead of this race, with I think it's 8 drivers in this fight, all the way down to Ivan Yankov. So in a couple of laps, Mr. Slater could be knocking on the door of this battle, but Charlie Ratford defending for his life as the 2-time junior champion looks over his shoulder to try and defend from Gabriel Kinter in the bright orange. You're not going to miss them behind you as John Bolter tries to get down the inside. It's all backing up a little bit round the outside. That looks like Kyle Evans has been left out to dry by Ivan Yankov. Look, he's now at the back of that pack. Sam Slater's come in to join the party.
Oh, really good. So I thought there that Charlie Ratford might actually, with that gap that came, I thought he might really go for it and really try and put some distance, because no doubt Charlie Ratford does have the pace, because he wouldn't be anywhere near the position if he didn't. So the pace is at his disposal. This is a choice to actually defend, and it's a very good choice, if I'll be honest, because he's doing it really, really well, frustrating a lot of drivers. But the way he's driving is much, much more chance of there being a bit of chaos behind, because literally drivers are having to back off and lift off and be very, very careful, which is why we literally got driving. It almost forces the drivers behind into driving literally bumper to bumper, because they daren't do too much, or they will basically expose a gap that they might lose a position. We've got a warning that's gone out for Dylan Edwards for contact, so it's not a penalty, it's a warning. Here we go, that's Sam Slater making a move. They have to see what you think he was on alongside there, is what I saw a very quick shot of that, but that'll be again one for the stewards, but I think that looked all right, and that was a really, really good move. Sam Slater is, he is a BIKC champion 3 times, and he is very much capable of making moves, where a lot of drivers wouldn't even think of making a move, and that was definitely one of them. So here we go, we've got 2.5 minutes left of this, and once again, Charlie Ratford just leaves the door open just a little bit, just so Quintus just have a little look down the inside, but you're not getting through there, because there's nowhere near enough space in order to fit a cart down there. But just tempting to say, hey, this is what you could have, this is where you could go.
Yeah, just shows him an open door to potentially try and move down the inside, just to try and maybe entice Gabe to go for a move that might not work, or might pay dividends for him. The top 3, though, have broken away a little bit over Lewis Draper and Dylan Edwards as they go through the top end of the circuit. It is 1, 2, 3 all together, and then Louis Draper defending against Dylan Edwards as the guys are going down in towards the bottom end of Joe Underwood with Carl Evans, Sam Slater up into 8th position from 13th on the grid. So a good recovery drive as a penalty ball goes out there.
Ooh.
That is a 3-second time penalty for car 11. So that's for Dylan Edwards for loading. So he was given a black and white earlier on. He's now been handed a 3-second time penalty because he didn't heed the warning he was given. So Dylan Edwards will now drop down by my math to about 11th place, so maybe 10th or 11th, depending on how quick he can get through this pack. As that being said, the pack is very, very close, as everyone now is forming up behind Ratford, and it even looks like the fight behind with Owen Stern isn't too far behind this one as well. The whole field at the moment is only separated by about 11 seconds, which is possibly the closest race we've seen all day, with the whole field being together. You can see carts darting left and right to try and find every advantage they can, but they're all just being held up by Charlie Ratford. It's a very, very well-driven defensive drive from Charlie Ratford, who's going to come through under the Dunlop Bridge to take the checker flag. 2 from 2 for Charlie Ratford. Gate Quinter comes home in second place. John Bolter, Louis Draper, Joe Underwood in 5th. Sam Slater at the flag ends up 6th place thanks to the penalty for Dylan Edwards. Carl Evans in 7th place. Ivan Yankov in P8. Chris Bruce in P9. Owen Stern P10. That penalty drops Dylan Edwards to P11 after a very aggressive defensive drive from the Warrington driver. Then Nathan O'Dell, Josh Short and Joe Peters after that spin ends up 14th, with Alex Pink in P15, who over the course of the day has already improved his lap time quite a bit, considering he's never seen this track before.
It's really good, and we've got one more race left in the heats, and then we'll be going through to the semi-final stage. So it's all very, very good racing. Yeah, we've had a few incidents, we've had a few cuts in the barriers, but you can't argue with the commitment and the skill and the strategy. If I'll be absolutely honest, there is, as the years go by, we do see just more and more strategy going on. My thoughts right, be interested to see what Charlie does, actually. I don't think he's going to be able to stay driving defensively for the rest of the event, and the reason for that is the Joker lap. I think if there are drivers getting held up, the Joker lap will easily give them the opportunity to get into pit lane, to get out, to get some clear space. So at some point, we're going to have to see Charlie really go for the pace. He's got the pace because he's starting the races from pole position. That's because he had such a stunning qualifying session. All those pole positions are very much deserved. But it will make things, I think, when we get to the final, and we are assuming that Charlie will make it to the final, but I think it's a fairly solid assumption that, because he hasn't put a foot wrong all the way through the competition so far. But looks interesting. It's food for thought, is what I would say.
Yeah, it's going to be very interesting when we get towards the final, and we're not a million miles away from it now. We've got one more heat, and then we will go into the semis. 4 semi-finals will await us, and then we will have the 2 main events where we'll hand out the last 2 BIKC championships. We'll see who will join Amansi Nwosu, Jake Anders, and
Kai.
And Kai, I completely forgot that. I remember you were saying that. My mind went complete blank earlier then. Yeah. You were saying earlier that we were arguing over when the timing screen went down of how hard it was to actually follow the end of that race. Yeah. And no one really knew what was going on at the end of that one. Hence why
we knew what was going on. We knew exactly.
We had a vague idea. We made it sound like we knew what we were going on about. Absolutely. I'm just going to write that down for when I try that again later.
There you go. Let's hope that we get some better driving standards on this race here. Again, not saying that it was anyone's particular fault. It could just be racing incidences that caused the contact with barriers. But again, we're heading out to the grid now. Obviously, this is the final heat, so let's see if we get any good positions gained to help them in the semi-finals.
So here we go. Let's see if there's anything in the chat. There's a lot of people just chatting to each other. Not even to us, just chatting to each other. Which is, yeah, Jake, there's a... PTM Rose, Jake Anders, hot. Yes, he was yesterday, absolutely. Absolutely brilliant racing. And no problem. Thank you. A few shout-outs for the broadcasting. And yeah, the guys behind us do an absolutely stellar job of all the heats. And all these things, they're not easy to do with little lights in. Wait till we get to the Joker lap. Literally, we have a split screen virtually. We have a shot in the pit lane for the drivers coming in, and of course the main racing, and of course the results that are coming in on the left-hand side.
A cool thing to mention this year is the screens on track that drivers can see what position they are, what lap times they're setting, and I think penalties show up on there as well.
Wow. Okay. Yeah. Indeed. You can see. In fact, you see one of those big screens just on the outside of the first hairpin. So let's have a look.
There we go. We have a bit of an announcement for the people in the arena. Is we have merch discounts now. So if you want to go pick up anything from the merch stall, I'm guessing soon.
Programs for $5 at the moment.
Yeah,
programs for
$5.
Who would not want to buy a program with me with a pint of lager in it for £5?
Remember, they do also support Mission Motorsport as well, so it is a very worthy cause you go and help him by picking up a book where you can find all the details about the BIKC, the lead up to the national finals, and meet the team in there, so you know who exactly
also
we're talking
visors.
about.
Visors £2,
Yeah, the
patches £3.50.
To correct, that's visor stickers.
Yeah,
not
visor
actual
stickers, not the
visors.
actual
Joel's in
visors
for
your
2
helmets.
already. Joel wants 2 patches. Yeah.
Oh, man.
Okay.
You're causing all sorts of trouble today, aren't you?
So, here we go. So, there are merch discounts for everybody who is at Warrington. As the lights pop up, as we said, on the screen, we're waiting to go red. Let's have a look. They're wobbling a bit, aren't they? Is the camera wobbling?
It's a little bit
They were
cold
a little
out
bit-
there. It is
they're
a little
jumping
bit
up and
cold
down a
out
little
there
bit.
today, so they may be struggling to hang on.
It's November. Even the cameras are getting cold.
So
They need to come back in here.
The lights start coming on for the final heat of the night, the final heat of BIKC. We are racing once again, and it looks like Perehuda has made a good jump, and Ben Payne's has immediately gone on the offence. He's up into second place at the expense of Anthony Whippage. That's Harvey Sugden-Scott up a position by the looks at the expense of Colin Marshall. Whippage is falling down the order. Very, very quickly. Harvey Sugden-Scott is up in third place. A bad start from Anthony Whippage from second place on the grid. We said that's not the favoured starting position, but it really hasn't paid off for him there, as it looks like Colin Marshall is also falling down the order. He's now behind Stuart Andrew and Russell Endine, with Kai Andrew about to try and go down the inside of him again. They go 2 by 2 up the ramp. We've seen people come to grief up there beforehand, but it is once again Andre Perehuda that leads the way, this time from Harvey Sugden-Scott, as it looks like Hamid Durat just gets a little bit of a bump in towards the barrier on the outside of the circuit. They're going 2 by 2 through the tightest part of the track, but Ben Paynes now is locked onto the rear of Andre Perehuda. We've seen drivers defending for the entirety of the race.
Really racy here.
Ben Paynes wants to get this move done. He wants to get it done very, very quickly. So through the top end of the circuit they go, about to put the first lap in the books. That'll confirm Andre Perehuda as leading the second heat of the heavyweights.
First time we've seen
Payne
Payne absolutely at the front, fighting it out for the lead. And it's great. He knows he needs to make up for a little bit of lost time. He looks behind him, doesn't need to worry about what's going on behind. He can focus all his efforts on Perehuda, who is in lead. And looking behind, I tell you what, as soon as he looked behind, he just lost a little bit of ground. You see it so often, right? The energy comes, right, in the first few laps of attack, and then it just kind of dwindles a little. Come on, Ben, you can do it. Come on, Ben Paynes. Harvey in third, Anthony Whippage in fourth, Stuart Andrew in fifth, Russell Indeed. Colin Marshall's had a terrible race. He's gone down 3 places, down in seventh. Like, goodness me.
There's a move over there. That looks like Joe Powley's losing out of position. That looks like, I was going to say it was Kai Andrew. No, it's not, because Joe Powley's already passed Kai Andrew there. Is that Hayden Harris who's flying through there? He's managed to get 2 places in 1 lap by the look of it there.
Hamid Durat just made up a couple of places through there. That was good.
Yeah,
Okay.
Hayden Harris is up into 8th place. He's had a flying start here at the moment. As Andre Perehuda goes up, it looks like up onto the ramp. Ben Paynes is now 7 tenths behind. He was going on the attack. He's now having to defend from Harvey Sugden-Scott, who is there in third place, as we see a warning being handed out for car 6. That's Kai Andrew for loading. So he's attracted the attention of the officials. Normally, you end up seeing, unless you clean up your act very quickly, the officials normally come down very quickly with a penalty straight after it. But Ben Paynes, having been on the attack, he's now trying to defend from Harvey Sugden-Scott as they go into the third hairpin. Anthony Whippage wanted to try and make up from that poor start that he made, as the black and white flag gets ready to be shown, as Russell Endine goes over the line in 6th place. We wait to see Colin Marshall coming through, Hayden Harris in the 38, Joe Powley and Kai Andrew drops
There's a
down
lot
to
of loading.
11.
14 and 10 also loading.
14
so that's Max and Ethan.
That's Max Taylor and Ethan Bloodworth in 12th and 13th. There's just been a position change between the two of them, so you've got to sort of think that it's maybe a bit tit for tat between those two. But Perehuda just keeping their nose clean at the moment, keeping the powder dry, and just starting to stretch an advantage as Ben Paynes tries to hold off Harvey Sugden-Scott He was tucked up under his rear bumper as they go ready to put another lap in the book. Ben now starts to defend, and you see once the defence starts to happen, it becomes pretty aggressive. The leader just sorts to clear off. Sugden Scott very decisive to the inside. Looked like he maybe just ran out of room on the inside there. He puts his hands up. He's not quite happy with the defence that Ben Payne's made.
That was good defence, though. That was solid. I mean, they came together, but they both got through.
Close enough to have warranted the space on the inside, but once again, if race control will take a quick look at it, the marshals are right down on that corner.
And Parahuda's streaking away because of that.
That's just allowing Andre to get away here.
Yeah,
so up
absolutely.
On the top level.
So that gap is going to be way more than 1.1 seconds as it goes round, but there's no doubt Ben Payne's means business in this. You can see he's just thinking, right, hang on a minute, I've lost a lot of ground here, but there's not much I can do because I've got to defend, because Harvey Sugden Scott is right there. And that was almost a great move. Now, when he actually started the move, I actually thought he was going to pull that off. Let's see if he has another go. Oh, he had a little look at it, because there's no doubt that Ben Payne is leaving a gap there. It's just whether there's enough time for Harvey to get his car in there sufficiently alongside to make the move. But all this, I think Harvey will be working on this. He literally put his hand in the air, but I think that he had every right to turn in. They went side by side. Yes, there was a bit of contact, but Ben came out on top. And so he just needs a little bit more, just needs to be a little bit more further forwards in order to hopefully, well, not hopefully, for him, hopefully get through. But great race. It's good to see Ben just racing at the front of the field. He's in for a real, even if he stays second, he's in for a real good haul of points that really should put him up in the semi-finals, because the one thing he has really shown us is he can race. But at the front, it is Parahuda, and his gap is now, suddenly start coming down. It's now 1 second. So, yeah, let's have a little look how this develops. We've got just over 4 minutes left in the last race in the heats.
Yeah, gap comes down a touch again. It's now just under a second between Parahuda and Paynes, with Sugden Scott, Whippich, Andrew very close behind, and Russell Endine trying to join the party in 6th place. Whippich looks to the inside on Harvey Sugden Scott, but thinks better of it. Has to slow right up to avoid making contact. And all that's done is slow Stuart Andrew down and bring Russell Endine right onto the rear bumper. As Colin Marshall, after that poor start, is still running 7th place, and he does have a bit of a gap over Hayden Harris.
Here we go.
That was a quick red. So something's gone on there. So we haven't seen what's gone on. It looks like the marshals are going out to check on Parahuda. I can't see what's gone on there.
Nothing from race control yet.
So it looks like a car failure by the sound of it. So the red light's for a belt failure. So effectively what's happened is the cart's on circuit and it's lost drive. So they brought it to a stop. And looking at what is down there, my guess is it might be the 21 that has failed based on the carts that we've got down there, unless he's sat just off to the right-hand side out of shot.
Okay, so we're just going to wait here until we find out exactly how long it's going to take to get a fresh cart out. There's a lot of radio messages going on from Silky, the legend that is
Oh no,
Silky.
it's 17. It's Parahuda's cart.
Is it?
So Parahuda's cart's just been turned off by the marshals, so I'm assuming that's the one that's being changed.
Which might explain, maybe might explain why suddenly the gap was coming down quite dramatically. The problem he's got here is he's going to have a spare cart that would have been out in the last run, but would have had about 5 minutes of tyres cooling down. For Parahuda, he wants this to go on as long as possible, because while everybody else is sat there, their tyres are cooling down as well.
Did anyone see how long that was left on the timer, do we know?
6 laps in, so based on that, 7 minutes 44 run. So it's going to be around about 2.5 minutes on the clock. So it's quite literally a 2-lap dash there, and it was the 17 that was swapped out. But with the red lights on, it is literally going to be a 2-lap dash to the finish here. As with the red lights out, it is going to be a full restart. So it will be the last completed lap.
Parahuda will literally not know what he's got underneath him until the first corner.
It's going to be the race start to watch, that's for sure.
It will, because the carts will do, you know, there'll be little slight mannerisms in their handling. And so, yeah, let's see how he deals with that. I think 21, Ben Payne's be thinking, yeah, let's give this a go. Let's give this a go.
Yeah,
Right.
so once they're all happy that everything is swapped over, I can see in the timing software that the cart has been swapped. So as soon as they're all happy, they're going to get the thing back up. They'll get everyone in the correct order, and they'll get them, I'm assuming, back on the grid, and we'll be going again for another standing start. What that's going to do is put Ben Payne on the outside of the front row. So it's going to give Harvey Sugden Scott the opportunity to potentially get into second place. That being said, we have seen some really strong defences from second place. It is possible to hold on. It's not easy, but it is possible to do it. So
You could see some head shaking from Payne's there when he was waiting to be regridded. I think he's nervous about starting in second.
yeah, I think he sort of knows that that this could end up going his way. So Harvey Sugden Scott, that on that original start was 5th.
But we've seen lots of drivers do a great start from P2.
It is doable, but you've got to do it in a very specific way and really trust the person on your inside.
Now,
He's just going to run you out of road.
He's pointing inwards, but only very slightly pointing inwards. Like you might
They may reset that depending on where his car, depending on where his front wheels are.
Yeah, indeed, but he might get away with that.
The most important part, I think, is to not make contact with third place if you're starting second, because that's going to slow you down massively.
And the wheel's got to be straight. As soon as you turn the wheel off the line, then that's it. You lose the momentum. But yeah, interesting stuff as we regrid.
And so Silky's running down the last carts onto the grid to make sure they're in the correct order. He'll go through and double check that we've got the correct carts in the correct formation, and then as soon as he's happy, he'll give the command to race control.
Here we go.
And it'll be a case of looking towards the lights. So we just wait for the marshal at the back to clear, and once he's off the grid, then we'll be able to
He's
go.
got away with that. It's just slightly turned in, unless is Silky going to pick it up at the last minute? No, goes back
No,
down.
I don't think it's aggressive enough to warrant
Exactly, yeah,
adjustment.
that's the point. Yeah, that's my point. I think it's shrewd. It's good.
Yeah, it must have kept the rears within the grid box, because some of the ones we've seen so far have been
You have to
quite
push your
far
rules.
out. So grid marshal clears at the back. It's on to 5 red lights once again. It'll be a short hold.
Oh,
Off
that
we
was
go.
short.
Very short hold. That even caught me out by surprise. And Harvey Sugden Scott goes straight down the inside of Ben Payne's for second place. And Payne's just going to try and come back on Stuart Andrews round the outside. Russell Endine has made a position on Stuart Andrews.
Here we go.
Snatches it right back. And Colin Marshall is trying to make amends for that terrible start he had originally. As a little bit of bumping and barging as they go too wide through the bottom section. But it is for Harvey Sugden Scott. Has Andre Parahuda disappeared? Where is Parahuda? Parahuda has fallen right down the order there. So
No, he has.
really
There was
lost
contact.
out. He's backwards.
Yeah.
He's been spammed backwards. So the early leader in the previous one is against the barrier. Lights yellow, and Harvey Sugden Scott is now
Somehow
in the
leading.
box seat. We didn't see how that happened
I
on our
saw it
screens.
just out. Basically, the drivers in first and second just tangled coming out of that hairpin, and then that enabled
That
all
basically
the drivers
started
to
the
pile
domino
in.
effect.
Indeed.
They went like 4 wide, I think, through that
Yeah.
section of the track.
Yeah,
and Ben
so-
Payne's after getting knocked down is suddenly back up into second position.
Yeah, but now he's got a new challenge in front of him in the form of Harvey Sugden Scott, as that looks like more drivers going side by side in the bottom section. I think that was Mike Allen and Ollie Mboge going side by side for the second to last positions on the grid. And through the top end of the circuit they go, as Harvey Sugden Scott leads Ben Payne over Anthony Whippich, and that looks like Stuart Andrew is there in 4th position with Hamid Darat. With Hayden Harris. He's had a very good race
Look
so
at
far.
Parahuda.
Parahuda is going to be absolutely
Is he out? He might come in the pit
furious.
lane. He might have just come in. I don't know, but he's gone straight
Parahuda
to
is
last.
going to be absolutely furious with that, with the way that he ended up with the cart. He had a cart fail. And then he ended up being dumped around. I don't know if he got full assistance on that one, and yeah, I think the Clarks are going to be busy with that one at the end of it. But I'm just double checking where Hayden Harris started this one, because he's running in 5th place. He started P14 in this heat. So Hayden Harris has had a very good run through the field and has has kept his nose clean throughout the course of this one. Looks like he's trying to defend against, I think that was Colin Marshall, Hamid Darat just there. He's got Russell Endine just behind him.
Oh,
As
6 for contact
between Kai Andrew and Hamid Darat. He backs off, makes sure that Darat goes
And again
back
behind.
in front. That looked like Ethan Bloodworth and Max Taylor come into blows behind, as Ben Paynes has a massive slide through the bottom section of the circuit as the guys are on now the last lap, nearly allowed Anthony Whippich to get back in front. as they now go up on the top section
Surely
of the
the last lap here.
circuit. Stuart Andrew trying to get back on terms with them. Harvey Sugden-Scott has looked into this one here, as Ben Paynes is still in second place. He's defending from Anthony Whitpitch as hard as he can. But really, driver of the race so far has to be Hayden Harris, 14th to 5th in this one. He's made 9 places simply by keeping his nose clean and allowing everyone else to come off in front of him.
A lot of action there, especially involving Perehuda. There's going to the race director's going to have a serious look at this, maybe even after the race, just to work out exactly what happened, because the leader's gone from first to last. Effectively, well, not effectively, that's the way it is.
Yeah, check
Harvey
flag
wins.
then falls for Harvey Sugden-Scott. Ben Paynes comes over the line. Anthony Whitpitch ends up in 3rd place. You see a lot of frustrated drivers not too happy with the results they had at the end of that one. But Sugden-Scott, Ben Paynes, Anthony Whitpitch, Stuart Andrew, Hayden Harris, Russell Endine, Colin Marshall, Hamid Durat, Kai Andrew, Max Taylor, Joe Powley, Mike Allen, John Yuga, Ethan Bloodworth, Olian Bogey and Andre Perehuda after that spin at the top end of the circuit ends up coming home in last position.
Yeah, indeed. So that is the end of the heats. So we're going to basically switch to a break in a second. We will be back for the semi-finals. Top 8 from each of the semi-finals will go through into the grand final. And then we will be we'll be talking about Joker laps. Because if anything needs, it doesn't need spicing up as it is, but we add the Joker laps in, and suddenly I think we've got a titanic battle for the win.
I really enjoyed the instructors. They were a lot of help and helped me to improve a lot as I was going around. I just want to try and get as quick lap time as I possibly can, obviously staying safe as well. So I'd like to thank BizKart for this opportunity and TeamSport, as it really has been an amazing time, and I look forward to doing more events in the future as well. Can't put into words how nuts that is. You just go through turn 1 and it's just 4th gear flat. Oh, just thank you very much for Biz, TeamSport and the BIKC. Best experience.
That was amazing. I've never driven anything like that before. It really was incredible, just the cornering speed, the acceleration, the braking, it was unbelievable. I've done a lot of laps of this circuit on my computer with my wheel. It's been amazing to just see the comparison, but it is actually really close racing them. And I think BIKC especially has just really pushed me forward to learn this a lot, to learn racing a lot better. So I'm looking forward to next year with BIKC and any other racing that I do. Thank you very much, Biz and TeamSport, because it really was an amazing opportunity, and you should definitely try it out next time if you have the opportunity.
Quickly, so red line up with that red line there and just push it on, so you'll probably see better than me. So do you want to try and push it on? Is that central? Yeah? Cool. And once that clicks, that's all then ready to go, but we'll probably do that for you anyway. Just put on the brake and just push it down. With the lever, you can't really hold it, so like how in a road car you might like hold your hand on it all the time. Yeah. If you do that, then it can basically feel a slight bit of tension, and then it'll be like trying to pre-select it for you. So literally hand on the wheel, pull back on the wheel again. Don't try and hold your hand around. If you do that, all it'll do is go like jump forward and then not go into the gear. So you'll know if you've done that. All right.
Hi, my name is Hugh Chambers. I'm the Chief Executive of Motorsport UK, the governing body for motorsport in this country. The British Indoor Kart Championship is one of Motorsport UK's official British titles. It is run in conjunction with TeamSport across their 35 tracks, and with 5,500 competitors each year, I think it is fair to say that it is the largest motorsport championship anywhere in the world. The British Indoor Kart Championship is incredibly important to Motorsport UK. We recognise that indoor karting is the access point for most people in the community for their first taste of getting the thrills of driving a motorised four-wheel vehicle around a track. And the accessibility of that, with 35 centres across the UK, means that we're opening the doors to literally hundreds of thousands of people a year to be able to find out whether they're really excited about motorsport. And putting at the top of the pinnacle of that indoor karting a championship with the BIKC in partnership with TeamSport allows us to find that talent and inspire that talent as a pathway into other forms of motorsport and other forms of karting. So the BIKC is really, really important to us.
My name's Adam, I'm TeamSport's Technical Manager. We'll talk to you a little bit about the cars we've got here and the prep we're going to do. So this is the Biz EcoVolt GT. It's the latest in the electric kart range from Biz Karts. The great thing about the electric karts is it's so much easier than a petrol kart to get them even. You plug it into a laptop, you make sure all the settings are right, the torque values, the power output values, so the karts are super even. Well, obviously the petrol, you have issues with wear on the engine and they come out of the factory different. There's a lot less of that with the electric karts. 44 karts. It's no mean feat getting a fleet test done for all these. We got that done yesterday. Literally 0.2 of a second between the entire fleet. The electric's given us a new lease of life of keeping the karts even. So we've got the two different types of karts here. We've got the adult and the junior. They're very similar under the bodywork. Biggest difference is the adult's got 2 batteries and the junior's got 1. You've got the boost feature on the adult cars, which you don't have on the juniors. Gives you a few hundred RPM extra going down the straight, a bit like DRS in Formula 1. Multiple speed settings available on this. One of the great things about the electric karts is you can plug them in. Got 4 different speed settings on each kart available. We're going to be riding in speed 3 for the juniors today. For the seniors tomorrow, we're going to be up to speed 4. Junior karts are going to be running at speed 4. It really makes it sort of tunable to your audience. The Biz EcoVolt GTs running at the finals of the British Indoor Karting Championships here in Warrington. The future of motorsport, absolutely fantastic karts and a great place to showcase the future of motorsport.
With Sonair, the powerhouse behind incredible and engaging in-store radio. Getting on air couldn't be simpler. We'll look after all the relevant music licensing and broadcast hand-curated music tailored to your brand. Promote your special offers and upsells with minimal effort. No expensive equipment is needed, and there are no upfront installation charges. To find out more, simply visit sonair.io/go live.
Okay, here we are. We're back, and we are going to do some analysis.
Yeah,
aren't
I'm
we,
back now.
Jen? Jen's literally got about 4 instants all lined up. So, Jen, over to you. Fire away.
Thank you very much. There is a special edition clip potentially coming afterwards that has nothing to do with the racing, but it's quite funny to watch. Okay, so this one is going to be the heavyweight grid start, which resulted in Cooper getting a penalty. So I'll watch it back at full speed for everyone. So nice and clean off the line. I'm not sure who that driver is at the back, but that was a really good launch.
Yeah, it was a very good launch. He almost ended up around the outside.
Yeah, there we go. So let's look at it. Let's look at it back and let's see what caused the incident. So obviously see Bentley up in front.
I think the pig caused it.
The pig.
I don't know, actually. I generally don't know.
So we have Wiltshire coming in for a very optimistic move here.
Yes, the contact's already made before we get towards the barrier. He's already starting to push.
Yeah,
the,
so you can
but he's
see
nowhere near
that
alongside.
driver.
Yeah, so you can see here that he's trying to. Obviously, you can't see the brake light at the back, so we can't tell you if he's trying to brake or not. But the contact made with Wiltshire by here starts around about here when he starts to have an issue with steering.
Yep.
And he's getting dragged. He's trying to turn himself around the corner, which has just resulted in the driver getting pushed out the
and
side.
then it's resulted in about 5 or 6 other drivers.
I think he caused that himself.
Ending up in there.
So obviously, I know, bear in mind, like there was a lot of sort of comments about it on the stream, but you can see that
It was
obviously
a day late and $1 short.
Exactly. So I don't
Martin
think
Brundle
Wiltshire
would
was
say.
trying to go for the overtake. I think he was just trying to position his car, and then obviously got collected on the inside barrier.
Yes, the move was already completed out of turn 1, and it was just trying to hang on for dear life. And I think Wiltshire was too focused on the car he had on his outside there. And
he's trying to catch the chicken, really.
Yeah. So there we go. That was that incident for you guys out
it looked
there.
like that stung as well, to be fair.
Yeah, I have done that. It does hit.
Yeah,
So
hurts like a word you're not allowed to say before the watershed.
exactly, but we might be able to describe it with something to do with the chicken. So.
I'll say nothing.
Moving on to the next clip.
Don't.
That is almost a mute button for Russ there. So
he thought about it.
This is into the middleweights now, Group 2. This is the incident with Joe Peters. So we had a little bit of a wobble earlier into this lap, and then coming around to this corner here, we're seeing some good defending from Ratford, followed by Kinter, and then we've got...
Yeah, so there's Peters there. He's down the inside. He's been...
Oh, dear.
collected by the driver in 35.
Yeah.
You can see the
It's not on.
frustration. Then to be honest, the guy in 38 kind of finished him off.
Yeah, he just pulls straight. He keeps his foot on the he keeps his foot on the accelerator and just tries to pull out and continue.
Yeah.
Regardless of the fact that there's a car sort of in his way.
That was just really unlucky for Peters there.
Yeah, so again, another move that's a day late and $1 short. And I'm pretty sure that one was dealt with by means of a 5-second penalty as well. So
exactly,
yeah,
I feel extra bad for the driver just finishing him off there.
Yeah, I think that's
frustrating.
I wouldn't say that was
Peters.
contact, it's more full-blown murder. So,
There we go. That was definitely not a move that was going to play off in anyone's
that's not
favour.
how you do it.
All right, so then we've got the move with Ben Paynes in the heavyweight heat. So obviously turn 1, nice and clean. Coming down to the inside line, Ben is defending. Obviously kart 2 is looking for a switchback. Paynes goes slightly to the left.
So this again is a move we've seen quite a few times. So Paynes has set the cart up on the inside. You can see Sugden Scott's hard on the brakes at this point. Paynes hasn't even touched them.
Yeah.
So
I don't know if this is a braking corner if you're taking the racing line, to be honest. So
no, I would either, personally, I'd probably take it flat, but I have quite a lot of success ballast myself. So it probably, for most drivers, is a lift, would be my guess.
He's also out of control, I would say, on the inside.
I think the braking's too late.
Yeah. He kind of collects into.
I think so.
It's fine.
It looks like, from what we can see, that Paynes has committed into the corner, and there's probably not quite a cart's width on the inside.
yeah, it's a very late move. I can see what the driver was going for. You can see he kind of makes contact a little bit with the back of 21 there as well. But the only way he would have made that overtake cleanly is if he turned into the driver and pushed him offline, which wouldn't have been cleanly anyway. So
No. That really wouldn't have worked.
No, so it was unfortunate. It was a good attempt at the overtake, though. But obviously,
Yeah, the fact that it ended up with it was an attempt at the move. However, it didn't look like anything was lost or anything was gained there. So
yeah, so no one lost
probably
anything.
go down the
so
route of that would be a black and white and keep a very, very close eye on him for doing anything else at that point.
exactly, there we go. So then we have the leader that got obviously dropped from pole to the
this
back.
one I missed this one.
Can't wait
so
for this.
I'm interested to see how this goes.
I'm going to play this full bit in slow motion because I have absolutely no idea what happened.
Yeah, I missed this. I missed this as well. So
Where is the leader currently? He
the
is
leader's
leading.
currently there at the third, just going into the third hairpin. So the side by side, it's a repeat of that move we just looked, but this time it looks like it was clean. There was no contact, so it just goes out of shot there.
I think he
focusing on
pushes him in the
big
barrier.
pack, but the spin ends up happening
He's
about
out of
4 or 5 corners later.
Yeah,
so you can see he's already gone.
He's lost a bend there, obviously because he had the speed coming up the inside.
Yeah.
Coming through Dunlop 2.
So the bit we see is of that third hairpin. I'm okay with that, and you can just see he's right in the pack there, trying to hang on for dear life. The 3 wide into that bottom corner there. That's not how that's done, and it looks like is that Colin Marshall and Joe Powley involved in there as well.
So we can't see the original contact.
Yeah, so
it might have been
you
the
can
driver
just
in
see
the
it
red,
there.
yellow,
So he's
and
sideways on the way in.
Yeah.
So at that point, he's sideways on the way in. Another driver's gone down his inside. Yeah, that just looks very messy from there.
Yeah,
it's like
so
everyone realising there's only about 2 laps to run, and everyone's tried to win the race by the first corner as quickly as they can. And that just got very, very messy.
Exactly. I think the penalties that were handed out have obviously penalised the drivers for what happened.
And to cut back to that post-race after the checkers went and before as we went to a break, a 5-second time penalty was assessed to cart 16 and to 43. So 16 was Joe Powley, the driver in the black and red that we can see involved over there, and to the 43, the other driver that we can see involved in that incident. So the incident was seen. It was caught by race control. They do have a camera looking pretty much straight at that corner. So the 2 culprits were caught and swiftly dealt with, but that still doesn't help Andre Perehuda at all. And I think we have another little bit to take a look at here from the same incident. So it's just a little bit after. So we play this forward. Let's see what happens here. So Andre's over there. Just see, so one of the marshals has gone over to him there. And let's have another look at that one.
It's right at the
He's
start.
no,
we got it. Dear.
And that is why our team sport marshals are trained not to run to an incident. So
he did try and
Let's get it in
step
slow
over.
motion, shall we?
He just got it wrong.
So he's
oh no!
And thankfully, I can confirm that the only injury to the marshal was a bruised ego. Yeah,
Look at him
you
smiling.
can see the problem is he looks over, sees the camera, realises what he's done, and realises that it's going to live on the internet for the rest of his life.
Yeah, we need to cut and save that. To be honest,
that's the sort of clip that gets pulled out at a Christmas party.
One more time, there we go. Boom.
There he's in midair.
To bear in mind, I'm pretty sure our head of health and safety's on site, so I'm pretty sure he'll be analysing.
Yeah, this didn't happen. See, he's up right now.
Like
there we go. That's how he originally started.
Yeah, so we'll just pass over. I'll just text my general manager and just make sure the paperwork was filled out for that one as well. So, but yeah, just to prove that anything can happen in BIKC, and usually it does.
It shows initiative. He was trying to get there as fast as possible.
Yes, he kind of tripped on something He kind of jumped and then tripped on something that he was behind him as he was jumping. It's like strange.
Yeah, the sad part is I also told him we didn't have that footage as well, so he stuck his head in and went, "You guys better not have that, you better not have that, you better not have that." And it's like, yeah, no, we definitely don't know. We don't have it. It just means we didn't have it queued up immediately, so...
There we go.
So here we go. We have drivers starting to make their way towards the pit area, as we are very close to the middleweight semi-final number 1. So there's 4 semi-finals, 2 for the middles and 2 for the heavies. And we will
sorry,
then...
my phone's just gone off with a notification from the work group chat already, being like, do you have a nice trip?
Boom, boom.
Dun-dun.
Oh, the puns.
We've been
ABC penalty for the barrier there. Yeah, you're not wrong.
Yeah, it's definitely advantage by contact there, and yeah, that is proof of why I always tell people don't jump over a barrier, because the moment you try it, something bad will happen, and yeah, they've just proven exactly why that ended up.
Someone just said as well, asking if he had a nice trip. Yep.
Yeah, we'll ask him to send a postcard next fall from that trip.
Caught in 4K. Oh, he's getting them all.
Oh, no. Let's see if he's in... I don't think he's in the pit lane at the moment.
We should definitely try and get Lex an interview with him later.
No, Lex actually interviewed him yesterday. So he was the one that ended up dragging the other marshal over and had the most awkward interview ever. So yeah, it's not been a good day for him. I won't name and shame him, but yeah, he's not had a good day in front of the cameras. But
Indeed, he hasn't. However, we get to the semi-final stage. Okay, so as I said, we got 4 semi-finals, 2 for the middleweights and 2 for the heavyweights. And it's the top 8 drivers that we're looking forward to progress through to the grand final. Now, of the winners of each, they will occupy the front row, and it will be lap times in the semi-final that will decide exactly who gets what position. So this is interesting because there's been a lot of defensive driving from a lot of drivers in order to win. But at some point, that defensive driving has got to turn into attacking driving, unless they are pinning their hopes on making a fantastic start on that grand final. And the other thing which we are just going to start talking about is the Joker lap. So just to explain again what the Joker lap is, it is that when we run the grand finals, not the semi-finals, that each driver needs to do a Joker lap. They need to pull into the pit lane. As they pull into the pit lane, the car will automatically go down to speed 1. They'll then drive down the pit lane. They'll be asked to come to a standstill. Then they'll be released, and they drive round, and they're not allowed to cross any of the white lines. They'll be released back onto the circuit. And what this has done, and what it did absolutely perfectly, it gives the drivers in the lightweights, it gave the drivers an opportunity to employ strategy. We had a driver go from 15th on the grid and finish on the podium in 3rd. And we had the winner, who was 2nd on the track, and they went for their Joker lap, and then they came out, and they effectively, it's an undercut if we were using Formula 1 terminology. But they were able to really, Kai was able to really pump in the laps. Really, the out lap, he said, was an absolute, one of the best laps he's ever done. And that made up the difference. It meant that when the leader went in to the pit lane, they came out, they appeared, and the leader was back down in 2nd. And that allowed Kai to go and win the race. So it is suddenly turned it into a very highly strategical thing.
I'm interested to see how the middleweights and heavyweights are going to use the Joker lap this time. Now, they've seen it twice over, and obviously you've mentioned strategies previously before. I wonder if they've got any ideas from that.
Yep, totally.
Yes, we've seen, like you say, we've seen various different tactics at play, and it's going to be quite interesting to see who does what. And all the drivers that have been asked previously about what is their strategy for each of the Joker lap, they're all keeping it very closely guarded towards their chest. We've already suggested that potentially if you're at the front, maybe try and go long. If you're at the back, you want to try and go early, get yourself in some clear air. But it is all about trying to figure out where the gap is and where you're going to factor out. So,
and I don't think there's much planning. I think a lot of the drivers, it's got to be instinct. I mean, unless you come in on lap 1, and we did have 3 or 4 drivers come in on lap 1, and that was interesting.
For some of them, it looks like it's sheer fear. So they see the driver coming out. No, we said this before, that people get scared into taking their Joker. They see the guy in front of them or realise the guy behind them's gone in. They try and dive straight for the pit lane to make sure they don't end up losing out or have enough time to try and
but if you've got a leader that's holding up the entire pack, I think we'll see loads of drivers pile into the pit lane for it. Absolutely loads. And the leader who's trying to defend, they're going to have to attack at some point because they can't remain defensive because they will easily end up dropping down the order.
Yeah, it's interesting that drivers are trying to come into the pit lane straight after someone in front of them to try and cover them off. I just don't think it works. I don't think you need to do that. I think you have enough time and enough pressure off your back, basically, to keep pushing for your laps and keep making your way forward.
It's basically forcing drivers to stop defending and start attacking. And it means that the drivers that are out there just for defense, it means that suddenly they can't defend against it, because there's somebody out there with a clean track in front of them. Exactly what happened earlier on in the lightweights. There's somebody out there with a clear track in front of them just pumping in the lap times while they're going around driving very, very defensively, trying to keep people behind. And that's the reason why it's made a difference every time we've used it so far this weekend. Yesterday we had a driver stay out there really, really late, and as I said, it really affected the race, which is fine, well within the rules. It basically blocked in second to third, which is basically effectively on the track first and second, and gave us the absolutely grandstand finish that we all wanted to see from the top two drivers that were racing, Bobby Berger and Jake Anders. So it is proving to be quite popular, is what I would say.
Yeah, I think the Joker Lap's one of the best additions we've seen to BIKC so far. Obviously, I like the addition with the qualifying format. Obviously, 3 heats in the final was a bit controversial because you had drivers out of position, so a lot more contact was being made. This has made it a lot more fair and clean racing. And then obviously the second heat then, where you start where you finish in the first heat, allows drivers to climb up the order and make a comeback during the race.
Because it is hard to overtake here, especially when we've got drivers as good as defensive driving as what we've got here. So it just means that if you're absolutely fantastic at defensive driving, it won't necessarily mean that you'll be winning BIKC.
Yeah, it's been quite interesting over the course of the day to see exactly how it all, works, and how the drivers make it out in terms of positions, and hopefully we'll be able to see exactly how that plays out in about an hour or so time. So the first of the semi-finals is coming up. The last of the drivers are just getting themselves into their carts. You see the CLOs just making sure they've got everyone in the right positions.
Just to answer Ian's point, what the time difference, there's a few people thinking about 18. We think 14.
We seem
14 seconds.
From what we've seen so far, what we did during testing, and from what we've seen over the course of the races, it works out about 13, 14 seconds if you can get it right. Simply because you've got to come into the pit lane, come to a complete stop. Once you've been given the thumbs up from the marshal, then you move off, and you've got to get out without touching either of the white lines.
Because the gap was 13.7.
Yeah, and they came out just behind it as well.
Yeah, indeed.
This is a very busy-looking semi-final from what I'm seeing as I leave the pit lane.
16 karts are going to leave the pit lane to decide who will be making it into the grand final. Remember, we need the top 8 drivers, of each of these semi-finals, and the finishing positions they have will be the rows they start on the grid. So, pole position for this one will be Danny Hale. Alongside him will be Tom Fox. Gabriel Quinto will start on P3, with Harley Smith alongside him. Lewis Draper and Dylan Edwards will start 5th and 6th. We've seen those two have very close fights over the course of the day. Chris Ball will start in P7. Kyle Evans will fill out the 4th row of the grid in P8. Then it is Sam Slater and Luke Shard-Maple on the 5th row of the grid. Joe Peters and Jamie Burke, Nathan O'Dell, Ricky Grosio, Rob Trey and Sam Hill complete the 16 runners and riders that will take part in this first semi-final.
Look at the pole position driver.
I don't think that was intentional. I think he's drawing himself in.
I think he's done that by accident, by judging by the fact that Gabe Quincy started.
He wants to.
Yeah, I think he wants moving forward. I think the easy thing he'll have to. Either that, or he's there he goes. He's just signalling to Tom Foster, right, I'm going straight for the apex, and there's not a damn thing anyone can do about it. But you've got to think Tom is going to be trying to figure out now the way of trying to keep Gabe Kinser behind him here, because we haven't seen many times where the second place driver has been able to hold position. But we have seen many times where they've lost it, fallen down to 3rd, maybe even 4th as well. The inside does seem to have a decent jump off the line, as the last drivers now start getting their way up onto the grid. And as soon as we've got them all, we'll be under starters' orders for the first of the semi-finals. It's really weird to think that for the rest of this championship now, we have, 6 races left? To decide the last 2 champions for the
6
British
long
Indoor
races,
Karting Championship. Yeah,
which I'm really looking forward to, and the best races.
So we got 4 semi-finals, then the 2 main events. Remember, the main events are 20 minutes in length, so very long races, even longer than the 15-minute qualifying session the drivers did at the start of the start
It's still
of the day.
an hour and 20 minutes of racing left.
That was quick math. Quick math. So you beat me on that one. But yeah, some very good racing to come
Here we
towards
go to my
us. There we
justice
go.
cart now.
Silky there is just dragging the car back into position.
To be precise, but hey.
Silky's just dragging the car back into position, making sure it's all in the right place, and he wanders off down the grid to make sure the grid formation is correct. Once he's happy with it, and the CLOs are all good, they'll be clearing the grid. And we will get racing for the first of the semi-finals here. So.
This is definitely a crucial start now for Kinter. If he gets up into second now and puts the fastest lap, then yeah, he's got a chance of starting third for the grand final.
Yes, okay, so here we go. The light icon is up, and it's still shaking a bit. It must be cold out there if the camera's...
It's nice and warm in the comms
Here we go,
box,
red light 2, red light 3, 4, 5... Let's go karting, here we go. Right, Danny Hale leads away from pole position. He made a fantastic
Tom
start.
Fox has lost 2 places there off the start straight away.
Oh
no, 2 of them backwards. That's 2 of the karts backwards. That's the 32. That's
look
Rob
at
Train,
and
Sam
30,
Hill. Oh,
30.
wow.
And in pain. Right, let's move away from that.
That looks like that stung. That was a very manic start.
Like
there was 2
hurt.
karts facing the wrong direction, and we didn't even see the third one that ended up in there. So it looks like 2 separate incidents there, and the drivers are all going to be sat under red light conditions. So it will mean that we'll restart from the original grid, and. I think Tom Fox is going to be very glad that went red, simply because he lost 2 positions. He lost 2 positions straight away. He lost 2 positions straight away. One at the expensive, one from Gabe Kinter, and one of them from Harley Smith. So Harley Smith got a good start.
Look how close the drivers are to the spectators. They're literally, when they stop, when they red light by there, they can literally talk to their friends and family.
Nothing would be more distracting to me, I'm not going to lie.
Yeah, I think that's part of the reason.
So close.
As a spectator, that's one of the good things I love about this circuit. You can quite literally get right in the middle of all of the action here.
Yeah,
it's part of the reason why it's great that we have the podium at the end of the night on the main straight, which is exactly what we'll be doing later on tonight when we get ready to crown the champions later on. But we're just going to double check that the drivers are all good and make sure that everyone is all good. If they do need attention, which I'm assuming they're all good, in the sense we've gone back to yellow lights, and the drivers are going to come round onto the grid, and it will be a restart from the original grid once again.
Indeed. And you're absolutely right. That is a bit of a get-out-of-jail-free card for a few drivers there. And let's hope we get a better stab at the start.
I feel like Kinter and Harley are going to be fuming with that one.
Yeah, indeed. But again, you've got to remember, it's the drivers who have done well off that. They've made the positions up, and suddenly you've got to do it all over again. It swings and roundabouts, isn't it?
Yeah.
We have the starts review in a little bit as well, so we can see exactly what happened. Because I think we were looking more at what was happening at the front than we were at the back, and obviously that's where the contact happened.
Yeah, it got quite messy quite quickly down there, and like you say, Kinter and Smith are going to be very sad that will be a restart. Tom Fox will be very happy that it will be a restart, simply so he can get back into second position, because he will probably admit himself he did not get a good start at all to lose 2 places.
Indeed.
I will say Slater got a decent start. He ended up sat behind Chris Ball there, so he at least made 1 place at the expense of Carl Evans out there. So. As the drivers file through, the marshals will get them back in the correct order, and we'll be able to go racing once again. The good news there is it looks like Sam Hill is there as well. So Ricky Crozier, I think, is driving around. Yeah, I could just see him going down towards the bottom section of the circuit. So while it looked like that stung, Ricky Crozier is going to rejoin the grid as we get confirmation from race control that the driver is okay, which is great to hear. Good news. In an event like this, we don't want to see anyone getting themselves hurt out there. That looked like it stung, but Ricky's going to be able to get back in the race, and hopefully this second start will be a lot cleaner this time around.
Indeed, and it's time to do it all over again, kind of thing. So Tom Fox, he's got to do a better job than what he did on the first start. I think he knows that, if I'll be honest, because he ended up in 4th. And but Danny Hale made a fantastic start. All he has to do is do exactly the same thing as what he did then. Just do that. That was fantastic. Same lines, same everything. Because he absolutely rocketed around the first corner, and he was looking at a healthy lead already after only a very, very short period of the race. But right, there's a few instances there, wasn't there? There was obviously, that'd be real fascinating to see, because first of all, to see exactly what happened with Tom Fox going down to 4th place. Then there seemed to be an instant mid-pack, and there seemed to be an instant at the back as well. And so we'll be able to review it all, Jen, has to be said, and decide who we think is in the right or in the wrong. Okay, we're not race directors, not today, anyway.
I think that's for the better of BIKC, to be honest.
So let's see, with this final check from our Silks there. Before he's going to give the... He needs like a green flag or something like Formula One, just to give the okay, doesn't he? Something dramatic.
Grid, yeah.
Something dramatic at the back to go, yes, ready. So we're just waiting for the lights to pop up. They're so cold, you want to come on. Here they are, right, 2, 3, 4, 5. And it's go again. Danny Hale makes another fantastic start. Look at Tom Fox. That looks better.
Better start
that
this time.
looks
Definitely
much better.
He's lost the one.
He's lost one though. He's put contact behind. He's been pushed.
Made a good start there.
He's been pushed there. He's been loaded. He's been really pushed there, but he's come through and he's still in that third place. So it's not as bad as what it was first time round. But Gabriel Quinta has done the same thing again. He's up into second position. Tom Fox goes down into third place. Louis Draper in fourth. Harley Smith, Dylan Edwards, Chris Ball, Sam Slater in eighth position.
That was a big move from Peters at the back by the Mech Bay then.
Okay, excellent stuff.
Looked pretty good down the back end there, but Harley Smith is going to be absolutely kicking himself there. Instead of moving forward on the start, he's actually moved back. A good start this time around from Louis Draper, moves him up into fourth place. Another driver who has quite a lot of experience here in the BIKC. We've seen him quite a few times over the course of the years, but it is Danny Hale who leaves Gabriel Quinta, and it looks like Quinta is not going to be standing around this time. He's going to try and throw everything he can at the back of Danny Hale to see if he can move up the order. Slater's managed to get past at the expense of Carl Evans on that opening lap, and he's up in eighth place behind Chris Ball, the two drivers who were 1 and 2 in the championship last year. On talent 7th and 8th, but Quinta is really pressing on here. He wants to try and get this move done. He wants to try and get it done early, as Tom Fox trying to hang on from Louis Draper, who's got Harley Smith and Dylan Edwards. We've seen how aggressive Dylan Edwards can be. He picked up a warning and a penalty in the end in the previous heat. So he's going to have to try and come back from that one. Remember, top 8 are what goes through into the main event, and currently it is Sam Slater who is occupying the final place in the main event. And we've seen drivers already do very well from the back of the grid in the main event, thanks to the all-new Joker lap. But up at the front, Gabe Quinta is going to try and get himself onto the front row of the grid here, as Danny Hale is currently still defending very hard from him here.
Interesting defensive driver there. He's kind of veering over to the middle, but then staying there, then drifting a little bit over back to the racing.
Quinta spun! Gabriel Quinta spins! He spins on his own. That looked like he just caught the brakes and he ended up spinning on his own from what we could see there. That's a terrible mistake to make there at this stage of the race. He's got 9 minutes now to try and get himself back up the order. Trying to figure out where he filtered back in.
Oh, he's got to be way down.
He's just in front of Sam Hill, so I think he's down in 14th place.
Wow. That is really such a shock. Driving so well all the way through the BIKC, and then suddenly he just lost it. The back just came round so fast. And Danny Hale has now got a new problem behind, because we have got Tom Fox.
Yeah,
in fact, he's a little bit further behind.
Second place there.
Gifted second, but he's got Louis Draper right behind him, in the gap there for Danny Hale. It's a lot of breathing space compared to what he was used to. 1.6 seconds is the gap for the lead, and Louis Draper is absolutely on the gearbox, so to speak, of Tom Fox. Here we go. Okay, so up over the top there. So Louis Draper third, Harley Smith in fourth, Dylan Edwards in fifth, Chris Ball in sixth. Sam Slater is up into 7th place, but it has to be said, having that position up largely because of the misfortune of Gabriel Quinta, who has dropped all the way down into 14th place at the moment. Carl Evans in 8th, Joe Peters 9th, Ricky Crozier in 10th, Lucas in 11th, Rob is in 12th, Nathan O'Dell is in 13th, then it's Gabriel Quinta, then Sam Hill. And there we go. So once again,
Chris Ball's gone round. Chris Ball's gone round. He's locked up the brakes. He's done exactly the same thing that Quinta's done as well.
We saw this with the heavyweights, right? We didn't really see this much with the middles, but suddenly 2 spinners in the same race. It's like, wow, and Tom Fox is now 3 seconds behind.
There's another one. There's another one gone round.
Red, surely that is...
There's another 2 gone round there. So that is Dylan Edwards is facing the wrong direction. What is going on out there?
In this way,
is there
right?
condensation potentially on the circuit?
Gabriel
Quinta's drivers are really starting to struggle around here now.
Gabriel Quinta's going to end up in the lead in a minute, where this is going. So here we go. He's in 12th. He's gone back up 2 spots, but Danny Hale still leading Tom Fox 3 seconds behind. Wouldn't it be great if we did have a bit of condensation? That'll sort out the the top drivers, wouldn't it?
That's the point where you can start to see who can drive and who can't, because you
Yeah.
really see what people's kart control is like.
I think it does look like it's noticeable. I mean, temperature's dropped, obviously, as we get later into the night, but it is noticeable that there's a bit of less grip. Like when we're absolutely on the ragged edge, we're on the limit, there's just a little bit less give there.
Yeah, so looking at the lap times, they're running around in the 55, 56s, so the drivers are definitely slowing down. But Gabriel Kinter, thanks to all of that, is now up to 9th place and knocking on the door of the main event. So he only has to really pull, I think, one more position, and he stands a good chance of getting himself in it. So all it takes is a mistake from the top 8 here.
Also, the gap for the lead's been halved. Like, it was 3 seconds, that's 1.6. So we need to keep an eye on this, and Tom Fox has now got away from Carl Evans and Louis Draper. Louis Draper was 3rd, so he's now dropped down to 4th. So here we go. It'd be interesting to see, just looking at the karts to see if they're sliding a little bit more, if they look a little bit edgy as they go around this section.
I think the drivers have figured it out very quickly on how to get around it. All it's going to mean now is if you go offline, it's going to be extremely difficult, and you have to be really, really careful under the brakes down
and
here.
Peters, at last, has got a bit of luck. Like, he's been taken out so many times.
Yeah, Joe Peters is up in 5th place at the moment.
At last, he's got a bit of the old lady luck coming his way. And Sam Slater also up into 6th place. So they are solid grand final positions, because we're after the top 8. In fact, look at Gabriel Quinton, 9th. He's only 1 place away. He's half a second away from the driver. He could still make it through, despite that beautiful spin. It has to be said, it was like you needed to play some music to go with it almost. So 9th you might be able to go into 8th and still make the grand final. But the gap for lead is holding.
Oh, he's made the move at the back there. He's now into 8th place.
Yeah, he looks like he's done it there. Some big movers in this one as Ricky Crozier picks up a 5-second time penalty for causing a collision. But yeah, some big moves in this. Joe Peters started 11th, is now running 5th. Sam Hill's had a quiet one. He started in 11th. He started in 16th. Sorry, he's now 11th. And looking up the order as well, Louis Draper's also moved up into 4th place, while Danny Hale, currently from pole position, is one of the only drivers who hasn't changed position.
Look at the gap now.
It stands at the moment.
1.1.
Tom Fox is just 1.1 away from him at the moment. With Joe Peters now has Sam Slater behind him, Louis Draper just in front. So it's Hale. So Hale goes over the start-finish grid with Tom Fox behind Kyle Evans. Just goes into the 3rd hairpin now. Then it's Draper, Peters, Slater, Smith that are all nose to tail. And Gabriel Kinter is now back into 8th position. So after that, what must be described as a tiny mistake ended up costing him so dearly. He's now back into the main event if he can just keep the thing on the island. Looking at the lap times, they're back down in the 52. So if there was anything on the circuit, then it's definitely
cleaned up
right now.
Okay, so here we go. So we got just under 4 minutes to go. So there's still time here. And the gap for the first time is under 1 second. So Tom Fox is reveling in these conditions. There is no doubt whatsoever as we look on to Joe Peters and Sam Slater battling it out for 5th and 6th there. But we'll keep an eye on the gap for the lead, because that was 3 seconds. And now it's down to less than 1. So let's have a look there. Danny Hale suddenly going slower.
It's currently we've got Joe Peters from Cardiff, then we've got 2 Bristol behind him. So it's a very interesting terrain.
For you personally, yes.
Yeah, I've just watched this unfold, and I'm like, oh no.
Of Cardiff and Bristol
quite
fame.
Mad here as well, and Tom Fox has really pulled that gap down.
0.6 of a second.
He set the fastest lap of the race as well, a 51.845 up at the front. That was his last time by. He was 3/10 quicker than Danny Hale managed that last time by. About the same as what Kyle Evans did. Louis Draper was a little bit slower, and then this battler about 4 or 5 tenths slower than that as well. So these guys falling off by the wayside, and you could think that if it continues like this, Gabe Kinter, if he can keep his pace up, can definitely be knocking on the door of this battle in the next minute or so. But it's a chance he may end up running out of laps. As we look back towards the leader, there is the gap that was originally 3 seconds at one point. It's now just under, down just over 6 tenths. I reckon he should come over the line. It's probably going to be closer to about 4 tenths as they come through for what we think will probably be the penultimate lap. Tom Fox has the bit between his teeth. Danny Hale has led every single lap he's raced so far today. Will the semi-final be the point where he ends up getting bested? That being said, Tom Fox, as soon as I say that, gets a bad run out of the...
He got a terrible run there, didn't he?
And he's right. And
that
he's
was
now
so
having
visible.
to defend from Kyle Evans. That is the commentator's curse right in practice there.
After all that great driving, that was awful. And now he's got Carl Evans for company because of that. And he's gone from the kind of hunter to the hunted, as has the fox. So,
Where's the chicken?
Where's the chicken? Yeah. So Carl Evans third, Louis Draper in fourth, Joe Peters in fifth. He's alongside there, absolutely alongside. But no, the door was firmly slammed shut there by Tom Fox. Here we go. We've got, this is the last lap. We've got about 90 seconds left on the clock. It does look, if you go a bit wide there, the back there stepped out there on Danny Hill. Just a little bit. He had a little bit of catch in that. So the grip is not quite as ruthless as what it has been so far today, in fact. So that will surely spice things up even more as we go through the next three semi-finals and then onto the two grand finals. So here we go. And now the gap has really stabilized over a second, and that gives Danny Hill the real kind of breathing space that he needs to whiz this kart around the last few hairpins and book his place on the front row of the grand final. Here we go. Checker flag is going to come out. Checker flag falls. Danny Hale makes it through to the grand final. So does Tom Fox, Kyle Evans, Louis Draper,
punch in the air.
Sam Slater. Sam Slater's had a rough old run today, but he's come home fifth. That will be on the fifth row. We got Joe Peters in sixth. We got Harley Smith in seventh. And Gabriel Quinter, despite that spin, has made it through to the grand final. He will be on the back row, but still, that's an absolutely brilliant race.
That's good show of respect between Tom Fox and Carl Evans as they came in, just acknowledging a very hard-fought fight between the pair of them. As the drivers will now return back to the pit lane, and we've just about got the grid for the next of the heats.
Let me note down the fastest laps so we can actually give an accurate representation of who's going to be pole.
Yeah, so the reminder there is the positions that the drivers have just finished in there are effectively the rows that they will start on the grid. So Alfie Hare will start on row 1, Tom Fox will start on row 2, Carl Evans will start on row 3, Draper will start on row 4, Slater on row 5, Peters on row 6, Smith on row 7, and Quinter will start on the last row of the grid on row 8. But what they need to do is, once we've run the second of the semi-finals for the middleweights after this first heavyweight one, is we'll find out which side of the grid they'll start on by the fastest lap that they set in their heat. So Jen is making sure we got all the data.
However exciting that was, can you imagine if we have the Joker laps thrown in as well?
Well, it's not what if, they are.
Well, no, when we get there, though.
That was like a proper.
Not in the semis. Not in the semis, they won't, Jen.
Oh yeah, sorry. I'm
in the final.
Myself.
That is a proper one of those. I think you're fine, Murray. It's actually this way.
Yeah. It's been a long day, what can I say? So we're on to semi-final number 1 for the heavyweights. Do we currently have the grids? I don't think we do.
The first one is up, so let's take a quick look at it now. So pole position for the first of the heavyweight semi-finals is Saul Gregory. Alongside him will be Aaron Mitchell-Begley, Ben Paynes, and Stuart Andrew. Line up on row 2, Ross Sandwell, Tom Wiltshire, Martin Cooper, Kai Andrew, Martin Rowe, Hayden Harris, Max Taylor, Ethan Bloodworth, Joe Powley, John Yuger, and Michael Herm will start on the back row of the grid in P15. So the drivers, you can just see, are starting to get themselves kitted up. And you can see, is that Lex and Will down by the pit lane doing a little bit of reconnaissance? So when they do end up doing the grid walks to the finals, they at least have a vague idea of what's going on.
Indeed, yeah, absolutely. So we're just, I can see a chicken helmet in the spectator area. So I can see the drivers are getting ready.
They're all being called down to the pit lane to get their way in.
Perhaps we will get another farmyard animal who knows? One can only hope, I'll be honest.
And Megan's already got the right. Megan Gascoigne's already prepared for all the puns that are going to come during this 12-minute semi-final.
Yeah.
I'm trying to think what other helmet
glad
we
you're
have.
prepared. I'm definitely not.
Indeed.
What other helmet footies do we have, do you know? We have a shark. Like, what can we be making shark jokes? Ocean-based jokes?
Yeah, indeed.
That'll go swimmingly.
They'll have a whale of a time.
You've started something now.
I'm hoping there's a shark
Quick,
now.
Somebody give him the shark
Oh, someone
how
just go
much
find
cover.
a random driver, pop it on, and
Yeah.
see what happens. That way, you might get a bit more aerodynamics from the fins on that one. You've got
Do
a
you want
couple to go
5
by the
minutes of
side.
fame? Here you go.
Yeah,
The
well,
grand final. Yes, I see.
Do you want the commentators to talk about you for the next 12 minutes? Well, put this on and it'll definitely happen.
Okay, here we go. Right, so we're just doing a little bit of charging just to make sure all the carts have got loads of juice in them for when they go out
Yeah,
onto
you can
the
see the
circuit.
drivers just getting into the carts now, and
Go.
Aaron there wearing the chicken helmet cover. That feels like it's a bet, but I have a feeling it probably wasn't to start with.
Was there a chicken song from Spitting Image back in the I'm showing my age here, back in the 1980s? There was it like throw a chicken in something like that. Anyway.
Right, you're gonna have to stop there. We'll get some form of copyright claim there.
Stopping absolutely right there. I did enough singing a few years ago in the presentation, and
yeah, and did you notice how everyone immediately left?
I swear someone asked me yesterday to sing Sweet Caroline, and I'm like, no.
No, that's what I did.
No,
A few
you
years
did
ago.
it on the podium.
Yeah, I did it on the
You did it on the
podium.
podium. You didn't realise
Everybody
that
dared
because we
me.
heard it was going to happen. We all ran out the back end,
Yeah.
so we didn't get a chance
You
to
need
hear
to.
it.
It went on the live stream, though. That's what I'm saying.
Oh no.
Oh dear.
It's like the infamous line that you once uttered at that first.
I'm not
that
even
first
going.
BIKC.
That
we
might
ended
be.
up
That
in a
line might be
situation like
still
this.
in the feed right at the end.
Yeah, it's like a little Easter egg. It's one of those. Those who know about what comes at the end. It's a Sunday tradition at BIKC. It's the last word that is had on all of the BIKC final streams. But yeah, it's a little bit interesting. You see some discussions going on with some of the drivers there, handshake and a nice show of respect between the competitors. The drivers will get out on the grid, and hopefully we shouldn't be too far off going for this first semi-final. See the pit lane there, Phil Nutting, the guy in charge basically of these carts. Ironically, he's charging carts at the same time as being in charge of them.
Yeah.
So they've done a lot of work on these to try and make sure that they are as close as they can physically be.
Phil,
We've got,
Phil himself has put a lot of effort into these. Very proud of because the performance is great. As I said earlier, 36 carts all within 0.3 of a second is absolutely stunning. Stunning performance, and that's why we're seeing so many fantastic races.
Yeah, it's not an easy job doing a fleet test in these as well. You've got 44 of these carts, and part of the process, before you even touch anything and start playing with them, is you run 5 laps on all of them just to see what they're actually like. So 44 by 5, that is a lot of laps with a very physical circuit. It's a tough job, but someone's got to do it. But and then after that, you start playing with. Once you figure out what's up with them, you start playing with them and fettling them, making sure the tyre pressures are all right, making sure they're all set correctly, and only then can we run an event of this sort of nature.
Christmas is coming, but Phil Nutting is already in Lapland. Put it that way. No good.
Oh no. Oh man! Thankfully, carts are leaving the pit lane, so
There we go.
Yeah, I need to get your mute.
And
button
there's no
closer.
shark top, so there's no more shark jokes.
Yeah.
I need to,
if you call them jokes.
Yeah, I
The
need to get your
loosest.
mute button a little bit closer.
Nobody's hit it yet. Well, there's still time.
Yeah, you haven't got that bad. It's just been, yeah, you haven't been that bad just yet.
Just yet.
So,
There's still time.
yeah, there's still.
The problem is, right before, at this time of night, we remember, Tom, back in the day, we used to do 7 competitions.
Yeah, back in the first year, we ran for 7. It was 7 categories,
Yeah.
3 on one day, 4 on the other.
And by the time we get through to this kind of time,
it was always the heavyweight
people
hour.
aren't watching us. Like, I mean, people from TeamSport aren't watching us. People are watching us, but it got a bit looser, didn't it? We could get away with a lot more.
Well, you thought you could, and it just kept coming back to bite you.
Well, I don't think so. Nobody's ever spoke to you about anything like "don't say that again" or anything like that. Never happened, despite everything.
Yeah, thinking about timings, actually, it's just crossed over the point where you can no longer enter the karting giveaway. So if you try and enter that, your vote may be counted, but your vote may not be
Indeed.
counted, and we definitely won't read your email. But we got
Phil's
drivers.
X Factor now.
your vote may not be counted, but you may still be charged. Oh man. You can just see the drivers all filing out onto the grid, and you may wonder why we don't just assign the carts in the right order and just send them straight out on the grid. It's because we run a kart rotation system. The idea basically means that no driver should drive a kart twice. The only time that really affects is depending on how the karts were handed out in the grand final. That's the only point you really will see a driver drive the same kart twice, potentially, if there is nothing left.
I got a feeling, Tom, this is going to be a close one. This is going to come right.
Yeah, some really there's some very good drivers.
This is going to come right down to the chicken wire. I'm just leaving that there.
I hope this race goes really. I hope this goes really quickly, so that yeah, we don't have to deal with any more of these jokes. So. Yeah,
Ben Spoke remembers.
Ben remembers the line.
Ben remembers. So all of us are staring at the live stream at exactly the right moments for Ben's comments.
Remember, Ben has been here. Ben has done 5 of these finals. So he was there for the original one. I think the original one. He was racing in juniors.
We got like seconds.
They're just checking the grid. But yeah, Ben was racing in juniors.
Semi-final for the heavyweights.
First time we saw Ben Spoke, he was racing in juniors. I think he got very close towards the podium. I think he finished 4th in the end. In only his first year of karting, so very impressive. And 5 years later, we see him in the lightweight division as the session goes green on our timing screens. The 5 red lights come on for the next semi-final in the heavyweight division. The lights will go green, and we're racing once again. You can see Mitchell Bagley's trying to pull his cart forward, but Ben Paynes does get the move down the inside into second position, with Saul Gregory leading the way. Stuart Andrew tries to go down the inside as he goes sideways in the middle of the pack. And already making a position up is John Yuga at the expense of Joe Powley by the look of that. No, it wasn't. I think it might have been Ethan Bloodworth, actually.
As Aaron left the grid there, all in my head was like... It's just like...
Right, I'm doing it. There we go. Right, there we go. That's him shut up. So Ben Paynes now right on the rear bumper of Saul Gregory. We've seen this before from Ben Paynes. He gets really, really close in the opening part of the encounter, but he ends up falling back a little bit. So let's see if he can do anything with this pace advantage that he seems to have over the opening few laps of the race. The 17 of Ben Paynes. The 17 of Ben Paynes is right on the rear bumper of Saul Gregory as they go up towards the top section, but Saul is just currently holding him at arm's length as Mitchell Bagley has, I think that's Ross Sandwell behind him in the 8 kart. The drivers come over the line for the first time, and it's Gregory that breaks the beam first with Ben Paynes behind him. That's Aaron Mitchell Bagley, Ross Sandwell, Stuart Andrews down in 5th place, Tom Wiltsh is maintained in 6th, Joe Powley up to 7th, as is Hayden Harris. We've seen him come through the field. Oh no, there's a few cars down there. That's Martin Cooper caught up, Kai Andrews in there. I think that is Ethan Bloodworth as well. He's got the number 5 in his suit. He's driving kart 5, but keeping those numbers matched together hasn't helped him at all, as the lights are yellow at the moment, as all hell is breaking loose in the commentary box.
He's still laughing.
I can't get over that one.
I can't believe you got away with that as well.
I get away with everything, right? Ben Paynes, 0.1 seconds behind Saul Gregory. This is going to turn into a good race. Aaron 3rd, Ross Salmon in 4th, Stuart Andrew in 5th, Thomas Wiltshire in 6th, then Joe Powley, then Hayden Harris. Those are the top 8. Those are the grand final positions at the moment, with Martin Cooper 9th. He's the one that needs to really, he's only 2.5 tenths away from 8th place. Can he do it? Here we go. It's still, it's a great achievement just to get in the grand final, it has to be said. And it shouldn't be underestimated with the 5,300 people we had enter and take part. John Ayuga is into 8th position, so now he's got that grand final position, so to speak. But Saul Gregory at the top is still, he's got it smooth. He is focused. Ben Paynes, who's had a good run. Ben Paynes just come alive, hasn't he, really? He had a very quiet first heat. And in his second heat, he really, really made up for it. And suddenly he's really looking like one of the stars of the show, it has to be said. And second place, a 3rd or a 4th for Ben Paynes. I wouldn't bet against him being 3rd. I actually think he's got a chance. Look at that, that was a do-or-die. That's either a very defensive move or do-or-die manoeuvre there. Hayden Harris has got a warning for contact. Okay, so we're watching on that. He's running in 7th position at the moment and will be shown a black and white flag as he goes through. Next time round, he's on the kind of naughty step, so to speak, before we'll issue a penalty, which could be a 5-second penalty. 5 seconds is a big penalty in a race like this, isn't it? But 8 minutes to go at the moment. It's very static at the front with Saul Gregory leading, Ben Paynes in 2nd. Aaron is in, Mitchell Bagley is in 3rd, 1.6 seconds behind the flying Saul Gregory in the lead. So here we go. And Ross is fourth, and Joe Pauly fifth, Stuart Andrew in sixth, Hayden Harris in seventh, and John Oyuga. They are the grand final positions at the moment with 8 minutes to go.
Yeah, the top two are currently trading fastest laps once again. Ben Payne's on a 52.085. Saul Gregory a personal best of a 52.139. Was the fastest lap until Ben Payne's crossed the line that time. They're both just starting to eke away from Aaron Mitchell-Begley. About 1.2 seconds is the advantage at the moment. And this one, compared to previous races we've seen so far, everyone seems to be stretching out an advantage over here. It doesn't seem to be as nip and tuck straight away as Ben Payne gets his head down quite literally with a little bit of human DRS to try and move into within striking distance of Saul Gregory. But Gregory so far is just holding him at arm's length. Paynes is the holder of the fastest lap of this race at the moment. We'll see if he's managed to bring the gap down again. I think he might have done, but I don't think he's brought it down by much. It looks like it'll be about half a second this time over the line. 6.05 it is, but they're both pulling out against Aaron Mitchell-Begley as Ross Sandwell, Joe Powley, Stuart Andrew, Hayden Harris, who carries that warning, and John Yuga are the drivers who currently occupy the podium positions, occupy the grand final seats. Kai Andrew now up into 12th place at the expense of Ethan Bloodworth. And they all head through onto the top section of the circuit, especially with all the podium positions very, very spread out this time. We've seen some very close races. This time it's a very different race.
Closest race seems to be at the front, if I'll be absolutely honest. Everybody else seems very spread out.
Order. I think the fight over 8th place between Yuga and Wiltshire is relatively close, but they're that far behind at the moment. Even in vision, you can't quite see them.
Literally stamping on the throttle kind of thing. Really kind of obvious.
These guys
really
are so
like,
closely matched
give me
at the
power.
moment. Paynes goes faster again. He's just pulled that fastest lap down to a 52.004.
The battle is for the lead.
Yeah,
here,
a couple
no
of attempts
doubt.
just come down here between Saul Gregory and Ben Paynes.
Okay, here we go. So Ben Payne. Sorry, Jen, go.
No, I was just looking at the sort of drivers that are out in the field at the moment. So we have Saul, who is currently from Warrington. So that'll be another potential Warrington driver who can go for the first place position in heavyweight.
Okay, brilliant.
Yeah, Saul's had a very mixed reception at BIKC over the course of the years. That went down very well. We're definitely professionals.
My that brilliant didn't sound that genuine there, if I'm absolutely honest. So leading Ben Payne second, but what is genuine is Ben Payne's attempts to get right with Saul Gregory, who has won everything so far today. But Ben Payne's, if he's going to do it, you get a feeling that Ben is the man who is likely to be able to upset the apple cart a bit. And he's right there now. He's right there, and he's not giving up. He would love it, wouldn't he? After the poor first heat that he had, if he could somehow find his way to win the semi-final and be on the front row of the grand final, wow! You know, that would be pretty impressive. It has to be said. And so he is 0.4 of a second behind. We got Chicken Man in third place. Aaron. We got Ross Sandel in fourth. We got Joe Powley in fifth position. Stuart Andrew is in sixth. We've got Hayden Harris in seventh. Thomas Wiltshire is occupying the 8th position at the moment. And John Oyuga's gone down. He was in 8th and now he's in 10th. So he's lost a few places there. But he's still close to that 8th position, but he's got a driver in front of him, and Max Taylor, look at this, really swinging the cart out wide, almost drawing alongside there. Can he take a little slingshot through? We have seen overtaking around there, very rarely, but we have seen it. The up ramp, we usually get some overtakes on the up ramp. Very rare to see an overtake on the up ramp today. I can't even remember having a single one, but people have tried it, and it hasn't worked, unfortunately, today. But here we go. But Ben Paynes, he means business. He's right, once again, right behind the leader. Can he do anything at the fastest part of the circuit, slingshotting past the pit lane onto the fastest point of the track? There's a slight defensive move from Saul Gregory, slight defensive. But look at 17, he goes wide, he's going to cut in. Can he cut in? Is he going to dive for a gap? No, he goes for the slingshot around the third hairpin. He's got to run there, but the thing is, it's very difficult to do anything with that.
He had a little bit of scrub in the middle there as well, which definitely lost him some time on the entry of the next corner. Obviously, that's going to impact the chances of overtaking. I wonder if he's going to make it up the ramp now, potentially, with the momentum he's gained.
He's a lot quicker. He's a lot quicker through the bottom section of the circuit. Saul just does enough to hold him up on the top section. Looking at the times, though, Paynes is definitely the quicker of the two. And the fact that Saul is defending, they're outright pace has dropped off by nearly a second now. So expect to see that 2-second gap to Aaron Mitchell-Begley come right down over the next lap or so. There are 3 minutes on the clock. So that means, in my eyes, that's about 2, maybe 3 laps remaining.
Look at that from Meg. I've got to say, Megan, Aaron better not get a penalty. Oh, come on, Megan, that was brilliant. I am absolutely... I love that one.
Ben Paynes is trying absolutely everything he can to get past Saul Gregory. It's so much clear. It's so clear that Ben is the quicker of the two drivers here, but Saul is doing everything he has to do just to keep Ben at arm's length. All he's doing is just keeping him towards the outside of the circuit, and so long as he makes sure that Ben can't find a way to find a BizKart-sized gap down his inside, I think Saul might just have him made. But that gap to third place has already come down by about half a second. You can see Mitchell-Begley bearing down on the drivers in front of him, bringing Ross Sandwell with him as well. So it's still Joe Powley, Stuart Andrew, Hayden Harris and Tom Wiltshire who were in the final. Max Taylor is about 2/10 away from making it into the main event later on. And if it finishes like this, we'll lose the vice champion from last year, John Yuga, who's currently sat in P10. What an upset that would be for the apple cart through this one, as Saul Gregory is still defending for his life from Ben Paynes. Over the line they'll come once again. Let's see how close Mitchell-Begley is. That gap is visibly closer now. It's inside a second from the back of Ben Paynes. Ross Sandwell is within 2 seconds of the leader as well. So running out of time here, Ben Paynes.
It's hard to see where he's going to do it. It's like Saul Gregory has got everything covered.
Yeah, he's quicker
what he
in all
needs
the
is a
wrong
joker
places.
lap, and we're fresh out of them in semi-finals. But in the grand final, it will be different. And now, tell you what, it's bringing Aaron Mitchell-Begley back into contention. They are now only he's only 1 second away from Saul Gregory. Ross Sandwell is right behind as well. So we might, maybe just about, if we go for an extra lap, we may briefly get a 4-kart battle for the lead. Here we go.
I think this is going to end in a drag race to the line between Gregory and
Is
Paynes.
it going to be a
Gregory
checker
just
flag?
has the measure of him as they come over the start-finish line. It's checker flag to Saul Gregory. He just about hangs on over Ben Paynes. Now, if they end up on the... if Saul Gregory's on the front, on the outside of the front row, and Ben Paynes ends up on the third place side, I have a feeling that Ben is going to be very, very racy indeed at the start of this next one. And Ben Paynes, I don't think we've seen the full potential that he's got, but look at Ross Sandwell. He's very happy that he's made it.
Megan's now well into the to the puns. During quali, not sure if anyone said this, but you should have said that Aaron's on a flying lap. Oh, hang on, wait, it's impossible. He can't fly.
Oh man!
Thank you, Megan. Keep them coming, Megan. Keep them coming. That's all I'm saying.
You're so happy about this all starting.
This is my kind of commentary.
Chicken puns.
I found my forte in life, Jen. It's chicken puns.
Yeah, that was amazing. That was a great defensive drive from Saul Gregory. Ben Paynes really did throw everything he had at him. I think Ben's probably going to be a little bit frustrated about the fact that he wasn't able to get past. But
there we got
Amanze on the front.
We got Amanze on the live chat. Yes, Joe, get in there. Come on. And he's got cadet champion next to his name. Absolutely, you are the man. No doubt about that.
We haven't mentioned just yet.
Go on.
VAR.
But we haven't really needed to, but yeah, we do have VAR out there. All these instances, we have a team that is reviewing everything, and just like we are looking at everything in slow motion, reversing it and forwards and so on and so forth, and drawing our conclusions, so are they. It has to be said at the moment, the conclusions have been pretty similar, is what I would say, if not precisely exact. So
you can just see the guys up in race control, aptly named Godbox, because it is all seeing. And you can just see James Hislop with Ben Savory up there as well, watching on with proceedings, as the team have so far done a decent job of things at the moment. And the drivers for the next middleweight semi-final.
You can see Dominic Wilkinson there in the spectator area. Dominic Wilkinson is actually from the finance department, and he's there just filling out our P45s at the present moment in time, I believe. So that's what he's doing there.
He's just sending his recommendations to the rest of the execs. He can say, whatever you do, never do that again.
Yeah, don't do that. No chickens, or pigs, or other farmyard animals, or...
The question is, are we going to see the pig in the second semi-final?
David Wood, I wish the commentators would stop flapping.
We'll definitely see David. We'll definitely see David Harvey. We may not. We may. It remains to be seen if we get his choice of headgear. But the driver's coming up on
Frosty
the grid.
Tech, I think the commentators should dress up as chickens. I'm in for that. You in for that, Jen?
Oh, don't give him
do that.
Don't put the idea in his head. He will do it.
Absolutely no problem with that.
Please don't put the idea in his head. He'll definitely do it.
Let's see if we can get that in the budget.
I want to get you one of those dinosaur costumes that inflate.
You know they're really expensive. I was looking at one. I was actually generally looking at the one that they were. It would be good for a track event. But
God no. So while you guys are making chicken buns, I've managed to locate the grid for the next the semi-finals. So pole position is Charlie Ratford on the inside, Alfie Hale, John Bolton, Matthew Bolton on the second row, Joe Underwood, Taylor Barnes, Jamie Foster, Christopher Bruce, Ivan Yankov, Luke Mallard, Owen Stern, Joel Metcalf, Josh Short, Zach Venn will go off 14th place. He's got a lot of work to do in this one if he wants to make it into the main event, but we've seen stranger things happen here, and Alex Pink will go off the last row in P15.
Also, Megan has said she's ran out of puns. You never, just don't lose faith, Megan. Don't lose faith. You never know. Here we go.
Yeah, she might hatch a good one at some point.
Hey, even Tom's involved in it. Goodness me, it must be a thing.
That's Kraken.
Silky, please get this one going.
3 red lights, 4 red lights, 5 red lights. Let's go karting, come on. Right, it was
good
great
start from Bolter on the inside there.
Great start from the driver in third place, who's gone straight into second. It's John Bolter in kart 37. But Charlie Radford, it's fascinating to see what Charlie's going to do here. Is he going to sprint and go for lap times? Is he going to play the defensive move? Oh, argy-bargy further down.
Elbows are out right down towards the back end of the grid. They're going 2 or 3 wide. No one's giving it. Oh, backwards. That is the 30. That is Alex Pink facing the wrong direction. Oh, don't do that, Alex.
Don't do that. That's
There's
not
one
allowed.
team on the way straight for him there. They'll get him going in the right direction, and they will get him pointed, and off they rock and roll once again. So Charlie Ratford leads the way against John Bolter, who's managed to jump Alfie Hale, who falls down into third place. Matthew Bolton holds strong in fourth position as the guys go down under the footbridge, where that is still packed with spectators, even though it is quite far down. Quite far into the day now at this point, but Charlie Ratford still leading the way here as Ivan Yankov tries to go down the outside, then cut back to the inside of the 39 of Taylor Barnes. A little bit of a nudge, but you see Taylor Barnes trying to give his kart the hurry up there, as currently the guys in the main event are Charlie Ratford, John Bolter, Alfie Hale, Matthew Bolton, Joe Underwood, Jamie Foster, Taylor Barnes, and Ivan Yankov is holding that last qualifying position, with Christopher Bruce and Luke Mallard trying to break into the top 8 and get on the grid for the main event.
More importantly, okay, what do you call a funny chicken?
Oh, God.
A comedy hen. Anyway, Charlie Ratford still leading by 0.5 seconds, and now we're going to see exactly what kind of race Charlie wants to run, because he's been super defensive, but he doesn't look that defensive now. He looks like he's got his foot down. I think now, it's so strategical. But basically, Charlie might be thinking, right, I would rather pole position, because if he doesn't make it, he'll be start it from second position, which is generally not liked by the drivers.
So he's looking for a 52.131 to be in the pole position. So at the moment he's doing a 52.126. So he has pole position.
He's got it. He's done it already. He can drive defensively.
That is providing that John Bolter doesn't get past him, because John Bolter's running a 51.889, which I think is one of the fastest laps we've seen in the races so far.
Fox was still faster, so at that moment he's going to be starting fourth on the grid.
But I have to say, that is very classy. Like, he put his foot down, nailed the fastest lap within a couple of laps, and now he's got the choice. He can either try defensively, which he isn't at the moment. He's literally keeping the car. He probably doesn't know that he already has pretty.
He's slightly to the inside. He's slightly to the inside there. I think Bolter's not quite close enough to mount a challenge, especially in these karts. You need to be right on the rear bumper before you can start trying to really think about throwing a move down the inside. He does go defensive down through the Dunlop curve, and through Met Bay corner, through the right-hander and up the ramp. He's going to go a little bit defensive, looks over both shoulders, trying to figure out where John Bolter is. And Alfie Hale and Matthew Bolton are still in this one as well. Those two in front come to blows. If one of them ends up picking up a penalty for something like loading, it could end up with it, one of the guys behind ends up on the second or even the front row of the grid at this rate.
Okay, really good. So Charlie, he's got the option. He knows if he wins, he's going to be in pole position for the grand final. John Bolter, he's got it all to do. I'll be absolutely honest, because the drivers in second place, I think it is semi-finals, they've got to be thinking, we've got to get onto the front row. Second, third and fourth in a grand final, it doesn't often result in BIKC champions. It has done. I'm not ruling it out. We have seen third place. I actually think Charlie Ratford's done it in the past, if memory serves. But anyway, it's very rare that it does happen. So the driver in second place, you've got to be thinking, how do I find a way through? Because that's how you become BIKC champion. So we've got Alfie Hale in third, Matthew Bolton, who I famously called Michael Bolton many years ago. Just want to say, I haven't forgotten that. Joe Underwood is in fifth, Jamie Foster's in sixth, Taylor Barnes is seventh, Ivan Yankov is in eighth, Christopher Bruce is in ninth, Luke Mallard is 10th, Joel Metcalf is in 11th, Josh Short is 12th, Owen Stern is 13th, Zach Venn, 14th. What is going on?
Yeah, he's not had a good day at all, Zach Venn. He's only really made the position at the moment. I think he might have actually managed to get past Owen Stern on this lap just by judging through what we could see at the edge of our screen there. But Zach Venn, even then, 13th is nowhere near where you'd expect a driver of his pedigree to be. Interesting fact about Charlie Ratford, this is his third time in the regionals, and on his two previous appearances, he's won the championship. He's one of the only drivers, I think he's only one of two drivers that has a 100% championship record here at BIKC. I think the only other one being Dante Dillon, who appeared 3 times and won it 3 times.
Yeah,
so Charlie Ratford trying to keep up his winning streak here at BIKC, and they head through the top end of the circuit. John Bolter is the driver currently. He's trying to deny a front row start from him. We've still got Alfie Hale, Matthew Bolton, Joe Underwood and Jamie Foster.
And on the last lap, Charlie doesn't know. Charlie does not know, definitely for sure, that he's already in pole position, because he has just gone round in 52.094. That's his personal fastest
Yellows are out.
lap.
Yellow flags come out. We haven't seen what that's for. Oh, there we go. That answers that question. So that looks to me at 25. That's Luke Mallard, who spun out of 10th position there. And he's got himself going again, and the lights will go back to green. And once again, we'll start racing. Who got the best jump there? Looked like it was Ratford, who managed to just pull a couple of kart lengths over John Bolter on the restart. And look how it always amazes me at how much they bunch up. But that being said, Taylor Barnes is now in this battle as well, so he must have got a very good restart at the end of that. As they come through the top end of the circuit, Charlie Ratford has his head down. He's not really thinking about what's behind him just yet. That being said, he's looking over his shoulder. He's seen John Bolton and the massive train of karts that are forming up behind him. Fastest lap at the moment does belong to Matthew Bolton, a 51.814, as Alfie Hale feels the need now to go defensive against Matthew Bolton in the 15. As down the inside goes Hale. We've seen him make last-minute moves before and make them come off. That one didn't quite work. He made a move like that last year, and that won him the championship.
Oh, wow. What were you going to say then? Right, here we go. Alfie Hale, yeah, but it was a good shout. That's what it's all about. The idea was there. Look at the race. The racing line on that up ramp in BIKC is just the inside. It's like, I think the reason why we haven't done any overtaking there is just because every single driver up that ramp just goes to the inside. The moment somebody goes to the outside, somebody's flying up the in, and it's just now that's part of the racing line at BIKC. So here we go, charging out to the fastest part of the track, and 52.094. The last lap was again Charlie Ratford's fastest lap, so he is going for it. There's no doubt he's already bagged the pole position in the grand final, but we think he doesn't know that, even though there are screens dotted around the circuit. And still a fair way to go. Still got just under 5 minutes remaining. These are obviously long races because we're at semi-final stage. But Charlie Ratford, this is not a done deal. He's still got a lot of racing to go, and I wonder if at any point we will see him start driving that defensive line that served him so well during the heats. We can see the strategy though in the heats. It's like in the quali, get pole position, drive as fast as you can. In the heats, defend, defend, defend. Then you get to the semi, you got to start pushing again. And you can't argue with the strategy there. You absolutely can't, because he's making it work absolutely beautifully. John Bolter there in second, Alfie Hale still in third. The position-wise, the top 4 or 5 have been static for a long, long time. But let's see if anybody's going to be brave enough, because the other thing is all these drivers are already through. You know, once they finish in the position, they're in the final. It's about who fancies a better grid position And in the grand final, it's going to be interesting because I actually think from the strategy that Charlie Ratford's got here, there's going to be no defensive driving in the grand final, because I think he will know that if he is, he will be at risk of the drivers who are doing the Joker lap. So it's entertaining stuff, folks. A really good race.
Yeah, I think Ratford as well. Ooh.
Oh, no, that's a red.
Oh.
That's a driver up, at least up out of the cart. Now, the question is, did they get themselves out there, or were they assisted out of there? So that looks like the one of Joel Metcalf is going to be my guess. It was either 1 or 7, and the 7 cart's not on
Just
circuit.
a bit of a shine from the light there, just on the NASA panel.
Yeah, so driver out of the car, in my eyes at least, in the eyes of race control, is an immediate red flag, just to make sure they are actually okay, because that sort of looked like it would have stung from where they are. They're going to double check the cart's okay, double check the driver is okay, and if they are, we will hopefully be able to go for a very quick restart.
Okay, the marshal's just receiving instructions. Oh, we're in the red, obviously.
Or I wouldn't touch the tyres
Yeah, I
if I
wouldn't
were
do
you.
that,
That's the fence in the rule book.
Yeah, I wouldn't do that, Ivan.
Yeah, so if we look at Ratford as well, heading into the grand final, he's also done other competitions like BIKC with a pit stop system. So he's done that kind of thing before.
Familiar with the idea of a Joker lap, just not in the sense of BIKC.
Yeah.
He's definitely done it before.
Is this going to be a restart? Here we go. It is.
Yeah, so pull them down onto the grid, get them in the correct
so we've
position.
got a final shootout here.
Yeah, so what this is going to mean now is Ratford's going to be on the inside, Alfie Hale will be on the inside, Joe Underwood's going to be on the inside, as is Taylor Barnes and Christopher Bruce. So
there's
this
Emily down
could
there.
Shake up the order very quickly here. As Emily, one of the CLOs, the chief CLO for this race meeting, the go between the drivers and race control, gets the guys back on the grid. Liam Silkson will be down at the bottom.
What we do is kind of do a bit of a
right order.
Shout out to Simon Waldridge, our COO, because it's his birthday today. So I don't know if you are, would you be, even though he obviously very highly committed to team sport, has been said, would he be watching the live stream on his birthday? If you are, Simon, very many happy returns, and hope you have a brilliant day. So here we go. So we've got Charlie Ratford, who's but Charlie Ratford's starts have been absolutely spot on, as to be said. The pressure is on John Bolter here. Alfie Hale will be looking at second place here after the way that the races have been unfolding. We've got the lights here. They are on our screen. We're waiting for the red. Here we go for the first red light. Here we go, 2, 3, 4, 5. Let's go karting again. Here we go. Charlie Ratford makes a really, really good start. Oh, great start from Bolter. Can he hold off into that second position? He might go, Alfie Hale might go around the outside. Yes, he's got the inside for the next hairpin. And yes, he's gone down and he's got trouble here from the drive behind. But he's going to be in third. And it looks like Alfie Hale has got the jump and goes into second position. And Charlie Ratford has now got a new problem behind him in the form of Alfie Hale that he has to keep behind. And once again, we have a great racing on the grid start. The grid starts, has to be said, I do now prefer them so much more to the rolling starts. They really do add a little bit of drama, I would say. Right, in the rolling starts, it just ended up being the person at the back just piles everybody else in. That's how it kind of turned in to last year. But Alfie Hale, half a second down at the moment on Charlie Ratford. You can see the gap. Look at that. That looks
pretty big gap.
That looks more than half a second, has to be said. So it's very much getting bigger. And I think Alfie Hale now has got a bit of a defensive drive himself to make sure that he maintains that second position. John Bolter really want that position back. There's no doubt about that. He was looking at a second row grid start. He's now looking at a third row grid start. So Matthew Bolton in fourth, Joe Underwood fifth, Taylor Barnes, Jamie Foster, Ivan Yankoff. They are your top 8, your, at the moment, grand finalists. And Josh Short is about a second off there. So at the moment, it looks quite stable. I think this is going to be the final lap as they twist. There's a good chance. We'll have to wait and see. But here we go, charging down to the fastest part of the circuit. right past the pit lane there. And here we go. It might be one more. You got 1 minute and 15. These are set to longer. The clock is always set to longer than what the actual races are, so we'll have to see. Going on to the back straight underneath the Dunlop Bridge. Let's have a look. Yeah, checker flag. Charlie Radford books his place in the grand final with a really, really controlled and measured drive, I would say. Alfie Hale benefiting from the restart to go into second position. John Bolton there, though, will definitely be in the grand final on the third row. Matthew Bolton is in fourth on the fourth row in the final. Joe Underwood fifth. Taylor Barnes sixth. Jamie Foster seventh, and Ivan Yankov will be in eighth. And we will say goodbye. Oh, Zach Venn he made a few places at the end, but ninth.
Yeah, he made two on that last
say goodbye
restart,
to
but not
Christopher
enough.
Bruce. Say goodbye to Zach Venn, Josh Short, Luke Mallard, Joel Metcalf, Alex Pink, and Owen Stern will be knocked out and will not qualify for the grand final.
So you'd probably say there's definitely a big name gone there in Zach Venn for the middleweight, for the middleweights there. And how do the lap times compare in that one from what we saw? So we already saw Ratford was enough for pole. What was the second place time? So we find out whether Alfie Hale will start in third or fourth.
See, a good thing would be taking photo of the names with the lap times. So at the moment, we know Ratford has pole position, and I think at the moment as well, we can see that Tom Fox still currently has third on the grid. So we're going to see
So Alfie Hale's going to be going from the outside of the second row then.
Yeah.
That's going to be interesting. So that effectively means then, based off all of that, that I think that means that the two Hale brothers both start on the outside of the grid.
Potentially, yes. Obviously, we can see that second place can get a good run if they set it up correctly. But the one thing I'm finding quite interesting is the entire podium for last year, who is currently at the grand final, at the national final, is not doing very well. Obviously, we have Sam through to the grand final. Taylor Barnes finished sixth in the semi-final there, so we'll see him in the grand final as well. But we'll just see if Joe collapses and pull them back up the order.
Yeah, we've seen stranger things happen. Remember, Sherman Chase in the lightweights earlier on started 15th on the grid and managed to race through to third. So if you play your strategy right and play your cards right, there is nothing stopping you getting up towards the front of the field. And I think that's what makes the Joe collapse so exciting. We thought they would be good after yesterday, but yeah, I think today's really shown so far why they're a good addition to the main event this time out. And thinking about the main event, we're only one race away from getting towards the two grand finals. And that last race is the second of the heavyweight semi-finals. So I'll quickly run you through the grid as the carts get set in the right order. So pole position is Hassan Zafar with Anthony Whippage alongside him. Harvey Sugden-Scott and Danny Evans line up on row 2. Russell Endine and Lewis Tomo will go off row number 3. Hamid Durat and Colin Marshall will start 7th and 8th. Hugh McDonald and defending champion David Harvey will start on the 5th row of the grid. Bilal Khan, Mason Hands and Mike Allen Olimbode will start on the back row of the grid. So
okay,
14 carts for this next one, and you just see Liam Silkston is going down, double-checking that the grid is correct, communicating with race control to make sure everyone is in the right order, and as soon as he is happy, he'll give the command to race control, and then the start sequence will begin. You can just see him clearing at the back end of the grid. He'll get himself to a place of relative safety, and as soon as he's done that, the 5 red lights will illuminate, and then once the lights are all illuminated, watch for the greens. The lights go green. We are racing for the last of the semi-finals in the heavyweights, and immediately Sugden Scott goes straight into second place, and Hassan Zafar is away and clear. Whippage down the inside, trying to hold off Russell Endine, and they're 2 and 3 wide in the back end. There's Hugh McDonald going down the inside of Hamid Durat, so he's made a position early on. Hamid's had a terrible start from this one, and it looks like David Harvey is up in between Colin Marshall, who's fallen down once again, and between Hamid Durat, but up the ramp they go. It is Hassan Zafar, Harvey Sugden-Scott, Anthony Whippage, Russell Endine, and that looks like Lewis Tomo just behind them. I think then, trying to look through there, that's Lewis Tomo. Then behind them is Hugh McDonald. So that's Hugh McDonald up 2 places on the start, with Hamid Durat behind him, and then Colin Marshall behind them as well. The field snakes their way through the chicane and down towards the first 3 hairpins for the first time at full race pace. It is Hassan Zafar who leads the way from Harvey Sugden Scott. Russell Endine already up to 4th. We say he's a very experienced driver. This is where the experience in these sorts of events is going to pay dividends for him as the pressure mounts. And you really need to start feeling the pressure mount in these semi-finals as the further up the grid, the further up the field you go, the higher up the grid, you're going to start the main event, and the easier potentially your night may become if you want to try and win a BIKC title. And already Dave Harvey is knocking on the door of that main event. He's just got Hamid Darab that separates him from the last row of the grid in the main event this time, but Hassan Zafar currently holds a front row start, but Harvey Sugden Scott is going to do everything in his power to try and take that off him.
Okay, brilliant stuff. So Hassan Zafar leading by 0.29 of a second from Harvey Sugden Scott, who is absolutely on the case here, absolutely on the case. That's 40. Dan Evans a bit further down. Cut back because we thought there might be a bit of a change in position here, but no, it was all held as it was. So Hassan Zafar leading, Harvey Sugden Scott second, Anthony Whippich is in 3rd place, Russell Endine is in 4th, Dan Evans in 5th, Lewis Thomo is in 6th position, Hugh McDonald is 7th, Hamid is in 8th, David Harvey is in 9th, Colin Marshall in 10th, Bill Alakan is in 11th, Mason Hands is 12th, Ollie's 13th and Mike is 14th at the moment. We are only after the top 8, so we're down to Hamid Durat. They will be, at the moment, the grand finalists well, this is the last semi-final, in the heavyweight final, which will be the last race of the night. So let's have a look at where the close battle. The close battle pretty much is for the lead. Largely, they've separated into 2 chains of traffic. But at the moment, it is definitely Hassan Zafar who has got the lead and is holding it very, very well indeed.
Yeah, lights to yellow, so someone is in strife towards the top end. There's the 43, that's Bilal Khan, who's up in the barriers at the first hairpin. Remains to be seen if they received assistance towards that, as an extra set of hands goes up towards the top end of the circuit. That's Liam Silks, and that looks like the lights are still yellow, I believe, at the moment.
That's a track limits violation, that is.
Track limits on an indoor circuit. The 43 gets himself going, and as soon as the race director is happy, the lights will go back to green. This could be a bad place for them to go green if Hassan Zafar, as he got to the top of the ramp there. But Harvey Sugden Scott was just far enough away that it didn't really hamper his efforts there. So Hassan Zafar regains the lead as Harvey Sugden Scott, Anthony Whippich, Russell Endine behind him. So Anthony Whippich, as his 3rd time here in the Nationals, his 1st time in the senior category, has probably one of the most experienced drivers in the field behind him in Russell Endine. As the top 4 all spread out a little bit. It's the top 4, 5. There's Dan Evans and Lewis Thomo behind him. Hugh McDonald in 7th place at the moment. It's a really good run so far from Hugh, but he's got a lot of pressure from behind in the form of Hamid Durat and the defending champion David Harvey, currently running in P9. So over the line they go. 7-ish minutes left on this semi-final. And the last opportunity for these drivers to try and affect where they'll start the main event. Hamid Durat has managed to move up into 7th place. The expense of Hugh McDonald drops him into the clutches of David Harvey in 9th place. Can Harvey get his way into the main event? You can just see the bright pink helmet come up over the top end. You can see he's got a bit of a gap to catch to Hugh McDonald. So he gets his head down over the next 7 minutes. Anything is possible.
Okay, so it is pretty much even Stevens here. And it's the same thing, it's getting a bit more spread out. This almost looks like it might be a bit of a static change. So it's a good time for some pig puns, is all I'm saying, just putting it out there. Because it's looking like this race is pretty static. So if anybody's out there with a pig pun, then Megan, you had all your chicken puns, but what about some pig puns? It's like, surely there's some more out there. But anyway, Hassan Zafar is leading. Harvey Sugden Scott is 2nd. And look, that's the gap you can see right there. It looks like 0.4 of a second when it crossed the line, and it looks about the same now. So it literally is very, very static for 1st and 2nd. And Harvey needs to be a little bit closer, I think, if he's going to make any impression on Hassan when you get to the end of the main straight. Interesting, we saw in the first race that we had those spinners. We haven't seen any spinners since. 2 spinners in one race, and that just went pirouetted in great positions. And yeah, but hey, there we go. Strange, but yeah, that's motor racing from time to time. Hassan Zafar looks behind, and yeah, he's there, but it's not. He's 0.3, probably slightly closer. But yeah, actually, he's started to get on the rear bumper. But there's still daylight there, is what I would say. It's not absolutely pushing him and forcing him into a mistake, potentially. Anthony Whippich is in third at the moment. He's at 1.3. He may join this battle, actually, because he is a little bit quicker at the moment than the leading two. So it could be a 3-kart battle in a few laps for the lead. And Russell Endine is a bit further back. He's another 0.7 seconds behind Anthony. Here we go. Mason Hand's got a 3-second penalty for loading. So Mason Hands, let me have a quick look. He's running in 11th position. So I don't think that's going to make a great deal of difference to the actual grand final positions. But hey-ho, we have to adjudicate.
It just means that if he was anywhere near getting his way back in, then the chances of that have just been dashed for him. Look over the shoulder from Hassan Zafar. He knows that Sugden Scott is there, but he's not quite close enough to do anything about it. As Whippich and Endine are still there in third and fourth, but the gap between the two of them has eked out a little bit as Dan Evans looks like he has his rear bumper, has Lewis Tomo all over his rear bumper with Hamid Durat and Hugh McDonald very, very close behind. Dave Harvey still 7/10 off making it in. Are we going to end up losing the defending champion in the semi-finals here? Wow. It'd be a big shame if we did, because David Harvey is a very worthy winner of the championship last year, and it's gonna what it will do is guarantee a brand new champion over the course of it, because David Harvey's the only person remaining that has won the championship before. So John Yuga has finished second before. No one else in the field has won a BIKC title. Especially at
Whippich got close.
Whippich getting very close here. Actually, he's closed in gaps about 8/10 now between the back of Sugden Scott. Whippich does have the fastest lap of the race, 52.181. And
Megan's very happy with the pig puns.
Yeah,
she's
that's
working
currently
on
enough to win that battle against Aaron with a 52.260. So currently we have Sol with a 52.139, which is currently winning the battle for pole. Then in second place in the last semi-final, we have a 52.604 from Ben Paynes. Oh, sorry, 004 from Ben Paynes. And then we have a 52.273 currently from Harvey. So at the moment, the grid is going in favour of Group 1.
Harvey had a little look there, going around the third hairpin. He thought, like, he didn't really make a move, but he was thinking, is it possible? He was almost like prepping for the next lap or so. Like, is this an opportunity to have a go and see if he can get through and take the lead of the semi-final? So we're starting to get into the closing stages of the semi-finals. And after this, we'll just have the 2 20-minute grand finals along with the Joker laps. I always call them hero laps then for some reason. Why have it
has the opportunity to make a hero or a zero out of the driver if they get it correct. So it's a very different, very new addition to BIKC this year, and the two races we've seen so far that have featured it have been very good so far.
Interestingly enough, we have two Stockton drivers leading the semi-final, and Hassan's on his first ever attempt at the national final. So
yeah, first time at the finals for Hassan Zafar, a very experienced driver that's done quite a bit of racing himself and is making it look quite easy here at the front of this one. Sugden Scott's tried to throw a lot at the back end of that kart, but he hasn't had an answer just yet for the pace of Hassan Zafar. Anthony Whippich is closing in here, but I have a feeling he will run out of laps. He's a little bit slower that time around the leading two, but still holds the fastest lap of the race. Russell Endine is still there in fourth place, giving him a fourth row start on the grid. But the top four have made a massive gap over Dan Evans, who leads what can only be described as a full train of karts, which ends with Colin Marshall in P10. So of those drivers, there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 of them, but all fighting over the 4 remaining seats in the main event. As we go on to what we think is going to be the last lap of this semi-final, the last lap of the semi-finals in BIKC 2024.
Wow.
Hassan Zafar has another look over his shoulder. You can see that Sugden Scott is nowhere near him, but Sugden Scott, if he looks over the shoulder, is going to see the bright red suit of Anthony Whippich is even closer to him this time around. So through the top end of the circuit, I don't think he's going to be close enough to mount a challenge. If he is, I'll be very impressed, and it's going to come in the back 3 corners of the lap. as down the back end of the circuit, Hassan Zafar will go over the start-finish grid and through the 3 hairpins, which I don't think is close enough to do anything about him, as it looks like time is running out for David Harvey to get his way into the main event. He's going to have to try and make a move in the next couple of corners, but through the last 3 corners is going to come Hassan Zafar to seal a front row start for the main event. Harvey Sugden Scott will start in the 2nd row, Anthony Whippish the 3rd, Russell Endine will start on the 4th. We wait for the train to come over the line. Here they come. Dan Evans is going to start on the 5th row. Lewis Tomo, Hugh McDonald, Hamid Darat book their place into the main event, and that means that David Harvey, the defending champion, is out of the BIKC in 2024. He will take no further part of him. He's wearing the bright pink helmet cover. It has not helped his case here anymore. We also
he has been hogging the spotlight though, hasn't he?
He's been trying to hog the spotlight, but he hasn't been hogging a seat in the main event, sadly.
That
for
came
him.
from Mick, I just want to say, on the live stream.
Yeah, it also means we bid adieu to Colin Marshall, Mason Hands, Mike Allen, Ollie Mboge, and Bilal Khan. And yeah, that's a lot of racing to unpack over the course of it. So I think what's best to do now, he's down by the pit lane. You can just see him there. Over to you now, Lex.
Cheers, Tom. Earlier on, we were giving away some free karting. The question to win the vouchers was, what is the next TeamSport track to open? The answer to that is Bournemouth. A lot of people got it wrong. A lot of people saying other stuff, but if you said Bournemouth, you were put into a draw to be chosen randomly to win one of 5 vouchers today. You are Stacey Painter, George Hornby, Natasha Bean, Simon Hambley, and Sam Baston as well. Well done. You'll be contacted via email, and you can use your vouchers anytime before December next year. Will is with Brandon.
Thanks, Lex. So yeah, I'm joined with Brandon. Brandon is one of our senior mechanics here at TeamSport. And before we get into the finals, Brandon is going to take us for a little tour around one of the TeamSport karts using this weekend. So Brandon, can you show us all the bits? What's new?
This is the Biz EcoVolt GT. 2 battery packs, a motor control unit at the back, charging in the back here using the nice new handles with on-off switches, which is nice. Saves us a bit of maintenance on the charger port, which is pretty handy.
I've also noticed I've got a really cool button there on the steering wheel. Is that in play this weekend?
It is indeed. That's the forward and boost button. So use it to set off the car, start driving, and then as the drivers are going around today, they can use it once a lap to get a nice 5-second boost.
Awesome. And on a track like this, then, where do you think that's kind of beneficial to be used? Because there's some really nice straights to use. There's down the ramp. Where would you use it?
I tend to use it as I'm coming down the ramp. As soon as you get towards the bottom of that, you've got a nice long straight then through the chicane. It's good fun.
Super. That's awesome. So Brandon, just about kind of your history. So you've been in TeamSport for how long?
Almost 6 years now.
6 years. And did you start as a mechanic in TeamSport?
I started as marshal.
Fantastic. So you've come from a marshal. You're now a senior mechanic. Look after, how many tracks do you look after in your region?
I lose track now. I think it's about 12, 13, yeah.
Fantastic. And it's mainly the electrical karts that you look after, isn't it?
Yeah, that's my specialty, yeah.
Super. So again at TeamSport, Brandon's done really well. He's obviously, he's been promoted a few times, I think, in the last few years, which is really cool. And he's got a passion for motorsport. Now, at TeamSport, not only do we employ great people like Brandon and develop them, but we actually develop young students as well. Now, earlier this week, I spent a couple of hours in Hull with Callum Thompson at the Fast Forward programme. So we're going to hand over to Callum. I'm going to learn about that right now.
Hey, so here we are at the Fast Forward head office here in Hull. We're about to go inside and meet Callum Thompson. So come with me, let's check it out. Callum, great to see you again.
How are you doing, man?
Yeah, very good, very good. Callum, we're here again at the Fast Forward Vocational Training head office here in Hull. And obviously I'm joined with...
I'm Callum Thompson, I'm head of centre for Fast Forward.
Brilliant, that's awesome, Callum. And so look, before we get into it, I just wanted you to kind of explain to the viewers, what is the Fast Forward programme, what's the need for it, what's the benefit? Just give them a bit of an insight into what we're all about.
Yeah, sure. So the Fast Forward programme is an alternative training provision. It's designed for those students who need a varied timetable within schools, or for those students who are more practically skilled rather than academically, and they want to get out of school and get hands-on with some tools and equipment.
That's awesome. And what kind of programmes do we do at Fast Forward? What's the benefit, and what kind of things can they learn?
So our offer has grown substantially over the years, and I'm proud to say now that we've got multiple courses we can offer. So we have a level 1 program in mechanics, we have a level 2 program in STEM career progression. We also have a social emotional mental health program which really supports our learners. And we're very pleased to announce that we're just launching our first pilot scheme for functional skills, which is functional skills in maths and English, which is equivalent to GCSEs.
That's fantastic, and I think that's going to really help the learners for sure.
For sure.
Now, in terms of the reach of Fast Forward, you guys are based in Hull, but how has the company and how's the course expanded across the UK?
So with our partnership with TeamSport and back in 2018, our students have been really fortunate that they now get access to TeamSport's facilities, and those facilities spread across the UK. So every city is a TeamSport and a karting track. Our students are now able to access our provision. So that's all the way from Dundee in the north to Gosport in the south and everywhere in between.
That is phenomenal. Now, just to give the viewers a bit of an insight into what a day at Fast Forward looks like, what kind of things would they be expected to do on a day at one of our circuits and one of our sessions?
So our days is a normal school day in terms of the timings. However, in the morning we look at all our underpinning knowledge and theory, especially on our mechanics courses. In the afternoon we're looking at practical, and we're looking at how we're working with tools, and we're trying to get students working with some tools and getting them ready for a career.
Yeah, that's really good stuff. It's really good stuff. Now, I'm sure everyone's thinking to themselves, how on earth do I get on this if I'm interested? So how do we contact Fast Forward to get on the course?
So you can give us a call on 01482 460 464, or you can use one of the links down below, whether that be the QR code or the email address. And if all else fails, you can visit our website, which is www.fastforwardtraining.co.uk.
Fantastic. So there you have it, guys. Fast Forward Vocational Training Programme. If you think it's something for you, or you have students that would benefit from a programme like this, then drop us an email or a phone call, or contact us on the website, and we'll be in touch soon.
So there you have it. If you've got any interest in the Fast Forward programme and you think you've got students that would like to enrol, please contact us because we'd love to hear from you and them. Now, I'm joined with Kyla at the moment, and Kyla has got many jobs in team sport, but one of them is Fast Forward instructor for the region for the Midlands. So Kyla, it'd be really awesome if you could kind of put in your words what you think the Fast Forward programme brings and what your experience has been so far.
Yeah, so it brings a safe place to start with from all these students that come from rough backgrounds or things like that. It gives them a place to come. They get consistency with their course, as well as being able to kart as well. It's really rewarding at the end of the day, knowing that they've had a good day, and then they may come in feeling rubbish, but then coming back in into track, and then they're all excited is really, really good.
That's awesome. And we just only a few months ago, we finished off last year's. We've had lots of people in the Midlands that have been successful. I think we had 365 of the students in the Midlands all passed and gained qualifications in motorsport engineering, which is superb. Now, Kyla, you also have made your own some of the training tools you've made. We've got a Who Wants to Be a Millionaire, a Kahoot quiz. What kind of inspired you to kind of go above and beyond and create those?
I think I know that from those backgrounds, they won't sit down and just do a test. So I wanted to make sure that they passed their course. So I tried to find a more interactive way to get them to do their tests. But yeah, it has helped, and it's been more engaging for them.
Yeah, I was going to say, so you find that really helps get the engagement and then the karting as a reward at the end of the day?
Yeah, the reward does help, yeah.
Super, thank you very much. Okay, so now we're going to pass you over to Akhil, who's got Dominic Wilkinson for a quick interview.
Yep, I'm here with Dominic, who's our CFO here at TeamSport. Dominic, your first BIKC, it's a rota. You were on this year, but I think you're glad you're here, aren't you?
I am. I mean, it's kind of a couple of things I've learned to take away. I need to practice an awful lot. And Russ Mabley, I did know, could speak for 12 hours non-stop, which is incredible.
For 2 days running.
For 2 days running. But no, I mean, I think, look, it's been a fantastic day. It's really blown me away, the scale of it. Actually, the volume of the quality of driving, but also the volume of races the team have to deal with. And it's been absolutely seamless. I think the quality of the operation has been so smooth throughout today. And even when there have been little bumps here and there, I think the crew have been absolutely phenomenal at going and dealing with it and ensuring the continuity of the racing throughout the day. Absolutely brilliant.
I was just going to say, actually, to run something like this, it's quite impressive. The planning starts months ago. Yeah. Our crew really are special here, aren't they?
I can't remember who it was I was talking to now. I said exactly the same thing. And when I look around, I think I cannot see anybody other than TeamSport that could actually put this on and deliver this. I think the quality of the people that we've brought together, I mean, this isn't just the Warrington crew. We've brought people from all over the business to support today. I think everybody's pulled their part. They've been long days for everybody, but actually it's been brilliant today. Really good day.
And obviously we can't do it without our sponsors, you know, Club 100 and Biz and people like that.
Yeah, I think, you know, Club 100, they provide all the prizes. It's great incentive for people to come and join. And Biz, obviously, we work with day in, day out, and actually the quality of what they give for us is absolutely brilliant. So, no, superb.
And we look at sort of BIKC as the grassroots of motorsport. Why is that important? Why is our role in motorsport so important via BIKC?
Do you know, I think it's always been seen as a bit of an elitist sport, hasn't it? If you're trying to watch it on telly, people's access and view of it is sort of Formula One. But actually, I was talking to one of the semi-finalists just now who told me a fantastic story. So he's been racing here today. He's just finished in the semi-final here. He started karting less than 15 months ago. And in January, he decided that he really wanted to give this a go. So he booked a hotel room for this weekend on the off chance. It was refundable, he told me. But he booked a hotel room so that actually that was his target, was to get to BIKC and get to the final. And I think, you know, a competition that actually gets that kind of interest in somebody and brings them into the sport. It kind of comes from Watford. He's been to a High Wycombe track. You know, he's been around all our tracks, and you know the enthusiasm that brings into the sport. And I think also alongside the Discover Your Drive, you know, across the weekend we've seen far more participation from females than we've seen in previous years. So I think, you know, getting out there and getting more inclusive into the sport can only be a good thing.
Right, so we have named 3 new champions this weekend.
Yep.
Just 2 yesterday, 1 today. We have got our 2 finals coming up. How excited are you? Because I'm absolutely buzzing for this.
It's amazing. I think, you know, the quality, as I say, the quality of the driving has been phenomenal, and it's got better and better as the day's gone through and the heats have come down. And you look at the very small margins that there are between some of these drivers. And, you know, this is the pinnacle for some of these guys. You know, they all want to win. So, no, I'm really looking forward to it. It's going to be a really exciting couple of races.
Absolutely. We're all looking forward to the 2 grand finals. I certainly can't wait. But for now, it's back to Lex.
I'm behind you. You might have been watching before that someone took a little bit of a tumble on the track, right? I'm going to go and find him because it was quite funny, and I'm going to turn it into a meme, to be honest with you. Let's just zoom in here. Let's get in here. Let's get in here. Let's get in here. Here he is.
Hello.
Hi, Jude.
How are you?
I'm very well. How are you?
I'm okay. Feeling a little bit better now.
What happened? I don't know if we could get it up on the screen, Joel, but what happened?
So I saw a driver obviously spun round at Andre. He didn't look very happy in his kart, so I was like, oh, better rush over, make sure he's okay, make sure he's back in the race. And the barrier said otherwise.
Yeah, so everyone was very concerned for your welfare.
Of course they were.
You just can confirm you're okay?
Yes, I'm fine. It's just a bruised ego, if anything. The 4 action replays definitely did that.
How did you get involved in TeamSport, man?
I started about 7 months ago. Honestly, I'm loving it, to be honest with you. It's been great. I mainly came here because of my passion for motorsport, but that's really kind of helped me move up the company and do well, really.
Was it my cousin that hired you?
It was your cousin that hired me. Yeah.
He's got a good eye for it, you know.
Yes,
he has. Thank you so much.
No worries.
Glad you're okay. Go over to Akhil. We're going to go for a big walk down there and see what we can find. Over to you, mate.
Follow me. I think Will is getting a few people lined up to talk to. Oh, just taking the old. There we go. We're good. And I think Will has a driver ready.
Tell us about kind of how you got here. Awesome. So look, I'm joined here now forcefully with Hamid Dorat.
Hello everyone.
Who I've known for quite a long time actually, from when I was a GM back in them days.
Yeah. Absolutely. I've been racing at Leeds. I started off at Leeds, TeamSport at Leeds. I did my locals at TeamSport Leeds, and then we went to Leicester, won the locals, finished second at regionals, and now I'm here today.
That's awesome. And this is your 3rd, I think, BIKC.
I think yeah, it's the 3rd one, yeah.
Okay, awesome.
I finished P4. I had a bit of an incident down at turn 3, so it put me into P4. But hopefully this year, let's see what happens. Anything can happen with a Joker.
Absolutely. And have you got a plan for the Joker?
What I'm going to do is just see if there's traffic in front of me, I'll basically come in, or if there's somebody pressuring me from behind, I'll just see how it plays out, really.
Yeah, I love that. I mean, look, we've seen some really good strategy over the weekend. We've seen people pitting on lap 1. We've seen people patting, literally 60 seconds to go and coming in at the end. So, yeah, and it definitely works. So, yeah, good luck. All right, good luck.
Thank you. Cheers. Appreciate it.
Hi, I'm with David Harvey, who was last year's champion, who got to the semi-finals this year and has a pig cover.
The pig.
David, really sorry it hasn't worked out for you this year, but I love your attitude. What you told me off camera was, no problem, I'll be back next year.
Yeah, I mean, it's just luck, and, it's racing at the end of the day, and things happen. Yeah, and you can't let that be, you can't let that get you down. It's just got to crack on and come back and be stronger next year.
Absolutely. Tell me a little bit about the semi-final. How was it for you?
Semi-final was literally like a train, but that was the quickest car I've had. I could tell the difference between the carts, but it was the quickest car I've had all night. But it was just, you couldn't really get a move on anything without sort of lunging at someone or taking someone out. But it's just, that's racing. You just got to stick in the train, and hopefully they make a mistake, and
And are you looking forward to the final? I mean, you said to me again off camera, it's going to be a really good final.
It's going to really good, yeah, especially with the Joker lap. That's going to play dividends with the result.
And how do you think people will use their Joker lap? So you can tell me now, because obviously you're not in the finals, you can tell me, whereas others might want to keep it under their hat. But how would you use it?
I mean, if you was sort of 4th or 5th place, I reckon that would work really well for you. But it's going to be a little bit tricky for first place, first and second. It's just pot luck. Whether when you come in, really, it's just luck. That's at the end of the day.
But do you think it's added something to the excitement element?
Oh, definitely, yeah. Because especially when they're coming in and they're on mode 1 and they're like, come on.
Oh, we've seen people literally shake and try. We've seen people shake and try and get to the front that way as well. It obviously doesn't impact when you do that, but it does make for some entertaining.
Especially at the exit of the pit lane, it's like, because then it goes to mode 3. It's like, come on.
Well, David, thank you again for being such a great sport. Thank you again for coming this year, and we can't wait to see you next year.
See you next year, definitely.
Think we're going to carry on walking that way?
Might have a race.
Yeah, we're going to see what we can find. See if there's any more. It's pretty packed down there where Will's walking.
You look like a man that's enjoying that beer.
I am indeed, yes, thank you.
Whereabouts you travel from today?
South London, yeah.
And who are you supporting? Oops, who are you supporting?
Right here.
And how are you feeling about the next race?
Positive. Yeah.
What position are you going to be on the grid?
I think I'm going to be in 9th. So, not last, but we'll see.
But don't forget, you have got the Joker lap. Yeah. Have you got any kind of strategic kind of thinking where you're going to come?
I do, but I'm not saying it here.
Okay, so it's going to be one to watch?
Yes.
Love that. Okay, good luck. All right, well done.
Look at this gang of reprobates in here. You ever been? We haven't been in here today. Everybody say hi. Hi. They hate this bit. They absolutely hate it, which is why we're doing it. Come on in. Come on.
Oh, pasta.
Eating again.
This is Diana Lee. Everybody say hello to Diana Lee. Sam, come and have a chat with us. Come and have a chat with us. This is not one of the most exciting things to talk about on a live stream with racing, but tell me about the food today.
Oh, it's been good. It's been pretty busy, yeah.
What's your favourite thing on the menu?
My new favourite? Oh, I like the pasta. So we've just added pasta to our menu, so that's great. It's been going down really well today as well.
Carbonara's banging. Keep that up.
Yeah.
Is it coming off the menu, that?
No, it's staying. This isn't it. This is the new menu. This is what it's been rolled out at every site, so...
Sam, we've got to ask you. I've got to ask you. Pineapple and pizzas.
Wrong.
It's wrong. There you go. Criminal. It's wrong. It's criminal.
It is. They'd shoot you in Italy for that, so,
There you have it. Don't order pineapple and pizza in Italy.
Let's
Cheers,
go
Sam.
see what else we can find with the keel. Go on, take it over.
Let's go here. Let's talk to this young man here who has a nice lens on his camera. What have you been up to? What have you been up to today?
Took about 1,500 photos. I'll have to send them you later.
And have you enjoyed the racing?
I've watched a lot of the racing. It's been fun. Heavyweights, I'm going to be honest with you. Heavyweights have been a bit scrappy. Yeah, you move out my frame. Don't worry, she used to work here, just saying. Yeah, the only reason I watch this for photo opportunities. But yeah, the racing's always quite similar here. I say it's a lot better now, and I can't wait to see the Joker lap. I've never been to BIKC, but BIKC obviously implementing this, and it seems to be working. Who was the guy in lightweights you went?
Yeah, Jamie went from 15 to 3rd, so it works. It works. Anyway, keep the photos up.
I'll be on it for the grand final. Don't worry.
Nice one.
Right, I think we'll leave it there for a minute. We're going to take a quick break, but very shortly we'll be back. Hello, everyone.
There's lots going on here, isn't there?
Yeah, we'll be back with the finals very, very shortly.
We're Sonair, the powerhouse behind incredible and engaging in-store radio. Getting on air couldn't be simpler. We'll look after all the relevant music licensing and broadcast hand-curated music tailored to your brand. Promote your special offers and upsells with minimal effort. No expensive equipment is needed, and there are no upfront installation charges. To find out more, simply visit sonair.io/go live.
Hi, my name is Hugh Chambers. I'm the Chief Executive of Motorsport UK, the governing body for motorsport in this country. The British Indoor Kart Championship is one of Motorsport UK's official British titles. It is run in conjunction with TeamSport across their 35 tracks, and with 5,500 competitors each year, I think it is fair to say that it is the largest motorsport championship anywhere in the world. The British Indoor Kart Championship is incredibly important to Motorsport UK. We recognise that indoor karting is the access point for most people in the community for their first taste of getting the thrills of driving a motorised four-wheel vehicle around a track. And the accessibility of that with 35 centres across the UK means that we're opening the doors to literally hundreds of thousands of people a year to be able to find out whether they're really excited about motorsport. And putting at the top of the pinnacle of that indoor karting a championship with the BIKC in partnership with TeamSport allows us to find that talent and inspire that talent as a pathway into other forms of motorsport and other forms of karting. So the BIKC is really, really important to us.
We're just waiting around, just figuring some things out here. I'm sure Russ and Tom will tell you all about that in a bit. Very quickly, I want to try and catch a guy called Alex Minto. You might have seen him in the High Wycombe ad that we've made, which, by the way, you were pretty much head of that video in High Wycombe. That was genius.
It was.
Really good.
I mean, there were some elements to it. We were actually in a shopping centre at 4 a.m. in the morning. Shopping centres are strange places at 4 a.m. because they're spooky. But there was a 24-hour gym. And you wouldn't believe the amount of people that work out at 4:30 a.m. But it was really fun filming. It was obviously done safely. But to drive a car, and it was driven by Adam Beale, obviously our colleague, our technical manager.
Is that not a bit risky, having Adam Beale drive a go-kart in a shopping centre?
Well, because of his job title, that's the only way we could get through health and safety. So they don't know Adam Beale, but they recognise the job role. So it was.
Just before we move on,
They've clearly not been watching BIKC, have they?
Just need to very quickly apologise for any fruity language you might have heard in the kitchen before, by the way, as well. Spin round and say hello to Alex. Someone decide who's taking Alex.
Yeah, go on then.
Wow.
Okay, I'll
regret that one.
So, Alex Minto. We've all seen now that the marketing masterpiece, that we'll call it.
Yes.
The It's a Dream.
Yeah.
Yeah. You obviously a star performer in there.
Yeah, yeah.
What's it been like being a security guard in a shopping centre?
Well, it's not the day job, so it's a step out the norm for me. But no, it was a great fun. It was a great stunt. It was a great day to go and film that. It was an early start for us, wasn't it, Akhil? And shout out to Akhil, Dan, and Tom, the videographer on the day, for coming along at 4 a.m. we got there to sort of film in the shopping centre, and then being a star in. I hadn't planned for that. I turned up and Akhil told me your outfit's there, and I said, what outfit? And then next thing you know, you're plastered all over the internet. So, but no, it's good fun. It's gone down well, I think.
Yeah, it was really good. It was really well received. So just kind of around the driving a car in a shopping centre.
Yeah.
I know Adam Beale was the kind of the driver.
Yeah.
Whose decision was that for Adam Beale to drive the car?
Well, when we sat down with Malcolm and said, this is what we want to do, he said, you need to get someone to drive it. And then he looked at me and Akhil and he basically said, neither of you are allowed to drive it. Go get someone who can drive a go-kart to do it. So the first person we thought of was Adam Bill. Obviously, he's normally here racing round doing whatever he does when he leads them out. So yeah, no, he was the first person we thought of, and he was a man with a van that could bring a kart to us. So it was 2 birds, 1 stone for us, really.
Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. So Alex, look, in the video, okay, there's an element twice actually, where you do the kind of stare into the screen, right?
Yeah.
Can you give us a bit of a preview of what that looks like?
I don't know if I can do it on cue.
I think you've got this.
All right.
You've got this. Let's do it.
This
Let's do
is
it.
going to turn into something.
Okay, right. What am I doing this?
Let's do it.
Right, you just want me to do the stare into the camera?
Do the stare.
Okay,
You can do it.
Right, you ready? Are you going to give me a countdown?
You ready?
Right.
3, 2, 1.
There you go.
Phenomenal.
The viewers have gone now. The viewers have gone like that.
Fantastic. Cheers,
No,
Alex.
no
Really
worries.
appreciate that.
Cheers.
Where's Adam
fun.
Chin gone? I was going to speak to Adam Chin then. Everyone says
We,
the sound. Hello, Adam Chin. Look, he's moving away on purpose. He hates it.
We have got Chrissy actually over there. Now, Chrissy was involved yesterday with some of the cadet and junior drivers, especially with the DYD. It'd be really good to bring Chrissy in.
Let's go over to Chrissy. Chrissy, come here. Come on. Come and have a little chat with us.
Oh, hi,
Come and have a little chat with us.
Ooh,
Come and have a
look
little
at
chat
me.
with us. So, tell us what you're up to.
Well, today,
Well, yeah.
I'm just supporting
Yeah.
Cooley.
Explain to us about this DYD thing that you've been involved in, because that's been awesome.
Oh my God, DYD is an absolute amazing program,
Yeah.
and I think it's an incredible thing that F1, Motorsport, and obviously TeamSport has put together.
Yeah.
And especially Freya, the opportunity of her getting Club 100
Incredible.
for free,
Yeah.
the opportunity for like Layla doing well indoors, and Mia. You see how much they grow within a 5-week program. It's amazing, and just. I'm so proud and grateful to be a part of it as well.
For people who don't know you or don't know
Yeah.
Crawley, explain who you are, where you came from, and how you got involved in that.
So my name is Christina. Everyone calls me Chrissy.
Chrissy.
Or Crazy Chrissy.
Crazy Chrissy.
And my home track is TeamSport Crawley, which is, my opinion, the best track that TeamSport owns and the best track in the south. 3 floors of madness. You get air on the down ramp. And with 12 corners, it's just an amazing thing.
But
Like,
have you seen the High Wycombe ramp?
oh, I've been there. No, I've been there.
Huh?
Oh my God.
Yeah.
High Wycombe. I wasn't scared because I'm used to it, but I love when you got the up ramp, you get a little free boost because of
Yeah.
the technology and the grip pain. Now, High Wycombe, mwah, give me that at Crawley. Give me it.
We've been trying to get names for the ramp in High Wycombe. Have you got any suggestions?
Keep it clean though, Chrissy.
Yeah, come on, be
keep it
careful
clean.
now. You know, we've had ramp face, all the
I
expected
think-
ones.
Oh, I want something a bit quick, but it's a bit.
Yeah.
It's not just a ramp. It's a little like a
Oh,
little
okay.
bump.
Yeah.
Do you like? Yeah, like. It needs to be like all bumpy.
Okay.
I'm going to say yeah. Let's not keep that. Yeah, can't.
Chrissy, thank you very much.
You're very welcome.
Let you get
Thank
back
you,
to everything.
darling. Take care.
Thank you. Yeah, we've had a suggestion from Joel who came up with what was it? Damon Hill, which I thought was quite. Was that yours? It was cameraman's. Akhil,
What,
have you got someone
for the ramp?
Yeah. Damon Hill.
No, there
I
was a
thought
thing as well,
that was quite good.
The comedian Jimmy Carr, right, is from High Wycombe. So I did think something about Jimmy Cart, and I thought maybe,
clever.
you know,
Clever.
could do a little thing there.
How was Ross Kemp?
Ross Kemp. We haven't released that video yet.
Oh,
but
okay.
No, that's
All right.
fine. It's fine. We had,
no, but you know.
No, that's fine. We had Ross Kemp at Reading.
Well, there you go. There's a premiere
which
for you
was,
right now.
Yeah, which was cool. We've had a couple of.
Ross Kemp on Gangs, not Ross Kemp at Reading.
Ross Kemp at Reading.
Can't wait to watch that.
Yeah,
It's going to be amazing.
Yeah.
Awesome.
We've done some cool stuff recently. We've got a feature coming out from Mitcham as well. Via Talk Sports, that's one to watch as well. So yeah, lots of good stuff going on.
Nice, cool. All right. While they're trying to figure everything out, we'll go to something that Joel's going to put on the screen for me right now, and then hopefully we'll have some action.
So this is where the grid start would be.
Yep. standing start straight out the pit lane.
Yeah.
Timing line's here. So just before the first corner, brand new start lights as well.
Cool.
So you've got the nice 5 sequence. So really feel like a Formula 1 driver when you
Yeah.
sat in the grid ready for a Grand Prix.
Cool.
So
where should the cart be?
So as you're coming up to here, you want to be just towards the barrier. This one of the great things about this track, there's loads of like furniture around. You can start using for your braking markers.
Yeah.
So here, you just want to be tapping the brake as you go as you come up to the red door. Turn towards the white line.
Yeah.
Nice smooth line as you come through here. Bonus, we've got so much circuit you can use, so much real estate. So keep it nice and tight up to the barrier, and then you're effectively following this new one on the way out. So you can just see a red line on the far side. You effectively want to put the cart in that gap as you come out of it. Nice TV as well for sector timing. That's a work in progress. I think we'll be the first track that's going to get that. So as you come over the line, you'll be able to see your lap times on the TV screens there. Then out of this second corner, out of this first one into the second hairpin, series of 3 hairpins, one of the better overtaking points on this track. So you normally find as you come out of here, the racing line brings you right over to this section of the circuit here, just before this red line. But you can get a nice move down the inside, just sort of set it up here. So normally you find when you've got the races, this is one of the action zones. And again, nice sweeping line through, tap towards the apex on the middle. This one's a little bit different. You don't want to use all the road on the way out, because that run between the second and third hairpin there, it's really short. So you normally find the quick line sort of brings you out towards the middle.
Oh, it's wide, isn't it?
I know, you've got loads of space here.
There's a lot
of space. I think we worked it out. You can go into this corner, you can go 3 wide minimum. Now on an indoor circuit, that's unique. There's not many that can do that sort of move, so it's a really good one for overtaking. This third hairpin here, this is one where you really need to alter your line for what you normally do. So you come out of turn 2 nice and tight here. You want to pretty much be where I'm stood here as you turn in, so just behind this L that's in the tarmac.
It's not as wide as
so not right up to the side, because that run's really short. Bring the cart in right up towards the apex of the corner, and then you can just see the circuit just starts to narrow in a little bit. So you can probably go 3 wide on the way in, but you've got to sort of get it all sorted out before you get to like where we're stood now. Otherwise,
see it. You can see where you don't want to be.
Yeah, you can see where you don't want to be out here where it's not been run. But you can just start to see the line starting to rubber in. But again, you just want to be nice and wide on the way out. Stick towards that wall on your left-hand side. And then one of the beautiful features of Warrington Dunlop bridges.
Well, I was going to say, I mean, the bridges are... I mean, we posted a couple of images on day one. And we just did these because
instantly recognisable.
Exactly
you come here, you walk over. It's as you like. If you've never been here before, as you walk over that footbridge, you just walk out of a nice reception area, nice clean, calm reception area. You walk out of there to a circuit that's running. You've got all the noise. You've got the carts going round. It's like it's a real attack on the senses. It's like a nice little feature that Warrington has that you don't really get anywhere else. But mainly through this section here.
It's quite quick, isn't it?
This is a very fast section. So if I was out here, especially with the new e-carts, the boost button, I'd probably be using it coming out of turn 3. Because this now, we're going into one of the fastest sections of the circuit. So you're coming through here, threading the cart through the barriers, inside through here, keep it towards the middle of the circuit, then go towards the inside again as you go under the bridge. You got the old line here from BIKC, obviously the home of the finals. There's a few little bits that maybe a little bit different that you won't see at other circuits.
We'll talk about BIKC as we get further on, but I mean, there's a spectator area there, which is quite unique. And that's
this is brand new. So this is all brand new. We've been saying for a while that this is like a really good place. You can see loads. When we've been running our member-only stuff, we'll normally have someone in the middle here because you can see so much of the circuit. And now the fact that guests are going to be able to experience this here, it's going to be a very unique viewing point.
BIKC.
Yeah, especially with BIKC. I expect this is going to be electric when we have BIKC. Because you're right up towards the cart, you get to see the start, you got the checker flag. So if you are thinking about doing BIKC, this is where you will become a BIKC champion as you come over this line.
I just want to watch our heads.
Bridges are a little bit low here. You find a lot.
Watch your heads, guys.
You'll find a lot as you come through. They actually look a lot lower than they are. So you'll see people as they come through, they just start ducking under the wheel. You don't need to, but a lot of people do it. This is one of the sections of the track where you can really make a lot of time. So we nickname it Dunlop 2 because it's the second of the Dunlop bridges. One of the few circuits that does have names. But if you look at where we are now, this is like a left-right chicane. So if you were looking at a normal racetrack, you'd expect you'd clip the apex here, you'd then try and clip this one here. That's the exact opposite of what you want to do. So as you come through this section here, you effectively want to stay nice up and close to this barrier on the outside because you've got a nice big corner here that you really want to try and maximise your track width. I normally try and explain to people, when you're coming up into here, if you're right on the inside, you're making the corner very acute. Whereas if you can come out of here, open the corner out a little bit, you effectively make the corner look more like that. So as you're coming through, you take a bit more speed through. What it does mean, again, this is one of the action zones of the track. You find a lot of overtaking points. Because if you're over here with your kart, you've got a lot of real estate over there that you can quite easily find another kart going down your inside there. So you'll find when we get to like the BIKC finals, most drivers will probably sit towards the middle of the circuit just to cover it off. Because if you're if you're too far over, it's just going to invite someone down your inside.
Someone to go through.
It's just going to invite someone down here. Again, under the mez, really long section that we've got through here. It's a nice, fast and flowing section here. But as you come out of this Dunlop 2 corner, again, racing line etiquette, you'd probably want to be over here. Now the run to that corner is again very short, so I'd probably be about where you're stood there, Akhil. So towards the middle of the track here, because what we're going to do is we're going to pull the cart back over to the right hand side before you turn in for this tight left hander. You can just see the marks now as people have tried it. And you also see the marks where some people have gone a little bit too far out as well.
There's a couple that might have gone a little wide there.
Just take an alternative line through the corner. So your turning point for this one, you're probably going to be about here, just where the line in the floor is. Bring it in. The track does drop away slightly here. So you want to try and get the nose of the cart in, so you can use the force of the cart coming down to try and get that little bit more of a bite on the turning. So clip the apex here. This is another one where it's really short on the run. So you want to stick towards the middle here. Stick towards the middle and then go through this nice right-hander. Again, loads of space though. So again, you do normally find you can get a good overtaking move done down here.
So I've got to say, you don't want to lead the whole way here, do you? It's very difficult to defend. You don't want to be sort of.
This is one of those tracks where you can really have a good race. We were talking earlier. I've seen races here where you've seen drivers side by side for the entire lap and they've not making contact on an indoor track. It's exceptionally difficult. But around here, you've sort of got the real estate to do it. Now, for anyone who's been here before, this section is going to look completely different.
So this is the new bit?
This is the new bit. This is where things have changed. So originally, the circuit would have gone over to your right-hand side just here, but now this is the pit lane entrance. So if you are unfortunate enough to be shown a black flag during your session, or the checker flags come out, which is probably even worse, you come through the pit lane entrance into the new pit lane. The new corner here is a nice, quick right-hander as you come up the ramp. Now,
so not much braking, just a bit of.
Through this one, you can actually lift. It's actually a very fast corner. It's one of the nuances of this track. It is very, very fast. But you can just see is where the general consensus is here. It's a nice late turn in to bring it to the inside. Use all the road on the way out as you head up the ramp.
Boost button opportunity if you haven't used it.
If you haven't already used it down the bottom section there, if you're maybe fighting with another car and you want to try and get the move, if you maybe look at the boost button as you come up to that corner, give it a kick, maybe try and go down the inside here. Again, you can quite easily go too wide up here. It's a very, very wide ramp. Now, this section here, while the layout is relatively the same, it's all been slightly reprofiled. So I think the guys who've been down so far have all said, while it's a similar layout, it's a very different track to drive. So they're just still trying to learn it.
Used to it.
But out of here, you find you get a load of speed coming up the ramp. You've got to get the cart slowed down into this like teardrop hairpin. So it can be quite difficult. You do find
go a bit wide.
You can see the tyre marks where people have been coming a little bit too far out. But you've sort of got to get the line correct here, because the next section of corners come at you so quickly. So really, there is only one line through here. Again, it's one of the nuances of Warrington. We've got the fast flowing stuff at the bottom section of the circuit. Up here, it's a bit more tight, technical, so you can really appeal
to. That's what makes it special, isn't it?
It appeals to just about everyone. If you're one that likes to thread a cart through the corners nice and quickly, then this is the sort of section of the track for you. If you want to go as fast as physically possible in a go-kart, you've got the section down the bottom there, which is really going to help you. So as you come up the ramp here, you want to pretty much stick towards the middle here as you're coming up. There used to be two schools of thought. You could either go down the right-hand side. The way it's been reprofiled, the middle seems to work a little bit better. As you're coming up here, this section looks really open. However, with the power of these new e-carts, it comes at you really quickly. So you're finding now that you're trying to get the cart stopped, turned in, And if you take a little bit too much speed up here, the back end of the cart's just going to slide out. And it's going to leave you really tight on the way in. I think these were my tyre marks. I think these ones were mine from the other day. So
you can see the line really developing here, though. Can't
yeah,
you can do it right.
Yeah, you can see the general consensus here. Everyone's sort of got the same idea.
What's happening over there?
Yeah, I don't know who did that one. That was rather interesting. But out of here, nice and wide, just get towards the exit of the circuit.
Yeah.
I think this bit feels a little bit narrower.
Okay.
It physically
does,
isn't.
It does, yeah.
It just feels a little bit narrower
really,
than it used
to. It feels, even just walking, it feels a lot narrower.
Yeah, so through here, you can really only go like one by one.
Yeah,
However, this again is one of the action points of the track. It's a real overtaking point. Even before we made a couple of changes here, you'd still find you get a nice move down the inside, because this used to be one of the only braking points on the track. You come down the ramp and you can just see all the marks in the floor here where people have been slamming on the brakes as you come up. What I find works best, as the car bottoms out, so probably about here, tap the brakes, just see where the rear wheel marks are there before you turn the car in. Now, this used to be really tight on the exit. What we've done, that barrier on the exit, is about 1.5 feet further back, so you've got a load more space on the way out. So whereas it used to be, whereas it used to be quite difficult to run side by side through here, it's now exceptionally easy. And we found when we've been, I want to say testing, playing, that you can get an overtaking move done here, because you used to run out of space. Now you've got loads of it. Then two corners before we head down, one of my favourite parts of the track. You want to stick towards the inside here, stay nice and tight through this first one. You come out towards the exit the circuit, stay nice and tight, and just see how the line, like you say, is developing. So it's a nice, smooth run. Even though this is like two right-hand corners, you treat it as one. You keep the wheel turned in. And if you keep the wheel turned, it feeds you nicely out towards the middle of the track.
It's quite a natural corner then, isn't it?
And then you've got the fastest section in indoor karting. As you come down the ramp, this is really the money part of Warrington.
It's essentially got 3 boost opportunities.
Yeah.
You've got this one as well.
It's going to be a real strategy game watching people use it. But as you come down the ramp here, you've got a nice long section, whereas if you use it coming out of here, you've got one of the fastest.
This feels quick.
Yeah, this is very quick. As you come down here, you're just getting up towards the top speed of the karts. Just threading the kart through the left and the right. Even though this looks like two very tight corners, as you take it, it's pretty much a straight. So following effectively where I'm walking now, you want to try and stay relatively close to this one here, and then just coax the kart over to the right hand side. Now, you've got the old grid markings here. These are from a time gone by. However, talking about track furniture that helps you learn. You can use these markers to turn to help where you turn. So we used to tell drivers to look between the 8 and the 6. Now you're probably looking between the 6 and the 4. Watch the low bridge, watch out.
Quite a low bridge, guys.
So you can see the markings here. You've got, you used to say between the 8 and the 6. Now you want to go between the 6 and the 4. So it's a little bit of a later turn in, but I think this corner here, this left-right chicane, a lot of our guys have been likening it to Eau Rouge Radion, the Spa-Francorchamps. It's one of those corners where you really, it's come and have a go if you think you're fast enough, because this corner is just flat. If you get the right line, put the kart in the right place, you can do this absolutely flat out. Stay right up close to the barrier. The apex point is very late in the corner, so it's just about here. So you can see if you turn at the 6 and the 4, a nice smooth line, stay towards the inside here, and then use all of that curbing on the outside, and that'll take you on a lap. But
you can see why the BIKC finals are here, can't you?
There's no other track like it.
Okay, then, ladies and gentlemen, we are back, and we are back for the two of the 3 big races of the day, because one has already gone with the lightweights, but we are going to be crowning another 2 BIKC champions in the next 60 minutes, 70 minutes, I think. Here we go. So, now what we need to talk about, there's a lot of people, especially on the live stream, that have just hopped on. So we just want to go through once again the whole Joker lap. So these races coming up, we're going to start with the middleweight grand final. And it's going to be a 20-minute race. And during the race, there will be Joker lap. laps. Each driver will have to, or they will be disqualified, have to do a joker lap. What is a joker lap? Joker lap is you drive into the pit lane. You bring your car will automatically go down to speed 1, so really, really slow. You bring your car to a halt, and then you are released back onto the circuit. So basically, this will cost around about 14 seconds, and will put you behind and basically in clear space. So it's like in Formula One, an undercut or a potential undercut. And that's exactly how we've been talking about it all weekend. That's exactly what happened in the lightweights this morning. So we've done the joker lap. Obviously only happens in the grand final, so this will be the third and the fourth ones coming up. And they have never failed to disappoint and add a whole extra strategical move. And the great thing is here is that some drivers are going early, some drivers are going late, and there's strategical benefits to be gained by going for each option. Now, as well as this, I hear you say, what happens if we're running under yellows? Well, if we're running under yellows, we close the pit lane, so they can't. However, if there's any driver already in the pit lane, then they've lucked out and they've managed to gain an advantage, like in Formula One, if we are running under the virtual safety car. If we have to stop the race, then we have to restart on the grid, and it will be an accumulated race of the 2 races, so to speak. And but don't worry about that, because our timing system, again, touching wood, because we had a few issues with that in the final earlier on today, that will be able to deal with all of this, and what we see on the screens will be actually how drivers are in the overall standings. So that is the whole joker lap, and it's very exciting. We've also got cameras set up in the pit lane, and we will, and it's not quite a split screen, but we will have an insert where we can actually see what's going on in the pit lane, as well as watching what is going on track. And just to make things even more complicated, we'll be, instead of just following the leaders like we have most of the time done, sorry, I've just spat on you, Tom. That's
Well
not the one. It's not the one, but it's been a long day. So if we have this, then we'll be focusing on the drivers who actually technically are in the lead, not the drivers that are at the front but are yet to take a joker lap. It all sounds very complicated, but it's generated some absolutely stunning racing. And here we go. We have karts leaving the pit lane for the middleweight grand final. So this is going to be 20 minutes of flat-out racing.
Yeah, the longest race these drivers will have done for the whole meeting.
Indeed, yeah. So it is going to be absolutely fantastic. We're going out, obviously, on cold tyres. There's going to be a slight change, and there will be a parade lap, and I think that's very much needed, as those karts have been stationary now for a good 20 minutes, 25 minutes, and there's no doubt that the tyres will be stone cold. All adds to the fun, has to be said. So we are going to be crowning a BIKC champion, and these challenges that we set are not meant to be easy.
Yeah, they are definitely meant to test the drivers that we've got here, and to just talk through some of the drivers we've got. We said coming into this meeting that we have 3 former champions on the grid in the middleweight. All 3 of them have made it through into the main event. However, some of them are at a rather different end of the grid to the others. So Charlie Ratford, the 2-time junior champion, starts on the front row. Alfie Hale, the defending lightweight champion, will start on the second row. And then the defending middleweight champion, Sam Slater, is going to start all the way back on the 5th row of the grid. So all of those drivers, some of them are going to have a potential of an easier time over the course of this one. We've got notes of all the drivers that we've got down here. We've got a list of the numbers to make sure that we can keep tabs of who has been through the joker lap. And it's really played into the hands of some of the drivers who've taken it early, and some of the drivers maybe taking it a little bit late. So we've discussed this a few times. You'd anticipate the top 4, was it that would should in theory go late, but talking to a few drivers, some of them are just like, as soon as I find traffic, I'm just going to come straight in the pit lane.
Yeah, there's so many different ways you can take the Joker lap here. So obviously you lose around about 14 seconds out on track. If you're in clean air, you're better out staying out there. Or if you have a faster driver out there as well, you're better following them along. Obviously, drivers at the back of the grid will probably benefit better from pitting earlier as they have the clean lap rather than getting defended from the drivers at the back of the grid.
But if you take it and you get traffic, it'll slow you down.
Exactly. We saw that in the lightweight final as well. So, again, sometimes it benefits you for staying out late, putting those laps in, being consistent and being patient, and then obviously 20 minutes will unfold and you could come out on a podium.
Yeah, so we are almost there. Obviously, we do have the formation lap to go yet. Silky's just doing some final instructions. We have done a few briefings here, and off we go. Okay, so Charlie Ratford will lead them away on the parade lap as we go around. Here we go. Okay. So you see what drivers will do here. Will they be warming up tyres? Will they be soaring at the wheel? We saw a lot of different. It's a few. Here we go. That's it. Get those tyres warm.
It's always
do
a big
anything you
debate
can.
whether that does anything or not, though. So it could be just weaving around for no reason.
I'm not sure it does at that kind of speed. Is my
I
vote.
think previous years we've seen that weaving around gives you more opportunity of just crashing, especially towards the later part of the day where the track does get a little bit colder. Remember, we've been sat stationary for a little bit of time now while the race directors have been dealing with the myriad of incidents that we've seen so far, and quite a few people are starting to put their calls for the titles in there. So there's a couple of calls saying they reckon Tom Fox is going to get up towards the top of it. Both Hales have a good shot, and then some of them shouting "Go Charlie!" So for our pole sitter Charlie Ratford, he's got a very good record here when he's made it to the BIKC finals, but 16 drivers, and you've got to say, looking at the talent that we've got on the grid, there are easily 16 drivers who, given the opportunity, could be fighting towards the front of the race. But we've seen how difficult at times it can be to overtake around here. It takes decisive action to move through the field, and there's a lot of drivers who you could potentially argue are out of position and need to make some moves quickly in this main event. So the last couple of karts are just coming down the ramp, and they're going to head onto the grid. And as soon as we've got the last karts on the grid, the command will be given to race control, and we'll be able to get down to the fun part of the evening.
Here we go. So we have all drivers lined up. We're going to wait for the shaky lights to appear in the bottom
They're just
right
so excited, the
corner.
lights.
Oh, they are, indeed. Yeah, they're obviously cold. And it looks good. Everyone's lined up. It'll be interesting to see that there's no driver in second place there. Usually we see them try and point inwards.
Yeah, they've been resetting them all day. So this is actually the first time I think we've seen Danny Hale start from the outside of the grid. He started on the inside for the entirety of the day. And for the last time for the middleweights, the red lights start to come on. 20 minutes to decide a champion here in TeamSport Warrington. The lights go green. We're racing for the last time in the middleweights, and it is Charlie Ratford who goes to the front straight away. Tom Fox is up into second position. Danny Hale is down to third with Alfie Hale trying to fight off a challenge from John Bolter as they come through the back end of the circuit. It looks like Kyle Evans is there. There's a lot of contact in the back end. Elbows are definitely out, and I'm pretty sure that looks like Slater's made up a position or two at the start of this one. So we head through towards where the pit lane entrance is. Are we going to see any early dives in towards the pit lane? Yes, we do. Fox is in immediately. And there's Bolton going in as well. That's Kyle Evans going in as well. So there's 3 karts in there. Like Jamie Foster's gone in there as well. 4 karts take the Joker lap very early on in this one.
Wow, 4 karts already, and they just want to get it done. Because they think that if they get held up in the early stages, that's where they think they get the most amount of benefit. And you know what? That did work out in the lightweight final earlier on today. That's exactly how it happened. So that might be a really, really shrewd thing to do. It has to be said, but out they go. We've got 4 drivers coming in, 4 drivers going out.
So the 4 drivers that have come in are Tom Fox, Kyle Evans, Matthew Bolton, Jamie Foster are the 4 ones. You can just see the white flag waving in the background just to warn drivers that are on circuit that are coming through that there may be a slower car. As in comes the 11. That's Danny Hale, one of the top drivers, comes straight into the pit lane potentially to cover off a challenge from Tom Fox as it looks like a potential dummy towards the inside. Remember, these guys have to try and make sure that they don't touch the blend lines. And as I say that, it's a 5-second time penalty for Kyle Foster for a blend line infringement. He's touched the line on the way out, and the clerks of the course have penalised him immediately. So that is Kyle Evans' chance of a good run in this final, done and dusted. We wait to see where Danny Hale comes out in relation to Tom Fox. This outlap is absolutely critical for Tom Fox as Hale comes down the out to the pit exit, and he looks like he's well and clear. There's Tom Fox at full speed as they go towards the first corner. It does look like Tom Fox has just lost out to Danny Hale. So Tom Fox tried to go for the undercut. It didn't work for him. Meanwhile, Bolter and Alfie Hale are fighting here. Are we going to see the second of the Hale boys into the pit lane? Not quite this time. So round they go up towards the top section of the circuit. That's already a good chunk of the field of jokered this time.
Okay, sorry, I was going to say it's certainly interesting seeing now obviously the two leaders are into the obviously the pits and they come through. So now that Hale is leading Fox, we could see them defending, and that could ultimately impact the result of the race.
Yeah, that really hasn't worked for Tom Fox. He was hoping to maybe get a couple of laps in clear air, but he's had championship rival Danny Hale come right out in front of him. Now, if you're going to have someone in front of you, Danny's probably not a bad person to have, because he has been one of the quickest and towards the front as the one kart is coming through the pit lane. That is Harley Smith. Let's see where he comes out. He's coming out behind Matthew Bolton as a bare minimum. There goes Kyle Evans as well, who carries that penalty, and he's come out just in front of Jamie Foster as we watch this fight for second on the road. Let's see if Alfie Hale comes in, and he does. The 15 jokers this time around. This is going to be interesting to see where they come out. So Hale has been tucked up under behind John Bolter for the last little bit, and he's going to feel like the longest 14 seconds of Alfie Hale's life as he trundles through the pit lane, and the rest of the field are going to get a good advantage of him. But the question is, where is Danny Hale in relation to them, and is he going to come out behind or ahead of his brother, the defending lightweight champion here?
See, the key is here.
There he is. Let's see what we do. There's another kart in the pit lane there. Looks like Louis Draper. So we'll mark him off the list. As
now,
he
Charlie
uses a
Radford
penalty.
is 1.8 seconds ahead of John Bolter, but he is effectively racing drivers at the moment that aren't actually directly behind him. But the key is that the lap times. And the lap times of Charlie Radford are very, very strong. He's done a 51.768, which is, I think, around about the second fastest lap of the race so far. But I tell you what, his last lap was 52.1. So his last lap was 0.4 seconds away. We got Tom Fox on a 51.8, Danny Hale on a 51.7. So this is where the action is coming from, because if they continue to lap 3 or 4 tenths a lap quicker, then when Charlie goes for the joker lap, he's going to get overtaken.
Yeah, so it looks like that Alfie Hale's come out behind Tom Fox and Danny Hale. So Danny currently the lead driver who's been through the Joker lap. We think there's about 8 drivers now that still owe us their pit stop. Looking at Radford, Bolter, Sam Slater, top 3. They're all stretched out quite far at the moment. And we wait to see if any of the top guys come in.
That's a better lap for Radford, 51.8. That is a better lap. He needed that.
Yeah, he needs to start putting these lap times in. So it looks like the top 4 may end up going down that strategy that we've been talking for the last little bit of getting in some clear air and trying to build the gap. If we reckon it's about a 14-second gap that you require, Radford at the moment is still clear of Danny Hale. But if Hale can get his foot down and he's running similar sort of pace to Radford and close by about 2 seconds, we reckon, then it could be a very different story when the pit stops do play out.
Tom Fox with a 51.799, Danny Hale with a 51.850. Nip and tuck between those 3 drivers.
Yeah, they need to really try and work together to push forward here. If they can pull a bit of a gap themselves, and they've got a little bit of time in hand over Alfie Hale, who runs in a net 3rd place down, currently P11 on the road. This could get a little bit interesting when we get through. Remember, we've got 14 minutes of this race left to run, so quite a long way to go here, and we expect that the pit lane will quiet down a little bit, and as we get towards the closing stages of the race, you'll see more and more drivers just file into the pit lane. One driver this is helping is Gabe Quinter. Remember, he had that spin earlier on in the semi-final. It just put him on the last row of the grid for the main event. He's only 5 seconds off the lead of Radford, which so far in terms of recovery drive, and now with clear air between him and Taylor Barnes, is quite an impressive feat. So this could again play into the hands of Gabe Quinter. As you can see, the top 8 really, they haven't really got anyone around them. Chris Bruce and Joe Underwood, who's now in the pit lane, is going to try and see where they come out. I think he'll probably end up around about Harley Smith, Lewis Draper sort of route. There goes
But Danny Hale, 15.3 seconds behind. We estimate that Charlie Radford That's more than enough what Charlie Radford needs. About 14 seconds is what we've been seeing is the loss. So he's got about 1.1 seconds in hand. But the difference is for Danny Hale and Tom Fox, this is very much coming down, mind, 14.9. If that comes down anymore, it's going to be really nip and tuck between driver 31, Charlie Radford, and driver number 11, Danny Hale. That's where the actual race is, even though technically Charlie is leading and Danny is in 8th position at the moment. So 14.9. If that comes down, if that gets about 14.5, we are in the realms that it could be an undercut.
Yeah, and remember, you've not got one kart fight in there, you've got three. So Hale Fox, so the two Hales and Tom Fox. This is the fight we're looking at the moment. So these are the lead drivers that have jokered, and they're currently, we think, potentially in striking distance of the race leaders if they were to come in. Over the line this time, 15.2s. They're a little bit slower. They need to get their heads down here and try and work together. So there's a good chance that at least Radford's family will probably be seeing this and maybe telling Charlie to try and get his foot down. He sets a time very close to his personal best that time around, so he's clearly got his foot down and is trying quite hard to build up the cushion that he needs to be able to get into the pit lane and get back out in front of the 11 kart, who is the lead driver that has pitted. That being said, the longer they are out there, Joe Peters and Christopher Bruce may end up finding their way into this. They're only about 7 seconds
So the last
clear.
lap, Charlie Radford was 0.3 of a second faster. That is the kind of lap time that Charlie needs to put down. If that goes the other way, if it had gone around 0.3 the other way, I think we'll be right in the realms of the undercut. 11 minutes to go here. It's going to be fascinating to see when these drivers at the front go for their joker lap. But here we go. So it's Charlie Radford, and there's the gap. Yeah, 5th, so 15.4. Charlie would definitely get out in the lead there. Definitely get out in the lead. Tom Fox with a 15.7. Alfie Hale on the 16.1. Matthew Bolton on the 17.3. They are basically, at the moment, 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th at the moment, because the drivers, in fact, apart from John Bolter, of course. Sam Slade's a little bit further back, but that's where the action is. But it means now, instead of like defensive driving, we've got drivers attacking. That's what this joker lap is designed to do. It's designed to make the drivers attack and not defend. We've seen so many defending master classes as we have gone through, and we might still see some more defending.
Taylor Barnes is coming in. That's the 18 of Taylor Barnes coming in from 4th. So this should, in theory, give us a rough idea of where the others will feed out. I think it's going to be just behind Matty Bolton in the 28. He'll feed out in that little pocket of about 2 or 3 seconds between Matty Bolton and Kyle Evans, which is currently running at around 12th place.
I think Charlie's going to take this really late, because there's no point. He's got the clear track. He might as well just keep going.
As long as he can keep the times up, but his consistency at the moment seems to be all over the place. He's running 52 zeros this time. Meanwhile, the likes of the guys behind him, Gabe Quinter's running a 51.6. So Gabe's got the bit between his teeth. That being said, Danny Hale was a 52 flat last time over the line as well. So 10 minutes remaining here, so halfway through in this main event for the middleweights, and the joker laps are already starting to play out. We look to see if anyone else in the top 4 takes it. I think now there are only 6 drivers that owe us a joker lap, and let's see where Taylor Barnes filtered out. He did filter out just behind Matthew Bolton, so he's currently running 11th on the road, but he's still got 6 drivers in front of him that require a joker lap that I think are going to, think at least half of them will end up dropping behind him as they go now under the footbridge. Sam Slater running in 3rd place. You never thought you'd say that at the start of the day when you saw where he qualified, but 3rd place he is on the road, and it looks like Bolter and Slater are just slowly starting to catch Radford in places. The gap just ebbs and flows by around about 2 seconds. Gabe Quinter is definitely catching that gap a couple of laps ago was about 5 and a bit seconds. It's now just come under that 5-second gap, as there is the fight for the lead on track with the lead drivers that have jokered. Danny Hale is still just ahead, and Tom Fox starting to run out of options here for what he can do. 8.5 minutes remain in the main event for the middleweights, and we're still waiting on the top 6 who owe us their joker lap.
That's 11 Danny Hale. We are watching Tom Fox and Alfie Hale, but these laps, the thing is here, right, is they're messing their own race up because they're racing and they're having to defend, and that means that it's not working out. They don't have the clear, they have the clear track in front, but they're having to defend behind, and this is giving Charlie Radford, not that he needs it, because he's lapping 51.9 is his last lap. His fastest is 51.7.
There's Chris Bruce. So Chris Bruce, number 22, he's just ticked off their lap there. Joker's lap. Let's see where they filter out. They're around about Joe Underwood. So they've made a position or two up from their last place start. Chris Bruce is back in the final as a result of a successful protest. So that's why we've been waiting so long to get the final going, as the race directors heard the case and managed to. And then
another gap
Chris
to Danny
Bruce getting into
is
the
up to
final.
16.1 seconds. Surely now Charlie has got more than enough to come in and out and still maintain his lead in the BIKC. It's all about maybe what's John Bolter going to do. He's just kind of hanging in there. If he can just get a little bit closer, he could I reckon he could really get in the mix, okay, with the Tom Foxes, with the Danny Hales, who are effectively running second and third in kind of real time, so to speak. So I think John Bolter here has got a real chance, maybe of getting on the podium. And Sam Slater, nothing's gone right for him today. You never know, he still might be able to to drag, kicking and screaming, a good result out of BIKC 2024. But here we go, so the gap, 2.1 seconds, the gap down to, it actually come down slightly, it was over 16, now it's 15.9 seconds, but 15.9 seconds, we really think that is more than enough. We think about 14 seconds, that's what's been going on so far. We have less than 7 minutes. We are well over halfway, and it remains to be seen exactly when the drivers are at the front are going to take, because there is now, where are we? There's 5 drivers at the front that have not taken. And the other thing is, right, Danny Hale might end up at the back of Joe Peters in a minute, and that might start slowing them down even more. So Danny's going to have drivers behind and drivers in front. So it's looking good for Charlie Radford at this stage of the race.
Tom Fox has got Danny Hale. He's done that off camera. We were watching Joe Peters going through the pit lane. We said he might have factored into this one, but Tom Fox has managed to get through Danny Hale. Now, let's see if Tom can find a turn of speed here. So we reckon that Charlie Radford's got enough pace. However, these guys are dangerously close to losing out to both Bolter and Sam Slater. If we reckon that 14 seconds is enough, that means that Slater about 16 and a half seconds off the leader when he comes in. That's exactly where Tom Fox sits. So if Slater was to come in now, I think he would come out right in the middle of this fight. Look how big of a gap Tom Fox has already pulled on Danny Hale. He's got the bit between his teeth here. If he's going to get, he might end up trying to get on the podium here as he goes through the top end of the circuit. Let's see what the lap time is this time as Matty Bolton moves out to look down the inside of Alfie Hale. We're going to see Danny potentially move over to see if his brother can have a crack at the back end of Tom Fox. Let's see what the gap is this time. Over the line, it's 16.3, so it's come down a tiny bit. The first lap in clear air for Tom Fox,
his previous lap that he did the overtaking maneuver was 0.8 seconds slower than Charlie Radford. So that's where but he had to do that in order to get the position to then get his foot down and then see if he can bring it down. So it's asking a lot in 5 minutes to go. So we are now probably starting to get into the closing stages of the race. Let's see what's going to happen with Charlie Radford, John Bolton, Sam Slater and Gabriel Quinter. Those 4 drivers are leaving it very, very late for the Joker lap. 16.3 seconds to Tom Fox. He's still got it at the moment, but Bolton now 1.7 behind Charlie Radford. It's going to be fascinating to see what happens when they do take their Jokers.
Slater's coming for it. Here we go. Here goes Sam Slater into the pit lane. We reckon by our maths that he's going to come out around about where Tom Fox is now. So he's going to be out with the lead guys who have jokered, and it could end up in a titanic fight. 16.0 seconds. He may end up to about half a second short. He may end up filtering in between Tom Fox and Danny Hale. This lap now has to be the best lap that Tom Fox has ever driven of this circuit if he wants to try and keep Sam Slater behind him. So Radford goes through, then goes through Bolter.
Here we go.
There's
Slater's
the 37
leaving.
of Sam Slater. We look to see the carts come through. He looks over to his side. You're going to see Tom Fox coming down the ramp now. Slater's coming out. He's just getting back up to speed. Tom Fox gets ahead of him. Is Danny Hale going to get him as well? Slater goes the inside defensive. So now Sam Slater is the second place driver who is pitted. Gabe Quinter, in theory, should drop behind this, but John Bolter is only 1.5 seconds off Charlie Radford now. So the 2 leaders are going to end up coming into the pit lane very, very shortly as Gabe Quinter also to owe us as a lap. So it's just 3 drivers now that owe us a pit stop with 3 minutes left on the clock here. Tom Fox looks over. He can see the 3-time champion behind him, and he's already pulling a bit of a gap on him. 16.0 seconds he is from Ratford. We think Ratford's got enough to get out. John Bolter, again, when he comes in at this point, again, he's going to come out about where Sam Slater is right now.
And it is about 14 seconds because Sam Slater was about 2.5 seconds behind Charlie Ratford, and now he is 16.4. So it is 14 seconds. That's the golden number that Charlie Ratford's got to be in front in order.
Bolter's even closer this time. Bolter is even closer, 1.3 seconds to Charlie Ratford, so Bolter's upped his pace, and Ratford may be thinking about taking his joker this time. Over the line, Tom Fox is taking half a second, 15.5 seconds.
He's got to do it soon.
This is going to be very, very close. Ratford's going to have to be very careful here. If he loses another second or so to Tom Fox, he's currently lapping in the 51.9s, one of a few drivers in the 51s, versus Charlie Ratford, who's in the 52.3s, John Bolter 52.2.
That is a bad lap from Charlie Ratford.
That's a very bad lap, but Tom Fox right now, the driver he's trying to take a position off Charlie Ratford, is one of the fastest drivers on the circuit right now. He's doing everything he needs to do to try and overcome that lead that Charlie Ratford has. So with 2 laps, 2 minutes remaining, he's either going to have to come in this time or on the next time by. So he's going to have to be very, very careful about making it into the pit lane this time. Make sure he doesn't touch the blend line, doesn't pick up an easy 5-second penalty by trying to push it a little bit too far. 2 minutes to go as the leaders go over the line. We're watching Tom Fox. He's 15.3 seconds this time. It's going to be very tight when John Bolter comes out of the pit lane.
1.3 seconds for John Bolter. That's all it is, 1.3 seconds.
Ratford's in, so the lead is in the pit lane. Let's see where he factors out now. We believe by our maths he's going to end up coming out just in front of this fight. So the 31's coming in. That puts John Bolter in the lead on track. It's Bolter we think is going to be very close. So Tom Fox is coming down the ramp now. Ratford is just leaving the pit lane. Ratford looks like he's done enough here. Fox is going to get very close, but it's not going to be close enough. Somewhere in the middle of that pack is going to be where John Bolter factors out. Now, Tom Fox has been exceptionally quick over the last lap or so. So John Bolter and Gabe Quinter both owe us a pit stop here. Based on the amount of time left, it's going to have to be this time round. They're going to run out of time if they don't do it this time. But up on the top section, it is Ratford, who is the lead driver, who's been through the pit lane. Gabe Quinter and John Bolter still owe us their stops. And it's Tom Fox, Sam Slater up in 5th position. He always finds a way of salvaging a result, does Sam Slater. That's probably why he's been able to win this championship 3 times over the 5 years he's been in. There's John Bolter in the 36 in the pit lane. Let's see where he factors out. Ratford's going to come down the ramp. Let's see where Bolter is. He's coming right towards the point where he gets the power back. Ratford's going to come through the chicane. John Bolter, has he done enough here? Ratford to the inside, gets the move through. Tom Fox looks like he's going to go round the outside of both of them. Charlie Ratford defends for his life, but Tom Fox is on the inside of John Bolter as they come through the final corner here. Charlie Ratford's going to come up under the Dunlop Bridge. He takes the checkered flag. Charlie Ratford wins his 3rd British Indoor Karting Championship.
Quinter did not take a joker lap.
Oh man, Charlie Gabe Quinter ends up not taking his joker lap. I think he probably thought there was a bit more time left on the clock, but Charlie Ratford comes into the pit lane. We call him as the BIKC champion. Tom Fox in 2nd. John Bolter, we believe, will end up in 3rd. You'll see as soon as they park up as to where they end up. What a fantastic race. We always say these finals are going to be absolutely ridiculous, and that joker lap definitely played into it this time. So as they come through into the pit lane, we'll get full confirmation of the result when the drivers pull up towards the pit podium. Looks like the drivers have all been sent down the pit lane here, but we believe, there you go, Gabe Quinter gets dropped to the back of the grid. Charlie Ratford wins the grand final here. Tom Fox in 2nd place. Look what it means to Charlie. You can see he's absolutely beside himself there. Sam Slater jumps out of the cart and congratulates the new champion. Well, we always say Sam manages to find a good result out of somewhere, and 4th place equals, believe it or not, equals the lowest finish he's ever had in the BIKC National Finals. What a race that was.
What a drive as well, all the way through. Charlie Ratford has driven absolutely beautifully, changing strategy from race to race. There, he got his strategy absolutely bang on. He had the clear track at the front. He had to put the lap times in. He did. and absolutely fantastic. And we are going to go straight down trackside over to Akhil.
Wow. These Joker laps are really adding to the overall race, aren't they? We're just waiting for the winners to come over. But can we have a big round of applause for everyone that competed in that fantastic grand final? We're just going to wait for the drivers to get weighed, and then they'll be over. Another really epic final. I mean, when you leave those Joker laps to the end, it really adds to the excitement. Let's just let the drivers Yeah, nice. Right, let's talk to some of the drivers. What a race. Yeah. What a race. How did you feel? How did the race go for you as well?
It was really good. I honestly didn't think I was going to get top 3 at the end there. I saw Danny and stuff really closing in on the last laps. It was a drag race between me and Tom on the line, side by side.
And obviously there were drivers in front of you that left it very late to do their Joker lap. How did that impact you? Because you know it on the track you're further back, but actually in position you're further forward. How does that impact your racing?
I knew from watching previous heats that often the drivers that finished done their Joker lap later on tended to benefit. So I just left it until the last lap board went out and risked it.
And did you have a strategy for the Joker lap, or did you kind of see what happened in the race? Well, you went early, didn't you?
I went when the last lap board went out. But I was just leaving it until either someone was defending or I had nowhere else to pit.
Perfect. Well, so your journey has ended really well here. You must be proud of yourself.
Yeah, it's really good. It's coming through the locals at Dundee. Being one of the first Scottish drivers, if not, I think the first Scottish driver on the podium.
Shout out to Dundee.
Yeah, big up everyone from Dundee.
Is there anyone else you want to shout out while you're here?
Obviously, my parents couldn't come here without all them. Obviously, the money, commitment to come to these events. Also, when we do like Club 100, being Scottish, all the tracks are like 7 to 12 hours away. It's quite a
commitment.
Yeah.
Oh, very well done. We're very proud of you. Well done. See you next year again, hopefully.
See you next year.
Tom? How you doing? How was that?
Stressful, very stressful. Yeah.
Talk me through the race a little bit.
Well, once me, Alfie, and Danny were sort of in a little trio there, I think we were trying to get away a bit, and eventually I knew I had the pace, so I had to go for it at some point. But shout out to both of them.
And did you have a strategy for the Joker lap? And did that sort of change, or did you?
To be honest, off the first half a lap, I felt like I was a lot quicker than Charlie. And so it was either I go for it or I get stuck behind him. because he'd have defended if I was there. So I just had to go in. I had no choice, I don't think.
And the last lap or two was quite tense here. I mean, how was it for you?
Well, sorry Sam, I did clip you coming out of the pits there. Other than that, again, seeing Charlie come out of the pits, it was a shame, but fair play to him. He must have been going quick.
You were in it till the end, so I mean, that's amazing. And how's the journey been for you so far in this year's BIKC?
It's been all right, yeah. Events have been all right as far as I'm concerned. So.
Will we see you back next year?
Maybe.
I hope we will do. So well done, be proud, and hopefully see you next year. See you, mate. Got you away from your friends and family. I'll let you go in a second, but how was that race? Congratulations, firstly, and how was the race for you?
Thank you. Yeah, it was, well, to be fair, before I pitted, I thought I was down in 6th or something like that. I thought I was getting caught, but no, I managed just about to come out in front of Tom. And then, I'm not sure what his name is. Who came third? John. Then John came out in front of me, and I just about managed to get through the gap that he left. And then, well, I didn't even know it was the last lap.
Did you have a strategy for the Joker lap, or were you like, what were you thinking before, and then what happened in the race?
I was just going to save it until the last lap.
So you had decided that from the start?
Yeah. Or if I was getting held up by anyone, I would have pitted, but I was in clear space the whole time, so I saved it for the end.
And how is it when you're sort of out front, you sort of don't really know what's going on behind you, but you know you just have to get those seconds, get that gap so you can stop and come out. But how is that?
Yeah, well, I was quite nervous because I didn't know I was in first. Well, obviously first on track, but I didn't know I was in a net first place. And I was hoping, to be honest, they would all start battling, so I'd have a good gap, but apparently they were working together, so it all went to plan.
So it's your third BIKC championship, right?
Yeah.
So you are now joined with Sam Slater and Dante Dillon. That must feel really good.
Yeah, well, we'll come for the 4th next year.
Oh, well, that's fighting talk. Great. Anyone you want to thank while you're here?
No, I'd just like to say one thing to my dad, who said I was too heavy, and I proved him wrong.
I hope you had a wager on that.
I should have.
Just you know what, you might be in a good mood, just say you did. Mate, well done, many congratulations, and can't wait to see you back next year. Well done.
Thank you.
And now, I think we're going to go back to the commentary box for the heavyweight final.
Okay, thank you, Akhil. We are ready for what a great race. What an absolutely when the Joker laps happened right at the end, and the driver left and he had no pace, and then he got there and then the moves going literally on the inside going into that hairpin. That was proper racing. I think the Joker laps might be here to stay, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, I'll be very sad if they leave.
They're generating a lot of excitement.
I think the most interesting thing is, like, obviously a lot of viewers at home don't know that line where it's going to start to speed up. So it's the anticipation of when they're going to get the power back.
Yeah, it's just like releasing the pit limiter in a normal race, but just seeing the carts, the angle we've got down here where the carts just come down the ramp through the chicane, you could just see the cart trundling down the pit lane. Yeah, it must be a horrible feeling being sat in the pit lane, watching that field come through. Let's say if you're up towards the front and you're jokering towards the back end, if you're just watching the whole field stream through past you, it can be must be quite demoralising as you're walking through on walking pace.
Definitely. I think the one thing I noticed as well is the drivers, if you're going to come out the pit lane in front of everyone, you're looking for the double left-hander upstairs for the down ramp. That is the indication of if they have enough space.
Yeah, that seems to work out. We seem to have got it down to a fine art now of where drivers are going to come out. So we're getting quite good at predicting it now.
We are. It's a speed differential for me when they were leaving the pit lane. And they're trundling out the pit lane, but as well as that, they're trundling all the way down the straight to that hairpin before they it's only really at the hairpin that suddenly they've got the opportunity to get out to the hairpin at the same speed as what everybody else is already doing.
I'm loving the little bobbing in the pit lane as well. Everyone's just trying to get some advantage.
They're trying everything to get back, to get some speed.
Does that work?
I don't think so.
I'll be doing it if I was in there.
In the pit lane
I think it needs to be a lot more aggressive if you're going to move that much heavy cart below you.
Yeah, totally. So after an absolutely outstanding middle final, we come to the heavyweights. Now, I know that there's going to be a chicken in the final, but there's not going to be there's not going to be a pig.
Yeah, we're guaranteed a new champion this time around.
Unfortunately, but if that driver, did maybe go on a diet, then next year, right, it might be Piggy in the middle.
Oh no! How long have you been thinking of that one?
It wasn't actually mine.
Well,
But
rumour has it we're supposed to get a third helmet cover to join us on the grid as well. But it didn't quite happen.
There was I was catching up. I caught up with David at the bottom there. Apparently, some of the drivers are starting to figure out they were getting more screen time and getting more interactions when they had the helmet covers on.
We should make them mandatory next year.
Yeah, I heard 1 or 2 other drivers were considering it but couldn't get hold of one in time.
Oh, fantastic. Okay. So, here we go. We are still very much in the whole preparation stage.
Yeah, see drivers just starting to get themselves ready. They're all down by the side. The carts are, from what we can see, the grid has been built. The carts have been assigned. The drivers know where they're starting. In theory, they should know what carts they're going to be driving. It's just the last little bit of preparation before we get the last few drivers in the carts. You can see some furious discussions going on in a God box between the race directors. And hopefully, as soon as we're ready to rock and roll, we'll be able to get this going.
I definitely think it's worth a mention of the program that we've had this weekend. So we've been supporting a charity called Mission Motorsport. Tom will say more in just a second. But if you want to buy one while you're at site, they're going for £5 now. And it's some nice write-ups over the regional finals. If you want to read about how it went on at other tracks, then you can do that all you want. You've also got to meet the team. You've got Russ with a beer in his hand.
Yep.
So always prepared for the whatever's going to happen on track. And yeah, you've got information on previous winners as well, so it's definitely worth picking one up.
And supporting a very worthy cause in Mission
Jen,
Motorsport.
tell me, right, what does Charlie Ratford win?
Oh, so he wins a full season of Club 100. That's assuming he's not racing it in the last couple of years, I'm pretty sure. There's a ruling on that.
Yeah, that might be the case for Charlie Ratford.
I know he's done DRS, and I know he's done very well in that. I don't know if he's done Club 100, actually.
Yeah, there's a ruling on it that you can't win the full prize if you've done it, I think, in the previous season. So I don't think he's been a part of it in the previous season, but I'm not 100% on that. But in terms of what he wins, he'll run a full season of the Sprint Championship, lightweight or heavyweight. It's his choice. And you get a total of 9 rounds that you get to race. And then second place will get to see 2 rounds of the Club 100 Championship. Obviously, lightweight and heavyweight again, up to their choice. So you get any 2 of the 9 rounds. And you also get a test day as well. And then the third place driver gets 1 round and a test day too.
No, fantastic. LC Karting has gone on live stream to say, I'm in the programme. Laughed out loud. Yeah, you might be in the programme. Are you in the programme holding a pint of lager? That's what I would say. Yeah. When you get that far, whack it in the live stream.
Good point just been made on the live chat there. That is the best result for a driver from one of the Scottish tracks in John Bolter. That's the first time one of them have been on the podium. Best before was 4th place in 2022 for Mario Dinilov. Hailing from Cambers Lang. So
awesome
John
name.
Bolter getting on the podium. He's a very quick driver, was Mario Dinilov. It's been a while since we've seen him in the BIKC, but a very quick driver in his own right. But best result from one of the Scottish tracks. And
we got drivers in karts now, or some, who we're just starting to. There's the chicken, the infamous chicken.
Yep. Aaron Mitchell-Begley representing the chicken. And one thing you can say, he definitely doesn't drive like a chicken. If there's a move to be made, he does go for them.
Yeah, absolutely done some brilliant driving, if I'll be absolutely honest. A lot of chat about how much that might be slowing him down, but surely only marginally, is what I would say on a track that
he's going to be starting this one on the 3rd row of the grid, so I don't think I don't think it will be slowing him down that much. As the drivers get in, we'll just run through quickly the starting orders. So Saul Gregory and Hassan Zafar share the front row of the grid. Ben Paynes, he's had a lot of support through the live chat over the course of today, will start on P3 with Harvey Sugden Scott alongside him. Anthony Whippet, driver whose best finish at BIKC final is P7. He's managed to do it twice. He's going to go off P5. In this one, Aaron Mitchell-Begley, the chicken we've been watching all day, and making some very big puns, will go off P6. Ross Sandwell and Russell Endine will go off row number 4. Joe Howley, Dan Evans will start on row 5. Stuart Andrew, Lewis Tomo, and then Hugh McDonnell, Hayden Harris, who's moved forward quite quickly in some of these heats today, will start in front of Thomas Wiltshire and Hamid Durat to make the 16 runners and riders who will make the main event, the last main event, the last race of BIKC in 2024. It's been a long time coming, but it's very surreal that there are only one race left in this championship to go.
It really is. It's literally flown by. I'll be absolutely honest. The whole 2 days, I've loved it. I've loved every second of it. There's just no. I couldn't do it every weekend, if I'll be absolutely honest. But
yeah, can you imagine doing this every weekend? It'd be mental.
Yeah, I know.
Really good fun, but I think we need more of that vocal zone to get us through that.
Indeed.
If we had to deal with this every weekend.
Indeed. So
yeah, already a lot of support going in.
We do get paid.
I'm very surprised that we get paid for this.
We do
I don't
get
know
paid.
how.
I mean, not very much, but obviously, you know, Dominic Wilkinson is here, so just to, you know, put that out there, Dominic. But hey,
So
anyway,
looking through the chat, a lot of support for Saul and Ben, two drivers that are very, very quick in this final. Go Shug, that is some support for Hugh McDonald, the driver going off P13. Jason Elliott, Ladbroke on a 5-2 for Hassan. I'm going on it. So I think he's definitely got his money on Hassan Zafar on the outside of the front row. It's going to be a tough start for Hassan to try and keep his position, but we've seen it done before over the course of a meeting, and yeah, it should be quite interesting to see how this goes. Ben Paynes as well, a very quick driver in his own right. He's proven very fast in the starts of these races, and let's see if we can get the Joker lap right. I think if any of the front ones were going to go early, based on how good his speed is in the start of the races, I think Ben might be one to try and go early. But we saw in that race a very, let's say, typical pit strategy from quite a lot of the drivers. The top 8 went very, very long for the majority of that race. There's a couple that went early, and it paid dividends for Tom Fox going early and getting out in some traffic. But there's a lot of experienced drivers in this who've done this sort of thing quite a few times before.
Interestingly enough, we have 8 new drivers to Warrington in the national final this time, with the most experienced being Anthony. He was 4 visits to the BIKC Nationals.
Yeah, Anthony Whippet's a driver who was very, very successful in the junior category. He 3 times in the junior category, 7-7-12 are his results. And yeah, Stuart Andrew finished P8 here a couple of years ago, and he's going to go off P11, hoping to go a little bit further than that. Remember, we don't have the highest seeded driver on the grid is Russell Endine. He will start off P8. He was 3rd last time. The driver from Eastleigh on his 2nd appearance here in the BIKC finals. But as we've said a few times before, he's a very experienced driver in his own right.
so then here we go. And just for if there's anybody who's joined really, really late, we have got the Joker lap, which is basically a mandatory pit stop that they have to make. They have to go through the pit lane and stop. It is somewhat spicing things up. It's like doing an undercut in Formula One, but away we go for the formation lap. So once again, the drivers, at least they get the chance just to pilot the kart, even though it's a very slow speed. It'll still give them a little bit of an indication of exactly where the kart is with regards to grip as they drive around the circuit, because you just get to learn it like instinctively with experienced drivers, exactly kind of where the levels are.
Especially in rental karting as well, because every kart drives different. Obviously, you can make them as close as possible in speed, but every kart's going to have its own little quirks.
Yeah, indeed, but we're coming round here for the final time of BIKC 2024. What an incredible championship it has been. 5,300 people taking part in it. Yesterday, over 15,000 people tuning in from all over the world to watch the live stream. It's been absolutely amazing. Here we go. Jeff Fricker says the chicken might need to cooperate with another driver. They're still coming in. Jeff, that's a belter. That is a belter. So here we go.
RB Racing's trying to write the headlines already. Payne wins in a 20-minute thriller. So clearly he's declaring his support for Ben Paynes. And David Harvey, a driver we've seen racing today, the the driver who's been sporting the pig helmet over the course of this one. The Joker Lap will be the make or break decision of who wins this. Good luck to all of the drivers, and I definitely agree with the sentiment from David there. The Jokers have been the tiebreaker really, and it's allowed drivers who've been absolutely nowhere on the grid to come back through and pick a result out of what looked like a hopeless beginning for them.
But I think that what we've just seen in the middleweights, that might really influence what a lot of these drivers do with regards to the Joker Lap, because Charlie left it very, very late, but he got the lap times in. If you're in the lead, what's the point in coming in? It's just risk. It's a bit like the Brazilian Grand Prix last week. What's the point in coming in when you're in the lead? It's a little bit strange, but here we go. So we have had the formation lap. We are now on the grid. It is final check time, and very, very soon we will go green on the final of the heavyweights. The last race of BIKC 2024. Here we go. Silky's running around. We've got something to do. That's it. It wouldn't be a race if Silky didn't make some last-second adjustment to one of the karts. He needs a flag, doesn't he? He needs an F1 like big green flag. He really,
that was
really
does.
does.
At the back saying, right, we're ready to go over to race control to start this one. The last time we'll go racing for BIKC 2024. The 5 red lights come on. For the last time, we go racing in BIKC, and immediately Ben Paynes throws it down the inside as Hassan Zafar tried to slam the door on him, but it didn't quite work for him. Anthony Whippich has managed to get up into 4th place as the top 3 start breaking away at the front of this one. So it's Gregory Paynes and Hassan Zafar at the front of this one. There's a lot of contact in the back end of the pack there.
And Sol has got a fantastic start. He's virtually checked out already. We've only been going for about half a lap. Lots of bumping and barging further down the field. Lots